Privet Drive lay veiled in mist, the pure moonlight unable to pierce the fog. Along the neat street stood rows of ordinary houses, all cut from the same unimaginative mold. The street lamps cast a dim radiance over the pavement, the roof tiles of the nearby houses, and the swaying silhouettes of the trees behind them. From the depths of those shadows an old man slowly emerged, his silver hair, falling to his waist, matched in length by his pale grizzled beard. He wore a long black robe and a black hat upon his head. The lenses of his spectacles caught the glow of the streetlights, masking the keen sharpness hidden in his eyes. Though clearly advanced in years, his steps were steady and sure. From within his robe, he drew out a device resembling a lighter and raised it before his chest. With gentle repeated flicks of his wrist, the light within each street lamp gathered into glowing orbs that drifted toward the device in his hand until the lamps were left in utter darkness. One lamp, then another went out, and as the streetlights died along the road, this quiet and mundane place, seemingly untouched by magic, was gently soothed by moonlight that pierced the clouds and fog, laying a soft, mysterious sheen over everything. A soft meow sounded at the corner, carried by the faint moonlight. The old man looked over and saw a silver tabby cat. "I should have known you would come as well, Professor McGonagall," he murmured. As he finished speaking, the cat moved, and its shadow on the wall stirred and reshaped itself into the silhouette of a figure wearing a wizard's hat. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore," a voice said. The speaker was an elderly woman as well. Her old-fashioned spectacles sat a little low on her nose, yet remained securely perched there. She walked toward the white-bearded old man Dumbledore, her steps somewhat hurried, and asked, slightly breathless, "Are the rumors true, Albus?" "I fear they are, Minerva," Dumbledore replied. "The good ones and the bad ones alike." The two of them walked along the street where the lamps no longer shone, thin strands of moonlight flickering in and out of view, leaving the road rather dark. "And the children?" McGonagall pressed, turning her gaze toward Dumbledore. "Hagrid will bring them," Dumbledore answered. A flicker of shock crossed McGonagall's features, and she voiced the doubt in her heart. "Is it wise to entrust something so important to Hagrid?" Dumbledore let out a soft sigh. "On Minerva, I would trust Hagrid with my life," he said gently. "Besides, there is also Snape." His words were cut short as the roar of something like a motorcycle racing at high speed suddenly tore through the sky. Both of them turned toward the source of the noise, and a blinding white ball of light came into view. As it drew nearer, it resolved into a massive figure riding a flying motorcycle. Yes, a motorcycle in flight. Beside it, a dark shape moved through the air, faintly discernible as a person flying along. With the sound of a smooth landing and braking, the motorcycle skidded a short distance and came to a halt not far in front of the two elders. The dark shape also touched down with measured grace. It was a man in a long black robe, his face deathly pale, his black hair hanging in damp-looking strands across his forehead. He cradled a bulky cloth-wrapped bundle in his arms, its contents impossible to discern. "Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall," he said, his lips trembling slightly, his low voice roughened by hoarseness. "Severus," the two elders replied with a nod. McGonagall seemed on the verge of saying more, but after opening her mouth, she let the words die unspoken. The giant astride the motorcycle pushed up his goggles, greeted the two elders, and swung himself off the bike. Standing upright, he seemed even more towering, like a living wall. His thick black hair was wild, dense, and tangled, matching the equally unruly long beard that curled and bristled in every direction. He too held a cloth-wrapped bundle against his chest, swollen and round, though compared to Hagrid's enormous frame, it was almost insignificant. "You didn't run into any trouble, did you, Severus Hagrid?" Dumbledore asked. Severus stared fixedly at the bundle in Hagrid's arms, lips working soundlessly for a moment before he shook his head. "No, sir," Hagrid replied. "By the time we flew over Bristol, the little ones were already asleep." Hagrid stepped closer and added, "Best not wake them." He carefully lifted the bundle before him and placed it gently into Dumbledore's arms. "Here you are," he said. McGonagall reached out to steady the bundle, while Severus's hand, hidden within his black robe, went rigid but never rose. "Albus, do you truly think it is safe to entrust the children to these people, eh?" McGonagall asked. "I have watched them all day, and I have never seen Muggles more dreadful than they are." The group made their way toward the door of a particular house, McGonagall growing increasingly agitated. "They truly," she began. "They are the children's only relatives," Dumbledore interrupted. "But these two children will become famous. In our world, there will be no one who does not know their names," McGonagall insisted, making one last attempt to argue. "Indeed they will," Dumbledore said. "Which is precisely why as they grow they must be kept far away from all of that. Until they are ready," Dumbledore finished, casting a deep, lingering look at the bundle. Severus stood much as he had when he arrived, expressionless, even stern, yet the trembling of his lips and the pallor of his face betrayed him to anyone who cared to look. Not far away, Hagrid sniffed, his eyes already brimming with tears. Dumbledore carefully set the bundle down at the doorstep and turned to comfort him. "There now, Hagrid, there now. This is not farewell forever," he said softly. Then Dumbledore looked to Severus, merely resting a hand on his shoulder and releasing a quiet sigh. At last he placed a letter beside the bundle addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. "Good luck to you, Harry Potter, Molly Potter," Dumbledore said before he and the others departed from this ordinary all the while Severus simply gazed deeply at the two infants swaddled in their bundle, his lips working soundlessly, never uttering a single word. The moonlight slipped behind the clouds, leaving only the wall-mounted lamp outside the house to spill a dim yellow glow. Inside the bundle lay two babies sleeping side by side. One had black hair and slept deeply, his small face flushed with healthy color. Only the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, still streaked with blood, lent his innocence a frightening edge. The other infant had a head of red hair with long eyelashes that fluttered ceaselessly as though her sleep was far from peaceful. Her fine brows were faintly furrowed and her small face was as white as paper. After the others left, the red-haired baby opened her eyes. Her dark green irises shimmered in the dim light of the wall lamp, gleaming with an extraordinary brilliance like rare emeralds found nowhere else in the world. A harsh crackle of electricity sounded, and the wall lamp went out in an instant. For a heartbeat, those dark green eyes seemed to turn into vertical blood-red pupils. Then in the next second the wall lamp glowed as normal once more, and her eyes were again like emeralds, filled with newborn curiosity as they roamed over the world around her. England, a country forever shrouded in mist, a riddle to the world. Tonight, too, was a night woven from riddles steeped in magic. Get up. Wake up. The door of the cupboard under the stairs rattled violently under the pounding. Hurry up. With another heavy knock, Aunt Petunia unlocked the latch from the outside, then turned away and left. In the cramped little space, Harry slowly sat up on his cot, reached up to pull the lamp switch, and flooded the cupboard with a dim glow. He had just picked up his glasses and set them on his nose when a rapid clatter of footsteps sounded overhead on the stairs. Thud, 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 stomp, stomp, stomp. The footsteps scrambled back up a few steps, then pounded down again, as if trying to break the staircase. Dudley jumped heavily a few times and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Wake up, cousin, we're going to the zoo." He shouted as he jumped, and poor Harry could only watch as dust and splinters sifted down from the ceiling onto his head. He raised a hand to shield himself, then reached out and pushed open the cupboard door. The moment he saw Harry emerge, Dudley stopped jumping, hurtled down the stairs, and with a laugh shoved Harry back into the cramped little room again. It was barely worthy of being called a room, at all more a storage cupboard. Dudley kicked the door shut with a casual boot and ran nimbly toward the kitchen. From there came the voices of Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. "There you are, our little birthday boy. Happy birthday, son," they said. Harry opened the cupboard door once more, rubbing the back of his head where he had been knocked, and stepped into the kitchen. The first thing Harry saw was Aunt Petunia, whose face was usually twisted in disgust, gently cupping Dudley's round cheeks. She touched the tip of her nose affectionately to his, nuzzling him. Dudley looked utterly content-clad in a new shirt and a bright red sweater that made his plump little face glow even rosier, almost cute. Uncle Vernon sat to one side with a newspaper, his gaze soft and full of fatherly fondness. Harry dropped his gaze in an instant. His eyes were full of loneliness tinged with a quiet envy. Dressed in an obviously ill-fitting worn short-sleeved shirt, he walked over a little slowly. When Aunt Petunia noticed Harry had come out, her tone cooled at once. With a note of command, she said, "You behave yourself and make breakfast. And don't burn anything again." "Yes, Aunt Petunia." Little Harry could only pick up the spatula and carefully lift the bacon out of the frying pan. But the strips seemed determined to misbehave, slipping from the spatula and tumbling back into the sizzling pan again and again. Aunt Petunia no longer bothered with the kitchen. Instead, she ceremoniously placed her hands over Dudley's eyes. "I want everything to go perfectly today, because our little Dudley has his birthday." Smiling, she led Dudley slowly toward the piled-up presents. Beside them, Uncle Vernon glanced at Harry's clumsy movements with displeasure and urged, "Hurry up, boy, bring me my coffee." "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry murmured, never lifting his head. "Look at these wonderful presents, darling," Aunt Petunia said as she took her hands away from Dudley's eyes and gave him a gentle pat. But Dudley's expression upon seeing the gifts piled like a little hill turned thoroughly dissatisfied. "How many are there altogether?" he demanded of his father, who sat on the sofa. Uncle Vernon gave an awkward little laugh, his eyes flickering evasively. 36, he said. "I counted them myself. Only 36. Last year I had 37. Dudley's voice grew more furious as it rose in volume. At the stove, Harry poured coffee and glanced up once, gave a helpless little shake of his head, then quickly bowed it again, gripping the kettle with both hands to steady it. "Yes, that's right, but some of this year's gifts are bigger than last year's." Uncle Vernon tried to explain, gesturing toward the mountain of presents with his hand. He had barely begun before Dudley cut him off in a burst of temper. "I don't care how big they are." Dudley's voice grew louder and louder, while Uncle Vernon's eyes and head drooped lower and lower. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open, and in stepped a little girl whose features were so delicate she looked like she wore a white dress patterned with tiny flowers, and a head of fiery red hair, cascaded loosely down, yet somehow did not add any warmth of color to the girl herself. Her face was so pale, she hardly seemed alive, with faint bluish shadows beneath her eyes. In the sunlight, she looked like a half-transparent bubble, delicate to the point of breaking in the next breath. Only half her small body leaned into the room. Her dark green eyes shone wetly like a little deer in the forest that had strayed without realizing it into a hunter's snare. Dudley fell silent at once, and the room grew still. Molly glanced around at the scene, then turned to Harry, who was pouring coffee, and gave him a small smile as she stepped fully into the kitchen. "Happy birthday, Cousin Dudley," Molly said as she stopped before him, solemnly bringing out a small cluster of wild daisies she had hidden behind her back and offering them to him. Her soft voice and the way she stood in the light made Dudley's cheeks flush even redder. Thank you, Molly," he stammered as he accepted the golden little flowers, scratching his head in embarrassment. Seeing that Dudley had accepted them, Molly's face bloomed into a brilliant smile. Then in a light, cheerful tone, she greeted the adults as if singing out a morning song. "Good morning, Uncle Vernon. Good morning, Aunt Petunia. Good morning, my little Molly. Why don't you rest a bit more?" Aunt Petunia said, stroking Molly's hair with fondness. Uncle Vernon also smiled and gave a nod. "Because today is Cousin Dudley's birthday, and I wanted to give him the most beautiful flowers with my own hands." Her smile remained as sweet as candy. "And I promised Cousin Dudley I would go to the zoo with him. If I got up too late, it would delay such an important day." "It won't delay anything, it won't delay anything," Dudley blurted anxiously from the side. Molly answered him with a soft, sweet smile. "'Tis such a pity," came a malicious, mocking voice in Molly's mind. "Right next door there's a flower shop, gift store, sweet shops. So many delicious, beautiful, fun things. And you fob him off with a random bunch of wildflowers. Such a poor boy." Molly paid no attention to the voice in her head. Her expression did not change in the slightest as she kept that same sweet smile on her lips. She dipped her body in a slight curtsy, intending to go and help her brother, but Dudley suddenly grabbed her hand. Her slight frame wobbled, and she nearly lost her balance. Dudley hurriedly let go and said, "Molly, stay and open presents with me." Molly glanced at Harry, busy in the kitchen. Harry nodded, gave her a small, reassuring smile, and signaled that he did not need her help. "All right, Cousin Dudley," Molly said, smiling sweetly as she nodded to him. Dudley shot Harry a vicious glare, but Harry did not react at all. Though she was there to keep Dudley company as he opened presents, he refused to let Molly use any scissors or knives or lift or carry anything heavy. He took charge of tearing open the packages himself, and whenever he uncovered something tasty or fun, he would stuff it into Molly's arms. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon exchanged a glance, and both let out a quiet sigh of relief. Aunt Petunia hurried over with a smile to help Dudley move the heavier gifts or slice open the more stubborn packaging. Uncle Vernon shook out his newspaper and resumed reading, occasionally calling over to Harry to hurry up with his coffee. "The weather today is simply perfect for a trip to the zoo." Aunt Petunia pulled Dudley out the door, while Lily followed closely beside him, glancing at the sky that was veiled by clouds, allowing only soft sunlight to shine through, and echoed, "Yes, Aunt, it's truly exciting." With a sweet smile towards the goofy Dudley, she continued, "Cousin Dudley is so nice, willing to take me and my brother to the zoo." Dudley, blushing and scratching his head, said, "I just wanted to take you to see it, not because of that. Cousin Dudley, is that giant snake you mentioned last time really longer than my room?" Excitement brought a blush to Lily's usually pale face, creating a somewhat unhealthy look. "Of course." Dudley was interrupted and showed no signs of displeasure. His thoughts quickly shifted to the giant python he had seen earlier, and he began to boast about it in the back seat. Lily maintained a sweet smile on her face, occasionally gasping in surprise, but her attention was drawn to Harry and Uncle Vernon's figures coming out from behind. Uncle Vernon pushed Harry, who was about to get in the car, out again, and closed the back door. He raised the metal car key in his hand, pointing at Harry, and said, "I'm warning you now, kid. If you pull any tricks even just once, I'll punish you by not letting you eat for a week." Uncle Vernon's squinting eyes bore a look of disdain. He failed to notice the red light flashing behind the glass door. "Get in the car," he commanded, turning to enter the vehicle, his face showing no trace of malice. With a fatherly demeanor, he asked Dudley in the back seat if he had eaten enough for breakfast, and if he needed any snack. Harry, once in the car, returned Lily's worried gaze with a reassuring smile. What a kid, he still hasn't learned to soften. Lily's mind echoed with that teasing male voice. It sounded almost her age, yet dripped with malicious mockery. "My brother doesn't need to please anyone," Lily replied in her thoughts. "Oh really?" The voice paused briefly but quickly resumed, filled with greater malice. "He can't even protect himself, relying on you, his sickly sister coward." Lily seemed angered by a particular word, ignoring the voice in her mind, gently holding Harry's hand to offer comfort. Feeling the touch that was noticeably below normal human body temperature, Harry merely stared out at the passing streets and shadows of trees, forcing himself not to turn and look at those emerald green eyes. His long eyelashes lowered slightly, concealing the emotions within his eyes. The zoo. People bustling around the various exhibits were mostly parents with children, couples, and newlyweds visiting, while some teachers led a line of students past. At the corner, a man in a black suit seemed out of place. He kept his gaze fixed on a figure in a red dress with white accents amidst the crowd, the red hair glimmering with a golden hue under the sunlight, and her emerald eyes sparkling. The little girl was beaming with happiness, her steps radiating a sense of eagerness and impatience. Suddenly, she locked eyes with the man, who swiftly turned and slipped into an adjacent exhibit. The corner of his coat traced a graceful arc in the air. "Lily, what are you looking at?" Dudley's voice chimed in. "Nothing." Lily shook her head and smiled slightly. "Oh, let's hurry, the giant snake is over there." Dudley pointed towards the nearby reptile house, quickening his pace. Harry followed Lily's gaze, catching only a glimpse of a black silhouette, frowning involuntarily. That mysterious man had been watching his sister from the shadows since they were young. Harry tightened his grip on Lily's hand slightly, prompting a questioning look from her, and he adjusted his strength to appear nonchalant. The reptile house bore the sign beneath the ornate stone carvings. Inside, behind a massive glass wall, lay a python large enough to swallow an adult. "Make it move," Dudley complained as he looked at the motionless python, which resembled a toy snake, feeling that the terrifying giant snake he boasted about to Lily was turning into a joke. "Moved?" Uncle Vernon tapped the glass, urging the python. But the python remained still, coiled around the rocks and branches. Dudley frowned angrily, pounding on the glass a few times, urging move. Aunt Petunia watched her son and husband with a fond smile, seemingly oblivious to any wrongdoing in their. Lily glanced at the immobile python, and then sweetly said, "Cousin Dudley, stop hitting it, your hand will hurt." Dudley, who had just acted like he had swallowed a firecracker, immediately quieted down, his face turning beet red. Aunt Petunia immediately pulled Dudley's hand over with concern, wanting to check on it. "He's really annoying, isn't he?" Just as Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon insisted on taking Dudley to ice his hand, a voice came from behind the glass. Lily turned and noticed that behind the glass in the narrow artificial landscape, there were no living creatures apart from the snake. Lily looked around, realizing there was no one else but her brother. The sleeping toy snake truly had nothing to see. Lily, uncertain, addressed the giant snake behind the glass, apologizing on behalf of Dudley, while overlooking Harry's slightly unusual expression. "I'm so sorry, he can't understand your feelings," Lily said softly. "Day after day you can only lie in this tiny space, facing those who come to see you, ignorant of manners." "Oh no, beautiful miss," the python shook its head, saying, "you don't need to apologize for him at all. You can understand." Lily covered her mouth in surprise and quickly added, "I'm sorry, Mr. Snake. I meant no offense, I've never spoken to a snake before." "It's nothing, beautiful miss," the snake replied affectionately. "I want to know, do you often speak with humans, Mr. Snake?" Lily thought to herself that if that were the case, the zoo's visitor flow should be far beyond this. Mr. Snake shook his head again, indicating that such an encounter had never occurred, flicking its tongue as it said, "Actually, you are the first human to speak with me, beautiful miss." Looking at the golden snake eyes of the python directed at her, Lily suddenly turned to look at her brother. "Brother, Before she could ask, Harry interrupted her. "If there are people around in the future, you must never communicate with snakes." Harry spoke seriously, recalling his sister's strange hissing tone, and the snake's nods and shakes in response, glancing around to ensure no one noticed the oddity, a wave of fear washing over him. "No one can take my sister away. No one," Harry thought silently. "What's so surprising about speaking snake language?" The voice in my mind resumed after a brief pause. "I can also speak snake language, which only indicates that we are of the same kind." Molly did not forget how extreme the other person's description of her brother was, and did not want to bypass that contradiction, so her tone remained harsh. "Riddle, you should know that Harry is my brother," Molly said in her mind. The voice in her head fell silent, no longer trying to change the subject. Molly sighed helplessly and softened her tone. "You are also my best friend, and I hope you can respect my brother." "Oh, I understand." The voice in her mind was somewhat low, emotions indistinct. "But clearly I am stronger than Harry, and could at least help you avoid being bullied by others." Riddle thought secretly, "Clearly, I am more like your brother." The voice in my mind faded away. Molly looked around and saw no one, then turned back to the giant snake and quickly asked several questions. "Mr. Snake, you are from Myanmar, right? Is it great there? Do you miss home?" A rosy hue of joy spread across the pale girl's face. She seemed like a bird that had been caged for too long, finally released into the blue sky, incessantly hissing with questions. Mr. Snake did not respond, merely shifting its gaze aside. Following the direction of Mr. Snake's gaze, Molly noticed a sign that read "Hatching in the Garden," and her expression visibly wilted. Harry, following Molly's line of sight, also saw the sign. He placed a hand on the girl's shoulder and patted it comfortingly. "I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I have never left here, and cannot describe the scenery of Myanmar to you." Mr. Snake moved closer to the glass, seemingly wanting to comfort the girl before him. "No, Mr. Snake, I was the one being rude." Molly lowered her head, her voice somewhat muffled, then softly said, "We are the same, my brother, and I have never met our parents." The girl leaned her head against her brother's chest, seemingly seeking some strength. A voice in her mind expressed slight worry. "I have never seen my parents either." "I mean, you still have me, Molly." Dudley, after tending to an injury that did not exist, hurried back. From a distance, he could see the giant snake behind the glass had awakened, looking up at Harry and Molly. The little girl had her back to him, looking small, and curled up in Harry's embrace, while Harry comfortingly stroked her soft red hair. "Oh no," Dudley mumbled, thinking Molly must not be frightened by the giant snake. Useless Harry Potter. Always like this, unable to even protect his own sister. He quickened his pace and ran towards Molly, then yanked her out and pushed Harry down. Seeing Molly's shocked expression and her slightly reddened eyes, Dudley turned and furiously pounded on the glass, trying to scare away the annoying bad snake. However, he overlooked that behind him Molly's eyes suddenly turned crimson. No one could harm her brother. A whole pane of glass suddenly vanished, and Dudley lost his footing, tumbling into the artificial pool. The Mr. Snake seemed to be controlled, rearing up and adopting an aggressive stance. No. Harry quickly stood up and hugged Molly, who was coldly watching everything unfold. Molly's body stiffened, the red in her eyes faded, and her entire being suddenly softened, as if all her strength had been drained. Her lips moved as if calling out, "Brother." Then her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. From a distance, a shadow saw Molly fainting, and nearly couldn't help but rush forward. After breaking free from its control, the snake no longer bared its fangs at the trembling Dudley, but quickly slithered out of the exhibit, disappearing into the thicket with the panicking crowd. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were finally called over by Dudley, who had found his voice. Seeing the girl being carried away by her family, the shadow ultimately did not step forward, merely waved a sleeve, causing the previously vanished glass to restore, then vanished in a flash. On Privet Drive, Aunt Petunia hugged the shivering Dudley wrapped in a blanket and hurried inside with Uncle Vernon, who was holding Molly. In the midst of the chaos, Uncle Vernon found a glass bottle containing purple potion, trembling as he fed. Seeing the girl lying on the bed lifeless as her lips slowly regained some color, Aunt Petunia then took Dudley to bathe in hot water. Uncle Vernon turned to look at Harry, his tone suppressing anger as he asked, "What happened?" Harry Potter stared intently at the girl on the bed, clearly unwilling to say much. Uncle Vernon angrily grabbed Harry by the shoulder, nearly dragging him, and threw him into the room underneath the stairs, locking the door neatly behind him, completely ignoring Harry's pleas to stay and watch over Molly. No matter how much Harry knocked on the door and begged, no one paid him any mind. After Aunt Petunia finished bathing Dudley, she boiled some milk, wet a warm towel, and helped Molly wipe her face. Dudley sat on a small sofa nearby, wrapped in a blanket, holding hot milk, anxiously waiting for the girl to wake up. Uncle Vernon stood by silently without a word. He couldn't help but recall the little girl's admiring gaze and her sweet voice calling him Uncle Vernon. If he had a daughter, she would probably be as soft and lovely as that little girl. But unfortunately, the earlier figure in black had said the girl. Uncle Vernon shook his head, seemingly trying to shake off the bad memories and emotions. Before long, it was deep into the night. The girl on the bed slowly awakened, only in the late hours. Just after waking, a youthful voice resonated in her mind. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you think your life is too long? Is the 15th of every month not enough?" "Shut up," the girl furrowed her brow and spoke in a hoarse voice. Riddle immediately lowered his volume, but still said, "I just don't want to lose you as a friend." Slowly propping herself up, the girl felt some warm water on the nightstand, slightly curling her lips into a smile as she said, "I know." "Then why still?" "I don't want to lose you either," Molly said softly, and immediately the voice in her head fell silent. Molly chuckled lightly, took a moment to compose herself, then stood up and walked downstairs. As she opened the door, she encountered Aunt Petunia, who was also about to open the door. "Molly, you finally woke up. You scared Annie to death." Aunt Petunia looked at the seemingly unsteady girl with concern. "Aunt Petunia, I'm awake." "I'm sorry to have worried you all," Molly said softly. "It's good that you woke up. It's good that you woke up." Aunt Petunia hugged the girl, tightly patted her frail shoulder, and then comfortingly stroked the girl's fluffy head. Seeming reluctant, Aunt Petunia casually said as she turned, "There's leftover milk and cookies in the kitchen. Heat them up and eat with Harry. Your uncle hasn't allowed him to have lunch." Then she hurried back to the room to tell her husband that Molly had woken up. Molly smiled faintly, and regardless of whether the other could still hear, expressed her gratitude, and slowly went downstairs. The door at the bottom of the stairs was gently knocked on, followed by Molly's soft voice, "Brother, aren't you asleep yet?" As Molly unlocked the door, it was swiftly pushed open, and the girl was embraced tightly. The boy trembled slightly, seemingly scared, yet also filled with the joy of having regained something lost. Jasmine stood on her toes, gently grooming Harry's hair. The boy in her arms gradually stopped trembling, yet he still held onto the girl, tightly, unwilling to let go. In Jasmine's room, the moon hung high in the sky. There were no clouds, but the surrounding mist made everything appear. The siblings sat cross-legged on the bed, wrapped in a small blanket, holding steaming mugs of milk, silently munching on cookies. "Brother." "Jasmine." They both broke the silence at the same time, only to fall back into silence. "Brother, are you okay?" Jasmine finally broke the silence. "Did Uncle Vernon give you a hard time?" "It's all my fault. Ooh, I couldn't control myself. It's not your fault." Harry quickly interrupted Jasmine's apology. "It's my own weakness." Harry thought to himself, "If I could become stronger, I could take Jasmine away from here. If what that man in black said is true, when we turn 11 next year, we can go to the magical world." Harry gently stroked the girl's hair, softly comforting her. "By then we can leave this place, Jasmine." Time rewinds 10 years. Uncle Vernon, on his way to work one morning, opened the door to find two small infants on the doorstep. The black-haired infant was sleeping soundly, while the red-haired one appeared quite weak, her beautiful emerald-like eyes half open and weary. Aunt Petunia came over holding the crying Dudley and saw the two children. Red hair, emerald-like eyes. "It's my sister's child." With Aunt Petunia's surprised exclamation and complex expression, the two children were brought inside. As time passed, they grew a little. Dressed in tattered, obviously ill-fitting clothes, they were both rather quiet. Compared to the brother who would respond, the sister appeared more like a lifeless doll. They often sat in a corner for long stretches of time. During their time here, the two children had a tough life. At such a young age, they bore most of the household chores and were frequently bullied by Dudley. Aunt and uncle rarely paid attention to them, but sometimes Aunt Petunia would stare at Jasmine's face with a complex expression. Jasmine had been frail since childhood, so Harry always tried his best to do more. If only I could cover my sister's medical expenses, I would definitely take her away from here. Just bear with it a little longer. A little longer. Harry constantly motivated himself. Until one evening, everything changed dramatically. Dudley, eager to play outside, lost track of time and hurried home just as the sun was about to set. Not out of fear of his parents' anger, but rather to avoid missing out on the freshly baked cookies. As Dudley left, he maliciously did not call out for Harry and Jasmine, who he had brought along. Harry kept a watchful eye on Dudley and quickly pulled his sister along to follow. Last time they ended up standing at the door all night because they didn't notice Dudley sneaking back home before finally being let inside. In an effort to shake off his younger siblings and to get to the cookies quicker, Dudley turned into an alley. But nobody expected that at the corner of the alley stood a group of idle delinquents gathered together smoking. Because he had been running, Dudley couldn't catch his breath and inhaled a large puff of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. This taste is disgusting. Choked by the smoke, Dudley coughed and cursed, completely unaware of the dark expressions on the faces around him. Harry, who had just caught up, was also surrounded by the crowd. Dudley seemed to just realize fear trembling as he shouted, "Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way." In the next moment, Dudley was knocked down to the ground by a punch, the overwhelming dizziness preventing him from seeing his surroundings. In a daze, he could only see a small figure standing in front of him and the scattered flying red hair. It was during this incident that Dudley's attitude toward Jasmine underwent a complete 180-degree change. This incident alarmed the police, as among those present, apart from Harry, everyone else had only minor injuries while the rest were severely injured and unconscious. The delinquents bore varying degrees of injuries, with multiple fractures, and some were even pierced in the legs by steel. As for the two children, one was unconscious due to a head injury, while the other little girl showed no signs of external injury, but remained in a deep coma. The three children were taken home, with the unconscious Jasmine placed in a small room on the second floor. Dudley, brought home to recuperate, was crying in his mother's arms. The child, who once feared nothing, now trembled as he hid in his mother's warm embrace, lamenting his grievances. An angry Uncle Vernon yanked Harry's hair, demanding, "What on earth happened?" Harry cried out in pain, gritting his teeth, replied, "It was Dudley who angered those people, and then got beaten up. Rocks and steel rods appeared from who knows where and swirled around us like a tornado, as if it were magic. There's no such thing as magic in this world." Harry was locked in the room under the stairs, and Uncle Vernon left with. That very night, Harry met a mysterious man in black at the hospital. He wore a long black robe that resembled a wizard's, with strands of hair falling across his forehead. He fed the unconscious Jasmine a bottle of purple potion and told Harry not to make a fuss. "When you turn 11, we will meet again in the magical world." Jasmine remained in a coma for 3 full days before waking up. The girl who awoke became cheerful, no longer dazed or silent. She seemed as if a doll had come to life. Dudley became cautious around the girl, no longer pulling pranks, showing a tenderness that had never been seen before. Aunt Petunia looked at the girl with more affection, as if reminiscing about a long-lost friend through her. Uncle Vernon also showed more concern for the girl, loving her like a father. Emerging from his memories, Harry looked at Jasmine, tenderly thinking, "I'm just glad Jasmine is awake." "Yes." Jasmine nodded obediently, saying, "Wherever brother goes, that is Jasmine's home." Later brother will learn powerful magic, so Jasmine won't be bullied anymore. Harry patted Jasmine's hair. The girl affectionately rubbed her head against her brother's palms, squinting her eyes to reveal a sweet smile. "Brother, what do you think the magical world is like? Do people all have magic? Could there be unicorns?" The siblings chatted warmly inside the room, unaware of Dudley outside, clenching his fists. Is Jasmine going to leave? Dudley thought, "No, this can't happen." He recalled his past behavior of bullying the girl, remembering the small figure Harry had protected in his arms. "No, it won't happen." Dudley painfully covered his head, thinking, "Jasmine will call me Cousin Dudley, as she won't hate me. I was just. Listening to the gentle laughter from inside, Dudley ultimately did not push the door open and despondently returned to his room. On an ordinary day, the sunlight outside was just right, and an owl soared through the blue sky. A letter slipped from the owl's claws, landing steadily on the carpet at the door. Inside the house, Dudley was dressed in a red school uniform, wearing a handmade hat, leaning against the fireplace and giving a thumbs up for a photo. "Smile," Aunt Petunia said, holding the camera and squatting down to take a picture of Dudley. "Vernon, look at your..." Aunt Petunia stood up, a look of satisfaction on her face, saying, "I can't believe he will be going to smelting school in just..." Uncle Vernon nodded with a smile beside her. "Becoming a smelting boy is the proudest moment of my life." Dudley tilted his head back, grinning at the obedient Jasmine standing nearby, his round belly and apple cheeks, making him look quite comical. Harry, who had just walked over, noticed Dudley grinning foolishly at Jasmine. His expression soured slightly, but he still asked, Aunt Petunia, Dudley's old school uniform is ready for dyeing. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon immediately lost their smiles and turned to look at Harry. Jasmine, noticing her brother's not-so-good expression, tugged at his sleeve. Oh right, I need to dye the uniform. After all, not everyone can attend smelting school. Aunt Petunia said, her tone dripping with mockery, and she and Uncle Vernon exchanged amused glances. Some people are simply better suited for public schools, Aunt Petunia continued with a laugh, and Dudley joined in. However, after saying that, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward, as everyone noticed Jasmine, who was staring down with her eyes cast low, her expression unreadable. Due to her health, Jasmine had hardly attended school or gone out. At first it was because strange magical occurrences seemed to always happen around the little girl, and she looked weak, and later it was out of a sense of pity. Ever since the little girl had saved Dudley, the farthest place she had been was the zoo, and even then something extraordinary had happened. Uncle Vernon's family secretly believed that Jasmine had used magic to save Dudley once again, which in turn softened their attitude towards Harry. It wasn't that Dudley simply dyed his old school uniform for Harry to wear. After all, Dudley's old uniform was merely too small to fit. It was still quite new, far better than the old, oversized, and wrinkled clothes Harry had worn before. As Aunt Petunia awkwardly walked towards the kitchen, she picked up the clothes from the iron bucket and said to Harry, Once this is dyed, you can wear it. Harry patted Jasmine on the back and replied, Okay, Aunt Petunia. Uncle Vernon, feeling awkward, sat on the sofa and lifted a newspaper. He occasionally glanced over the newspaper at the somewhat wilted girl. Dudley stood still, tugging at the hem of his new school jacket, watching Harry, comforting the girl, unsure of what to say, secretly gritting his teeth. At that moment the doorbell rang, and Dudley intentionally tried to distract Harry so he could comfort the girl himself. He said in an angry tone to mask his panic, Harry, go get the mail, hurry up. Harry turned to fetch the mail after seeing the girl smile at him. At that moment Dudley squeezed and stuttering, You can go to school this year too at my school. My parents agreed. Jasmine smiled and nodded at Dudley, indicating that she was fine. Harry picked up a pile of letters and glanced at them. When he reached the bottom letter addressed to Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Jasmine Potter, he raised his eyebrows in surprise and walked back into the house. After handing the remaining letters to Uncle Vernon, he walked over to Jasmine with the letter. Just as he was about to hand it to her and open it together, Dudley snatched it away, saying, Dad, look, Harry received a letter. Give it back, it's from me and my sister. Harry tried to catch up and grab it back, but Jasmine held on to Harry's sleeve from behind. Yours? Who would write? Uncle Vernon looked puzzled. Aunt Petunia came over, and Dudley craned his neck. The wax seal on the envelope clearly stated Hogwarts, along with a beautiful school crest. The three of them exchanged glances, their faces suddenly uneasy, and then turned to look at Harry and Jasmine. The owl continued delivering letters, various owls swirling and landing outside the window. The letters that came in were torn apart by Uncle Vernon in the next moment. But more letters kept coming in, and Harry, staying in his small room, could faintly hear that the delivery hole was seemingly sealed by Uncle Vernon. I wonder who can still send letters to our house, he said, followed by the buzzing sound of an electric screwdriver. Harry pushed the door open slightly and saw that the front door was sealed with long wooden planks, and expressionlessly, the number of owls around increased, perching on surrounding eaves, telephone poles, and parked cars. After observing the scene outside, Dudley turned to look at the girl, her still pale face showing no expression as she lowered her head, revealing no hints of joy or anger. You can go to school with me. There's no need to go to that unknown shabby Hogwarts, Dudley said, watching the girl's expression as he spoke. Jasmine looked up and smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. The Riddle, who had regained some memories earlier, had told her that his school was called Hogwarts, a place where wizards learned magic. And like him, she was also a witch. If I had regained my memories of being a witch sooner, I could have taught you to control your power. The voice of Riddle echoed in her mind, somewhat low and seemingly suppressing something. Jasmine lowered her head, responding silently in her heart. It's nothing. Dudley, seeing that Jasmine had no intention of responding, became frustrated and ran off to find his mother. His mother had said that Jasmine's mother had died going to that school. It was too dangerous. Jasmine couldn't be allowed to attend. Absolutely not. No matter how many memories I regain, you are my only friend. Riddle's voice seemed to mature a bit, and he added, no matter whether in my memories or in the future. Jasmine didn't answer. She walked to the window and looked at the owls freely flying outside, always delivering a letter before gathering in flocks outside. Uncle Vernon's car was nearly filled with owls. The farewell kiss of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia as they were about to leave for work was interrupted by the hooting of the owls flapping their wings. Due to the recent influx of owls delivering letters, Harry and Jasmine were ordered to stay in their rooms, unable to go out to play or even do house chores. Meanwhile, Aunt Petunia, who was preparing to make some cookies, listened to Dudley insist that Jasmine must attend his school for him to protect her, while she cracked an egg against the bowl's edge, only to find a letter inside the opened egg. 1 letter, 2 letters, an entire basket of eggs contained nothing but envelopes. After exchanging terrified glances with Dudley, Aunt Petunia looked outside, where owls had almost filled the view outside the window, emitting sounds that seemed mocking. Late at night, Jasmine came down to find her brother, only to see Uncle Vernon sitting in front of the fireplace. He also saw Jasmine and waved her over. As she approached, Lily saw Uncle Vernon placing letters into the fireplace one by one. She sat on the sofa nearby, the flickering flames in the fireplace casting a glow on the porcelain-like cheeks of the girl, adding a hint of rosy color and vitality, yet still appearing distant. "Lily, I think that world is still too dangerous for you." Seeing the girl smile distantly without addressing the matter, Uncle Vernon sighed and continued, "Perhaps your cousin. Perhaps we all do not want to experience the pain of losing family again. But you are not good to my brother." The girl's voice was a bit too soft, but the quiet atmosphere allowed Uncle Vernon to hear her words clearly. Uncle Vernon sighed helplessly and said, "Lily, you must understand your parents actually died in that world." The crackling of the fire accompanied his reminiscing of the past. Lily listened intently. It was the first time she had ever heard stories about her mother. Most of the stories were about ordinary people's fear of magic. They were rigid and conservative, but it was not hard to feel the man's love for his wife. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were ordinary parents who excessively spoiled their son, but out of fear of the unknown world they still wished that Harry and Lily could stay. They were ignorant and detestable, yet it cannot be denied that to some extent there was love from the uncle and aunt for Harry and Lily. "I don't want you and Harry to go to that unknown, terrifying world," Uncle Vernon said, patting Lily's head. "Now we can afford for you to go to a private school. Dudley can protect you there. Isn't this good for both of you?" Looking at Lily, who had her head down in silence, Uncle Vernon sighed and continued to burn the letters in his hand. Behind the corner door stood Harry, his expression unreadable. "Is it good for us?" Memories of Aunt Petunia's family always made him and Lily work hard, and they were deprived of food, clothing, and shelter. They would face all sorts of ridicule and even beatings for making mistakes. If it weren't for Lily saving Dudley, if they hadn't endured all this. But now staying was indeed a good choice for Lily, Harry thought. Afterward, Harry and Lily expressed their desire to stay, and Lily stopped her silent resistance. Life seemed to return to how it was before. Lily would do housework with Harry and borrow Dudley's old textbooks to preview the knowledge she was about to learn. However, they were still forbidden to go out to play because owls were still everywhere outside. Fortunately, school was about to start, and the boring days wouldn't last much longer. Lily read quickly. Although she had rarely attended school before, it was undeniable that she was truly intelligent. Almost every test she took, as long as she participated, she would score full marks. "Do you really not want to go to Hogwarts?" Watching Lily rapidly absorb the knowledge from the textbook, Riddle couldn't help but ask in his mind. Lily's speed in flipping through the book did not slow down as she replied naturally, "Well, with you teaching me, that's enough." Then with a graceful, silent levitation charm, the hot milk on the table gently floated into the girl's delicate white hands. What a terrifying talent. Despite saying this, Riddle couldn't help but smile. "The teacher teaches well," Lily playfully retorted. Since Riddle regained some memories about learning magic, he began teaching Lily some basic magical knowledge and spells. Compared to the foolish wizards in his memory, and even himself back then, Lily's learning speed was astonishing. In terms of theoretical knowledge, she had a photographic memory and could often apply concepts flexibly. In terms of magic, the girl's control of her magical power was impeccable. She not only didn't need a wand, but later on even performed silent spells effortlessly. Riddle could clearly sense the immense magical power within Lily, and also felt how obedient magic was to her. "What an astonishing talent. It's a pity that I seem to have already died just a soul now. Otherwise I could share half of my throne with Lily." "Wait, what throne?" Closing the book, Lily stretched lazily and opened the door to go downstairs. "In my opinion, this is the most wonderful day of the week." Uncle Vernon sat on the sofa, unable to hide his joy, and looked at Dudley, who was eating cookies, and asked, "Dudley, why do you think that is?" Dudley shook his head in confusion, smiling as he accepted the hot milk that Lily brought. "Because no mail is delivered on Sundays," Harry chimed in, bringing cookies. "That's right, Harry." Uncle Vernon's face showed a hint of appreciation as he took a cookie and said, "No mail is delivered on Sundays, haha. Not a single cursed letter, not one, haha." As Uncle Vernon and Dudley laughed, Lily seemed to see an owl flying past the window. Harry also saw it and exchanged a glance with Lily. The two of them pulled the curtain slightly. Many owls flew outside once again, filling the rooftops and fences. Even the ground was covered with the silhouettes of owls. Not a single letter. Suddenly a letter flew into the fireplace, interrupting Uncle Vernon. Harry and Lily turned to look, and Aunt Petunia had a terrified expression, while Dudley frowned. With the sound of rustling paper coming from the fireplace, a flood of letters surged in. Lily extended her small arm to shield Harry, and an invisible barrier quietly rose, preventing the chaotic letters from hitting them and blocking them all. "Oh no, stop it!" Uncle Vernon shouted. "Oh no." They three seemed less fortunate, only able to wave their arms to protect their heads and faces. Dudley, frightened, jumped into his mother's arms, shouting, "What is happening?" The letters fluttered in continuously, circling around the room before elegantly landing. "What a grand scene," Riddle teased in Lily's mind. Lily also smiled while Harry behind her clenched his fists. A loud crashing sound came from the doorway as Uncle Vernon stood up to look. The wooden board sealing the letter delivery opening had broken, and letters kept pouring and filling the entire house. "All right, then we'll move." Uncle Vernon waved his hands and shouted, "Move far away so they can't find us." An unknown small island. Waves crashed against the rocks accompanied by rumbling thunder. Torrential rain, mixed with hurricanes, washed over the exposed rocks of the island. This was a small island with only a small wooden cabin, originally not a large area, now being swallowed by the continuously rising waves, making the cabin appear precariously in the midst of the storm. The cabin was dark with only occasional lightning illuminating the entire room. Uncle Vernon's family had already fallen asleep in the bed on the second floor. Meanwhile, Harry, sleeping on the floor of the first floor, and Lily, lying on the nearby sofa, were not asleep, seemingly waiting for something. As the old clock chimed the hour, Harry drew a birthday cake in the thick dust on the floor. "Make a wish, Jasmine," Harry said to Jasmine, who had slid down the sofa to sit beside him, then closed his eyes and put his hands together in front of his chest. "I wish to always be with my brother." Jasmine mimicked her brother, also closing her eyes, folding her hands together, and murmuring softly. The thunder continued to rumble, and the rain kept pouring down. Yet the little girl's wish clearly reached Harry. Harry turned to look. The little girl was still wearing that white dress, her red hair somewhat disheveled against her chubby cheek. The faint glow from the fireplace illuminated the girl, and in the pitch-black room, she resembled the sun. Wishes lose their power once spoken. Riddle's tone had a hint of bitterness. Jasmine ignored him and silently repeated her wish several times before stealthily opening one eye to glance at Harry. Seeing that Harry had opened his eyes to look at her, she smiled and symbolically blew at the candle made of dust on the ground. Just then a loud rumbling sound echoed, shaking the whole house. Boom, boom. The sound came one after another, as if something was crashing against the door, while the entire wooden house began to tremble. Jasmine and Harry exchanged glances, got up from the floor, and hid behind one of the wooden pillars. Aunt Petunia turned on the light on the stairs. Uncle Vernon held a shotgun across his chest, with Dudley hiding behind him, all of them looking fearfully at the trembling door. "Who is it?" Uncle Vernon asked hoarsely. The front door collapsed under the pressure, revealing a massive silhouette illuminated by lightning. Bending down, he walked in, his unkempt hair blocking the light, making it impossible to see his face. "Aunt!" The Dursleys let out horrified screams. Harry also tucked Jasmine further behind him, staring wide-eyed at the giant who had just entered. He held a pink umbrella, slightly stepping aside, as a man in a black robe came in, his hair completely soaked and hanging in strands on his forehead. "It's him, the mysterious man I met at the hospital." Harry recognized the man who had fed Jasmine that mysterious... "I truly apologize." The giant Hagrid tucked the pink umbrella into his coat pocket and turned to prop the door back up. Uncle Vernon's expression stiffened upon seeing Snape enter. They were people from the magical world, the ones who regularly provided him with those unknown potions to help Jasmine's health. What were they here for? To take those two children away? No, no. Leave immediately. Uncle Vernon shouted angrily, raising his gun. "You are trespassing. Shut up, you old scoundrel." Hagrid stepped in front of Uncle Vernon and bent the shotgun barrel with his bare hands. With a loud bang, the bullet pierced through the roof. Snape stood still, his gaze never leaving the pillar behind which Harry and Jasmine were hiding. The hem of Jasmine's white dress was visible, forming a graceful arc. "The last time I saw you, you were just a baby, Harry," Hagrid said, looking at Dudley hiding behind, glancing around before asking, "Where's Jasmine?" "She shouldn't be so much bigger than I imagined, right?" Hagrid said, gesturing to pat his own belly. Dudley was clearly terrified, hiding behind his father, tightly hugging his mother, as if trying to disappear. "I am Harry." Harry cautiously stepped out from behind the pillar, protecting Jasmine closely behind him as he heard them mention himself and his sister. "Of course you are." Hagrid shifted his gaze, observing the small boy in front and the even skinnier girl behind him, a hint of compassion flashing in his eyes. "Come, I have something for you," Hagrid said, pulling out a white box with a simple blue ribbon tied around it from behind his coat. "I seem to have accidentally squished it, but it should still taste delicious." Harry took the box and opened it to find a pink birthday cake with green icing writing, "Happy Birthday, Harry and Jasmine." "Thank you." Harry received the cake and thanked along with Jasmine. "After all, not every day is your 11th birthday," Hagrid joked. Jasmine, who had just peeked at the cake, suddenly met Snape's gaze when she looked up. "It's him, Jasmine recognized him as the strange person who had always been around her, observing her from a distance. She quickly averted her gaze and hid back behind her brother. Harry also noticed Snape staring at Jasmine, gripping the cake box tighter and straightening his back to block the man. Snape, walking beside Hagrid, frowned and flicked his wand twice, causing sparks to flash. A good fire suddenly blazed in the dim fireplace. The Dursleys, hiding in another corner of the room, showed expressions of terror. With the light from the fire, they finally saw the girl hiding behind Harry and her emerald green eyes. His brow slightly relaxed, and he took out 2 bottles of purple potions from his robe. "Happy birthday," he whispered. Since Harry was holding the cake, Jasmine received the 2 exquisite potions, bowing her head to thank him. Faced with Snape's unwavering gaze, Jasmine shrank back behind Harry, who also frowned. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" Harry looked back at Snape with wide eyes. "I am Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and this is Severus Snape, the potions master at Hogwarts." Hagrid introduced himself as he sat on the sofa. "He is the potions master at Hogwarts, Severus Snape." Due to Hagrid's massive size, there was no space left on the sofa that could originally fit a small child. Snape stood by the fireplace, motionless, nodding in acknowledgement. He continued to stare intently at Jasmine, completely ignoring Harry's fierce gaze directed at him. "Of course you must know about Hogwarts," Hagrid continued. "I'm sorry, sir, we do not," Harry replied. As for Hogwarts, he was unclear about the contents of the letters. He only heard Uncle Vernon mention that it was the place where his parents had died in the magical world. "Oh, haven't you ever wondered where your parents studied?" Hagrid asked. Upon hearing mention of her parents, Jasmine peeked out, curious to learn more. But what did they study? Harry knew too little about magic. "They were wizards learning magic," Hagrid explained. "Of course you are wizards as well," Hagrid added. "No, I am not," Harry replied, glancing at Jasmine beside him. In Harry's eyes, magic was the kind that happened around his sister, the kind he had never wielded himself. But concerning his sister casting magic, if every time she used magic, she had to pay with fainting or risk her life, then he must not let her go to that Hogwarts. "You just need to be guided. You can absolutely become the best wizard," Hagrid said affirmatively. "Sir, I think you must be mistaken. Ooh, I could never be a wizard." Harry set down the cake, stubbornly raising his hand to protect the girl behind him, Jasmine. Jasmine stood behind Harry, tensed up, her face filled with vigilance. If one looked closely, the dust on the ground seemed to be rolling outward, slowly centered around the little girl. Hagrid glanced at Snape, smiled helplessly, and continued, "All right, Harry, hasn't there ever been something that happened when you were scared or angry that you couldn't explain, even to yourself?" He then looked at Jasmine. "As far as I know, if Professor Snape didn't send the magical suppressants every week." "Jasmine," Snape interrupted Hagrid, frowning as he stepped forward, pulling out a letter and handing it to Harry. "Perhaps you have the right to know." The letter was the same as the one delivered by the owl before, with the Hogwarts crest sealed in red wax. Harry turned to look at Jasmine, then opened the letter and read aloud, "Dear Mr. and Miss Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Uncle Vernon suddenly charged forward, shouting at Hagrid and Snape, "Listen, they're not going. The day we took them in, we swore never to have anything to do with that trash magic." "You knew?" Harry clearly guessed something. The glass bottle containing purple potion was the same one that his sister had been drinking. "You knew all along, but you just didn't tell us." Harry's disappointed gaze swept over Uncle Vernon's family. Yes, how did he not notice that exquisite glass bottle? In the hospital, it was because of that familiar glass bottle that he had let this strange man feed Jasmine medicine without any guard up, because it was the medicine Jasmine had been taking since she was little. "Of course we knew, because you're all that kind of people." Aunt Petunia also walked over from the corner, cradling the now calm. "Look at my perfect sister. How proud my parents must be that she received a letter." Aunt Petunia's face was full of sharpness and bitterness. The kind smile she used to show Jasmine was nowhere to be seen, and her tone was filled with hatred. "We have a wizard in our family. It's simply fantastic. Only I know her true nature." Aunt Petunia's expression twisted. "She's a freak." Jasmine, who had been quietly standing behind Harry, flashed a red light in her eyes, but a shadow moved faster. It was Snape, whose usually expressionless face had turned grim. No one saw how he appeared in front of Aunt Petunia. Everyone only saw a shadow leap past, and Aunt Petunia was scared to the ground by Snape, who raised his wand. "Don't say that about her." Snape said this through clenched teeth. "This is an insult." Hagrid also stood up from the sofa, reaching for a pink umbrella. "No." Uncle Vernon rushed up to protect Aunt Petunia, and the now crying Dudley, his voice trembling yet firm. "You're just as abnormal as she is." Aunt Petunia's face twisted, tears in her eyes, as she continued to stare at Jasmine's face, which looked so much like someone from the past, saying she died in that world. "Died from magic. We can only take you in. Breathe deeply." Riddle's voice echoed in Jasmine's mind, but it received no response. Jasmine clenched her fists, red light flashing in her eyes as the magic within her began to rage, due to others slandering her mother. Snape seemed to sense the magical vortex behind him, swiftly trying to control the Jasmine, who was on the brink of losing control. The immense magical energy formed a small vortex, pushing away Snape, who charged forward, and Hagrid, who was about to step forward as well. The sofa and furniture began to rotate slowly with the vortex. Everything was spiraling out of control. "Jasmine." As the vortex centered harmlessly around Harry, he embraced the girl, and the magical vortex gradually calmed down. Jasmine, exhausted, fainted in Harry's arms, her porcelain white face devoid of any color. Snape got up from the ground, stumbling forward again, opening the potion in Jasmine's hand and slowly pouring it into her mouth. The girl's face leaned weakly against Harry's shoulder. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her chest, she would truly look like a lifeless doll. "They're not going." Uncle Vernon broke the eerie silence. Hagrid also got up from the ground, dusting off his clothes, glancing at Jasmine with concern, and angrily said to Uncle Vernon's family, "Do you really think that people like you Muggles can stop them? These two children have been on the student roster since birth. They're going to the best magic school in the world." Hagrid took a few steps forward, his towering frame casting a shadow, and the current headmaster is the greatest wizard in Hogwarts history, Albus Dumbledore. "I won't pay for them to learn tricks from some crazy headmaster." Uncle Vernon interrupted Hagrid. Hearing this, Hagrid raised the umbrella in his hand in anger, speaking slowly and deliberately, "Never insult Dumbledore in front of me." "Hagrid." Snape stood up, gesturing for Hagrid to calm down, then looked at Harry, saying, "Your sister. And you both need to go to Hogwarts to learn how to control the magic within your bodies. To learn to protect yourselves." Harry shifted his gaze from the unconscious Jasmine in his arms to Snape's face. Yes, that's right, he felt foolish for thinking that going to Hogwarts was too dangerous for his sister. Given the current situation, staying behind was actually the most dangerous thing. "We want to go to school, Professor Snape," Harry said, then glanced down at Jasmine in his arms before looking up resolutely and saying, "Please take us away." Hearing Harry plead for this man in black robes to take Jasmine away, Dudley stammered, "No, you can't take her away." Snape looked into Harry's eyes, briefly answering with a simple "good," while casting a spell at Dudley. Suddenly Dudley's body began to swell, his already fat belly rapidly inflating like a blown-up balloon, his body slowly floating up. If Jasmine were awake, she would recognize this as a perfect inflation charm. "Jasmine wants." Glug glug. Dudley's words became slurred as Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia frantically grabbed their son's inflating hands and legs, panicking to prevent him from floating away. "Confidential." Snape turned his head slightly and uttered 2 words. Harry nodded, a look of quiet relief softening his expression. Hagrid tucked away his umbrella and checked the time on his pocket watch. "Oh, it's getting late. We ought to be off." He strode to the door, reached out, and effortlessly knocked over the flimsy panel that had been leaning precariously against the frame. Peering outside, he turned back and said, "It's raining heavily. Let's use this instead." He drew a gleaming golden key from his coat pocket. Snape nodded, then gently lifted Lily from Harry's arms. She was astonishingly light, so weightless she seemed poised to drift away upon the next breath. As this thought crossed his mind, Snape's grip instinctively tightened, only to relax again moments later. His posture stiffened as though cradling something infinitely rare and fragile, terrified of even the slightest jostle or misstep. Harry gathered the cake and the remaining vial of potion, cast one last lingering glance at the Dursleys, then broke into a light jog to catch up with Snape and fall into step beside Hagrid. "Hold my hand. Don't let go." With those words, Hagrid activated the portkey, and the group vanished instantly inside a London Underground carriage. The compartment was nearly empty. Hagrid the Giant and the impassive Snape sat on one side, Harry and Lily sat across from them. A single elegant woman in a navy blue suit sat nearby, absorbed in her newspaper. First-year students must bring 3 sets of plain work robes, 1 wand. At this, Harry and Lily exchanged a brief, uncertain glance before lifting their eyes toward Hagrid. Lily, who had lain unconscious for 2 days and only just awakened that morning, leaned against Harry's shoulder. As he read aloud the list of required supplies, she offered Severus Snape, who watched her unblinkingly, a deliberately bright, practiced smile. "Basic equipment, Harry," Hagrid affirmed with a nod, gesturing for him to continue reading. "1 pair of protective gloves, dragonhide or equivalent material." After reciting this line, Harry paused once more, glancing up at Hagrid with quiet uncertainty. Lily leaned forward and asked, "Is it really dragon skin?" Gazing into the girl's sparkling emerald eyes, Hagrid felt an unmistakable pang of affection and chuckled, teasing, "Well, it certainly isn't penguin hide, is it, Lily?" Then almost involuntarily, he sighed wistfully about wanting to raise a dragon himself. "You want to raise a dragon?" Lily's eyes widened further, her legs swinging lightly with the rhythm of the train, her delight radiating in every motion. "Huh. People misunderstand dragons terribly, Lily," Hagrid continued, warmly delighted by her fascination. "Given the chance, I'd surely." "Hagrid." Snape's voice cut in sharply. Hagrid followed his gaze. The elegant woman, still engrossed in her newspaper, had now lifted her head, her expression tinged with confusion and wariness as she stared directly at their group. Hagrid offered a warm, apologetic smile. She recoiled almost imperceptibly, ducking her head swiftly, feigning renewed concentration on her paper. Lily, catching the exchange, playfully stuck out her tongue at Hagrid. Then, stealing a quick glance at Snape, who still watched her with unwavering intensity, she hastily looked down and resumed listening to Harry's recitation of the shopping list. Hagrid glanced at the mischievous girl, raised an eyebrow, and shot Snape, a man whose expression had darkened noticeably, a faint, resigned smile. "London streets. All first years must possess 1 standard-sized pewter cauldron. Students may also bring an owl, a cat, or a toad if they wish." Even after disembarking, Harry continued haltingly reading the school supply list. Lily walked close beside Hagrid, holding Harry's arm to ensure he wouldn't trip while walking distractedly. Only now did Snape finally shift his gaze from the girl, his eyes scanning the surrounding crowd with quiet vigilance. Then a flash of purple, a woman's headscarf, darted past. Snape's face hardened. With a terse, "I'll meet you shortly at Potage's cauldron shop," he turned and strode away, leaving the others staring blankly at one another. Hagrid shrugged helplessly and led Lily and Harry onward. Once Snape had departed, Lily blossomed, her excitement palpable as she darted curious glances in every direction. Turning to Hagrid, who towered over passers-by like a gentle mountain, she asked, "Can we really find all these things here in London?" Watching her, bright-eyed and restless as a bird newly freed from its cage, Hagrid bent his massive frame slightly and whispered conspiratorially, "Only if you know where to look." He guided the two children into a shabby, weather-beaten pub whose faded sign, barely legible up close, read The Leaky Cauldron. The door creaked open onto a lively scene, cheerful music mingling with animated chatter. The barman behind the counter spotted Hagrid immediately and called out, "Ah, Hagrid, same as always." Patrons near the bar turned at the name and offered friendly nods. "No thank you, Tom," Hagrid replied. Shielding Harry and Lily ahead of him, he steered them forward and added, "I'm on official Hogwarts business. I'm helping young Harry and young Lily purchase their school supplies," Hagrid explained, giving both children a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The barman's expression shifted instantly to solemn reverence. Good heavens, he's Harry Potter. The previously bustling room fell silent, every gaze converged upon them in unison. The boy wore a slightly worn shirt and baggy trousers held up by a frayed leather belt. Round spectacles obscured much of his face, which flushed pink under the sudden, overwhelming attention. He was utterly endearing. Beside him stood the girl, her vivid red hair spilling over the front of her white dress in striking contrast. Flustered by the sheer volume of stares, she instinctively retreated half a step behind Harry. A delicate blush rose on her unusually pale cheeks, rendering her expression heartbreakingly vulnerable and impossibly charming. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter," said a stranger seated nearby, rising to clasp Harry's hand. His voice trembled as he repeated, "Welcome back." Harry blinked, exchanging a bewildered glance with Lily, then received yet another introduction. "I'm Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter," a woman declared, gripping his hand with fervent emotion. "I can hardly believe it. I've finally met you." Next approached a man wearing a purple headscarf, beaming as he stepped forward. "Harry Potter, it's such an honor to meet you." His speech faltered, whether from overwhelming emotion or an inherent stutter remained unclear. But as the man in the purple headscarf drew nearer, Riddle screamed, a raw, agonized shriek erupting inside Lily's mind. Since awakening from her magical surge, Lily had found Riddle deep in slumber. This was the first time in days he had stirred, and the first time he had cried out at all. Though Riddle had slipped into dormant phases before, and occasionally emerged with fragments of recovered memory, nothing like this had ever occurred. "What's wrong, Riddle?" Lily pleaded silently, but received no reply, only the relentless, piercing shriek echoing through her thoughts. Lily lifted her gaze to the man before her, the one in the purple headscarf, who stared fixedly at Harry, greeting him in that strange, stammering cadence, his smile subtly warped by something unsettling beneath. "Hello, Professor, I didn't see you just now." Standing behind Harry and Molly, Hagrid greeted them and introduced, "Harry, Molly, this is Professor Quirrell, who will be your defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts." Accompanied by Hagrid's introduction, Quirrell attempted to smile at Harry and Molly, but the unnatural twitching of his mouth gave his whole face a bizarre mechanical feel, making it quite uncomfortable to look at. "Nice to meet you." Harry politely extended his hand. Yet the somewhat abnormal Professor Quirrell raised both hands slightly higher to his chest, as if he were afraid of this simple handshake. A charming yet terrifying subject, Quirrell stuttered, not shaking Harry's hand, his gaze fixed directly on Harry, asking, "But you don't need it, do you, Potter?" After finishing, he stammered a few laughs. God knows how he managed to stutter, even while laughing. "All right, we must be off. There are still many things to buy." Hagrid patted Harry and Molly's shoulders, signaling it was time to leave, but he felt the young girl's shoulders shaking slightly under his palm. Quirrell, who had been staring at Harry, suddenly turned to Molly, who was standing slightly behind Harry, his eyes filled with a strange expression. Harry felt the force on his arm and glanced back at Molly. The girl slightly bit her lip, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, seemingly enduring something with great effort. Harry quickly turned to support Molly, and at Hagrid's gesture he said to the increasingly bizarre smiling Quirrell, "Goodbye, Professor." Then he and Hagrid, who was supporting Molly, were pushed away. Until the three figures disappeared through the side door of the pub, Quirrell's gaze remained fixed on the direction in which the girl vanished. The pub regained its lively atmosphere, with discussions circulating around the legendary savior and the beautiful little girl beside the savior, who looked like a little angel. "She is facing the savior. The mysterious man. She seems a bit uncomfortable. Could it be that I scared her just— oh, she is just too adorable." The whispers were mostly cut off by the closing door, making them harder to hear. As they left that seemingly timid and strange Professor Quirrell, Molly felt her gradually muddled mind starting to clear. The painful screams of Riddle in her mind slowly transformed into muffled groans of endurance. Only after Hagrid pushed them out through another door and into the back of the pub did Molly shake off that uncontrollable sense of strangeness, and Riddle in her mind regained his calm. "How are you?" Molly asked in her mind. "I'm fine." Riddle's voice was hoarse. Just too many memories surfaced all of a sudden. Molly sighed in relief, just about to ask something further, when Riddle indicated he needed some time to rest and organize the large amount of memories that had resurfaced, and fell silent. Molly's eyes flickered, puzzled by Riddle's sudden indifferent attitude. Normally he would certainly inquire about her fainting, or at least greet her before leaving. It seems this time he really is unwell. Perhaps there are some unpleasant things among the newly surfaced memories. "Molly, are you okay?" Harry asked, concernedly interrupting Molly's thoughts. "You should be resting in your room." He gently wiped the sweat from Molly's forehead with his sleeve. Molly returned a sweet smile to Harry, her voice slightly light, and carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness as she replied, "I'm fine, brother." Then she smiled at Hagrid and said, "Hagrid, could you please not tell Professor Snape about this later? If that strange uncle who had been watching her these past few days found out about her condition, she would likely have to lie in bed until school started enduring all sorts of strange and peculiar potions." After all, this opportunity to go out today was hard-earned exchange for several bottles of extremely bitter potion. Since he had been standing behind the girl, he hadn't noticed how terrible her complexion had been just moments ago. Now looking at the girl whose complexion had regained some color, Hagrid reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Yay," Molly cheered for herself. "Brother, you seem quite famous, everyone here knows you," Molly said with bright eyes to Harry, then turned to Hagrid and asked, "Hagrid, do you know why? Why does everyone here react so much when they hear my brother's name?" Looking at the lively girl, both Harry and Hagrid sighed in relief. Hagrid walked over to the wall while answering Molly, "Maybe it's not appropriate for me to tell you." Then he took out the pink umbrella he had previously held and knocked it a few times against the damaged bricks. Molly quietly noted this special knocking method: count 3 bricks up and then count 2 bricks in. A miraculous event occurred. The bricks began to retreat, as if they had come to life, moving up and down, rolling aside to reveal a doorway. Peering inside, there was a bustling crowd. Most wore wizard robes and hats. Harry and Molly's expressions mirrored each other, both shocked by the sight of the automatic door, their mouths agape. Hagrid smiled at the 2 children watching them with their sparkling, admiring eyes, and said with a hint of pride, "Harry, Molly, welcome to Diagon Alley." The 2 little ones walked into the slightly narrow street of Diagon Alley, looking up at the various shop signs and magical windows, as well as the different attires of the wizards bustling about. Harry and Molly maintained the same astonished expressions, overwhelmed by the fresh scenes that excited them immensely. Molly, being led forward by Harry, had a completely revitalized face that was flushed with excitement. Although her complexion still bore the pale hue of prolonged illness, the vibrant energy she possessed radiated a light akin to that of a small sun. In the crowd, Molly resembled a little fairy who had wandered into the human world, drawing various gazes from those around him. Harry noticed the gazes around him constantly shifting to his sister. Hagrid followed the 2 curious children, his messy beard hiding a look of indulgent affection. As they walked, he introduced, "Here you can buy some quills and ink. Over there are various little trinkets for casting spells." The shops were diverse, each with its own features. There was a shop surrounded by well-dressed ladies with scissors as the shop sign, showcasing elegant dresses that danced in the window. Another shop was filled with various kinds of animals, featuring owls of all types, some with snowy white feathers, serious expressions, and others making sounds similar to cats. A cute Bijed bat hung upside down from the shop sign. Molly looked through the window and saw a completely black cat, which was staring at her with golden eyes that sparkled like... Hagrid followed the direction of Molly's gaze and only caught a glimpse of a fleeting black furball. Looking back at Harry, he was momentarily distracted by the small boys discussing brooms beside the display cage, housing a pure white owl. "Look, this is the new model, the Nimbus 2000. This is currently the fastest model available." Golden lights illuminated the brooms in the showcase, and a group of boys about Harry's size crowded outside the window, nearly pressing their faces against the glass. Each of them was eager to perform a stunt, as if they could fly through the glass, or with their parents beside them, they would theatrically throw a fit. Hagrid shook his head in resignation, and continued forward, with Molly stretching her neck to look for the cute cats, and Harry twisting his neck almost 180 degrees to look back. Once Molly withdrew her gaze, she looked up and asked, "Hagrid, how can we afford these? My brother and I have..." Upon hearing Molly's question, Hagrid smiled and pointed to a crooked yet sturdy-looking building ahead, saying, "Your money is over there." Following the direction of Hagrid's finger, Molly and Harry saw 2 slanted pillars supporting a jelly-like twisted building, and together they read the name written on it, Gringotts. "Yes, this is the Wizard Bank." Hagrid nodded affirmatively, continuing, "There's no place safer than this. Oh, except for Hogwarts," he added, playfully winking like Molly did earlier on the train. As they entered Gringotts, the absence of natural light from outside made the interior, which should have seemed dim, appear resplendent due to the large chandelier above and the rows of torches arranged neatly. Although the chandelier was covered in cobwebs, corners piled with dust, and the floor seemed not to have been cleaned in years, Molly felt that these added a mysterious aura to the place. Rows of desks were neatly lined up, but the height of the desks seemed too tall for Harry and Molly's age. Even for the giant Hagrid, they reached up to his chest. It was the kind of height where one would have to tiptoe just to catch a glimpse of the contents of the books on the desks. Each desk was occupied by a worker who appeared quite peculiar, with long ears, elongated fingers, and were not tall, even shorter than Molly. Everyone was busy, some writing furiously, others searching frantically, and some were stamping with loud sounds. "Oh, Hagrid, what are those?" Molly tugged at Hagrid's clothing, asking softly. With her other hand gripping Harry's arm, Harry also held onto that little hand, clearly showing some fear towards these unfamiliar creatures and natural apprehension towards the unknown. "They are goblins," Hagrid replied in a low voice. "They're quite clever, but not very friendly." He raised an eyebrow and added, "Best stick close to me." Molly quickly tightened her grip on Harry, closely following behind Hagrid, trying not to pay too much attention to the goblins at the desks or the ones queuing with carts full of rubies. They walked all the way to the innermost and tallest desk, where Hagrid cleared his throat and addressed the goblin behind the desk saying, "Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Molly Potter wish to withdraw some money." The goblin behind the desk looked up at the towering Hagrid, set down his quill, leaned forward, and looked down at Molly and Harry beside Hagrid, asking, "So Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Molly Potter, do you have the key?" Seeing the goblin's graying hair and balding head as it opened its mouth to reveal a mouth full of sharp teeth, Molly and Harry simultaneously swallowed. Hagrid just then remembered the key was with him, rummaging through his pockets while saying, "Just a moment, the key is here, let me find it." The goblin's gaze returned to Hagrid, slowly sitting back down. "Ah, here it is." Hagrid, after searching, pulled out a beautifully crafted golden key from his pocket and then lowered his voice, saying, "There's also something else. Professor Dumbledore entrusted me with this." Hagrid pulled out a letter and handed it to the goblin, leaning forward slightly and whispering, "You know the thing in that vault." Molly and Harry exchanged glances, their emerald green eyes filled with the same confusion. "All right." The goblin nodded, calling over a younger-looking goblin with black hair and whispering a few instructions. The goblin led Hagrid and the two children to a mine cart at the back. Once everyone was seated, the cart started moving rapidly. At first, everything was pitch black, then flames illuminated the surroundings, as if traversing through a mine tunnel with round holes on either side. Due to the speed and the dim light, it was impossible to discern what they were. The sharp rocks hanging overhead as they sped by were quite alarming. The cart suddenly stopped, and the goblin's voice announced, "Vault 687. Then it jumped off the cart, turning to Hagrid, and said, "Please hand me the lamp." Hagrid turned and took the spotlight from the cart, handing it to the goblin. The goblin cradled the lamp with both hands and turned into the round hole. At that moment, Molly realized that these round openings were actually the enormous doors of vaults. Hagrid followed down from the cart with Harry behind him, and then Harry turned back to pull Molly along. The three of them followed the goblin to the vault's entrance. "Please give me the key," the goblin said. Hagrid bent down, took the lamp, and handed over the key. The goblin turned and unlocked a metal plate on the large door, revealing the keyhole inside. After inserting the key and turning it a few times, the door rang with a clanking sound. The goblin stepped back and the door opened automatically. What came into view was a room full of gold coins neatly stacked together, forming mountains of coins of various sizes. Harry and Molly's eyes widened in shock, their mouths agape. They both wore identical stunned expressions. Seeing the two children whose mouths had not closed all day, Hagrid said helplessly, "You didn't think your parents left you nothing, did you?" After collecting enough coins, the group went to another vault. "Vault 713, the goblin stated. The minecart stopped again, and Harry, supporting Molly, instinctively swayed forward. "Hagrid, what's in the vault?" Harry asked as he helped Molly out of the cart, looking up at Hagrid. Hagrid ruffled Harry's hair, saying somewhat sternly, "I can't tell you, Harry. It's about Hogwarts, it's top secret." "Step back." The goblin interrupted the two's conversation, raising a hand and scratching the vault's door with its long nails, causing it to clang. Molly sensed subtle magical elements hidden behind the door. As the goblin's finger traced over it, they dispersed to various parts of the door, unlocking it. "Is this alchemy? How fascinating." Molly thought of the wondrous alchemy Riddle had mentioned before, eagerly observing the door before her. As the door slowly opened, instead of a room filled with gleaming gold coins, there lay a small cloth pouch at the center. Hagrid took a step forward to pick up the small cloth pouch, then placed it into his inner pocket, reminding Harry and Molly, "Don't mention this to anyone." Afterward, he patted the pocket, indicating the importance of the matter. Harry and Molly obediently nodded their heads. Emerging from a shop, Harry was cradling a multitude of paper packages, large and small, that obscured his view, completely being led forward by Jasmine. Jasmine recalled the contents of their list and said, "We also need a wand." "A wand?" Hagrid, carrying a large assortment of packages, raised his hand to gesture towards a nearby shop. "This is Ollivander's wand shop. You all go ahead to pick out your wands. I have some matters to attend to." Hagrid mimicked Jasmine's action and winked one eye, saying, "He'll be right back." Jasmine sighed, feeling like she had taught Hagrid some bad habits. Yet this expression suited the giant Hagrid surprisingly well. Jasmine pushed open the shop door, and the bells above jingled merrily. She first stepped aside to let Harry, who couldn't see the path, enter, then waved at Hagrid outside before closing the door. Watching the door shut, Hagrid turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner of the alley. Inside the shop, Jasmine waved her hand and cast a levitation spell on the items in Harry's arms, placing the assorted packages steadily on the counter by the entrance. Harry thought it was the shop owner who had cast a spell to assist him and did not connect it to Jasmine, who was standing quietly beside him. Thus, although still amazed by the wonders of magic, he had managed to control his expression. "Hello." Harry looked into the shop, where several long counters reached up to the ceiling, neatly displaying rows of boxes, presumably containing wands. "Hello," Harry asked as he took Jasmine by the hand and led her to the counter. An elderly man with graying hair slid down from a high ladder, his expression excited as he looked at the speaking Harry. Harry and Jasmine were clearly startled, like two puffed-up kittens cautiously gazing at the agile old man. I have been wondering when I would meet you, Mr. Potter. Oh, and this lovely young lady must be Miss Potter, the old man remarked, noticing Jasmine's hair glimmering from the light of the desk lamp. The old man nimbly climbed down the ladder, inquiring about the two children's dominant hands both being right-handed, then took some measurements before tremblingly selecting a wand. Your parents also bought their first wands here many years ago, the old man said, while selecting, as if it happened yesterday. Ah, this one. The old man finally chose two boxes, carefully pulling one out and bringing it to the counter, offering one to Jasmine. She reached out to take it, but the wand seemed frightened and trembled as if trying to escape. Oh, not this one. The old man retracted the wand and handed the other one to Harry. Harry seemed still in a daze, and the old man urged him give it a wave and see. Finally coming to his senses, Harry waved the wand, resulting in all the cabinet doors at the back swinging open, causing their contents to tumble out. The sudden commotion startled Harry, who hastily held the wand with both hands and placed it on the counter. The old man said nothing and turned back to select more wands. Oh, perhaps. The old man descended the stairs and handed over two wands, saying, these two. This time Jasmine successfully grasped the wand and gave it a casual wave, and suddenly the cabinet which Harry had just disordered restored itself. Jasmine cast a silent cleaning spell, but the old man apparently thought nothing of it, believing it was merely a response to the wand's compatibility. This is the one, Miss Potter, the old man said with a satisfied smile, introducing it. 13 1/3 inches, ash wood with a core of unicorn hair, light and responsive. A very rare core, isn't it? I have only heard that it was used by James Stewart and Isaac Sorrel, the founders of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the 17th century. It is said that this type of core can discern Parseltongue and issue warnings. The old man observed the young girl carefully examining the wand, and continued, wands made from ash have a particularly close bond with their owners. If used by anyone else or given away, they will lose their magical power. Thus this wand has chosen you, Miss Potter. I hope you treat it well. I certainly will, sir. With Jasmine's affirmative response, the old man finally turned his gaze to Harry. Harry took a deep breath and then waved the wand in his hand, causing a glass vase on a nearby table to shatter, spilling water everywhere. No, no, the old man exclaimed, definitely not this one. This time Harry held the wand with such care that he had lifted his... The old man assured him it was fine while he delved into the rows of wands. After pondering carefully, he withdrew a dusty box from deeper within, saying, maybe this one. The old man's eyes darted around as if he were contemplating something. After a few seconds, the old man finally pulled out this wand, but this time he stepped out from behind the counter and carefully placed the wand in Harry's hand. The moment Harry took the wand, he felt an unprecedented surge of magic coursing through him. The surrounding lights brightened, illuminating his hair that danced as if stirred by a breeze. Suddenly the wand flew from Harry's hand and landed in Jasmine's grip. The lights flickered more intensely, and a stronger wind tousled Jasmine's hair, giving the already ethereal beauty an otherworldly quality, as if she might float away with the next gust. But the wand in Jasmine's hand was displeased, attempting to chase away the wand that matched her same affinity. How curious, truly curious. The old man quickly snatched up the two wands, marveling at how peculiar this was. Excuse me, sir, but what do you mean by curious? Jasmine glanced at the wands that had been taken away and asked aloud. I have sold wands for so long, yet I have never seen a wand that would choose two masters. The old man observed the wand in his hand with curiosity, as if testing it, and opened his palm. This time the wand flew back into Harry's hand. It seems it doesn't choose two masters, or perhaps this wand reflects the likings and dislikes of its owner. Your brother loves you dearly, Miss Potter. Jasmine glanced at her brother, giving him a sweet smile. But the girl felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Because when she had just held the wand in Harry's hand, she could sense the trembling of the soul of Riddle within her. Even though he had no intention of speaking, the old man returned the wand that had previously chosen Jasmine to her hand, and began to introduce the wand that had chosen Harry. I remember every wand I have sold. Coincidentally, there are two wands with cores from the same phoenix. One is the one in your hand, and the other is its brother. It is destined for you to wield this wand, while its brother left you with this scar. The old man said, raising his finger to point at the scar on Harry's forehead. The lightning-shaped scar that had just been revealed by the unknown wind that had tousled his bangs. Who is the owner of that wand? Harry asked. We never speak his name. The old man took a deep breath and leaned closer to Harry and Jasmine, whispering, but one thing is very clear, and that is that you can achieve great things. After all, the mysterious person we cannot name speaks in Parseltongue, and what he has done is indeed... Harry and Jasmine exchanged a look that only they could understand, then gazed at the elderly man in front of them, whose silver hair was somewhat unkempt, yet his demeanor exuded elegance. It's terrifying, but indeed significant. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a knocking sound came from outside the window. Harry, Jasmine, happy birthday. Following the sound, they saw Hagrid, who was holding a cage containing a snowy white owl and cradling a small black kitten that was hissing and scratching. It was clear that these two little animals were the owl that Harry had played with in the pet store and the little black cat that had been staring at Jasmine. The two little ones paid for their pets and happily ran out after bidding farewell to the old man. Halfway through, Harry slowed down and turned towards the table by the door. He finally managed to lift a huge stack of packages, but missed the open door that Jasmine had gone through, struggling with the doorknob instead. Outside the door, Jasmine carefully took the small black cat, which was flailing its little pink paws, and gently scratched its chin. The little black cat, which had been puffed up and fierce just a second ago, suddenly quieted down, gazing at Jasmine, with its big, watery, golden eyes unblinking. "Oh, what a lovely little creature," Jasmine said while petting the cat, looking up at Hagrid. "This birthday gift is absolutely wonderful, Hagrid." Hagrid chuckled and scratched his nose, which had turned a bit red due to allergies, and said, "I think these two little ones are meant." As he spoke, he raised the cage with the owl. The two looked at each other for a few seconds before glancing towards the wand shop, where they indeed saw a pile of packages wobbling, wanting to come out. Jasmine hurriedly opened the door and helped Harry steady the stack of packages that were about to topple over. From the side of the precarious pile, Harry caught a glimpse of his sister's wet dog-like eyes, and he smiled helplessly. Meow. At that moment, seeing that her owner's attention had shifted away, the little black cat mewed in a soft voice, nudging Jasmine's arm, with its little head desperately seeking affection. "Oh, such a cute little kitty, I need to give you a name." Without hesitation, Jasmine, who had just been coaxing her brother, turned to play with the kitten in her arms. Harry sighed, helplessly contemplating whether to compete for affection with the black cat on its first day. Standing at the door of the cauldron shop, Snape easily noticed Jasmine and the others. It was not only because the girl was cradling a sleeping black cat and holding a cage with a snowy owl, but also because she was smiling warmly like a ray of sunshine in the cold winter. Her fiery red hair shone dazzlingly in the sunlight, drawing the attention of nearly everyone. Then there was Hagrid, who was already a towering figure with packages hanging off both arms, taking up more than half of the narrow street, forcing the crowd to squeeze into the shops on either side. And of course there was the mountain of packages. Snape rubbed his forehead in frustration, silently considering whether to just leave. As Hagrid pushed through the crowd, Jasmine spotted Snape standing at the door of the cauldron shop. He stood at the door holding only 2 suitcases, his eyes fixed on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. "Professor Snape," Jasmine's voice called out, and Snape, who had been frozen in place just a second ago, immediately approached. Though Harry couldn't see due to the pile of packages blocking his view, he still called out, "Professor Snape." Hagrid also noticed the dark-robed figure approaching like the wind and greeted him. Snape nodded in response, freeing one hand to take Jasmine's cage and the little black cat. As soon as he took the cage and lifted the little black cat by the scruff of its neck, the sleepy kitten instinctively bared its teeth and stretched out its claws to swipe at the human, disturbing its slumber. "Professor Snape, maybe I should hold Vivian instead." Just as Jasmine was about to take back the little black cat, it suddenly stopped struggling, snuggling into Snape's arm and affectionately nuzzling him. What a joke! This human's gaze and expression are very intimidating for a cat. Watching Vivian cuddle up in Snape's arms, Jasmine's smile faltered, and she lowered her raised hand, awkwardly chuckling. "That's a beautiful name." Snape glanced at Jasmine, who seemed a bit disgruntled, and changed the topic. "Have you got—" While Hagrid and Harry were still reminiscing, Jasmine confidently replied, "We just need the cauldron." Snape nodded, indicating that he had just bought a cauldron at the Patil's cauldron shop, and packed it in his suitcase, then led the group away from Diagon Alley. At the dinner table, Hagrid and the siblings were having dinner, while Snape had left for Hogwarts due to the upcoming school term, giving Jasmine 2 vials of potions before he left, promising to see her at school. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was overly quiet. Seeing the 2 children seemed to have something on their minds, distracted while eating, Hagrid asked, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you speaking?" Harry and Jasmine exchanged glances and asked, "He killed our parents, didn't he?" Then, touching the lightning scar on his forehead, "The one who left me this scar." Hagrid's gaze flickered, and he lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. "You know, Hagrid, I know you must know." Watching Hagrid's uneasy expression, Jasmine said softly. Looking at the determined expressions of the 2 little ones, Hagrid sighed helplessly and said, "First, there's one thing you must understand, because it's very important. Not all wizards are good people. Some wizards can turn bad. A few years ago, there was a wizard who was simply evil to the core. His name was Vold." Hagrid sighed again, trying once more. "His name was Vold, but still failed. Perhaps you could write down his name." Seeing Hagrid's dilemma, Jasmine suggested, "No, I can't spell." Hagrid seemed to gather a lot of determination before softly uttering the name Voldemort. "Voldemort." Harry and Jasmine repeated the name at a normal volume, but it seemed a bit loud for saying this person's name. Hagrid let out a sigh, signaling the 2 little ones to be a bit quieter. At that time, Feudemo began recruiting followers into his dark ranks. "Oh, anyone who resisted could scarcely escape. Your parents opposed him," Hage whispered, sorrow creasing his features. "Whoever he resolved to kill did not survive. No one could escape except you," Hage said, patting the 2 children on the head. "Us? Feudemo wanted to kill my sister and me." Hallie was puzzled. He could not understand why this stranger he had never seen would want to kill him and his sister. Molly sat quietly at his side, also waiting for an answer. "Yes, Hallie," Hage said, glancing at the 2 youngsters. He reached out and touched the scar on Hallie's forehead. "This mark is no ordinary wound. Only contact with a curse can leave such a scar, a malign curse." Molly's condition began after that, Hage added, looking with pity at the girl whose face had grown unnaturally. "I remember when I visited the Boat household when you were small. that little girl was like a little angel, always smiling sweetly at everyone. Her little cheeks were rosy like apples, full of life and vigor. What happened after that? Harry took his sister's trembling hand, offering a silent reassurance to the unsettled child, and continued. Molly composed herself and asked, "What became of that man?" "Some say he died," Paige replied, then shook his head. "I think that is nonsense. I believe he still walks this world." Paige said, his face full of loathing and his teeth clenched. "He has only been worn down, no longer able to commit evil." At the suggestion that he might still be alive, a spark of red flitted through Molly's eyes, and her expression took on a strange shadowed quality. Feeling a gentle squeeze on her hand, Molly looked up at her brother. They exchanged a silent, knowing glance. "But one thing is certain, that night you Hallie broke his momentum," Paige said with a lighter tone. "That is why you are known. Now everyone knows your name. You are the boy who survived the great calamity," Paige said. The mood grew oddly subdued. He said no more, and led the two children back to their room to sleep. In their in-room night, deepened. Molly did not sleep. The moonlight outside was sometimes veiled by clouds, casting the girl's porcelain face into shadow. "I know you are there," Molly whispered, her voice so slight it seemed as if the breeze slipping through a slightly ajar window could scatter it away. Receiving no reply, the girl murmured, as if to herself, "I thought we would be very good friends." "We already are," Lighter finally answered aloud within Molly's mind, his tone bitter and resigned. Moonlight threaded through the clouds, and beyond the wind-lifted veil, touching the faint lift at the corner of the girl's mouth. "Yes, we are the best of friends." Her delicate voice lingered in the room. "So can you tell me what happened?" After a silence in her mind, Lighter's voice came. "I suddenly realized. I was a child my mother decided to abandon even before I was born." Molly fell silent, unsure how to comfort the lonely boy in her head. "You have me," Molly said softly after a long moment. Lighter replied faintly in her mind, and somehow his mood eased. Perhaps Molly truly was something special to him. A night 10 years ago, the moon hung high as a green light streaked across the sky. Oh, a mother's piercing scream cleaved the night, and the brother's cry rang out. In the crib, little Molly watched the intruder and smiled faintly, as if she thought it a new game, even reaching out her chubby hand toward the wand near her brother's head. "You smile like a little angel, but your brother's crying is truly annoying," the intruder said, and another green light. A burst of dark magic of overwhelming force exploded, the light filling the entire bedroom. The curse rebounded. The tremendous shock struck the caster, and struck Molly as well. As the intruder's soul shattered and scattered, one fragment darted into the stunned Molly. From that moment, Molly was no longer the vivacious little angel. Her smile disappeared. Her soul, battered by the enormous impact, drifted in a state of dissociation and instability, withdrawing into the body, and leaving only a faint presence that mechanically sustained basic life. It could be said that Molly's soul before the age of 5 lived inside the memories of the invading spirit. Lighter's soul having been torn as well remembered only his time in the orphanage. Faced with this infant who had appeared beside him and smiled like a little son, young Lighter, realizing only he could see Molly, claimed the baby as his possession, something visible only to himself. This feeling, rare as joy was to him, obsessed the small boy, and he took it upon himself to care for the frail infant. The infant grew into a charming girl, and her weak body improved day by day. Once, when other orphanage children surrounded and bullied Lighter, the girl displayed powers akin to his own. Perhaps countless pebbles and nearby twigs rose and shot toward the children, whose faces were twisted with malice beyond their years. The fallen children suddenly became phantoms, and the scene blurred and sped past. Only then did Lighter realize he was merely a soul parasitizing the body of the girl that only he could perceive. The world before him was merely his old memories. The memories had not changed, but beside the once lonely self there was now a little girl. Lighter, who had long considered the girl his own, panicked. A fear of losing her swept through the small boy's entire body. He became cautious and possessive, constantly indoctrinating the girl, insisting they would always be best friends, and murmuring words meant to strip away her inner self. Yet the thing he feared most still happened. The girl's magic erupted in violent disorder. The weakened soul was struck again, but unexpectedly awoke from the body. Her existence became a light in his gray memories, driving Lighter mad with the desire to keep and possess her. Had he been brainwashing himself all along? People are like that, say something long enough, and it becomes true. Hagrid was leading the two little ones along the path to the station. Perhaps it was due to Hagrid's massive stature, or the stunning beauty of the girl, or the snowy white owl perched on the cart that Harry was pushing, that passers-by couldn't help but stare and whisper among themselves. The usually gentle Hagrid seemed a bit irritable. After being scrutinized once more, and overhearing the whispers, he finally couldn't hold back any longer, and irritably said to the passerby, "What are you looking at?" Molly, holding the suitcase left by Snape with one hand, tugged at Hagrid's sleeve, with the other redirecting his attention. Hagrid helplessly pouted, then pulled out a pocket watch from his pocket, glanced at the time, and exclaimed, "Oh, Merlins, it's already this late." He then urgently told the two little ones, "I'm sorry, Molly, Harry, I have to go. Dumbledore is waiting for me." At this point, Hagrid paused, patting the pocket that held the mysterious small package, trying to find the right words. He eventually rephrased, saying, "He is waiting to see me." Handing the 2 train tickets to Molly, Hagrid instructed the train leaves in 10 minutes. Make sure to hold on to your tickets, they are very important. Molly looked at the ticket in her hand and read the location with confusion: platform 9 3/4. Hagrid, is this a mistake? Does such a platform even exist? Not receiving an answer, Molly looked up in confusion only to find that Hagrid had already vanished from sight. She turned back to see her brother wearing the same puzzled expression. The 2 little ones could only make their way to the unheard-of platform on their own. As they walked through the bustling crowd, Molly helped Harry push the cart, dodging pedestrians while glancing at the station sign. Excuse me. A hurried young man nearly bumped into Molly hastily, leaving behind an apology as he boarded the adjacent train. Molly, steadied by Harry, shook the suitcase in her hand and said, "Why didn't we think to buy a few magical suitcases that?" Looking at his sister's face scrunched up in frustration, Harry smiled fondly, ruffled Molly's hair, and promised, "Next time we go, I will definitely buy a few." Molly nodded with a smile at her brother's promise, then looked up at the station sign 9. She then shifted her gaze to a nearby staff member, pulling her brother forward to inquire, "Excuse me, sir, could you tell us where platform 9 3/4 is?" The staff member, looking bewildered at the adorable red-haired girl before him, politely replied, "There is no platform 9 3/4 here." As he turned to leave, he muttered to himself, "Platform 9 3/4. Perhaps you should ask me." The voice of Riddle in Molly's mind was interrupted by another voice. It's always like this with Muggles everywhere. A middle-aged woman was walking by with a little red-haired girl followed by 4 red-headed boys, including a pair of twins, and a boy who looked to be the same age as Harry and Molly. All 4 were pushing carts similar to Harry's, and there seemed to be an owl on one of the carts. "Muggle." Molly and Harry repeated in unison, exchanging glances as they pushed their cart to follow. "All right, Percy, you go ahead first." The middle-aged woman called to the boy leading the way, and the boy quickly pushed his cart toward the pillar, vanishing as if he had walked through it. Harry and Molly exchanged surprised glances. "Fred, you follow." The middle-aged woman then gestured to one of the other twins standing aside, complained, "He's not Fred, who I am." The boy, who was pointed at as Fred, also protested seriously, "How can you still call yourself our mother?" "I'm really sorry, George." The middle-aged woman apologized helplessly, then waved for him to go ahead. George pushed the cart forward, grinning as he said, "Just kidding, I'm Fred." He quickly ran toward the pillar, disappearing in front of it. The Fred beside him hurriedly pushed his cart inside as well. After watching the twins prank, Molly softly called out, "Excuse me." She approached with Harry, and since they were running a bit fast, she appeared slightly out of breath as she asked the middle-aged lady, directing everyone through the wall, "Excuse me. Could you tell us how to get to platform 9 3/4? "Oh, how to get to platform 9 3/4, dear." The middle-aged lady looked at the soft and adorable red-haired girl, kindly patting her back to soothe her. "Don't worry, Ron is also going to Hogwarts for the first time." As she spoke, she pointed to the last red-haired boy pushing a cart nearby. He nodded back at Harry and Molly with a confident. Molly politely returned a smile, shifting her gaze back to the middle-aged lady to continue listening to her direction. Meanwhile, Harry cast a few disgruntled glances at the red-haired boy, who kept grinning at his sister. Only when the boy turned to him with a confident smile did he respond with an awkward smile and look away. "You just need to walk straight toward the pillar between platforms 9 and 10. The middle-aged lady said as she affectionately patted the girl's shoulder. "If you're nervous, you can jog a little." "Good luck." The little red-haired girl standing beside the middle-aged lady kept staring at Molly and added, "Good luck." She stepped aside. Molly glanced at her brother, receiving an encouraging nod, then took a deep breath, holding the small suitcase as she jogged into the wall. Molly felt a brief darkness before everything brightened again, and she had already passed through the wall, arriving at a completely different platform. "You could have asked me," Riddle complained in Molly's mind. "Afterwards, you can tell me more about Hogwarts." Molly softly reassured the disgruntled Riddle in her mind, not noticing Harry, who was pushing his cart and running in behind her. "Watch out! Watch out!" In the chaos, Molly was pulled into an embrace. Looking up, she saw one of the red-haired twins from before, a teasing smile on his face as he said, "Beautiful little daydreamer, this is no place to be dazed." Another twin came up, wrapping an arm around Molly's shoulder, teasingly, saying, "Fred, how can you say this to such a beautiful lady? You're the real Fred, stop joking." The twins continued to bicker, completely oblivious to the girl caught off. "I'm sorry, please let go of my sister." Harry, who had just entered, finally managed to pull Molly out from between the 2 tall boys, tightly protecting her behind him, while watching the pair of twins warily. Facing the gaze that resembled that of a thief, the twins merely exchanged a smirk, clearly unconcerned. "Thank you for earlier, Fred." Molly poked her little head out and politely thanked the twin who had just pulled her away. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the eyes of the red-haired boy, but he quickly returned to his teasing demeanor, saying, "I'm George, beautiful little scatterbrain." The twin beside him did not rebut this time, but instead fixed his gaze on Molly behind Harry, displaying a smile identical to George. "Is that so? Okay, I will remember that." Molly nodded, seriously observing the 2 identical twins, seemingly reassuring herself. As Molly confidently assured them, the 2 boys were momentarily taken aback, glancing at each other's identical faces, hairstyles, and clothing. Just then the train's whistle shattered the silence, and the twins regained their composure in nudging each other and winking at Molly as they said in unison, "See you at school, beautiful lady." We hope you'll be able to tell us apart by then. Watching the twins playfully board the train, Molly stepped out from behind Harry and met his somewhat angry gaze, only then realizing his gloomy expression. Brother. Molly blinked in confusion, not understanding Harry's fatherly-like emotions. The train whistled, billowing clouds of white smoke as it passed through lush forests, expansive grasslands, towering mountains, and vast lakes. As the beautiful scenery outside the window rushed by, Molly wore a small frown, enduring a dual lecture from her brother in riddle. After boarding, Harry looked at the bewildered girl, who seemed somewhat helpless due to his anger, sighed slightly, and organized his words, saying, Molly, you need to learn to keep a distance from other boys in the future. Riddle in Harry's mind surprisingly echoed, you should indeed maintain distance from others. You ought to have a clearer and deeper understanding of your own appearance. As he spoke, Riddle gradually fell silent, recalling the shy yet crazily infatuated girls from his time at Hogwarts. Then he looked at the girl whose youthful yet beautiful appearance resembled that of a princess from a fairy tale, and sighed quietly. Going to school afterward is likely to cause quite a stir. I understand, brother. Please don't be angry. Molly will be good from now on, and will maintain a distance from boys. Knowing why her brother was angry, Molly immediately promised in a somewhat meek manner. She also internally assured Riddle that she would take a good look in the mirror tonight, deeply recognizing her own appearance. This left Riddle feeling both speechless and amused. Watching the girl obediently tugging at her sleeve while shaking and promising, Harry felt he could never refuse his sister's sparkling puppy eyes. Ultimately unable to maintain a serious lecturing demeanor, he smiled indulgently and ruffled the girl's, but gazing at the girl's delicate face, still feeling uneasy, he continued, all right then. Excuse me, a small boy's voice interrupted Harry's anxious lecture, asking, all the other places are full. Looking up toward the door, it was the first-year student from Hogwarts introduced by the middle-aged lady earlier, Ron. The red-haired boy leaned against the door, peering in to ask. Having just been lectured, Molly turned obediently to look at Harry. Seeing the girl's adorable gestures indicating she was being good, Harry smiled helplessly, pointed at the empty seat across from him, and said, sure, go ahead. The red-haired boy walked in with a smile and sat in the window seat opposite Harry, then introduced himself. Hello, I'm Ron Weasley. Noticing Ron's somewhat furtive glances at his sister, Harry cautiously introduced himself. Hello, I'm Harry Potter, and this is my sister Molly Potter. Ron, who had originally been smiling, suddenly widened his mouth in surprise, letting out an exclamation while pointing to his forehead and asking, so, is that true? I mean, do you really have that? That? What? Harry asked, somewhat puzzled. That scar. Ron looked around, leaning in a bit to whisper. Seeing that Ron's attention had completely shifted to him with not a hint of undue focus on his sister, Harry confidently lifted his hair to reveal the lightning scar. Amazing! Ron exclaimed in awe. Just then a conductor passed by, pushing a cart of snacks, asking, kids, would you like? Ron raised the food he had in a plastic bag and said, no thank you, I brought some. Seeing the shiny gold galleons in Harry's hand, Ron gasped in awe. Afterward, Harry shared snacks with Ron, who introduced various snacks unique to the magical world while munching, his gaze fixated on the treats. These are Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I've heard they come in all sorts of flavors. As Ron munched on a cookie, he looked at the pack of candies Harry picked up and continued, there are chocolate, mint, strawberry, and even spinach and liver flavors. Looking at Harry's expression twist after he tried one, Ron added, George said he once had a booger flavor. Harry silently spat out the Bertie Bott's every flavor bean he had just tasted. Molly, giggling, tried one too and squinted her eyes to discern the flavor, exclaiming, apple flavor, sweet and sour, very delicious. She then received looks from Harry and Ron that communicated, no way, you're really lucky. Molly happily picked up a delicate pentagonal box with a blue base and gold edges, reading the name on it aloud, Chocolate Frog. Then she looked up at Ron, who was struggling with a long piece of gummy candy, asking, it won't really be a frog, will it? Just a spell was cast. Finally managing to take a bite of the gummy candy, Ron chewed, while vaguely explaining, you mainly buy it to collect the cards. Each pack comes with a card of a famous wizard. As Ron reminisced, he said, I have collected about 500 cards so far. Listening to Ron's explanation, Molly opened the box and a chocolate-colored frog jumped out, clinging to the train's window. Molly let out a small exclamation in surprise, dropping the box in fright. Be careful. Ron watched helplessly as the chocolate frog leaped out of the open window, unsure whether to feel sorry for the frightened girl or for the escaped snack. In the end, Ron chose to mourn the lost snack, lamenting what a shame it was supposed to jump only once. I didn't expect you to be afraid of frogs. Riddle's voice echoed in Jasmine's mind, as it seemed he had never witnessed her being afraid of anything in their previous interactions. Who said I was scared? I just wasn't prepared and got startled. Jasmine replied fiercely in her mind to the quietly chuckling Riddle. Then she opened another chocolate frog, quickly pinning down the little one that hadn't even jumped, bringing it to her mouth and viciously biting off its head. Ron, sitting beside her, was utterly charmed by the girl's fierce little appearance, resulting in him forgetting to chew and swallowing a large piece of gummy candy, which immediately got stuck in his throat, causing him to pound his chest frantically. Jasmine thought that her cute little bites had startled Ron, feeling a bit shy, and handed him a bottle of soda. After receiving it, Ron gulped down nearly half the bottle. Finally managing to swallow the candy, he let out a long belch turning bright red. It was hard to tell whether he was choking or embarrassed. Or perhaps it was because the girl in front of him smiled like a ripe apple, making him unable to resist. Ron shook his head, trying to rid himself of inappropriate thoughts, abandoning the long gummy candy and switching to other snacks. Harry watched as Ron seemed to withstand another adorable assault from his sister, silently accepting her present. Bending down, he picked up the chocolate frog box that Jasmine had opened earlier, flipping it over to reveal an old man with a long white beard. "It's Dumbledore," Ron exclaimed upon seeing it, but quickly added with a pout, "I already have 6 Dumbledore cards." Jasmine and Harry had heard Hagrid mention Dumbledore's name, but this was their first time seeing it. Then Jasmine turned over the box of the chocolate frog she had just eaten, revealing an old man who looked a bit eccentric, yet exuded elegance. "Gellert Grindelwald." Jasmine read the name on the card aloud. Ron pondered for a moment, realizing he didn't seem to have collected this card, and asked Jasmine if she could give it to him. The more he looked at Jasmine, the more she resembled his sister, making Ron's attitude towards her quite familiar. They both had red hair, though Jasmine was a bit cuter than his sister. "No way." Jasmine tucked the card into her pocket. She had a hobby of collecting things too. But seeing Ron's somewhat pitiful expression, she thought for a moment, and said, "If I draw him later, I'll give it to you." "Okay, Ron." Receiving the promise of the card, Ron nodded happily and continued to indulge in snacks. Harry shook his head helplessly and looked down at the card in his hand, preparing to collect Dumbledore for his sister, when suddenly the card turned pitch black, prompting him to exclaim, "He's gone." "He can't just stay there all day," Ron remarked, indicating not to make such a fuss, while popping a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Accompanying the sound of a mouse, there was also the rustling of snack bags. Jasmine and Harry turned to look for the source of the sound, spotting a plump brown rat happily burrowing into another box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans on Ron's lap. Ron followed the gaze of the two across from him and looked down at his lap, seeing his brother's pet rat, introducing, "Oh, this is my Scabbers, isn't he pitiful?" Looking at the somewhat dirty rat with uneven fur that seemed a bit bald, Jasmine and Harry exchanged glances and said in unison, "A little, I guess." Ron continued to stare at his pet rat, not noticing the awkward smiles on the faces of the two across from him, and added, "Fred taught me a spell that can turn him yellow. Do you want to see?" Upon hearing that there was a spell to change the color of the pet, Jasmine immediately became interested, asking him to demonstrate right away. After all, Jasmine's little black cat Vivian was perfect in every way except that she was too black. When she didn't respond, it always took a long time to find her. Sometimes it took ages only to turn around and see her following behind, also looking for something, which was quite annoying. If only she could turn into the same color as Harry's Hedwig. The pure white owl would definitely stand out and be easy to find. Looking into the girl's emerald-like sparkling eyes staring at him, without blinking, Ron immediately put down the snacks, straightened his back, and raised his wand towards his pet rat Scabbers. He even pretended to clear his throat, saying "Sunshine." Just as he was about to utter a word, a figure suddenly walked. It was a little girl in a wizard's robe with bangs and wavy brown hair that fell to her chest. She first looked around, then her gaze was drawn to Jasmine and could not be torn away, asking, "Has anyone seen a toad?" Someone named Neville lost one. Thinking of the chocolate frog she had just released, Jasmine couldn't help but chuckle and softly replied, "Lovely miss, we haven't seen a toad." Upon receiving a negative answer, the girl standing in the aisle with her hands on the doorframe had no intention of leaving. Noticing Ron holding his wand, she said, "Are you casting a spell? Then let me see." Though she said that, the girl's gaze still occasionally flicked towards Jasmine. It was unavoidable. The red-haired girl before her was simply too adorable, even more so than her favorite doll. She wanted to know what the girl's name was, wondering if she could be friends with her. Ron cleared his throat again and recited a few words: "Sunshine, Daisy, Butterbeer." Quickly turned this silly fat rat yellow. With a wave of his wand, the box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans above Scabbers' head emitted a flash, flying away along with a cloud of smoke. However, the rat's color did not change at all. Its cheeks were still bulging as it swallowed the last Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. "Are you sure that's a real spell?" The girl at the door spoke with a hint of arrogance. "It seems like that spell isn't very effective." Feeling embarrassed for not successfully casting the spell, and hearing the girl at the door's somewhat haughty tone, Ron discreetly turned away, making a bitter and eye-rolling expression towards Harry. The girl at the door kept her gaze fixed on Jasmine, oblivious to Ron's displeased expression, and continued somewhat arrogantly, "Of course, I've tried a few simple spells, and they all worked quite well." After saying that, she pulled out her wand and stepped forward, aiming it at Harry's eyes. Just as she was about to cast a spell, her wand flew out of her hand. Luo and snorted with laughter. The girl who had just entered picked up her wand, blushed deeply, stole a glance at Emily, and finding no trace of mockery on her face, exhaled softly. Unwilling to be dissuaded, she asked Holly for the glasses and raised her wand once more. With a flawless glasses restoration charm, the place where the spectacles had been taped together was made whole in an instant. Emily smiled obediently on the surface, but felt a flutter of panic inside as she asked Lee d'Air. She did not realize it was my disarming charm, did she? While Emily wondered how her silent wandless charm could have been discovered, Lee d'Air noticed the girl's averted look and flushed cheeks when she glanced at Emily. He sighed and decided to tell a small lie to keep Emily away from her. Lita Eyre said perhaps she knows some detection magic. In any case, she could be dangerous. Better to keep your distance. Emily protested, but she did not unmask my magic. And she is so skilled. She knows such a practical charm. She even helped my brother fix his glasses. Emily refused Lita Eyre's warning, and instead felt a surge of admiration for the girl before her. Seeing Emily grow interested in the girl, Lita Eyre felt a sharp pang of regret. He wished he had been straightforward from the start. How could he say it plainly? Should he blurt out that the other girl was not impressive at all, that she had not noticed Emily's spell, and then awkwardly ask whether Emily was simply captivated or in love? He thought to himself that chaos was not reserved solely for the boys. Then aloud he added, I can perform such a simple little charm myself. I could teach you. But for now you must keep your distance from her. The usually composed Lita Eyre found himself repeatedly provoked by Emily into near outbursts, yet utterly helpless before her. Emily reassured him, rest assured you will always be my best friend, Lita Eyre. Emily changed the subject, and still would not promise to stay away from the girl. Lita Eyre fell silent, and said, convinced he had been mollified, Emily stopped fretting about becoming friends with the girl, and turned her attention back to her. What Emily did not suspect was that Lita Eyre was thinking, I wish the best could become the only one. The standing girl, cheeks flushed, handed the glasses back to Holly beneath Emily's shining gaze, and said it was fixed in a moment, wasn't it? Holly faced a girl who seemed to know many spells, and was evidently talented, and, most disconcerting of all, was the object of his sister's bright, admiring eyes. All Holly could do was scowl, and try to hide the small, uncomfortable emotion stirring inside him. They were all girls who his sister should have her own friends, Holly told himself. He took the glasses, examined them carefully, and allowed a slight expression of surprise to cross his face. After all, Holly had never encountered such charms before. As he scrutinized the girl's handiwork, she finally granted the scowling boy a measure of her attention. Then she noticed the lightning-shaped scar hidden beneath his fringe, and exclaimed in astonishment, oh my, you are Holly. Her amazement lasted only an instant. Having confirmed Emily's identity, she returned her gaze, and quickly took the last empty seat opposite Emily. The girl introduced herself, then you must be Emily Beauté. Hello, my name is Hemin Galangia. Emily replied with a sweet smile, hello Miss Hemin Galangia. Hemin lowered her head, a little embarrassed. From the corner of her eye she saw Luo-in scowling and signaling to Holly. She frowned, and her tone regaining a touch of hauteur asked, and you are? Caught off guard, and still with a mouthful of chocolate, Luo-in mumbled, my name is Luo-in Wei-Si-Lai. Pleased to meet you, Hemin replied, a slight look of disdain creasing her brow. She then turned her gaze back to the demure Emily nibbling her snack, and more gently asked, I was thinking, Emily. May I call you that? Seeing Emily smile sweetly and nod in agreement, Hemin continued happily, very well, Emily. I think you should change into your robes, we are almost there. If you do not mind, I can show you to the girls' changing compartment at the back of the carriage, she offered. Emily glanced at Holly. He agreed with a sullen nod, but leaned close to whisper in her ear, change in a compartment. Lock the door. Be mindful of your surroundings. Emily smiled and nodded, stepping out of the carriage with Hemin. Just outside, Hemin caught her sleeve to make her wait, then turned back toward the carriage, and called to Luo-in, by the way, there's something on your nose. Do you know? She pointed at her own nose to indicate right here. Luo-in, who had been making faces at Holly, was caught again, chewing on the last bit of candy. He silently wiped his nose. Emerging from the changing compartment, Emily was still fussing with her tie. Okay, I simply do not know how to tie a tie, she confessed. She complained inwardly to Lita Eyre, unable to find Hemin. Walking forward in search, she kept her head bowed as she wrestled with the knot. Suddenly she collided with an embrace scented of green apples. Flustered, Emily looked up and saw a pale face much like her own, and a head of neatly combed golden hair. Delacour had just returned from the governor's carriage to fetch his robe from Gauair and Calabu when he noticed a red-haired girl approaching awkwardly from afar. The sunset outside painted the girl's features with a warm glow. She was like a lily blooming in the mountains, pure, yet the sunset lent her an uncanny beauty, as if she had stepped from a painting and drawn people breathless. When she stumbled into Delacour's arms, he glimpsed the pale collarbone revealed by her undone tie. Her white shirt seemed to touch two large sleeves rolled up twice. A translucent hand rested lightly against Delacour's chest. The contrast of immaculate white and dark suit was devastatingly attractive. His hand, acting of its own accord, slipped around her slender waist. Only then did Delacour regain his composure, a flush spreading across his once-ely pale cheeks. After steadying the girl, Delacour released his gentle hold. Emily murmured an apology and intended to continue searching for Hemin, but the exceedingly gentlemanly young man stopped her. Let me help you, Delacour said, awkwardly indicating he would assist in tying her tie. Emily was delighted and accepted with a sweet smile, thinking to herself that once she watched she would surely learn. How fortunate to have someone to teach her. As Delacour leaned in slightly, doing his best to ignore the pearly skin at her throat and concentrate on the tie, Hemin hurried over at a brisk pace, pushed Delacour gently aside, and pulled the girl away from him before the lesson could proceed. Knocked against the carriage glass and feeling the sting in his back, Delacour watched the brilliant red figure recede and could not suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth. Didn't you promise to keep your distance from others, eh? Riddle's voice carried a sharp, gritted edge, low and resonant, sending an involuntary shiver down Lily's spine. Hermione, still gripping Lily's hand as they hurried forward, bombarded her with rapid-fire questions. Who was that boy just now? Was he trying to kiss you? Riddle's voice erupted in fury. And do you know him? Did he force himself on you? Hermione pressed urgently. And why did you let him tie your tie? Riddle snarled. And how dare he kiss you? Hermione interjected. And their relentless barrage of questions left Lily momentarily stunned, her mind short-circuiting under the weight of two simultaneous interrogations she simply could not answer at once. Hold on. Lily exhaled sharply, halting them both before her thoughts fully unraveled, and blurted out in one breath. I don't know him. I just bumped into him by accident. He didn't try to kiss me. I mean, we weren't kissing. In mid-explanation, her gaze met her brother's storm-darkened eyes. Harry signaled for Hermione to release Lily, then gently pulled her away. And wait a moment. Hermione called after the siblings, thrusting several boxes of chocolate frogs into Lily's hands. Here, these are for you. I saw you collecting the cards earlier. See you at school. Thank you, Hermione. Lily beamed, cradling the chocolates with delight, flashing Hermione a radiant honeyed smile before waving goodbye, only to be swiftly ushered back into the compartment by her brother. With Ron still nearby, Harry said little, merely adjusted Lily's tie with quiet care and fastened the topmost button of her shirt with meticulous precision. For the first time, Riddle found himself begrudgingly acknowledging that Lily's elder brother had some utility after all. And the train slowed, steadily gliding toward the platform. Thick plumes of white steam billowed from the locomotive's chimney, dissolving into the night air alongside the long, mournful wail of the whistle. As the train hissed to a halt, a towering figure emerged from the shadows of the night lantern, held high, calling out across the platform. All right there, first years. This way, please. Come along now, first years. No need to be shy. The figure stepped beneath the amber glow of a lamppost, revealing Hagrid, the gentle giant, who waved eagerly and urged them forward, quickly, quickly. The train doors swung open. Several older students descended first, lining up beside each carriage entrance to assist the newcomers, guiding them safely onto solid ground and preventing mishaps. No sooner had Lily stepped off the train than she spotted Hagrid and darted over, dragging Harry behind her. "In, Hagrid," she called, waving enthusiastically. Seeing the bright-eyed girl racing toward him, Hagrid broke into a warm, crinkled-eyed smile and greeted them both. "Hi there, Lily." "Hi, Harry." "Hi, Hagrid," Harry replied with an easy grin. In behind them, Ron approached, and upon catching sight of Hagrid's immense frame, let out an awestruck whisper. "Whoa." Right then, this way to the boats. Once most first years had gathered, Hagrid's expression shifted to calm authority as he gestured and directed, "Come on, follow me." Hermione caught up from behind, insisting on sharing Lily's boat. In the result, Ron and Hermione sat side by side in the front. Harry and Lily settled quietly behind them. Night wind rippled across the lake, scattering the moon's silver reflection like shattered glass, while small boats glided silently toward Hogwarts, its distant spires glowing faintly through veils of mist. Lily, who had been gazing dreamily at the water's shimmering surface, suddenly turned to Harry, still brooding, and asked, "Brother, is it true what Ron said, that we'll have to duel a troll during our sorting?" "I think the entrance exam will be a history of magic test," Hermione chimed in, twisting around to answer before Lily had even finished speaking. She lifted her chin slightly, pride gleaming in her eyes. "I've already read the entire textbook at home. I'm certain I'll earn top marks." Having devoured every assigned book within days of purchase, even memorizing them verbatim, Lily felt utterly unshaken at the thought of an exam. But facing a troll, that gave her pause. She'd never dueled anyone before, and though trolls were notoriously dim-witted, the text described them as fiercely powerful creatures. "Fred told me himself, it's definitely a troll duel," Ron retorted, turning to join the debate. Nee's emphatic certainty plunged all three children into solemn, wide-eyed silence. Even nearby boats trembled with hushed sobs from younger children terrified by the rumor. "And Riddle, please teach me just a few more offensive spells," Lily pleaded, inwardly launching her most persuasive, cajoling tone. "Please, Riddle, you're the very best." "Oh, Riddle, please just a few more. You're absolutely wonderful." Riddle found himself utterly defenseless against Lily's charm, but the spells he could safely entrust to her, those she could cast without harm, had already been imparted, every last one. Sensing her quiet dread, Riddle broke tradition without hesitation. No elder ever spared first years the terror of imagined trials. Yet he revealed plainly, there is no entrance exam. Still, he kept the sorting ceremony itself a secret, wishing her to experience its wonder firsthand, unspoiled by foreknowledge. As the boats drew nearer to Hogwarts, wonder eclipsed every other emotion. On every young witch's and wizard's face bloomed identical awe, profound and speechless. Gasps rose like waves. "Wow!" echoed again and again. Ron, moments ago still bickering with Hermione, forgot their quarrel entirely. Exchanging a glance, they gasped in perfect unison. The closer they drew, the more palpable grew Hogwarts' Gothic majesty, the ancient stones humming with arcane resonance, thick with the scent of old magic. A tide of small witches and wizards ascended the grand staircase, utterly spellbound, lost in reverent murmurs about soaring arches, enchanted tapestries, and whispering staircases. At the curve of the banister, an aged hand, pale, elegant knuckles pronounced, tapped rhythmically against the... As the students rounded the final turn, there stood Professor McGonagall at the topmost step, tall and poised, her pointed hat perched precisely above severe features, emerald robes falling in crisp regal folds. Her presence silenced every whisper instantly. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she announced, voice clear and commanding, then began outlining the sorting ceremony ahead. "In moments you will pass through those doors and join your elders in the Great Hall. But before you take your seats, you will... 4 houses await you: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin." At the mention of Slytherin, the blonde boy standing nearby arched a knowing brow and exchanged a silent, amused glance with the 2 stout, good-natured boys flanking him. Then his gaze drifted, inevitably, to the red-haired girl standing at the very front of the crowd. The girl who stood so neatly, tie-secured, collar buttoned, listening intently, looked perfectly obedient. Yet Draco's mind refused to release the memory of her, that fleeting, breathtaking silhouette falling softly into his arms aboard the train. Professor McGonagall slightly raised her head, introducing the rules of the house after the sorting. "During your time at school, the academy will feel like your home. Behave well, and you can earn points for your house. But any house that violates school rules will lose points. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will win the house cup." Gryffindor. As a strange chattering sound came from beneath Professor McGonagall's feet, a young boy in the crowd shouted, interrupting her speech. The boy rushed forward to pick up a peculiar toad that was making the chattering noise. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he looked up to apologize to Professor McGonagall before returning to his previous position. As he passed by Hermione, he looked up and smiled dazedly at her, raising the toad in his hand. Then his attention was caught by the girl beside Hermione, and he stood there blushing. Jasmine smiled kindly at him, but he showed no reaction, remaining completely still with his back turned to Professor McGonagall. Hermione stepped in front of the boy to block his view, and he finally snapped back to reality, standing in place again, though his gaze remained fixed on Jasmine's back. "The sorting ceremony will begin shortly." Professor McGonagall's expression turned serious again, and after speaking she turned and entered the hall. The blonde boy standing nearby furrowed his brows, observing the entire scene, and felt a bit displeased when the red-haired girl beside him tugged at the sleeve of the black-haired boy, seemingly acting coy. But in the next moment, the black-haired boy slightly tilted his head, revealing a lightning-shaped scar under his bangs. Recognizing Harry's identity, Draco also indirectly guessed Jasmine's identity. They were siblings, so that was fine. "Oh, it seems that what they said on the train was true." Draco relaxed and leaned back against the railing, attracting the attention of all his classmates. Jasmine followed the sound and discovered it was the gentlemanly blonde boy from the train. His way of speaking with a long drawl felt completely different from the impression he gave on the train. This made Jasmine, upon hearing his voice, not expect it to be him. "Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts." Draco saw Jasmine's gaze shift to him, straightened up, and continued. At this remark, a wave of whispers rippled through the crowd. Jasmine also heard a soft voice coming from behind her. Turning around, she saw the boy who had just gone up to retrieve the toad. Neville, if she guessed correctly, was the one Hermione mentioned who lost his pet toad. Seeing Jasmine's gaze move away, Draco hurriedly spoke again. "This is Crabbe and Goyle." "And I am," he introduced while moving closer to the girl, staring intently at her before stating his name, "Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Harry scowled and shielded Jasmine behind him. Hermione recognized the blonde boy in front of her as the one from the train, blocking Draco and Jasmine in between. The two of them nearly blocked Draco's entire line of sight, and he frowned, only able to see the top of the girl's. The tips of the red hair were sticking up with a few unruly strands that were swaying above her head. How could someone even make messy hair look so cute? Draco chuckled lightly, feeling his mood settle a bit. Why does his tone of voice sound so strange? Jasmine felt she couldn't hold back her laughter any longer, but discussing it quietly with those around her seemed rather impolite. So she decisively chose to communicate silently with Riddle in her mind. "This is a tone often used by nobles." Riddle explained cheerfully to the girl, who was trying hard to suppress her laughter, her shoulders slightly shaking, and then added, "It does sound a bit funny when put like that." Nearby, Ron was the first to burst out laughing. He seemed to find the way the blonde boy introduced himself with that long, odd tone quite amusing. Draco's gaze shifted to Ron, his expression turning cold as he sneered, "Do you find my name funny?" Then he looked Ron up and down, secretly thinking they're both red-haired, but why is the difference so vast? "I don't need to ask." Draco unleashed a barrage of insults. "Red hair, hand-me-down robes. You must be a Weasley." Without that strange tone, Jasmine found the sarcasm oddly endearing, radiating a sense of unwarranted arrogance. Draco noticed Ron stop laughing, glanced at the two people blocking him from Jasmine, and directly ignored Hermione, who had rudely pushed him on the train. Or perhaps he simply didn't care that it was her who pushed him. Looking at the scowling Harry, he resumed that strange long tone, and said, "You will soon discover that some wizard families are indeed superior, Potter. No one would want to befriend someone so unrefined." With a mocking glance at Ron, Draco extended a hand towards Harry, noticing the girl behind Harry peering out to look at him, her eyes curving in a smile, also displaying an air of nobility and perfection, saying, "I can help you all." In response to Draco, who had been eyeing his sister with ill intentions, Harry scowled at the outstretched hand and, imitating Draco's tone, replied, "I think I can distinguish between good and bad myself, thank you." Never having considered, or perhaps never having been rejected before, young Master Malfoy looked at the equally scowling Harry with disbelief, wanting to say something more, when Professor McGonagall returned and tapped him on the shoulder with her parchment roll. Reluctantly, Malfoy cast another glance at Harry and the girl behind him before striding back to his previous position. As Malfoy returned, Professor McGonagall announced, "Everyone please get ready, follow me." The enormous main doors slowly opened automatically. Professor McGonagall led the small wizards, who were lined up in 2 rows, into the hall. On either side were long tables filled with upper-class wizards surrounded by beautifully carved stone pillars and ancient stone sculptures. Looking up, thousands of white candles were floating in the air, slowly burning, gathering enough light to illuminate the entire space. Above were layers of clouds and twinkling stars. The entire ceiling mirrored the brilliant night sky out. All the young wizards gazed up at this magical and grand scene. Seeing the little girl filled with curiosity and wonder, Hermione explained, "This night sky isn't real, it's a magical illusion cast on the ceiling. I read about this in Hogwarts A History." Jasmine silently noted the book and looked at Hermione with admiration, saying, "You are amazing, you know everything." The usually proud Hermione showed a rare bashful smile and replied, "I just happened to read it." Ron, in front, was still making faces at Harry while listening to the conversation behind. Harry was lost in his thoughts and didn't catch the signal. Professor McGonagall led everyone through the long hall, ascended 2 steps, and stood on the large wooden platform, turning around and waving her parchment roll, signaling, "Please wait here." The little wizard stopped in front of the platform. From a distance, Jasmine spotted Hagrid sitting above, who clearly also noticed the 2 small ones and smiled, nodding. As they got closer, Jasmine felt a familiar gaze and turned to look. It was Professor Snape sitting on the other side, still looking at her with a blank expression. Jasmine smiled at Snape, and to her surprise, there was a slight shift on his usually expressionless face, revealing a faint smile. This left Draco and the other upperclassmen who noticed it utterly dumbfounded. They never expected that the old bat, Professor Snape, could actually smile. "All right, before the ceremony begins, let us invite Professor Dumbledore to say a few words." Seeing the little wizard stand obediently, Professor McGonagall announced, and the elderly man with long white hair and a white beard sitting in the center slowly stood up. Wearing a dark purple wizard hat resembling a sleeping cap and a splendid dark purple robe, he spoke with an authoritative voice, "I have a few important notices for the new students." The old man's serious face was partially obscured by the reflection of his gold-rimmed glasses, hiding a flash of wisdom in his eyes. "It is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. Additionally, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, would like to remind you that the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor is also off-limits." As Professor Dumbledore spoke, he raised his hand to indicate Mr. Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, standing at the side of the corridor. Jasmine looked in the direction he pointed and saw a middle-aged man with a balding head, messy hair resting on his shoulders, and clothes that were tattered and covered in dust. His face was stern, and his excessively thin frame cast deep shadows under his sunken eyes and downturned mouth, suggesting that he was not a very approachable caretaker. He could even be described as somewhat frightening. And yet, beside this somewhat terrifying and untidy middle-aged man, there squatted a long-haired cat that looked noble and graceful, clearly well cared for by its owner. The cat comfortably leaned against the dirty boots of Mr. Filch, making it clear who its owner was. Jasmine thought to herself, perhaps he isn't as scary as he looks. At that moment, a voice resonated in her mind, "I think it would be beneficial for you to befriend Filch." Jasmine was a bit puzzled as to why Riddle suddenly said that, but she didn't rush to ask. Instead, she recalled how her life had improved significantly since Riddle advised her to befriend Dudley, and after pondering for a moment, she asked, "Will befriending Mr. Filch make my life at Hogwarts better?" Truly intelligent people do not underestimate any minor character. Riddle was pleased that Jasmine seriously considered each of his suggestions, even though she sometimes didn't follow them. He patiently explained to her, moreover, he is the only caretaker at Hogwarts. Jasmine was continually impressed by Riddle's remarkable intelligence, as he had been both her teacher and friend since childhood. Whether it was book knowledge or interpersonal relationships, Jasmine felt there was nothing Riddle couldn't do. But at the same time, she understood how much effort he had put in and what he had gone through to become who he was now. If you don't want to die a miserable death, just don't go there. Dumbledore quickly concluded this brief speech with a simple thank you. However, it was evident that the little wizards did not quite understand this speech, all frowning and pondering whether they had missed some important information. Jasmine also furrowed her brows, feeling that Dumbledore's speech was quite strange, but she couldn't pinpoint why. Jasmine couldn't make sense of it, and asked Riddle in her mind, "Riddle, do you think Professor Dumbledore's words just now, what'd you say?" Riddle replied calmly, not directly stating what was strange, but gently gave an example. Actually, we all find it hard to comprehend negative instructions. You just like if I tell you not to think of a snake. A snake immediately appears in my mind. Jasmine interjected, instantly realizing what was odd. Dumbledore explicitly told all the students not to go to the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor, while implying that only a caretaker like Filch was monitoring it, and not even 24 hours a day. But why would Professor Dumbledore imply that the place is not well guarded? Jasmine still found it hard to understand. It seemed that students of this age were most prone to rebellious thoughts. Perhaps he wants people to go there. Riddle replied, his tone filled with suspicion and mockery. Sensing Riddle's unfriendly attitude towards Dumbledore, Jasmine ceased the discussion and refrained from continuing the topic. Meanwhile, a glimmer of darkness flashed in Dumbledore's eyes at the long table on the platform. Professor McGonagall opened the parchment in her hand and said, "Students whose names are called, please come to the front." Then she turned and walked to the chair in the middle of the platform, lifting an old-fashioned wizard hat from it, saying, "I will place the sorting hat on your head, and then determine which house you will go to." Because the hat was so worn and dusty, nearly no one noticed that there was another hat in the middle. Until Professor McGonagall stated that every new student must wear this hat for sorting. All the first-year little wizards displayed expressions of disgust and surprise. Hermione Granger. Professor McGonagall called out the name of the first little wizard. Jasmine clearly felt the tension radiating from Hermione beside her, who even encouraged herself, saying, all right, don't be nervous. I'm telling you, her brain is definitely messed up." Ron again spoke ill of Hermione to Harry beside him, and their friendship, which had just been formed on the small boat, seemed to have flipped. Jasmine gently patted Hermione's back, quietly cheering her on. After watching her go up, she turned around and glared at Ron. Seeing that his sister seemed angry at Ron's words, Harry, who had just raised an eyebrow in agreement, quickly distanced himself from Ron, and their friendship, which had just been formed on the train, seemed to have flipped as well. After Hermione sat down, Professor McGonagall gently placed the hat on her head. The enormous brim nearly covered Hermione's entire face. Suddenly, the folds and patches on the originally tattered hat began to move, resembling a human face. The sorting hat's voice emerged, sounding like an old smoker, startling the little wizards below into silence, halting their murmurs. Yes, that's right. After pondering for a moment, the sorting hat shouted the result, Gryffindor. A tremendous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, and Professor Dumbledore, sitting on the platform, applauded with his left hand on his right hand's back in encouragement. Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat, and Hermione ran over to Jasmine, giving her a big hug before reluctantly sitting down at the Gryffindor table. At the very front of the long table sat Percy Weasley, the head boy from the red-haired Weasley family, whom she had met at the station, who politely welcomed Hermione and invited her to sit down. Across from them were the boisterous twins Fred and George, who were applauding enthusiastically and occasionally whistling loudly. Upon seeing Jasmine's glance, they welcomed Hermione with even more enthusiasm, almost climbing onto the table. "Draco Malfoy," Professor McGonagall announced loudly. With his blonde hair neatly combed, Draco's attractive brows furrowed slightly upon seeing that petite figure in red being embraced by another, his gray eyes swirling with obscure emotions. Despite being girls, Draco felt inexplicably angry. The sorting hat barely touched the platinum head of the Malfoy heir before it exclaimed, "Slytherin." Draco's brow relaxed slightly as he flashed a Malfoy-style smile at Jasmine and walked toward the cheering. Ron leaned back toward Harry and whispered, "All those bad wizards are Slytherins." Jasmine turned around and shot Ron a glare, retorting softly, "I think there's no good or bad in the houses, Mr. Weasley." Harry thought his sister was still angry about Ron's earlier comments about Hermione, and without hesitation, he chose to stand by his sister. Seeing the pouting Jasmine and the righteous-looking Harry, Ron pouted, indicating he wouldn't say anything more. "Are you angry because of that Malfoy?" A low voice echoed in her mind, belonging to Riddle. "What?" Jasmine was momentarily stunned, but after realizing it, she replied through gritted teeth, "Some people have even forgotten their own house." Riddle chuckled softly, his voice even more charming since regaining his memories. "So you're angry for me." The sorting ceremony was still ongoing, and Jasmine decided to engage in a unilateral Cold War with Riddle for a minute to see if he would dare to keep losing his temper with her. Susan Bones, a slightly plump and cute girl, walked onto the stage, appearing somewhat nervous, her fingers nervously entwined. Riddle, who had just been softly coaxing Jasmine not to be angry, suddenly let out a suppressed cry of pain. Jasmine instinctively asked with concern, immediately ending their Cold War, "You're not trying to use this trick to get me to talk to you, are you?" Jasmine sounded certain that she had uncovered his scheme, but the next moment, she felt a tremendous wave of dizziness. This feeling was too familiar. Jasmine searched for the professor's table, and indeed spotted the figure with a purple scarf beside Snape. While all the professors were focused on the sorting ceremony, Professor Quirrell, sitting with his back to them, appeared quite odd. In contrast, Snape, who was staring blankly at Jasmine, seemed perfectly normal. Harry, who had been closely watching his sister, immediately noticed Jasmine's discomfort, and asked with concern, "Jasmine, what's wrong?" Ron also looked over, noticing Jasmine's face was excessively pale, and even her previously rosy lips had lost their color. "What happened?" It's nothing. Nothing, I'm fine. After a moment to recover, the girl turned back from looking at Professor Quirrell, and feeling the dizziness had passed, smiled reassuringly at her brother and Ron, indicating she was okay. However, Harry and the other concerned gazes did not share the same belief. Even Dumbledore's gaze occasionally shifted toward Jasmine. Riddle, how are you? Jasmine asked in her mind, but received no response. Neville, standing in front, turned around looking at Jasmine with concern. Jasmine was still busy asking Riddle how he was in her mind, and didn't notice Neville turning around. Harry stepped forward, blocking Neville's view. Neville glanced at Harry, who was frowning at him, before slowly turning back, looking as if he wanted to turn back several. Hufflepuff. The Sorting Hat loudly announced the result, and the girl on stage smiled as she joined the cheering Huff. Professor McGonagall continued reading names. Ron Weasley. Just moments ago, Ron had mocked Hermione, but now he was even more nervous, and she was swallowing hard as he slowly walked onto the stage. As soon as Professor McGonagall placed the Sorting Hat on Ron's head, it exclaimed, "Ha! Another Weasley. I know, Gryffindor." With the Sorting Hats, shout, Ron let out a sigh of relief. The Gryffindor table erupted in warm welcomes, and Ron's brother Percy even stood up to applaud. Meanwhile, the twins sitting across from them were not as boisterous as before. They stood up to clap symbolically, while their eyes remained fixed on the seemingly uncomfortable Jasmine. Jasmine Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice interrupted Jasmine's anxious calls to Riddle. The red-haired girl looked up in some surprise, and after meeting Professor McGonagall's gaze, she slowly walked onto the stage. That flash of red was like a butterfly dancing gracefully, captivating everyone's attention, with the extreme red and extreme white creating a tremendous visual impact. The ordinary black wizard robe draped over the girl's figure, yet it formed a stark contrast with her sickly. As the Sorting Hat slowly descended, it almost covered the girl's entire beautiful face, leaving only her delicate chin and slender neck visible, her fair little hands neatly placed on her lap. Even with most of her face obscured, Jasmine still attracted everyone's gaze. This is quite difficult. Truly hard to decide. The Sorting Hat mused. You have firm beliefs along with a bit of stubbornness. Possess remarkable talent and exceptional intelligence. A kind heart. Oh yes, you also have a keen sense of timing. But where to place you? Jasmine's mind was filled with Riddle's recent suppressed cry of pain, and she didn't pay attention to the Sorting Hat's delay. How could this be? What curse did that Professor Quirrell cast? The Sorting Hat was pressed down so low that it obscured most of the girl's face, so no one noticed the flickering red light in Jasmine's eyes. At that moment, a weak response from Riddle echoed in her mind. Jasmine. I'm here. His voice was very low, almost a whisper. At the moment Riddle responded, the Sorting Hat seemed to have made a decision in an instant, shouting loudly, Slytherin. Professor McGonagall picked up the Sorting Hat, and the light returned to Jasmine's eyes as she looked towards the Slytherin table, just in time to meet a pair of gray eyes. It was Draco Malfoy, his eyes swirling with joy and an emotion Jasmine couldn't quite understand. Amidst the cheers from Slytherin, Professor Snape on the stage wore a rare smile. Watching the girls back, even the frequency and intensity of the applause unconsciously increased. In contrast, Dumbledore, the kind old man with a white beard, almost forgot to applaud this time. He couldn't fathom how, despite both parents being brave Gryffindors and the Sorting Hat just mentioning her Gryffindor traits, she suddenly ended up in Slytherin. Hearing that Riddle had awakened, Jasmine skipped off the stage with a smile, first embracing Harry before walking over to the Slytherin prefect, who stood up to greet her, politely shaking hands. Once seated, a familiar strange intonation reached her ears. It's good to see you again, beautiful miss. Jasmine knew without turning around that it was the proud young master of the Malfoy family. Yet out of politeness, she turned around and smiled at him, then turned back to continue inquiring about Riddle's situation in her mind. Riddle didn't respond to Jasmine's chattering concern, but continued to chuckle softly. What are you laughing at? Jasmine asked, a bit annoyed, hearing the low chuckle in her mind. If I hadn't spoken up in time just now, would you have jumped up to attack that Quirrell? Riddle replied with a chuckle, though his voice still carried a hint of weakness. He had already recovered quite a bit. It turned out that not only her brother, she could also drive him to lose his reason. Who would be foolish enough to jump up? Jasmine was about to explain something when she heard Professor McGonagall call out her brother's name. Jasmine's gaze immediately turned to Harry, who was walking onto the stage. The old man with the white beard sitting in the center of the professor's table straightened up slightly, his expression taking on a hint of seriousness. A hushed commotion arose from the crowd. Most were chanting the name of the savior they had heard since childhood. Harry, it's Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Harry. Ron proudly boasted to his brothers beside him. We just sat together the whole way. He even swapped snacks with me. Fred and George exchanged glances and switched seats, sandwiching Ron in between them. They both draped their arms over Ron's shoulders with affectionate smiles. Ron stopped bragging, glancing at his two brothers' expressions, and silently swallowed. The young Ron, who had been tormented by the twin brothers since childhood, clearly understood that this expression meant a prank. But why? Poor little Ron had no idea that there was an expression called jealousy that could twist one's face. Harry walked up the steps amidst the whispers of the crowd, turning back several times upon hearing his name. It was only when he met Hagrid's encouraging gaze, which nodded slightly in encouragement, that Harry took his seat. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat firmly on Harry's head, and Harry looked up only seeing the wide, tattered brim of the hat. Let me think. The sorting hat furrowed its brow, and said, "You have great courage and your heart isn't bad. Talented indeed. Oh right, you also understand patience and possess extraordinary perseverance. Of course you are also extremely eager to prove yourself. Where shall I place you?" Harry glanced at Jasmine, who was smiling at him from the Slytherin table, and the platinum-haired boy beside her, who was glaring at his sister. The one called Malfoy. Closing his eyes, he softly chanted, "Go to Slytherin, go to Slytherin, go to Slytherin." Upon hearing Harry's murmured chant, Dumbledore nearly stood up. "Go to Slytherin. Are you sure?" Just as the sorting hat was about to announce Harry's placement into Gryffindor, it lazily inquired, "Though going to Slytherin with your clever little mind, you could easily stand out. Slytherin can help you achieve great things, that is beyond doubt, but—" Harry opened his eyes, looking at his sister's sweet smile, nodded affirmatively, and whispered, "Please, I must go to Slytherin." The sorting hat, hearing this, slowly said, "But the blood flowing in your veins is that of Gryffindor, and you must be a true Gryffindor. Placing a lion among snakes, I cannot do that so." Before Harry could plead further, the sorting hat quickly announced the result, Gryffindor. Hagrid wore a smile, applauding enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, who had always clapped in a way that showed encouragement from elder to younger, changed to a clapping style, with palms facing each other. His expression relaxed, a hint of a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. The Gryffindor table erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers than before, with nearly all the young wizards standing up to applaud and welcome. However, the other three houses, which had previously politely joined in applause with other houses, were strangely silent, except for Gryffindor, whose faces shone with all kinds of joyful smiles. The students from the other three houses wore expressions of either jealousy or envy, except for Jasmine, who continued to smile sweetly and applaud for her brother. Harry glanced at his sister, then reluctantly walked towards the Gryffindor table. Ron, who had temporarily been let go by his two brothers because of Harry's arrival, looked at Harry as if he were seeing the savior. His expression was somewhat gloomy, with a forced smile at the corner of his mouth. Ron looked at Harry, then at Jasmine, sitting in Slytherin, the only one from the other houses who was applauding and understood everything. He comfortingly patted Harry on the back, indicating for him to sit beside him. As Harry was about to sit down, Percy, standing opposite, enthusiastically leaned over the table to indicate he wanted to shake hands with Harry. Harry wore a polite smile, leaning over to shake hands with him. Afterward, at the urging of Percy's gaze, Harry looked towards the professor's table. There, Dumbledore, sitting in the center, raised his golden goblet to congratulate Harry. Harry returned a polite smile, and then sat beside Ron. Turning back to look at Jasmine, who was also paying attention to him, he revealed a familiar, comforting smile, but this time it carried a hint of bitterness. "I told you he must be a foolish lion, reckless and rude." Riddle, aware of the significant conflict between Gryffindor and Slytherin, was pleased that Jasmine would no longer have to spend every day with that incompetent brother who had always occupied her thoughts. This also meant that Jasmine would have much more time for herself. "Riddle," Molly interrupted Riddle's dangerously exultant declaration. "Molly, you must understand. Slytherin and Gryffindor have never seen eye to eye." Riddle began again, only to be cut off once more. "He is my brother. Wherever we are, he remains my brother." At these familiar words, Riddle fell silent, and Molly said nothing further. The sorting ceremony concluded as the last first year took their seat within their assigned house. Professor McGonagall, clad in emerald green robes, tapped her golden spoon against a glass goblet, producing a bright crystalline chime. Ding 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 ding. That swiftly stilled the clamorous young witches and wizards. "Attention please," Professor McGonagall announced. Then Headmaster Dumbledore rose from his chair, arms outstretched, and declared, "The feast begins." At his words, the four longhouse tables instantly brimmed with an opulent array of sumptuous dishes. Confronted by this sudden banquet, golden roasted corn, mountains of drumsticks, Ron's eyes gleamed with rapture, and drool nearly spilled from his lips. Witnessing Ron's expression, Hermione offered him a silent, withering glare, then cast a faintly anxious glance toward the Slytherin table. Why was Molly seated beside Malfoy? What if she were mistreated? Beside her, Harry too stared wide-eyed and awestruck at the miraculous cascade of culinary abundance before him, and let out an involuntary gasp. Just as the melancholy of not being sorted into the same house as his sister had begun to ease, Harry followed Hermione's gaze, and saw Draco Malfoy seated beside Molly at the Slytherin table, gazing at her with a charming, admiring smile. All traces of good humor vanished. Molly, gazing upon the suddenly materialized feast, and the goblet beside her now brimming with grape juice, marveled inwardly. Truly, the wizarding world was wondrous beyond measure. She almost asked Riddle which dish was most delectable, then recalled their recent quarrel and hesitated. Instead, she sullenly picked up her knife and fork, surveying the towering mounds of food before her, carefully weighing which delicacy to try first. As Molly furrowed her delicate brows in quiet indecision, a pristine piece of white fish appeared on her plate. "Try this." Draco's voice came from beside her. "My father, fearing I might find the school fare unfamiliar, specially instructed Hogwarts house elves to prepare it for me." His tone remained that peculiar drawn-out drawl, his platinum head tilted slightly upward, his expression brimming with unmistakable pride, rendering him uncannily like a strutting peacock. Since when had the young Malfoy heir taken to tending to others? Ignoring the astonished glances around him, Draco simply watched, smiling as Molly's expression shifted from perplexity to bewilderment, and finally to delighted surprise. Molly glanced at the cod on her plate, offered Draco a polite smile, and began to savor the dish. The fish bore minimal seasoning, just a whisper of sea salt and a delicate hint of lemon. It melted upon her tongue, rich, sweet, and unmistakably fresh. Molly's eyes lit up, her dainty eager nibbling resembled that of a contented kitten, so endearing that onlookers felt irresistibly charmed, longing to heap every exquisite delicacy before her. Draco's cool gaze swept dismissively across the surrounding first years, then he served Molly a slice of pumpkin. Molly thanked him, then gazed at the golden brown pie before her, her tiny tongue darting out to moisten her lips, before decisively turning her attention to this crisp, fragrant treat. A soft, rhythmic crunch echoed from her mouth, each bite accentuating the pie's delicate crispness and her own adorably plump-cheeked delight. Draco raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips as he resumed his own meal. Whenever he encountered something especially pleasing, he would offer Molly a modest portion, intending first to let her sample it, and later serve her more generously should she express fondness for it. Yet for every dish he deemed worthy, he offered her only a single careful bite. Molly ate with earnest devotion, but the sheer variety and exceptional quality of the fare meant her plate soon rose into a gentle, tempting hillock. Malfoy, I'm quite full, Molly murmured, glancing shyly at the mound of food before her. Call me Draco, Molly. May I address you thus? This time Draco abandoned his characteristic drawl. Perhaps even the young Malfoy heir, so devoted to formality and poise, sensed that such an intimate exchange demanded sincerity over affectation. Molly glanced at Harry's back, then reflected he seemed genuinely inclined to befriend both her and her brother. Though his retort to Ron had been sharp, it had followed Ron's mocking jest about Draco's name. Having reached her decision, Molly nodded. Yes, you may, Draco. Draco turned abruptly away, his hand hidden behind his back, pressing lightly over his chest. Hearing her voice, soft-honeyed, uniquely hers, utter his name alone sent his pulse skipping, then racing, unrelenting. Puzzled, Molly watched Draco turn away, blinking innocently, unaware of the deep crimson blooming across. Returning her gaze to the hillock of food before her, she pouted thoughtfully. Where should she begin? Her upbringing had instilled in her an unshakable aversion to wasting such exquisite fare. After composing himself, Draco turned back, only to see the girl who had just declared herself full now swallowing another bite of sweet and sour chicken breast, her expression strained with effort. Did you not say you were full? He asked, frowning slightly. Molly chewed, swallowed, and replied plaintively, but there's still so much left, and it's all delicious. I can finish it. Her tone held quiet resolve, whether meant to reassure Draco, to fortify her own determination, or both remained unclear. Having already discerned Molly's preferences, Draco surveyed the remaining dishes: buttered peas, a pudding she'd sampled only once, and nearly an entire roasted flatbread. Foods all rich and yielding in texture, while her last bite had been the final sweet course. The pampered young Malfoy heir could scarcely comprehend why, despite preferring crisp textures and sweets, she insisted on finishing dishes she clearly did not relish, even after satiety. These dishes may be left untouched. The house elves will clear them away afterward, Draco said gently, though perplexed, observing her strained expression. It's all right, Molly smiled at him, then reached for her next choice, only to find her plate lifted away by Draco. The famously fastidious young Malfoy heir now sat quietly, spooning, bite by careful bite, the very pudding Molly had tasted, its syrup already softened and pooling faintly. Draco, I've already eaten this pudding. It was a bit too slippery and not sweet enough. Seeing him elegantly finishing the remaining pudding, Jasmine cautiously leaned closer to Draco's ear and whispered. In the previous moment, Draco had been feigning calmness, but the next moment his ears and cheeks visibly flushed red as he stammered, I know, Jasmine, but this is the last piece of pudding. Since I've been sharing delicious food with you, please let me have it. Looking at Draco, usually either gentlemanly or proud, speaking with such urgency and a hint of pleading, Jasmine was taken aback. It seemed Draco truly loved pudding. A person who enjoyed such a sweet treat would even think to recommend it to himself. He was really a good person. No, that's not what I meant. I meant, if you don't mind. I mean, I'll help you keep an eye out for pudding in the future. Under those somewhat pitiful gray eyes, Jasmine fumbled through her explanation. Thinking about how he had been recommending delicious food to her, she unconsciously made a promise. Perhaps I just really love pudding. Young Master Malfoy regained his usual spirit and lightly hummed to show he understood, then continued to taste that pudding with a hint of pride. With a flushed face and eyes full of laughter, Draco silently memorized the general amount of food the girl could eat, ensuring he wouldn't bring her any more troubles regarding food, completely unaware of the distant gazes filled with either anger or ambiguity. Among them was Hermione's exceptionally furious glare, practically burning Draco with her eyes. The reason being, when Hermione had grabbed the corn she had originally seen Ron across the table, his hand holding a chicken leg, devouring it heartily, completely oblivious to the fact that he had been snacking all afternoon on the train, looking like he hadn't eaten in 8 days. Just as she shot a disdainful glance, her peripheral vision caught sight of Malfoy, seemingly stealing Jasmine's plate and eating her pudding. Meanwhile, Harry, who had been absent-mindedly eating, noticed Hermione's overly furious gaze and turned to see his sister leaning close to Malfoy, who looked up to no good, whispering something. And he didn't even respond, just turned away. No, from a distance, Harry could see Malfoy's ears had turned bright red, indicating all his previous fatherly lectures had been in vain. Silently considering whether he should buy some books on parenting to study. Meanwhile, the perpetually frowning Snape pondered within himself whether to teach this young Malfoy about dining etiquette and how to interact with the opposite sex. The twins, having successfully made their gluttonous little brother Ron spit pasta out of his nose, also glanced toward that scene with Harry and Hermione. What an annoying little brat. It seems it's time to have some fun with the new students. Fred and George exchanged a glance and displayed the same kind smile that Ron feared most. Sitting next to Hermione, Neville. While Neville was focused on eating, occasionally turning his head to listen to the little wizard beside him, who was keen on sharing family stories. I'm half and half. My dad is a Muggle and my mom is a wizard. The little wizard rotated his head back and forth, striving for his voice to be evenly heard by the little wizards nearby. My dad was scared stiff when he found out the truth. Jasmine was seen actively asking Malfoy questions, who responded while eating beans, their eyes occasionally glancing toward the professor's table. During this time, Jasmine even smiled at Snape, who had been watching her. Perhaps it was a unique bond shared between siblings, who, upon seeing the giant purple scarf next to Professor Snape, Harry instantly guessed the topic of conversation between Jasmine and Malfoy. Clearing his throat, Harry politely asked the prefect Percy beside him, "Percy, do you know that Professor Quirrell, who is talking to Professor Snape?" "Oh, Professor Quirrell, he teaches us defense against the dark arts." Percy didn't look at the professor's table as openly as Harry did, but instead leaned closer to Harry, lowering his voice as he cut his steak, saying, "You should know that Professor Snape has been envious of this position for years. It's common knowledge that Professor Snape is most interested in dark arts." Seeing Percy speak like this, Harry stopped staring at the professor's table. He picked up his knife and fork, pretending there was still food on his plate, and asked quietly, "What about Professor Quirrell? Is he also interested in dark arts?" Percy couldn't help but laugh softly, saying, "Professor Quirrell is famously timid. But I heard he wasn't like this when he was in school. He had excellent grades and was quite popular with the opposite sex. I really don't know why he came back after the summer, as if he had changed completely." Ron, watching his brother Percy and Harry quietly talking, finished the last piece of meat on his skewer and licked the seasoning off the stick. He quickly turned his gaze back to the chicken leg, raising his hand and wiggling his fingers, carefully selecting the one that looked the best, had the most meat, and appeared the most tempting. But just as Ron picked up the chicken leg, he was startled by a translucent head suddenly popping out from under the table, causing him to drop the chicken leg back onto his plate. The chicken leg passed through the translucent head, which then opened its mouth to speak. "Hi there. Welcome to Gryffindor." Not far away, although the window was closed, the sound of whistling wind could be heard as a gracefully dressed half-transparent lady floated over. Following her was a half-transparent gentleman who was chuckling and wearing a top hat and formal attire, elegantly woo-hoo-hoo. A plump half-transparent figure floated out from the aisle, raising a goblet, as if to toast the terrified new students. The only responses to him were the terrified screams of the little wizards and a gentleman who had passed through the wall wielding a sword and playfully performing beautiful sword flourishes. An upperclassman at the Slytherin table said, "Look, that's the Bloody Baron." More ghosts arrived in the hall, flying around chaotically, scaring the new students into continuous screams, and even some upperclassmen, despite having seen this scene many times, still could not shake off their terrified expressions. Draco looked on in terror at the Bloody Baron, who was twirling his sword right in front of him, instinctively diving under. Most people's attention was drawn to the sudden appearance of the ghosts, and fortunately not many noticed, otherwise the poor young Master Malfoy might just cry and run home to find his father. The gazes that had been glued to Jasmine were now attracted by the terrified Malfoy, who was even hiding under the dining table. Therefore no one noticed Jasmine staring at the ghost, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sir Nicholas, did you enjoy your summer holiday?" Percy, seated beside Harry, exuded the dignified air of a prefect. Yet he managed to smile politely and exchange pleasantries, even while facing a severed head resting on his dinner plate. "Dreadful." Sir Nicholas, the very ghost who had been idly observing Ron's horrified expression with amused curiosity, slowly turned his head toward Percy, then drifted upward into the air, replying, "I've just been rejected, again, from the Headless Hunt." Ron, one of the few remaining pure-blood heirs of the Weasley family in the wizarding world, quickly recovered from the shock. As the spectral Sir Nicholas began floating away, Ron called after his retreating form, "Ah, it's you. Nearly headless Nick." Sir Nicholas whirled around, correcting him firmly, "I prefer to be addressed as Sir Nicholas." Hermione, born to Muggle parents, had yet to encounter such lore in her textbooks, and found it intolerable that Ron, whom she habitually regarded with mild disdain, should possess knowledge she lacked. Tilting her chin upward with quiet arrogance, and utterly unafraid, she asked, "Nearly headless? How can one be nearly headless? Like this. Sir Nicholas seized his own hair with one hand and gently tugged, his head parted cleanly from his neck held only by a thin strip of skin. Ah! Ron cried out in alarm. At the sight of raw bloodied flesh and exposed bone, Hermione drew in a sharp breath and squeezed her eyes shut, unable to bear the sight. Harry frowned faintly and let out a soft, involuntary gasp, then glancing sideways realized his younger sister's seat was empty. He rose to find the little girl leaning over the table, her small hand braced upon its surface, peering downward at something unseen. Draco Malfoy's seat meanwhile stood completely vacant. No trace of him remained. Before Jasmine could study the long-dead ghosts in detail, a piercing shriek erupted beside her. Draco had vanished beneath the table in an instant. The surrounding first years watched with smug amusement, whispering among themselves and stifling snickers. Even Crabbe and Goyle, whom Draco had introduced with particular pride, wore expressions of open mockery and detached spectacle. A flicker of anger crossed Jasmine's eyes. She lost interest in the aimlessly drifting spirits, sighed softly, and leaned forward, resting one hand on the table as she peered beneath it. Draco sat huddled on the floor, his platinum blonde head bowed low, shoulders trembling, faintly gray eyes fixed blankly ahead. A faint redness rimmed his eyelids. Startled to see Jasmine crouching down, he hastily wiped his face, but forgot his hands had just touched the dusty floor, smearing grime across his cheeks until he resembled a tiny soot-streaked kitten. Jasmine sighed again, knelt fully, and gently dabbed away his tear tracks and dust with a handkerchief. Then soothingly patting his back, she extended her hand, inviting him to rise with her. Draco stared wordlessly at her pale, delicate hand, then with practiced hauteur turned his head aside, yet his fingers shot out and clutched hers instantly, as though terrified she might withdraw it at any moment. Together they reappeared at the table, where all dishes had vanished, leaving the long bench restored to its pristine pre-meal arrangement. Jasmine blinked, confirming the table and its silverware were indeed immaculate once more, likely the work of a subtle magical flourish, and dismissed it without further thought. Clearing her throat, she raised her voice deliberately. Draco, thank you for helping me retrieve my key from beneath the table just now. She opened her palm to reveal a golden key still threaded through a broken cord. Draco glanced away, muttering quietly it was nothing. His words carried just far enough for the knowing young witches and wizards nearby to hear. The earlier murmurs and jeers had ceased the moment Draco resettled himself in his chair. Now, hearing Jasmine's explanation, no one dared intervene. Even Crabbe and Goyle averted their gaze, refusing to meet Draco's eyes. Riddle, what are they, eh? Jasmine broke the silence between them. After a pause, Riddle replied, they are ghosts, spectral echoes of the departed. Could you then step out of my body and become a ghost yourself, eh? Jasmine asked, bright with excitement. Riddle's tone hardened abruptly, laced with fury. Why? Do you wish to be rid of me? Have you grown weary of me? Why? No, I didn't mean, Jasmine began, but before she could finish, Draco pulled her hand away. He had been watching her from the corner of his eye, and now noticed the smudge of dirt on her fair palm. Glancing down at his own hands, he understood at once that was why she'd needed to wipe his face even after he thought he'd cleaned himself. Flustered and embarrassed, Draco spun back and snatched the handkerchief from Jasmine's idle grip. Sure enough, the cloth bore traces of dust, surely left behind from wiping his face. With feigned severity, he scrubbed her hand clean, then wiped his own, folded the handkerchief neatly, and slipped it in. I'll wash it before returning it. And thank you, Jasmine. The second half of his sentence, uttered amid the cacophony of shrieking ghosts, chattering students, and sudden cries, was barely audible. Without waiting to see whether she'd heard, he turned away again, leaving her with nothing but his platinum-haired nape and a dazed, speechless expression. She had never held much regard for this overly attentive young Malfoy heir. Were it not for the unmistakable platinum hair, Riddle would have suspected Draco was adopted. How could two members of the same Malfoy line differ so profoundly? If her intuition was correct, this awkward, timid Draco Malfoy was destined to become the next Lord of the What had befallen this generation's patriarch? Jasmine's recent concern for Draco, and her suggestion of separating Riddle from her body, had ignited him like a lit fuse. With a deafening internal explosion, he erupted, then fell into a chilling, unnerving stillness. Is it him? Do you love him? Riddle's voice cooled from rage to icy calm. A cold Jasmine had it froze the air like winter's first frost, and carried the fragile, desperate plea of someone clinging to the last thread of hope. You met him only today, didn't you? As the banquet came to a close, the heads of various colleges escorted the newly enrolled young wizards back to their respective dormitories. Standing up, Harry glanced at Jasmine at the Slytherin table, and instantly sensed that the young girl seemed a bit unhappy, appearing quite dejected. Meanwhile, Draco, who had been staring intently at Jasmine, suddenly appeared lost in thought. Naturally, Harry knew. A voice from around the corner of the staircase called out. It was Percy, leading a group of young wizards who were curiously looking around as they ascended the stairs. Ravenclaw students, follow me this way. This is the quickest route to the dormitory. The head of Ravenclaw directed the new students from her college and parted ways with Percy at an intersection. She guided her college's students down several steps before continuing to a higher floor, adding, Be careful of the stairs, they can change at any moment. Looking up in the direction of the Ravenclaw head's warning, there were portraits lining the walls, nearly covering the entire perimeter, with a staircase adorned with exquisite railings slowly rotating in midair. Harry gaped in astonishment once again, while Ron beside him seemed more impressed than shocked. Everyone please keep. Percy climbed another set of stairs, urging the little wizards behind him who were either astonished or paused to watch. Keep up with me quickly. Everyone is caught up, keep up. Hermione frowned as she looked at the little wizards beside her who remained in place chatting about the revolving staircase. With a huff she took the lead following Percy and Harry, and Ron exchanged glances before catching up. Seeing that some classmates had already left the little wizards behind, gradually snapped back to reality and jogged to catch up with their head. Look at that painting, Harry. As Ron called out Harry's name, the little wizards behind also noticed the unusual details of the artwork on the wall, sparking a wave of curious chatter. Seamus, look quickly, that painting is moving. I think she likes you. Quick, who is that girl? As Hermione's voice echoed from ahead, the new students walking up also noticed a beautiful woman in a white gown from the wall's portrait, slowly lifting her skirt and giving everyone a polite greeting. In another painting nearby, a seated middle-aged painter also welcomed them, saying, "Welcome to Hogwarts." Who? The little wizards behind pointed at the polite welcome and burst into cheerful laughter. The crowd began to chatter again as the remaining two colleges split off from the ground floor. The head of Hufflepuff led the Badgers toward the kitchens, disappearing into a pile of large barrels in the right corner of the kitchen corridor. The head of Slytherin was an elegantly poised senior, which not particularly tall, with even some taller new students having a head over her. "Slytherin students, follow me, thank you," she said in a tone somewhat similar to Draco's, yet without any oddness. Her lips always curved in a perfect arc, giving off an aura that was hard to approach. "I am delighted to welcome you to Slytherin House. Congratulations to you all." As she led the noticeably quieter little wizards down several flights of stairs compared to the other colleges, she emphasized, "I am your head of 6th year, Selwyn. You can call me Senior Selwyn. Our common room entrance is in a hidden corner of the basement. I hope everyone remembers this route and becomes familiar with your academic classrooms as soon as possible. This is my first and last time guiding you through this path to the dormitory. And Slytherin students are never late for class. That is the most basic rule. Everyone remember it." "Understood." The few little snakes following Senior Selwyn respectfully replied upon hearing her surname. Jasmine, trailing behind, bit her lip, still pondering why Riddle was so opposed to the proposal. Wasn't it a good thing to separate from a closed body? Just like how she felt happy every time she left the house, Aunt Petunia kept closed off. "Be careful." Seeing the girl beside him lost in thought, almost miss a step, Draco quickly grabbed her arm. Jasmine snapped back to reality and quietly said, "Thank you, Draco." However, it was clear that Draco's exclamation had caught the attention of Senior Selwyn ahead. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes, yet her smile remained unchanged as she turned to look in the direction of the sound. After fixing her gaze on the platinum-colored hair for a few seconds, it moved to the face of the red-haired girl beside her. The young wizards followed the head's line of sight and spotted the girl with red hair. In the moonlight streaming through the small window above, the girl's delicate features appeared to be coated in a soft glow, making her look unreal. Her crimson lips seemed to have been recently bitten, standing out strikingly against her pale cheeks. She was chatting animatedly with the young master of the Malfoy family nearby. "I think even the famed savior should focus on listening to others, let alone I am your head, Miss Potter." Senior Selwyn's tone remained unchanged, devoid of any seriousness or anger, yet the little wizards around her were visibly tense, not daring to breathe. Jasmine looked towards the smaller figure, standing a distance down the stairs, appearing even more petite from this angle. She gently pressed down on Draco, who seemed a bit disgruntled, and returned a smile to him, saying, "Sorry, I will pay attention, Senior Selwyn." Senior Selwyn nodded in satisfaction, turning back to lead the little wizards further down, and began to discuss another topic. "Of course, there are truths about Slytherin that you should all understand, and there are rumors about Slytherin that you should forget." She maintained her grace, descending the stairs slowly but steadily. "I'm sorry." Jasmine heard Riddle's voice in her mind. "I just lost my temper at you without thinking clearly earlier." Facing his somewhat low and husky voice along with the slight tremor and fear in his tone, Jasmine took a deep breath, feeling a bit helpless. She suppressed the feeling of grievance within her and said, "I didn't mean to drive you away, nor do I harbor any disdain towards you. I just wanted you to not have to." "I understand, Jasmine. Let's discuss this matter after you return to the dormitory." Riddle interrupted her explanation, concerned that something unexpected might happen to the girl. "First, I must share with you a truth, one that the other 3 houses dare not speak of. The great Merlin was also a student of Slytherin." As Prefect Selwyn walked, he explained the truth and rumors he had just mentioned. "Do you wish to follow in Merlin's footsteps?" "Yes, Merlin himself, the most famous wizard in history. All his knowledge was gained from Slytherin Academy." Not hearing a response from the young wizards, Prefect Selwyn frowned and turned around, raising his voice progressively, saying, "Or would you prefer to be like the students of Ravenclaw, mere bookworms who spend their days comparing grades? Or like the students of Hufflepuff, aimlessly wandering only to linger in the kitchens with house elves?" Or like the students of Gryffindor who recklessly charge forward without a thought. Seeing the heads of the recent young wizards shaking like rattles, ignoring the resentful gaze of Malfoy in the back row, Selwyn turned back and continued walking, saying, I think the answer is quite clear. We Slytherins are the coolest and most elite house in this school. Our purpose is victory, for we care about Slytherin's reputation and glorious traditions. The young wizards had traversed the narrow, dim corridor and arrived at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Selwyn turned and paused, waiting for the young wizards behind him before stating the password for the common room changes every 2 weeks, so keep an eye on the announcement board. No students from other houses are allowed in our common room, nor should you share our password with them. Our common room hasn't allowed outsiders in for 700 years. All right then, Glory. As the password was spoken, the skirting board along the ground began to move like a snake, slowly arching upwards to reveal a stone door adorned with intricate and complex carvings unlike the ordinary wooden door seen moments before. The stone door opened slowly, and the young wizards followed Prefect Selwyn into the Slytherin lounge. What greeted them was a room with a transparent dome filled with a greenish glow. The walls were made of dark gray marble embellished with Gothic carvings. The ceiling was a transparent semicircle carved from crystal, making the entire lounge feel as if it were beneath a lake as they looked up through the dome to see shimmering waves above. The greenish flames within the room cast a dark green hue over the entire space, evoking a mysterious feeling akin to being in a submerged shipwreck. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see the depths of a dark lake with massive shadows occasionally passing by. In the center of the lounge, there was a fireplace with an exquisitely carved mantel surrounded by some luxurious, ornate chairs. A few upperclassmen sat scattered in the chairs, barely glancing at the newcomers as they continued their own activities. Welcome to the Slytherin lounge. Once the stone door was fully closed, Prefect Selwyn continued, now I will clarify some rumors. You may have heard rumors about Slytherin. Some claiming we all enjoy studying dark arts, and that Slytherin only admits wizards from prestigious families. You should not believe what those competing houses say. I do not deny that our house has produced some dark wizards, but the other 3 houses have dark wizards too. They just refuse to admit it. Prefect Selwyn finally dropped his constant smile, his face appearing somewhat frightening under the green light. Yes, we do have a tendency to recruit descendants from prestigious wizarding families, but you will also find many Slytherin students have at least one Muggle parent. What we value most in recruiting students is great potential. You were chosen for this house because you possess the potential to become great. Selwyn scanned the room, noting the serious, dismissive expressions of the young wizards, reminding them look around at your classmates, and also at the older students in the common room. Look at me, or look at yourself. If you think a Slytherin student has nothing special about them, or that they are unimpressive, I advise you to keep that ridiculous thought to yourself. Because if the Sorting Hat places anyone in this house, they must possess something great. Do not forget that. Listening to the prefect's speech, Jasmine seemed to see a shadow of riddle. Is this what Slytherin is like? Alright, that's all I have to say. The boys' dormitory is on the left, and the girls' dormitory is on the right. Your luggage has already been sent to your... Ignoring the still arrogant and rude gazes after informing the young wizards of their dormitory assignment, Selwyn put on a standard smile and said, I believe you will enjoy our dormitories. Sweet dreams to you all. After agreeing with Draco to have breakfast together the next morning, Jasmine walked towards her assigned dormitory. Walking down the long greenlit corridor, Jasmine stopped in front of the last dormitory. Just as she was about to open the door, she spotted a familiar figure approaching. Stopping her action of opening the door, Jasmine turned and said, Prefect Selwyn. The other party still wore that standard smile, but spoke without the formal tone. Good evening, Jasmine. May I call you that? Receiving a positive response from the girl, Selwyn took out a delicate letter from her pocket and handed it to Jasmine, saying, this is a note from Professor Snape for you. Jasmine accepted it. It was a white letter, perhaps not quite a letter since there was no information written on the cover. So should it be called a note? I hope I did not offend you earlier. I hope you can understand. Although Selwyn said this, her tone showed no trace of apology. Jasmine smiled gently and shook her head, indicating that she was the one who spoke first, and that there was nothing inappropriate in the other party's actions, so no apology was needed. Seeing the obedient expression on the girl's face, Selwyn's smile became a bit more sincere. If she had previously chosen not to offend the Malfoy family, when given a choice between being with a seemingly helpless girl and a brother who was a self-proclaimed savior, Selwyn would have chosen the latter without a second thought. But now Selwyn wished she had ignored that gasp at the time and had used another method to intimidate those freshmen from the family. Selwyn exhaled and said, all right, Jasmine, I wish you sweet dreams. Thank you, and I wish you a wonderful evening, Prefect. Watching the prefect walk away, Jasmine opened the small wooden door and stepped into the dormitory. Outside the window lay the pitch-black bottom of the lake, yet a faint green light trickled in. The medieval tapestry hanging on the wall was bathed in this soft green glow, adding a touch of tragic heroism embroidered with the legendary adventures of Slytherin. A silver chandelier hung from the ceiling. Jasmine did not turn on the lights as she entered the small room, closing the door behind her. The dormitory contained only one bed, a traditional wooden four-poster bed, with intricately carved posts. Hanging above was a deep green curtain embroidered with the emblem of Slytherin House, and the bedspread was also deep green adorned with silver thread serpents and decorative patterns. Beside the bed stood a nightstand on which lay a brand new set of Slytherin's exclusive school uniform, including a dark green tie with silver stripes, a matching striped scarf, a cashmere sweater with a dark green pattern on the collar and gloves of the same color, along with a wizarding robe lined in green. Outside, the gentle waves of the lake softly lapped against the window, producing a faint swish sound. Jasmine walked over to the desk by the bed, turned on the desk lamp, and the warm yellow light illuminated the workspace. She took out a note, and upon unfolding it found only a single line: "Meet in the potions office after dinner tomorrow. Severus Snape." After confirming she hadn't overlooked anything, Jasmine folded the note again, opened her magical briefcase, and took out an extracurricular reading book she had purchased earlier, slipping the note inside. Just then, the little black cat Vivian took the opportunity to leap out of the briefcase, gracefully landing on the silver cushion beside the bay window and stretching out luxuriously. Jasmine smiled helplessly, took out a stack of letter paper, a quill, and ink, and began to write. First, she replied to Professor Snape with a brief message: "Dear Professor Snape, I am honored to be sorted into your house. I have received your letter and look forward to seeing you tomorrow evening. Sweet dreams. Jasmine Potter." She then switched to another sheet and wrote just one sentence: "I hope this letter finds you well. See you in the Great Hall tomorrow morning." After folding the two letters separately, she addressed the one for Professor Snape and placed it into a small cloth. Jasmine walked to the bed and picked up Vivian, her delicate fingers gently weaving through the pure black fur. Vivian withdrew her gaze from the magical scene outside, resembling the aurora, meowing softly as she rubbed against Jasmine's wizarding robe. "Fortunately, your fur is black, so it won't show on the robe," Jasmine chuckled lightly. The next moment, the previously adorable Vivian puffed up her voice, turning into frantic meows of annoyance. It seemed she was declaring that she didn't shed. "Ha, all right, Vivian," Jasmine said, scratching the kitten's chin to calm the ruffled little cat, tying the cloth pouch to Vivian's back. Then, with a sleight of hand, she pulled out a small fish treat and stuffed it into Vivian's mouth, saying, "Go find my brother first, then deliver the remaining letter to Professor Snape." The cat, initially reluctant to leave, suddenly quieted down, happily finishing the fish treat, nodded her small head, and jumped out of Jasmine's embrace, tail held high as she dashed through the wall. The dormitory returned to silence as Jasmine placed her hand on the window, looking up. The green light swam in the water, forming a flowing, aurora-like scene. Occasionally, massive shadows drifted by, some trailing long tails, while others seemed to dance gracefully in the water. "I'm sorry I lost control of my temper." Riddle broke the silence first, saying, "I shouldn't have gotten so angry with you." Jasmine interrupted him, her low voice tinged with grievance and hurt. "It's okay to be angry. Ooh, I get angry at you too. I'd rather you be angry than speak to me in that tone." Riddle fell silent, recalling the words he had said earlier and his cold tone. He wished he could turn back time and give his past self a slap to cool down. "Let's talk about ghosts," Jasmine said, perking up and changing the subject. "Although I don't know why you're in my body, since you started teaching me magic, I felt there must be a way to help you regain your freedom. Being trapped in your body might not be a prison for me. How can leaving you be called freedom? I don't know much about ghosts from my existing memories." Riddle followed Jasmine's words, saying, "Perhaps you could ask Professor Binns about ghosts after History of Magic class. He is a ghost himself." Hearing Riddle say this, Jasmine's eyes lit up as she eagerly asked, "He is the ghost professor? Still teaching? Does that mean if you could also become a ghost, you could live freely?" Upon sensing the slight excitement in the girl's tone, Riddle couldn't help but fantasize about what it would be like to be beside her. If he could be more than just a ghost, then he could completely replace anyone to protect Jasmine, driving away everyone around her. Just as before, Jasmine would belong entirely to him. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry had been sorted into a dormitory for 5. His roommates were all asleep, leaving Harry sitting alone on the wooden window seat, staring blankly at the moon outside. With the sound of flapping wings, an owl flew in through the open window, a birthday gift from Hagrid to Harry, a young pure white snowy owl that Harry named Hedwig. "Hedwig," Harry called softly to the pure white owl, but noticed that it was holding the letter he had written to his sister, prompting him to ask, "Hedwig, didn't you find Jasmine?" Hedwig flapped her wings, indicating she couldn't dive, though Harry didn't understand. Just as Harry looked dejectedly at the moon in the sky, he felt a soft furry touch and heard a small meow. Harry lowered his head to see the little black cat and exclaimed in surprise. Because he didn't hold back his voice, Ron, who was close by, stirred in his sleep and mumbled a few words. Harry quickly closed his mouth, picked up the little black cat Vivian, and removed the conspicuous white pouch from her, pulling out 2 letters from inside. One letter was unsigned while the other was addressed to Professor Severus Snape. Although a bit puzzled, Harry put the letter for Snape back into the pouch and began to read the one Jasmine had written to him. Seeing that Jasmine wanted to meet him in the Great Hall tomorrow morning, Harry finally let go of the anxiety that had been lingering in his heart. It wasn't that Harry didn't trust the feelings between him and Jasmine, or rather anyone who heard Ron ramble about the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor all night would inevitably think more. After sending the letter with the cat away, Harry suddenly realized something was off. He glanced at the tightly shut door of the dormitory and recalled that upon entering the common room, he had to say a specific password to the portrait of the lady. So how did Vivian manage to get in? When Jasmine finished washing up and putting on her shirt, a sudden knock came at the door. "Jasmine, are you awake?" The voice belonged to Draco. "I'm awake," Jasmine replied as she walked, but just as she was about to open the door, Riddle mumbled, saying, "Your attire affects others' attitudes toward you to some extent. You must always pay attention to your appearance. Make sure to tie your tie before opening the door." In short, he came up with a heap of pompous reasons to prevent the young lady from opening the door in a shirt for that ill-intentioned little master of the Malfoy family. Wait a moment. Jasmine had no choice but to respond from outside. Then as Draco's knocking grew more impatient, she reluctantly spent some more time in front of the talking mirror, which showered her with compliments, tying her tie, buttoning the top button, and putting on her cashmere sweater and wizarding robe before rushing to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, Draco grabbed her sleeve and hurriedly pulled her out. "Jasmine, isn't class at 9 o'clock? Why are you in such a hurry?" Jasmine, taken aback by the sudden rush, struggled to catch her breath after opening the door, her voice a bit strained as she, feeling the delicate wrist slipping away from his fingers as if it would break with a slight tug. Draco looked a bit, but the next moment, hearing the girl's unusual tone, the gentlemanly young master of the Malfoy family helped her catch her breath. Although his textbooks were being carried by Crabbe, he took the transformation class book and the notebook with a quill from the girl. Slowing his pace, he continued walking with her towards the great hall, saying, "This morning there's pumpkin soup and pumpkin pasties in the dining hall. I specifically had the house elf prepare them crispy. If we're late, they'll be gone." Upon hearing this, Jasmine's eyes sparkled. She no longer cared about retrieving her textbooks, joyfully quickening her pace ahead of Draco, exclaiming, "If there's such a good thing, what are we waiting for?" Looking at the petite figure in front of him, her little legs moving quickly, Draco couldn't help but smile helplessly and followed suit. Countless steps piled up, some of which would suddenly change direction. If Jasmine hadn't seen the map of Hogwarts before, she might have truly gotten lost in this magical castle. After a long climb, Jasmine finally reached the last step, panting heavily, and finally understood why Draco had called her half an hour earlier. These stairs were truly torturous, but it seemed there would be no sweet pumpkin pasties left if they arrived at this time. After experiencing last night's feast, Jasmine had a deep understanding of the little wizard's combat power. Even the seemingly elegant little snakes were elegantly and swiftly devouring the delicious food on the long table. "My pumpkin pasties, sob sob sob," Jasmine silently cried in her heart. Seeing Jasmine frown with her cheeks puffed out, Draco felt as if he had momentarily seen a soft white bun, and without thinking he raised his hand to pinch her cheek. As expected, it was as soft as he imagined. Molly completely cast aside the incident of being pinched on her cheek, fully rejuvenated, and confidently marched towards the great hall. Watching the young girl with her red hair swaying as she walked, Draco sighed in relief, chuckled, and stepped forward. Upon arriving at the great hall, Molly spotted the two tall boys who had followed Draco yesterday. Crabbe and Goyle waved at the sight of Draco's figure appearing at the entrance. Once Molly sat down and finally tasted the delicious pumpkin pie, she squinted her eyes and smiled at Crabbe and Goyle, saying, "Thank you, it's wonderful that Draco has friends like you." After finishing her sentence, Molly took another sip of the warm pumpkin soup, sighed contentedly, and continued to indulge in the pumpkin pie. Draco, who was nearby, heard Molly's words and responded with a haughty hum as he continued to eat. Hence neither of them noticed Crabbe and Goyle's somewhat abnormal expressions and their ambiguous smiles as they replied, "It's nothing, it's just a small matter." Having eaten her fill, Molly looked up towards Gryffinder's side, but did not see her brother at the long table. Instead, she caught sight of Hermione staring at her with a strange expression. Molly greeted Draco, but before he could respond, she walked over to Hermione with a puzzled look. Amidst the wary, angry, and slightly envious gazes from the Gryffindor students, Molly naturally sat down beside Hermione and greeted her, saying, "Good morning, Hermione, have you seen my brother Harry?" Surprised that Molly would greet her and seemingly relieved of a heavy burden, Hermione shook her head, indicating she hadn't seen him, and began chatting with Molly. The two girls shared stories about their dormitories, and when Hermione learned that Molly had a single room, she expressed some envy, saying, "I thought all students were in shared rooms." Of course, what Hermione didn't say was that there were benefits to shared rooms, but she just wasn't close to the other girls. Later, the two exchanged class schedules, but regrettably discovered that they only had no classes together on Friday afternoons. However, the good news was that they would have some classes together. So they agreed to meet at the library to study on Friday afternoons and during the weekends. As most of the people had left the Great Hall, Hermione looked at her watch and anxiously mentioned that she had to go to class as it was her first time finding the classroom, and being late would cost house points. Draco approached Molly holding her textbooks, reminding her that it was time to leave. Molly glanced at the entrance of the Great Hall, but still did not see her brother's figure. Just as she was about to take her books, Draco dodged and said, "You can lead the way. Oh, as a return, I'll help you carry them." Looking at the hefty Transfiguration textbook, Molly bit her lip, unsure whether to agree, especially since he had already helped her carry it all the way. She blamed herself for being so focused on the pumpkin pie. "Do you still consider me a friend? You see, Goyle is also helping me carry my books, right?" Noticing the hesitation on the girl's face, Draco added with a hint of grievance in his tone and less. You don't see me as a friend. Looking at the somewhat pitiful yet proud Draco, Molly nodded in agreement. Hermione, holding her textbooks, shook the brick in her arms. It was indeed heavy, and if Molly had to carry it all the way with her delicate arms. Considering Draco, who was no longer speaking with a strange accent, and was graciously helping Molly carry her books, Hermione suddenly thought he wasn't as bad as she had imagined. As Molly planned the shortest route, and turned to set off, Draco's originally warm smile turned into one of pride and mockery, and he even rolled his eyes at Hermione. Hermione thought, all right, I misjudged him. The paper map and the reality of the moving staircases in Hogwarts were indeed quite different. Fortunately, the entire map was etched in Molly's mind, so she could always find another equally close route to safety. The group following Molly did not notice that she had changed routes 4 or 5 times before arriving at the door of the Transfiguration classroom, as each time the staircase moved, Molly could instantaneously plan a new route, allowing them to nearly move without stopping and arrive at the classroom 10 minutes before class. Upon entering the classroom, Molly found that the aisle in the middle seemed to separate the students, with a few scattered Gryffindor students fooling around on the left side, while the right side was nearly filled with Slytherin students. They had formed little clusters of 3 or 2, quietly conversing in their seats, while a few sat alone at the back engrossed in thick books. Some were reading the Transfiguration textbook, while others were perusing different magical tomes. Molly, not understanding the seating arrangement, curiously asked Riddle, "Is this seating arrangement a rule?" "No, it's not a rule," Riddle replied with a light laugh. "You should know, Molly, this is tradition." Based on the current situation, Hermione also dared not invite Molly to sit with her or to go over to the Slytherin side. She could only grit her teeth and watch as Malfoy led Molly to a seat in the front and in the middle. Hermione's gaze was fixed on that platinum-haired boy who had taken Molly away, wishing she could go over and punch him twice. Fortunately, Molly chose a seat near the middle aisle and turned to smile sweetly at Hermione, indicating that the front row on the other side was also empty. Hermione's mood instantly lifted, and she skipped over to the position Molly pointed to. Just then a cat suddenly leaped onto the teacher's desk in the center of the classroom. The little groups of Slytherin students that were chatting instantly quieted down, and the Gryffindor students began to appear in the classroom one after another. Molly looked around and saw the new students who hadn't appeared in the Great Hall that morning, but still did not spot her brother. Alright, she didn't see Ron either. "Turn back and sit down, the teacher has arrived," Riddle said to the little girl who was still twisting her head around. Molly turned back and met the gaze of a silver tabby on the podium. It had remarkably clean and tidy fur with silver and black patterns. Sitting motionless on the desk, if Molly hadn't clearly remembered that there hadn't been a cat on the desk a moment ago, she might have mistaken it for a lifelike cat decoration. Noticing the girl's gaze, the cat turned its head to look at Molly. Molly felt that the magical world was really wondrous, as she could see compassion in the cat's face. So is the cat the professor? Molly couldn't imagine the scene of the cat speaking human words in class, nor could she picture the cat writing on the black. "She is Professor McGonagall," Riddle interjected, stopping Molly's fanciful thoughts, and explained, "She is an animagus." Thinking back to the knowledge she had read about animagi, Molly felt that while she couldn't yet connect this adorable, compassionate cat with the elegant and slightly imposing Professor McGonagall she had seen yesterday. But the fact that an animagus could be a cat was undeniably super cool. Sunlight filtered through the clouds and shone upon the Hogwarts castle as 2 figures in wizard robes hurried down the long corridor. It was none other than Harry, whom Molly had been waiting for, along with his equally lost friend Ron. Harry, having puzzled over how the cat had delivered a letter to him last night, lost track of time and overslept, only realizing it was 8:20 after getting up. After waking up, Harry was immediately pulled by Ron to find the classroom, completely forgetting about his dear sister and the rendezvous in the Great Hall. Originally, the dormitories in Hogwarts were not far from the Great Hall, so if the two had gone to the Great Hall first, they might have met Molly, who was anxiously waiting for her brother, and arrived at the classroom together. But chaos had left Harry, who was already sleep-deprived, with a fuzzy mind. The 2 reckless Gryffindors ended up spending nearly 50 minutes running through various corridors in Hogwarts before they found the Transfiguration classroom. Of course, the 2 lost Gryffindors were also 10 minutes late. The quiet classroom was filled only with the rustling of turning pages and the sound of pens gliding over books. The classroom doors suddenly swung open, and Molly looked back to see her brother and Ron. Both of them had messy hair and wrinkled white shirt collars, clearly having not tidied themselves up after getting up, and they had run all the way here. Draco, ensuring that the girl's attention was on the door, raised an eyebrow mockingly and gestured to Crabbe and Goyle, who were sitting in the back row, and the 2 immediately smirked at the entrance. On the other hand, Hermione also saw a dusty Harry and a panting Ron rushing in, and she shook her head, helplessly rolling her eyes as she continued reading the Transfiguration textbook. "Phew, we made it," Ron exclaimed breathlessly as he caught up with Harry after closing the door. Glancing around the classroom and noticing no teacher in sight, he sighed in relief. If we had been late, Professor McGonagall's expression would have surely scared us to death. As they walked forward looking for seats, they noticed the silver tabby cat on the podium. The cat stood up, shook its body to prepare, and then leaped off the desk. In midair it transformed, turning from a cat into Professor McGonagall dressed in a green velvet robe, leaving Harry, Ron, and some other young wizards astonished. "That's amazing," Ron exclaimed instinctively. "Oh, thank you for your compliment, Mr. Weasley." Professor McGonagall replied politely with a smile, but the next moment her smile faded as her gaze shifted between the two boys, saying, "Perhaps I should turn Mr. Potter and you into a pocket watch, so at least one of you can keep track of time." Faced with Professor McGonagall's serious demeanor, Harry closed his gaping mouth and explained, "We got lost." "Then you can turn into a map," McGonagall interrupted, not wanting to hear such an explanation any longer, and without wasting time, she said to the two, "Find your seats, you shouldn't need a map for that." After that she no longer paid attention to the two and walked up to the podium. Hearing that Professor McGonagall did not deduct points from the school, Hermione sighed in relief and shot a glance at Ron, who had a look of surviving a disaster beside her, and straightened up to prepare for the class. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and silently sat in the first row on the only remaining Slytherin side, with Muggle and Draco sitting behind them. After sitting down, Harry rubbed his head in annoyance, causing his already messy black hair to become even more partly due to being late and partly because he remembered the little girl's pitiful green eyes. When he entered, Harry recalled that she had sent a letter inviting him to meet in the Great Hall this morning. "All right, class, today we will learn Transfiguration," Professor McGonagall said while turning her back to write the spell for Transfiguration on the blackboard. As Professor McGonagall turned to write, Harry secretly glanced back at the little girl who was diligently taking notes. Seeing Harry turn around, Muggle gave him a sweet smile and pointed to the blackboard, indicating that he should pay attention in class. Although Harry wanted to say something, he turned back and began to focus on the lesson. Based on his understanding of Muggle, the little girl had definitely memorized everything from the first-year textbook she had finished reading a few days ago. So he, as her older brother, shouldn't fall too far behind. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous spell in your Hogwarts curriculum. Professor McGonagall turned back and warned every young wizard in a serious tone. "Anyone who misbehaves in my class will be asked to leave, never to return. I have warned you all." Looking at the serious faces of the young wizards below, Professor McGonagall began her lecture on Transfiguration. Following the timeline of Transfiguration's history, she eloquently presented the vast knowledge system related to Transfiguration, interspersing fascinating and vivid stories that aligned with the historical context and knowledge framework. This made Muggle feel as though the words from the Transfiguration textbook in her mind had come to life. Compared to Professor McGonagall's earlier serious demeanor, her occasional winks and tone of speech now made Muggle feel as if she saw a shadow of a white-bearded old man in her. Almost all the students were immersed in those exciting and interesting stories, and the first class ended unknown. During the break, both Gryffindor and Slytherin students gathered in small groups, excitedly discussing those stories. Some Gryffindor students even rushed to the podium, wanting to hear more stories from their seemingly strict, yet humorously engaging headmistress. The first to rush up was Hermione, her expression excited and affectionate, as if she already knew Professor McGonagall well and shared a close relationship. She held up her somewhat worn Transfiguration textbook, inquiring about the previously mentioned possibility of training to become an animagus. Professor McGonagall, having personally brought this diligent and eager girl from the Muggle world, had a fondness for her, seeing that the girl had obviously been studying the first-year Transfiguration textbook diligently and glancing at the limited break time. As she offered her suggestion, "Miss Hermione Granger, I think you have already realized that the first-year textbook does not contain the answers you seek. You might try borrowing the third-year Transfiguration textbook from the library. I believe it will contain the answers you desire, as the third-year curriculum is almost entirely focused on animagus studies." Looking at Hermione, who was eagerly wishing to rush to the library to study the third-year Transfiguration textbook, Professor McGonagall patiently added, "However, at this stage you should first focus on mastering the most basic Transfiguration spells. What do you think, Miss Hermione Granger?" Hermione nodded, indicating that she would study the spell diligently, and once mastered would then spend her spare time exploring the books she was interested in. Looking at the young girl before her, who possessed a typical scholar's arrogance, yet could distinguish priorities and accept, Professor McGonagall nodded appreciatively and said, "If you encounter any problems in your studies later, feel free to come to my office." Hermione happily nodded, her cheeks flushed as she smiled at Professor McGonagall. The other little lions who had gathered around also started to clamor and plead with Professor McGonagall to tell another interesting story. Meanwhile, some little snakes also perked up their ears, quietly observing Professor McGonagall at the podium. But as class time was up, Professor McGonagall had to send the gathered little lions back to their seats. Noticing the children's disappointment, she cleared her throat, raised her wand, and cast a Transfiguration spell. Transfiguration. With Professor McGonagall's voice, the rectangular wooden lectern on the podium transformed into a cute pink pig. Seeing this scene, the students instantly gasped in surprise, exclaiming in awe. Noticing that the children's attention was captured and their excitement was stirred, Professor McGonagall said, "The task for this class is to transform a matchstick into a needle." Watching the young wizards' enthusiasm wane, each showing expressions that clearly wanted to hear stories, Professor McGonagall helplessly shifted the topic. "But before practical training, I will tell you another little story. Yay? The young wizards cheered in unison, then began to excitedly discuss the stories they found interesting. Professor McGonagall signaled for silence, adding a condition. The premise is that you can roughly describe the history of transfiguration discussed in the last class, and state the years and corresponding figures of each key point. Clearly the young wizards had only enjoyed the last class. Some took notes, but either missed the years, the figures, or were so captivated by the stories that they hadn't recorded anything. Even Hermione frowned because her notes lacked the timeline regarding animagi. She had been too engrossed at that moment to record the relevant times and figures. So even if she could simply recount the stories, she might not be able to accurately state the years and figures. Professor McGonagall scanned the classroom and noticed that even Hermione, who had filled dozens of pages with notes, was frowning and lowering her head. Just as she was about to lower her expectations, she saw a pale hand raised belonging to the red-haired, blue-eyed Muggle. "Miss Muggle-Potter, you may speak." Professor McGonagall gestured for everyone to be quiet, then looked at the young girl's pale face with a hint of affection. Muggle stood up and began to speak, clearly summarizing each important point with a brief sentence that included the time, place, figures, and events. Throughout, she did not glance at her notebook or textbook, speaking at a steady pace, her narration flowing smoothly, without any stumbles or interruptions. Molly's voice was clear and fused with the unique sweetness of youth, flowing like a mountain stream, gently reaching the minds of every young wizard. Initially, some young wizards listened closely to ensure they had not missed anything in their notes, but soon many from Slytherin along with Hermione began to scribble notes, fervently completing their records. Meanwhile, most of the Gryffindor students with expressions of disbelief began to murmur in awe. In less than 15 minutes, Molly had accurately and completely recounted the main framework and essence of the content taught by Professor McGonagall in the previous class. "Truly astonishing memory, Miss Molly Potter," Professor McGonagall remarked with admiration, signaling everyone to applaud her, and amidst the applause she announced Slytherin 5 points. Faced with his sister's inhuman memory, Harry, though accustomed to it, still felt a shock every time it deepened his impression. Thus, while applauding, he turned to give his sister a thumbs up in praise. Next to Harry, Ron, clearly witnessing such incredible memory for the first time, turned around irrespective of whether Malfoy was behind him, clapping and asking Molly, "What kind of magic has been cast on your brain? How do you remember everything?" Sitting beside Molly, Hermione and Malfoy surprisingly exchanged eye rolls at Ron's question. The murmurs and inquiries surrounded by applause rose and fell. The points awarded not only brought cheers and applause from the Slytherin young wizards, but even the Gryffindor young wizards joined in. They genuinely admired this girl who was more than just a pretty face. "Your memory is as terrifying as ever," Riddle applauded for the girl who seemed to shine at that moment. For anyone, the vast and chaotic framework of transfiguration knowledge, with its tedious and hard-to-remember dates, combined with a myriad of events and interspersed with characters that were either different or identical to others. The girl could articulate it all flawlessly. Her memory truly could be described as frightening. Amidst the enthusiastic applause and generous praise from the young wizards, Molly's previously slightly ill face was nearly flushed with color. Professor McGonagall waved her hand to signal everyone to stop, then gently inquired, "So, Molly, is there anything you are particularly interested in? I can elaborate further." Molly took a small breath to keep her voice clear, and said, "The spells of transfiguration have different requirements based on the objects being transformed. The larger the object to be transformed, the greater the power required. Just like at the beginning we learned to turn a matchstick into a needle, but the objects required for transformation mentioned later in the textbook would gradually increase in size. By the end of the textbook, we will be required to transform animals into objects, such as turning a mouse into a snuff box. If we continue to deduce, will we later learn to transform objects into animals, and even transform animals into humans, or humans into animals?" At this point, Molly looked uncertainly at Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, amazed by the precise inferences regarding the transfiguration spell, adjusted her surprised demeanor upon seeing the questioning gaze of the girl, and smiled, gesturing for her to continue. "Phew." Molly exhaled again, asking her question. "So the animagus you demonstrated earlier, Professor McGonagall, can it be understood that after we learn to turn a person into an animal, we can view ourselves as the one being enchanted, and then cast the transfiguration spell on ourselves to become an animal?" Hermione nearby looked at Molly, her eyes gleaming with surprise, and Molly returned a playful wink and smile. Indeed, in asking this question, aside from her genuine interest, part of her motivation was to prompt Professor McGonagall to address a question Hermione had asked earlier, which had gone unanswered due to the short break. After listening to Molly's question, Professor McGonagall gestured for her to sit down, then slowly began to recount a story about her own past. "I remember it was around 50 years ago when I was still a student at Hogwarts." This story contained Professor McGonagall's nostalgia for previous transfiguration classes, her admiration for the unnamed professor who could transform stone sculptures into humans, and her joy in learning animagus. The young wizards were captivated, and the magical experiences from Professor McGonagall's own journey in learning transfiguration greatly inspired the new students to practice transforming matchsticks into needles. Molly's insights on transfiguration and animagus hold merit, You might consider teaming up with Miss Granger to explore relevant materials in the library later. After Professor McGonagall summarized her learning experiences, the young wizards felt many connections between her story and Molly's earlier speculations regarding the learning process of transfiguration. Although Professor McGonagall did not directly answer Molly's question or point out any issues with her inferences, this brief recounting of her learning experience significantly conveyed to the young wizards present that learning should be grounded, advancing step by step. One should not feel that the earlier stories of wondrous transfiguration or witnessing a lectern turned into a pig renders the current lesson of turning a matchstick into a needle pointless. Later you are welcome to chat with me in the Transfiguration office along with Miss Granger. And all the young wizards present. Professor McGonagall glanced at the clock and continued, "There isn't much time left in this class, so let's begin practicing. Turn the matchstick into a needle." The young wizards who had previously been uninterested in turning a matchstick into a needle did not linger to hear stories this time. Instead, they eagerly focused on the matchsticks on their desks, awkwardly reciting the transfiguration spell demonstrated by Professor McGonagall on the board. Transfiguration. As Professor McGonagall's gaze inadvertently returned to Molly, she was once again astonished to see the girl had transformed the matchstick into a silver needle in just one attempt. Quickly descending from the platform, she raised the silver needle for closer inspection. "An excellent transfiguration, Miss Potter," Professor McGonagall exclaimed upon seeing the exquisitely crafted threading hole at the needle's base. Slytherin 2 points. This time the applause and cheers were not as enthusiastic as before as the young wizards were absorbed in their attempts repeatedly reciting the spell. "Well done," Riddle generously praised the girl as always. "You taught me that before, didn't you?" Jasmine replied. "I meant the concealment spell and the wandless spell," Riddle chuckled. She recalled how the girl had skillfully used the transfiguration spell even before she had her wand succeeding on her. She had praised her, then calling her a genius. Therefore this compliment was directed at the girl's ability to withstand the wonderful feeling of being in the spotlight, while maintaining her mature mindset of keeping her trump cards hidden. Jasmine smiled and did not decline further. "Oh Jasmine, perhaps you truly are a natural master of transfiguration," Professor McGonagall said, her eyes sparkling like a cat's when it spots a fish treat. "Professor McGonagall, I just practiced in advance." Although she had succeeded on her first try as well, Jasmine did not consider herself the transfiguration master McGonagall described. On the contrary, having just heard about the professor's own academic journey, Jasmine felt that the true master of transfiguration was the professor who had mastered becoming a cat during her student years. Professor McGonagall affectionately stroked Jasmine's silky red hair. She had personally taken the little girl to that Muggle family and had observed them for a day. Parents who excessively pampered their children, ignorant yet arrogant. McGonagall had even seen little Dudley kicking and punching his mother to buy him a Muggle toy. Let alone learning magic, even the most basic aspects of life seemed to be a challenge. Oh, look at little Jasmine's pale face and that thin little frame. And then at Harry's unkempt hairstyle. Careful McGonagall even noticed that both of them were wearing ill-fitting white shirts. Unless they requested it themselves, no one could buy ill-fitting clothes in Madame Malkin's robe shop. What kind of experiences could lead two children who should be carefree to choose shirts that they could still wear after a few years of growth? Jasmine and Harry's life in the Muggle world was simply unimaginable. Professor McGonagall raised her head, suppressing the urge to cry, and patted Jasmine's shoulder, allowing the little girl to attempt the transfiguration content from the back of the textbook while she went to inspect the transformations of other young wizards. Jasmine did not continue with the transformations she had already mastered, but instead opened her notebook to record her thoughts on transfiguration from the 2 lessons, preparing to have a range of options when borrowing books from the library later. However, regarding the points she was interested in, Jasmine could only pray that they would all appear in one book. She even began to regret not bringing her magical suitcase when she left in the morning. After all, if she borrowed many books, she might not be able to carry them. Transfiguration. With Hermione's repeated attempts, she finally turned a match into a needle, albeit one without a threading hole. Transfiguration. Meanwhile, Draco beside Jasmine successfully transformed his match into a silver needle, raising an eyebrow in a challenging manner at Hermione, who looked slightly disappointed. Professor McGonagall walked over and picked up the silver needle from Draco Malfoy's desk, examining it closely before saying, "Mr. Draco Malfoy, I believe your needle is still missing a threading hole." Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Draco's pale face flushed with embarrassment. Hermione on the side had also composed herself and continued her attempts. Transfiguration. Transfiguration. As the 2 voices rang out, Harry and Hermione succeeded almost simultaneously. Professor McGonagall picked them up for inspection and announced, "Due to Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Hermione Granger's success, Gryffindor receives 2 points. Gryffindor erupted in enthusiastic applause, but it quickly fell silent, leaving only the murmurs of the incantation for transfiguration. Having received points and being allowed to attempt the next transfiguration, Hermione and Harry both smiled at Jasmine, seeking her praise, to which Jasmine responded with a thumbs up. As Jasmine continued to summarize, Hermione shot a challenging smile at Malfoy, reminiscent of the one she had received earlier. This clearly annoyed the proud young Malfoy. After succeeding, Harry did not continue trying, but instead looked worriedly at Ron, who seemed anxious, wildly waving his somewhat worn wand. Noticing her brother's gaze, Jasmine looked over and quietly reminded, Ron, swinging it like that might not release the... Ron did not accept the girl's kindness, instead replying with a somewhat harsh tone, "Oh, is that so? If you're using an old wand that someone else discarded, you might not succeed on the first try either." Facing Ron, who clearly had his own little emotions, Jasmine said nothing more. On the side, Hermione, who was attempting the transfiguration spell for the next lesson, shot Ron a glare. Ron. Harry was clearly unhappy with Ron's attitude toward his sister, chiding him. Ron shrugged helplessly, showing no intention of apologizing, seemingly still lost in his own emotions. Harry turned back to Jasmine with an apologetic smile, deciding not to pay attention to Ron anymore, and began to flip through the somewhat new transfiguration textbook. "Why advise a stubborn fool?" Riddle asked in Jasmine's mind. "Riddle, don't say that," Jasmine replied, her tone lacking much emotional fluctuation. She felt no resentment toward Ron, and didn't mind Riddle calling him a fool. "He is my brother's first friend at Hogwarts." "Then what if your friend loses their temper at your brother?" Riddle cautiously probed. "What would you do?" Jasmine thought for a moment, instinctively feeling that Riddle was asking about her first friend at Hogwarts. Turning to Hermione, she noticed the girl smiling back at her. Hermione wouldn't do that. She's a really nice girl, isn't she? Jasmine believed that Hermione wouldn't lose her temper at anyone for no reason. "Then what about me?" Riddle's voice dropped slightly. Jasmine suddenly fell silent. Just when Riddle thought her silence was the answer, Jasmine said teasingly, "Haven't you always lost your temper at my brother for no reason?" Thinking back to how she had indeed picked on him for no reason at times, Riddle's mood brightened significantly as he chuckled. "Isn't it all because he as the brother failed to protect you properly? My brother and I were born on the same day, so there's no such thing as someone being born to protect someone else. Family should protect each other." Jasmine said, "Love is mutual." Riddle fell silent, memories seemingly transported back to the orphanage under that big tree as the girl opened her arms to shield him. Did that girl also consider him family? Would she love him too? In the time that followed, several young wizards succeeded, and Professor McGonagall awarded points equally, showing no favoritism towards Gryffindor despite being its head. For this seemingly serious, yet knowledgeable, humorous, and egalitarian professor, both Gryffindor and Slytherin young wizards expressed their admiration. Molly exhaled, feeling the air pressure around her begin to drop. Turning slightly, she saw the platinum-haired boy holding his wand motionless, his pale face biting his lip as he seemed to be holding back tears. On the table lay a peculiar little iron hook. The young master of the Malfoy family probably wouldn't wear the same outfit twice, let alone use a sewing needle. "Perhaps you just don't know what a threading hole looks like," Molly said softly, pushing the silver needle she had just transformed onto Draco's desk. The other party remained silent, clearly struggling to hold back his shoulders, trembling, afraid that speaking would cause tears. Yet his gaze was fixed intently on the silver needle on the table, seriously observing the structure of the threading hole at the end of this little object he had never seen before. Molly chose not to focus too much on the crying yet stubborn platinum-haired boy, fearing he might mind her seeing him cry, just like the previous night in the Great Hall. Transfiguration. Draco recited the incantation after adjusting his emotions. Following Professor McGonagall's inspection, Slytherin earned another point. "Thank you." A faint voice of gratitude reached Molly's ears. She blinked, and glancing at his slightly reddened lips and cheeks, smiled, and said, "We're friends, right?" Hearing this, Draco's eyes flickered as he turned his head away. Seeing this young master of the Malfoy family bravely confronting his shortcomings, Riddle merely snorted softly, refraining from mocking him for his tendency to cry. Clearly he was a better friend choice than the red-haired Weasley that Harry had befriended. It was hard to fathom how this foolish brother of Molly's chose his friends. Did their order of meeting truly matter that much? After the other had inexplicably snapped at Molly, he simply scolded him lightly by name. Of course, after Molly's earlier words, Riddle swallowed any further complaints. Professor McGonagall returned to the podium and raised her hand to signal for silence. Class time passed quickly, and in the final minutes, Professor McGonagall prepared to assign some homework. Everyone must successfully cast the transfiguration spell learned in this class and practice more. Then write a short reflection on transfiguration, turning a match into a needle. Hearing there would be a reflection to write a few voices from Gryffindor, exclaimed Ha. Professor McGonagall's serious gaze swept over, and the voices instantly fell silent. Then add a framework summary of the history of transfiguration. If there are any questions regarding the incantation, you may ask the students who succeeded in class afterwards. Of course, you may also come to my office to find me. Amidst the young wizard's groans, Professor McGonagall added, "You may also inquire about the history of transfiguration with Miss Molly Potter." The groans instantly vanished, replaced by various gazes of admiration or curiosity, all directed at the red-haired girl. After class, Molly walked out of the classroom with Harry under the gaze of many. Perhaps before this class, the most common titles for Molly among the young wizards were the Savior's Sister or the Beautiful Lady. But after this class, a new nickname unique to this seemingly radiant girl would surely spread throughout Hogwarts. "I'm sorry, Molly, I woke up a bit late this morning." Harry walked alongside Molly holding 2 sets of textbooks. Molly shook her head, indicating it was nothing, then took out a map and handed it to Harry, saying, "This is the map of Hogwarts. The stairs don't move. You can keep it, and when I'm not around you can still find the classroom." Harry knew his sister had certainly memorized the map, so he accepted it without hesitation and tucked it into his pocket. Standing beside Molly, Draco crossed his arms, clearly missing the chance to help carry her books. However, Crabbe and Goyle had been sent to reserve seats, so Molly would still have to sit with him at lunch. Draco had taken the seat beside Molly, and Hermione couldn't push the little girl's brother away, so she could only stand next to Ron. Usually cheerful Ron now seemed somewhat silent, showing no intention of greeting Hermione. Remembering how Ron had snapped at kind little Molly during class, Hermione felt a surge of anger and shot him a glare. It would be better to stand next to Draco, at least he treated Molly well. There was no pumpkin pasty at lunch, but on Draco's recommendation Molly tried the honey fruit pasty. With a sweet taste and a crispy crust, the gleam in Molly's eyes made Draco note another delicious dish in the recipe he had started recording yesterday. When dessert appeared on the table, Molly took 2 portions of caramel pudding for herself and Draco. Today's pudding was sweeter, and Molly remarked it was better than last night's, but still not quite to her taste. Seeing the girl's eyes fail to shine as expected, Draco silently offered her 2 chocolate cookies. Indeed, after finishing the pudding and moving on to the chocolate cookies, the spark returned to the girl's eyes. Molly's recipe won. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, Ron remained silent, hardly touching the food on the table. This was a stark contrast to his lively demeanor during yesterday's dinner. Until Fred and George teased him again, Ron finally exploded, throwing out, "It's none of your business." He stormed out of the hall. Faced with their brother's sudden outburst, Fred and George held back Harry, who wanted to chase after him, stating that they understood this situation better than anyone. "It's best to let him be alone for a while," they said in unison. After Harry briefly recounted what had happened in Transfiguration, Fred and George exchanged glances, then set down their lunch, bid farewell to Harry, and left the hall with friendly smiles. As the simple lunch concluded, Molly noticed Ron was not by Harry's side, but she didn't ask. Instead, she reminded her brother that the classroom for their afternoon charms class was on the 3rd floor, and to be mindful of the time during the lunch break. Malfoy finally seized the opportunity to grab the book, grinning all the way. If it weren't for Jasmine leading the way, he might have ended up in the Ravenclaw common room at the top of the tower. Finally lying back on the soft bed, the girl, unaccustomed to napping, found Jasmine relaxing while petting a cat, feeling quite content. However, Jasmine suddenly remembered that she had an appointment with Professor Snape tonight in the potions office, and the second class tomorrow morning would be Transfiguration. She could only crawl out of bed and choose to utilize her break time to finish the Transfiguration homework. Professor McGonagall did not specify a word count, so Jasmine paid no attention to the number of pages. The elaborate cursive flowed gracefully onto the paper, creating a stark contrast with the girl's soft and in the charms classroom. The arrangement of desks and chairs was different from that of the Transfiguration classroom, which had small tables for 2 arranged in 4 rows. Instead, there were 4 long connected tables placed close to the walls, facing each other, leaving a wide aisle in the middle. There was no teacher's desk, no podium, not even a blackboard. At the front of the classroom, there were piles of books stacked like small hills. Even the original floor-to-ceiling windows were filled with books towering higher than most young wizards of this age. Gryffindor and Slytherin sat on opposite sides of the room. Jasmine sat next to Malfoy, while on the other side was a short-haired girl. Jasmine knew her name, Pansy Parkinson. Or rather, Jasmine knew the names of all the new students, because during the sorting ceremony, each new student's name was called out for sorting. Pansy Parkinson had deep brown hair and eyes, her smile appropriate for the occasion. Although her demeanor still carried the naivety of her age, it was clear she had been trained in etiquette. "Hello, Miss Potter," Pansy greeted Jasmine with an outstretched hand, her smile polished, yet her eyes filled with mockery, her arm bent at a perfectly compliant angle. But not a natural one. Due to the close distance between the seats, the angle at which she reached out almost poked Jasmine's face, clearly not a proper social distance. Jasmine had no intention of responding to this hostile and provocative handshake invitation. The main reason was not just the arrogance, but also because the other party had just rudely pushed Theodore Nott, who had originally been sitting beside her. He looked gloomy with a thin frame and pale complexion. After Nott fell, Jasmine noticed the bruises on his exposed arms. She even heard Pansy mockingly call him the son of a traitor, a child unloved by his mother. After the mockery, Pansy's gaze intentionally swept over Jasmine, as if her words had an ulterior motive. "Pansy." As Pansy's long dark green nails were about to touch Jasmine's face, Malfoy angrily reprimanded. Faced with Malfoy's reprimand, Pansy's eyes widened in disbelief, but she obediently retracted her hand. Having grown up with Malfoy, she had never been scolded by him because of someone else. And what about last night's banquet? If it weren't to become an acceptable Mrs. Malfoy, would she need to ingratiate herself with those pure-blood girls one by one? She had even lowered herself to please that high and mighty prefect. Given her family background, she shouldn't have had to seek anyone's favor. And what was he doing? Flirting with the sister of that savior, sharing a pudding together. Now he was actually scolding her for this seemingly impoverished girl. Pansy, so enraged that she forgot all about etiquette, lost her standard smile and shouted at Jasmine with a twisted face, "Get away, who do you think you are sitting next to, Malfoy?" Then she directly reached out to tug at Jasmine's arm. No one expected Pansy to act like this suddenly, and Jasmine was still calming the enraged Riddle in her mind. With all her might, Pansy lifted the already frail Jasmine off the ground. Feeling the pain in her arm, a flash of red glimmered in Jasmine's eyes as she merely gazed at the seemingly mad Pansy before her. Originally grinning viciously, Pansy raised her wand, pointing it at the girl's smooth forehead, but suddenly found herself staring into a pair of gem-like green eyes. These eyes were too calm, devoid of fear, anger, or any emotions that a normal wizard would feel when a wand was pulled. They simply stared at her indifferently, lacking any emotion. Pansy suddenly felt that what she was pointing her wand at was not a person, but a cold-blooded snake. Until a flash of red light flickered in the girl's eyes. In that instant, her gaze transformed into a pair of crimson snake-like eyes staring lazily at her, as if seeing prey. Under the gaze of everyone, Pansy was frozen in fear, unable to move. "Stop it!" At that moment, a sharp yet serious male voice from the doorway pulled Pansy back from her terror. Looking again, it was still those calm and unchanging green eyes. Draco, who had stood up and raised his wand at Pansy, along with Harry and Hermione, who were about to rush to the girl's side, and a crowd of young wizards, some worried, some watching the show, and some indifferent, all turned to the door. Their collective gaze shifted downward to see who had arrived. It was none other than the charms Professor Filius Flitwick. Professor Flitwick was quite short, not even taller than the chests of the young wizards. He had a white beard, somewhat messy, intertwined with the disheveled white hair remaining after his balding. He looked angrily at Pansy, who was holding Jasmine's arm, as he hurried into the classroom, shouting, "What are you doing? This classroom is not a place for you to bully your classmates." Faced with the very short Professor Flitwick, Pansy immediately released Jasmine and respectfully lowered her head to explain, "Professor Flitwick, we were just joking." After saying that, she didn't forget to secretly give Jasmine, who was rubbing her arm, a fierce glare. However, this fierce expression while lowering her head was clearly seen by the petite Professor Flitwick, who turned to Jasmine and asked, "What do you say? What happened?" The little girl looked delicate and weak, her head down, pressing her arm. Professor Flitwick frowned slightly, although he wanted to help this seemingly easy-to-bully girl after the recent violent incident. If the other party was too afraid to speak, then based solely on what the perpetrator said, it would be difficult for him to deduct points from Slytherin. This matter was likely to end simply as a joke between classmates. Suppressing the chaotic magic within her, Emily raised her head and looked at Professor Flitwick with a somewhat pitiful gaze, yet her eyes were filled with determination. Her words clearly reached every ear in the classroom. "This is not a joke, nor a prank among classmates. I was pulled up from my chair without any reason by this young lady." Facing the furious and menacing Pansy beside her, Emily seemed startled, stepping back a few paces to the other side of Professor Flitwick's desk, who had just been standing on a book to teach. She lightly added, "If you hadn't come, I don't know what kind of curse this young lady would have used to attack me." Upon hearing this seemingly light remark, Professor Flitwick was filled with rage. As the professor of curse lessons, he did not want any young witches or wizards from Hogwarts to use the spells they had learned against their classmates, and he absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Professor Flitwick shielded Emily behind him and turned angrily to Pansy, saying, "Do you have anything to explain?" Confronted with Professor Flitwick's fury and questioning, along with the sight of the previously pitiful girl biting her lip on the verge of tears, now replaced by the mocking gaze of a red-haired girl who only she could see, Emily felt a wave of intimidation. Pansy was so enraged that she lost all rationality, pointing at Emily behind Professor Flitwick and shouting at her, "She stole my seat. How dare she sit next to Draco?" The eyes of the crowd shifted back to Emily, looking at the poor girl with a slender figure hugging her arms. Her exposed, delicate wrist seemed like it could break with just a little pressure. After being forcefully yanked up, her arm must have hurt terribly, surely injured. Seeing the girl with her shoulders slightly trembling, yet still holding her back straight, refusing to bow to violence, the young witches and wizards couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Those few little lions who had admired her during the Transfiguration class that morning, seeing Pansy twisting the truth, and the silent Slytherins all rolled up their sleeves, eager to rush forward. "Professor Flitwick, it was Miss Pansy who stole my seat, and she also wanted to steal Miss Potter's seat." At that moment, Theodore, not who was sitting at the back, suddenly spoke up. He stood up tall, but slightly hunched, looking somewhat timid with his head down, yet his tone was filled with determination. "This is proof," he said, raising both hands to reveal his scratched palms from when he was pushed down. In the face of Pansy's unrepentant lies and distortion of the truth, Professor Flitwick was so furious that he nearly jumped onto the desk, raising his already sharp voice, shouting, "5 points from Slytherin. 5 points. Then, recalling something, he turned to the young girl Potter. It was Emily Potter, the sister of the Savior. No wonder, no wonder. Pansy glared fiercely at Theodore, who dared to stand up and expose her, quickly moving towards him as if she wanted to attack a classmate in front of the professor. Just as Pansy's wand was aimed at Theodore, who was submissively hanging his head, Professor Flitwick hurriedly drew his wand, ready to intervene. But suddenly Pansy tripped and fell flat on her face. When she sat up again, there was a broken tooth on the ground. Seeing Pansy covered in dust and wailing with a missing tooth, the young witches and wizards began to laugh heartily. "What are you laughing at? You there, hurry up and help me up." Pansy shouted hoarsely, calling over a timid-looking girl in an old robe with freckles all over her face. She had 2 dowdy braids, thick bangs, and wore large black-framed glasses, making it hard to see what she actually looked like. "Take her to Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary," Professor Flitwick said, watching as Pansy, who could clearly walk, arrogantly insisted on being helped by the little girl beside her. As she walked, she scolded the girl beside her, even turning back after exiting the door to glare at her, believing she was doing it secretly, when in fact it was quite blatant. Furrowing his brows, Professor Flitwick sighed helplessly. As his gaze shifted, it landed on a little boy with black hair sitting across from him, who was worriedly watching the girl behind him. "Harry Potter." Professor Flitwick hurriedly stepped down from the desk, nearly losing his balance and falling. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself with his agile reflexes. Harry, who was concerned about his sister, stood up quickly upon hearing the voice, leaning over the desk, and held on to Professor Flitwick's outstretched hand with both of his, allowing the professor to ruffle his hair. Yes. Professor Flitwick appeared extremely excited, his body trembling slightly as he fixated on the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, not expecting to see the siblings together in just one class. The tense atmosphere was significantly eased by Professor Flitwick's shout, and the classroom began to liven up again. "Are you all right?" Draco asked, looking at Emily, who was smiling at her brother sprawled humorously on the table, yet still holding her arm where she had just been pulled. Emily's eyes flickered, and she smiled at Draco, saying I'm fine. Though she wasn't sure if her arm was dislocated, it was not quite under her control. Draco, somewhat frustrated, ran his hand through his always neatly combed hair, saying sorry. "It's not your fault, why apologize?" Emily playfully winked with one eye sticking out her tongue, interrupting Draco's apology. "Or are you apologizing?" "Absolutely not." Draco quickly denied, "I have never acknowledged her as my friend." Seeing the girl smile and turn her gaze away, seemingly unfazed, Draco bit his lip and quietly added, "I never agreed to let anyone call me Draco." But at that moment, Riddle's voice came through, completely drowning out Draco's words. "This will bring you a lot of unnecessary, especially in front of the Master of Curses, Phileas Flitwick, using silent and wandless spells. If Flitwick finds out, that annoying old bee will definitely know, and then." Emily glanced at Theodore, who was huddled in the corner, and Draco followed her gaze, thinking to himself, at least he has a bit of backbone. It wouldn't hurt to help him. Emily said somewhat nonchalantly, "I just can't stand her making jokes about other people's backgrounds." This sentence seemed to evoke a strong sense of empathy in Riddle, but more so because he noticed the girl's arms hanging limply, seemingly unable to control their movement. Riddle gritted his teeth and changed the subject, saying this spell is too light. Jasmine replied with a mischievous smile, "Is it? I think it's just right." If Professor Flitwick discovered this, the spell could be interpreted as merely a binding spell intended to make the other person stop, and would not seem excessive at all. Yet for Pansy, it constituted a significant price to pay, not merely the cost of losing half a tooth. Girls understand girls best. "All right, class, let's begin." Professor Flitwick climbed atop the stack of books in the center and began the lesson in a high-pitched voice. Unlike his earlier display of anger, Professor Flitwick appeared quite gentle during the lecture, always being very tolerant towards the young wizards. Even some mischievous little lions would mock his comical attempts to climb the books, while some little snakes cast knowing, scornful glances. Some young wizards evidently had some knowledge of this Ravenclaw headmaster, showing no trace of disdain regarding his height and appearance. Indeed, many of the little snakes, who usually acted arrogantly during regular times, had gleaming eyes filled with a strange, almost fervent light. This made Jasmine feel as if she had stumbled into a grand idol worship event. The most out of place was Draco beside her, as Jasmine thought how the platinum-haired young master, who usually held his head high with pride, had transformed into a starry-eyed fanboy upon seeing Professor Flitwick. It was quite bizarre. But soon the reason for this transformation became apparent. The pint-sized Professor Flitwick was once the renowned champion of the Hogwarts dueling club. Amidst the disbelieving gazes of some young wizards and the rising murmurs of doubt, Professor Flitwick showed no signs of anger, merely waving his wand lightly to conjure a spectacular display of roaring flames with a silent spell. The dazzling firelight illuminated the shocked faces of the young wizards, with serpentine flames dissipating into the air, leaving only the lingering warmth. This successfully left the young wizards, who had just voiced their doubts with their mouths agape, unable to utter another word of skepticism. More and more pairs of fervent eyes were now fixed intently on the figure standing atop the stack of books. Not just the boys, but every young wizard present had eyes sparkling with respect and fervent desire for power. Afterwards, Professor Flitwick continued his lesson without further flamboyant displays of magic. Although the classroom atmosphere remained light, no young wizard dared to mock or question the abilities of this charms professor any longer. Due to the time lost before class, Professor Flitwick only covered some aspects of spell development during this double period, occasionally weaving in stories of his dueling experiences in his youth to engage the young wizards and balance the dryness of pure knowledge. It was also evident that Professor Flitwick had a great interest in recounting the exciting tales of wizard duels. Each thrilling duel, each dangerous moment of escape was a showcase of his adept use and clever combination of spells, embodying a calm, powerful born dueling champion, Phileas Flitwick. Jasmine felt as if she could glimpse the last king through the petite figure standing atop the stack of books, the one who had faced many thrilling duels. Time passed amid the exciting duels, concluding with perfectly timed and harmoniously executed spells. Due to time constraints, this charms class did not involve learning any spells, hence no practical assignments were given. Moreover, Professor Flitwick did not assign any knowledge summaries as homework, causing the young wizards to bounce out of the classroom. Just as Jasmine was about to leave with Harry, she was enthusiastically invited by Professor Flitwick to stay for a chat. Draco had originally intended to wait for Jasmine, hoping for a chance to speak more with his idol, Professor Flitwick, but he caught sight of the frail figure being shoved out the door by a few pure-blooded little snakes. With a sigh, he picked up Jasmine's textbook and told her he would go ahead to the Great Hall to claim a seat, leaving with Crabbe and Goyle. In fact, Draco no longer needed to send Crabbe and Goyle to reserve seats ahead of time, as the future heir of the Malfoy family had occupied that seat twice. In the ever-cautious Slytherin, no little snake would be foolish enough to test the limits of the heir of a pure-blood family. Yet seeing that somewhat former friend, Draco felt compelled to meddle once more. After all, today the other party had sent out a peace signal to him. After all, the young wizards had left Professor Flitwick, who had claimed to chat with Jasmine, and Harry ceased his inquiries about their lives, and said to Harry, "I still have some questions for Jasmine. Harry, you can head to your meal first." Harry exchanged a look with his sister, politely bid farewell to Professor Flitwick, and left, pulling along a slightly dazed run. Once Harry disappeared around the corner, Professor Flitwick's expression turned somewhat serious. Standing atop the stack of books, the sunset casting shadows through the floor-to-ceiling windows made it hard for Jasmine to see his expression against the light. With a serious tone, he asked, "Was that a silent spell you cast just now?" Jasmine also put away her smile and replied earnestly, "Yes, Professor Flitwick, it was my spell that caused the other person to fall." "Why?" he inquired, a glimmer of an unknown emotion flashing in his eyes. "I just didn't want her to continue bullying the innocent classmates, nor did I want her to point her wand at the other students brave enough to speak up." The little girl stood tall, her every word revealing determination as she continued, "I didn't use an attacking spell. I just wanted her to stop. Perhaps it shouldn't be me punishing her, but someone had to stop her." The girl's cheeks were unnaturally pale, and under the glow of the sunset a hint of redness surfaced, yet Professor Flitwick knew it was merely an illusion cast by the evening light. The little girl standing before him had just managed to suppress a nascent magical disturbance with sheer will. Although it was a minor magical disturbance, judging by the swirling magical vortex in the air, had it fully formed, the destructive power and lethality would have far exceeded that of just one young wizard falling without injury. Professor Flitwick sighed, recalling the scene he observed upon entering the classroom. A child so young yet without a shred of hesitation could point a wand at an innocent's forehead in front of many classmates. A habitual liar, completely unaware of their own mistakes, incapable of controlling their emotions. Do they truly qualify to be a student at Hogwarts? Do they qualify to be a wizard? If it were the furious version of myself releasing a spell back, then would I really only cast a simple binding spell? Thinking back to Professor McGonagall's enthusiastic praise of Jasmine's name at noon, her exceptional memory, outstanding reasoning skills, and sensitivity to spells, a glint of sharpness flashed in Professor Flitwick's eyes. Could it really be that simple? This child clearly concealed the fact that she could perform silent spells. Before the pondering Professor Flitwick, the young girl showed no signs of retreat, her emerald-like eyes unwavering. Yet the discomfort in her body was undeniable. He noticed the little girl enduring immense pain in her left arm, while still keeping her back straight. Professor Flitwick softened his tone, saying, "Good child, let me see your arm." As the champion of the dueling club, Professor Flitwick had long recognized that the state of Jasmine's left arm was quite unnatural. It must have been sprained. But only upon seeing the injury did he realize how indomitable the spirit hidden within this frail body truly was. The sleeves of the wizard's robe were quite large, and the shirt Jasmine had bought was several sizes too big, making it easy to roll up to her upper arm. Her forearm and joints were already swollen, a horrific sight of deep red tinged with purple. This injury was something Professor Flitwick had never anticipated. Nearly half of her arm was a dark red that had turned purple, standing out starkly against the girl's almost translucent skin. He could even see several darker fingernail marks, as if the skin had already been broken and bleeding. Professor Flitwick sucked in a breath. Even though he had sustained more severe injuries in duels before, none looked as frightening as this. Gently lifting the girl's arm, he noticed that the upper and lower arms presented an extremely unnatural curve, indicating a dislocation. Cold sweat trickled down Jasmine's forehead, yet when Professor Flitwick looked over, she managed a smile, signaling that she was all right. Professor Flitwick couldn't bear to look any longer. Raising his wand and pointing at Jasmine's arm, he incanted. A sharp pain surged through her, and Jasmine closed her eyes tightly, her brows furrowed, her lips nearly bitten through, emitting only low muffled groans. The bone was set, but the bruising had not dissipated, still horrifyingly clinging to the girl's porcelain arm. Perhaps I should seek out Professor Snape for some healing potions. Facing this strong and kind child, Professor Flitwick felt compelled to report to Headmaster Snape. It was simply intolerable. Jasmine had not yet recovered, but recalled her fear of potions, quickly exclaiming, It's okay, Professor Flitwick, I'm not in pain, really not in pain. No need to trouble Professor Snape. As she spoke, she swiftly rolled down her sleeves, wearing an expression that clearly begged him not to inform Professor Snape. Looking just like a frightened little creature trying to hide its wounds, it was truly heart-wrenching. Professor Flitwick shook his head, not addressing Jasmine's words, but instead changing the topic. What spell did you just use? The way that little girl fell was so natural, showing no signs of having been hit by a spell. Had he not sensed the magical fluctuations behind him, no one would have known of her good deed in punishing evil. Jasmine's complexion improved significantly, although still pale. The cold sweat on her forehead had completely ceased, indicating that the healing effect of the spell was indeed remarkable. Professor Flitwick, it's the sticky jinx. The little girl answered obediently. Sticky jinx. A flash of confusion crossed Professor Flitwick's eyes, followed by immense curiosity as he directly inquired about this peculiar name Jasmine mentioned. What is the sticky jinx? Jasmine pondered for a moment, then smiled, gently explaining. It's actually another name for the colloportus spell, which can also be referred to as the binding spell. In the moment of Professor Flitwick's dawning realization, Jasmine continued, when I learned this spell before, it was used to seal jam jars and candy jars, so I felt the name mentioned in the book was quite vivid, and naturally blurted it out. Ha ha ha, good. Professor Flitwick repeated the word good 3 times, then looked at the girl before him with some satisfaction, saying, a very vivid name, Sticky Jinx. I just wanted to seal Pansy's feet to prevent her from getting close to Theodore. Jasmine said with a pitiful expression of regret. I didn't expect that I couldn't control my magic, and ended up tripping her instead. Professor Flitwick laughed heartily, but a glint of insight flashed in his eyes. Regardless of whether it happened that way, if it was the injured child who said it, then that was the truth. Alright, I understand your use of that spell was quite clever. You have a talent for enchantments. Professor Flitwick even refrained from mentioning the silent spell, patting Jasmine on the shoulder, saying, go eat, the banquet is about to end. Okay, goodbye, Professor Flitwick. Jasmine politely waved farewell before skipping out of the classroom. Professor Flitwick watched Jasmine's still somewhat unnatural left arm, feeling a pang of sympathy as he squinted slightly, her soft voice echoing in his mind. Not painful, really not painful. Once she turned the corner, Jasmine finally slowed her pace, resting her right hand on her left arm, a flicker of red darkness passing through her lowered eyes. Do you think Professor Flitwick will conceal the matter of the silent spell, eh? Noticing Professor Flitwick's earlier doubts about the silent spell, Jasmine said with some regret, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this might implicate you. What nonsense are you saying? Riddle's voice carried comfort and concern. She hurt you. If I had held back, you wouldn't have been at risk of exposure. Jasmine felt a bit downcast. If only she could have held back and found an opportunity to act without being discovered. I told you I want to protect you. Riddle's voice softly reached Jasmine's ears. My protection has never been about limiting what you want to do, but hoping I can protect you in doing anything you wish. Wait for me, Jasmine. I will surely find a way to stand by your side. Jasmine nodded somewhat dazedly, prompting Riddle to let out a soft laugh. Perhaps one day I can stand by your side. Be careful. Be careful. A familiar voice rang out, and Jasmine, who had not noticed that the stairs had begun to turn, was pulled into a familiar embrace. Beautiful little scatterbrain, we meet again. Hiss. Jasmine cried out in pain as she was pulled at her left arm, where she was already injured, and the color drained from her face. Let her go. A voice with the same tone chimed in, and the hand on Jasmine's left arm was pulled away, and her sleeve was gently rolled up. A frightening large purple bruise was revealed, and the 2 identical red-haired boys' expressions changed from pain to anger. What happened? Both of their eyes were blazing with fury. Once Jasmine regained her composure, she quickly lowered her sleeve and looked up to meet 2 identical angry faces. I'm fine, thank you, Fred, for saving me once again. Jasmine smiled reassuringly, and then added, and thank you too. Did we just call each other by name? Fred asked. I don't think so. George replied. The 2 seemed surprised for just a moment before turning their gazes back to the girl, saying, don't change the subject. Jasmine felt there was nothing to hide, so she explained that someone had intentionally provoked her, but she had already retaliated. The twins exchanged glances again, carefully supporting Jasmine as they turned in a different direction and walked quickly. George on the left kept an eye on the girl's arm and said, no, you have to go with us to the school nurse, Madame Pomfrey. Yes, exactly. We went to see her when we were injured before, Fred chimed in. Her medical skills are excellent, you can completely trust her. The 2 brothers began to insist on taking Jasmine to the school nurse. Wait a minute. Jasmine protested softly, and the brothers immediately stopped, asking, why? That person is in the school nurse's office, Jasmine said, indicating whether they could let her down first. She lost half of a front tooth. That's quite a good counterattack, George remarked. Indeed, what an interesting idea, Fred agreed. But perhaps it was too light. Put me down. Jasmine squirmed her legs a couple of times, realizing she was quite a distance from the ground, so she gave up struggling and said pitifully, I haven't eaten yet, boo-hoo. Fake crying. The twins, like obedient little puppies, received their master's command and turned around quickly, heading toward the Great Hall. However, they weren't that obedient, as they didn't put the poor little Jasmine down. Fortunately, at this time most of the little wizards were dining in the Great Hall, and they didn't encounter anyone along the way who otherwise Jasmine was sure she would have petrified both of them. Being carried like this was really quite embarrassing. Especially since her feet couldn't touch the ground, it made her feel very short. Finally, they arrived at the corridor outside the Great Hall without encountering anyone, and the two red-haired boys set Jasmine down, narrowly escaping the fate of being petrified. After putting Jasmine down, the two exchanged a glance, and in turn mentioned that something had fallen at the Quidditch pitch. After bidding farewell to Jasmine, they playfully left. Jasmine shook her head and walked into the Great Hall. She found that familiar platinum-haired little head in her usual spot, and the other party noticed Jasmine and exaggeratedly waved. Jasmine smiled and walked over. Upon entering, she was surprised to find that the person sitting next to Draco was no longer Crabbe, but the thin boy who had just spoken up for her in class, Theodore. Crabbe and Goyle had shifted one seat to the right, and were currently devouring a new dish they had never seen before, bell pepper skewers. After sitting down next to Draco, Jasmine discovered that there was already a small steak and a few pumpkin pasties on her plate. She turned to the platinum-haired young master who was stealing glances at her, and said, "Thank you, Draco." "It's nothing," he replied casually, but the corner of his mouth betrayed his good mood. The originally proud Draco, turning away, suddenly met the soft blue eyes of Theodore on the other side, and could only pretend to cough to conceal his amusement. Then he introduced, "By the way, Jasmine, this is Theodore, not you can just call him Theodore." "Hello, Theodore." Under Draco's bright little eyes, Jasmine greeted him with a smile. "Good evening." The other party returned a smile which was not as stiff as in class earlier. However, because of his thin cheeks, he still appeared somewhat unnatural. Jasmine smiled back, and then turned her head to begin eating the food on her plate. The pumpkin pasties had gotten a bit cold, and the originally crispy crust had become somewhat soft. After finishing it in a few bites, Jasmine absent-mindedly began to bite into the similarly cold steak next to it. Time rewound to when Jasmine had not yet arrived at the Great Hall. Professor Snape, who had smirked earlier during lunch at Professor McGonagall's praises of Jasmine's talent and abilities, now had a face darker than ever. This was because just moments ago, having eaten halfway, without seeing the familiar figure of the red-haired girl, Snape was becoming somewhat worried. He then heard the Gryffindor little wizards seated nearby, passionately discussing how their house was experiencing internal strife, with one girl holding another at one point. And the bullied girl was named Jasmine Potter. God, can this incompetent so-called savior truly not protect his little sister properly? As Snape's cold eyes turned to Harry Potter, who was absent-mindedly eating, the latter visibly shivered, turning his head to look around, unaware of the dark-haired man in the teacher's area behind him, whose eyes concealed daggers. Snape's gaze then shifted to the Slytherin table, to that platinum little head, his beloved student. He had clearly been following Jasmine since yesterday, yet he tolerated her being held at one point in class. Now what was he doing, acting as if nothing had happened, chatting and laughing with that boy from the Knott family? Unbelievable. Snape flicked his black robe and prepared to find the girl he was concerned about, but as soon as he stepped out, he was stopped by Flitwick. Flitwick looked up at the sullen-faced Snape and motioned for him to follow. The History of Magic classroom was entirely different in its arrangement from the previous two classrooms, giving Molly the feeling that perhaps Hogwarts truly had no two identical classrooms. The classroom had small windows on the side, allowing some moonlight to spill onto the blackboard and the wooden floor. Above, an old chandelier emitted insufficient light, barely illuminating the desks and blackboard, rendering the entire classroom somewhat dim. Though not as bright as the previous classrooms, it could also be attributed to the time of day. The desks were individual, arranged with a palm's distance between each seat. The aisle in the middle was slightly wider, about 2 meters, separating the young wizards from different houses. Since Molly arrived late to the Great Hall, the steak she had was somewhat cold and difficult to chew, which wasted a little more time. By the time everyone arrived in the classroom, it was nearly full. Draco was somewhat angrily scolding Crabbe and Goyle for being too focused on eating, unaware that they should have come early to secure seats. Now only the first row remained for Slytherin. Meanwhile, the other house still had the last row open. As Molly followed the somewhat irritated Draco toward the first row, she glanced at the other house, noting the blue-hued robes and ties coupled with a few faces lifting in contemplation. Confirmed, these were undoubtedly the young wizards of Ravenclaw. Perhaps due to the fact that this class was taken by Ravenclaw, the classroom lacked the lively chatter of the Gryffindor students, making it exceedingly quiet. Ravenclaw students were all focused on their books, while the Slytherin young wizards seemed to be competing with the Ravenclaw students, no longer huddled in small groups whispering. All the young wizards had their heads down, and the only sound in the classroom was the rustling of pages turning in their History of Magic textbooks. Molly lightened her footsteps and sat down in an empty seat in the first row. In the next moment, a translucent ghost floated out of the blackboard. Silently, aside from Molly and a few others who had just sat down, hardly any young wizards noticed. This must be the legendary ghost professor, the one responsible for teaching History of Magic, Professor Cuthbert Bent. He was dressed in a retro manner, but unlike the more meticulously dressed ghosts seen at the previous banquet, he could even be described as unkempt. However, he had a refined soft goatee and wore round small golden-framed glasses. Professor Binns made no opening remarks and did not give any indication to the young wizards that the class was about to begin. He even skipped introducing himself and directly began lecturing on the history of magic in a drawn-out tone. His tone was indifferent and accompanied by labored breaths, his elongated speech resembling a lullaby, causing the young wizards below to stare in disbelief with their mouths agape. It seemed that it was not just Slytherin Ravenclaw's previous classes must have been quite lively as well. Otherwise the young wizards' expressions could not be so remarkably uniform. There was no build-up, no interesting stories interwoven, no thrilling details of duels. He could almost be called a textbook professor lecturing on the dull history of magic. Most of the Slytherin young wizards who had experienced the previous two classes inevitably felt a sense of annoyance. In their eyes, this ghost professor was not teaching, he was reading a bedtime story lulling everyone to sleep. Molly did not feel any sense of disparity about this. For a girl who rarely attended classes, every lesson was extraordinarily precious, every subject had its own charm, and every teacher had their own teaching methods. She believed that her task was not to complain about the way this professor taught, but rather to absorb as much knowledge as possible under the existing conditions to create a satisfactory environment for herself. Moreover, Molly always felt that since he was allowed to teach continuously, it indicated that he must possess some unique qualities at least superior to her, a newcomer who had only read from textbooks. Listening carefully, Molly quickly discovered that although 80% of what Professor Binns was lecturing about was identical to the textbook, it was presented with clearer historical context and smoother logic. The additional 20% could certainly be termed classic, worthy of being recorded in history. It was all perfect supplements or insightful interpretations of relevant historical events from him. Professor Binns undoubtedly possessed genuine knowledge, or rather his mind contained far more information than what was covered in the textbooks. He was a drifting treasure trove of knowledge. The description of him as a drifting treasure trove of knowledge stemmed from the fact that when he discussed certain historical events, he would excitedly float around, occasionally squinting his eyes in enjoyment. However, Professor Binns never made eye contact with the students, remaining entirely disconnected from them, narrating his own version of history in a hypnotic tone. At first, the Slytherin young wizards would secretly compete with the Ravenclaw young wizards, straining to keep their eyes wide open to avoid dozing off, and focusing intently on Professor Binns, trying to absorb his drawn-out tone as knowledge. However, as their eyes followed the translucent ghost swaying left and right, combined with the soreness from keeping their eyes wide open and the lullaby-like monotone, the young wizards struggled to remain awake with a small number already asleep. Even the students from Ravenclaw were not all completely engrossed in knowledge, some were daydreaming, while others were lost in sleep. The sound of Professor Binns' hypnotic voice mixed with Goyle's snores from the other side had Draco feeling dizzy, his eyelids heavy. He shook his head and looked over at Molly, who was scribbling furiously with her left hand in a somewhat odd posture. Peering closer, he noticed that the girl's neat and clear handwriting looked as if it had been printed in the textbook. She was surprisingly listing out key points along with supplementary knowledge that the ghost professor might not even know how. Draco blinked in disbelief, stiffly turning his head to survey the classroom. Only a few young wizards remained awake to listen attentively, while many others were daydreaming and lost in thought. Finally, he made eye contact with Theodore, who was still struggling to stay awake behind him. Theodore also wore a face of astonishment, evidently having noticed the girl unaffected, diligently taking notes. The two exchanged a glance, both feeling that the girl's image had suddenly become towering, even radiating a glow of knowledge all around her. Until the end of the class, Professor Binns seemed somewhat reluctant to stop, yet he still concluded the lecture. Jasmine shook her somewhat sore hands and glanced at the page number Professor Binns had covered, which was 42. While excluding the preface and table of contents, he had lectured for over 30 pages in a row. Although his tone was drawn out, he remained completely engrossed in his lecture without pause. With a slight sigh, Jasmine indicated that Professor Snape would need to speak with her shortly, allowing Draco to return to the dormitory first. The platinum-haired young master pouted slightly, snatched Jasmine's History of Magic textbook, and said awkwardly, "If you're not walking with me, then I'll confiscate this. I'll return it after I'm done reading it." Thinking about the class schedule she exchanged with Hermione, she realized they had History of Magic tomorrow night, and there was still plenty of time. She smiled at the Malfoy heir, whose face was clearly written with him, unhappy. "Come comfort me," nodded in agreement, and waved goodbye as Draco and his companions left. Although Professor Binns had yet to officially dismiss the class, the little wizards, who had already woken up several times, were clearly becoming restless. As soon as he stopped lecturing and showed no intention of assigning homework, the little wizards packed their things, and once the little wizards had all exited the classroom, Jasmine saw Professor Binns preparing to pass through the blackboard again without noticing her standing beside the podium, so she called out to him, "Please wait, Professor Binns." The girl's clear voice echoed in the empty classroom, and the ghostly professor, startled, turned to look at Jasmine, his normally squinted eyes now wide open in surprise. "I'm sorry for startling you, Professor Binns." Jasmine stood by the podium, obediently looking up at the ghostly professor and asking, "I would like to ask you some questions about ghosts." Professor Binns relaxed his demeanor and squinted as he replied, "I don't really know much about ghosts." But you are a ghost, aren't you? Jasmine tilted her head in confusion and asked. Oh yes, that's right, I'm indeed a ghost. I almost forgot if Seeing the little girl's soft and cute expression, Professor Bin's tone softened, and he tried to recall saying to Jasmine, but I truly don't know much about ghosts since my current existence is hardly different from before I became a ghost. Noticing the little girl seemed a bit disappointed and had lowered her head, Professor Bin suggested, perhaps you could check the library. Oh, I remember there was a book specifically about ghosts, though I've never read it. I only know the preface says every ghost lingers in the place where they died with their obsession. Thank you so much, Professor Binns. Jasmine expressed her gratitude to the semi-transparent ghost professor. He replied that it was nothing, and as if forgetting once again that he was a ghost, reached out to pat the little girl's head only to grasp at empty air. Jasmine only felt a slight chill on her head. It seems I have another book to look for. While pondering, Jasmine asked riddle in her heart. Tell me, if you became a ghost, would you return to the place where you died? Let's just head to the dormitory. Oh, I really don't want to witness another cliché hero saving the baby scenario. Riddle teased Jasmine with a somewhat joking tone, though there was a strong hint of jealousy hidden beneath. Would he return to the place where he died? Riddle did not think so. He believed his obsession was with the girl herself, which was why he remained deeply rooted in her soul. But if he became a ghost, he would truly be trapped in the place of death then. He would have to think of another way. I just said that first. Now it's all good. Half a tooth. It's not my fault, it's you. Otherwise, how could it be? Your arm. Low, similar voices could be heard from around the corner, engaged in a conversation. Although the voices were too quiet to catch more than a few fragmented words, Jasmine immediately recognized them. The two voices belonged to the red-haired twins who had just carried her through nearly half of Hogwarts. To get a little revenge on them, Jasmine quietly eased her steps and slowly approached, then suddenly peeked around the corner, letting out a soft meow. The soft meow echoed behind them. The two tall red-haired boys almost instantly fluffed up their hair, pushed aside a hidden door nearby, and prepared to flee. But in the next second, the two froze, exchanging glances, and turned to look, finding no sight of that dreaded bad cat as they had imagined. Only a furry little head peeked out from the wall, squinting with a sly smile as it watched them. Oh, beautiful little scatterbrain, we meet again. Perhaps I should call you Little Kitty. Fred and George adjusted their expressions and the sneaky posture they had taken, restoring their mischievous smiles as they approached Jasmine. Hello there. Jasmine greeted the two nearly identical faces sporting the same mischievous smiles, saying the mischievous smiles clearly showed signs of cracking, and this recognition of their differences caused a rift in the two red-haired boys' long-held belief that they looked exactly the same as their twin brother. The two boys awkwardly retreated into the dark passage they had just opened and closed the door behind them. Jasmine stepped out from around the corner, puzzled as she heard what seemed to be the sound of rustling clothing and indistinct conversation from inside the door. In the next second, the dark door opened again, and the two boys emerged, laughing with identical hairstyles, robes, and teasing smiles. So what now? Beautiful little scatterbrain. The red-haired boy who had taken Fred's place asked. The other boy smiled meaningfully beside him. Jasmine glanced over the two, noticing that in the brief time they had been gone, they had even swapped some details of their attire, deliberately showing these changes to catch her attention. For instance, Fred's white shirt cuffs had been rolled up before, but now it was George's cuffs that were rolled. You are George. You are Fred. Despite their attempts to confuse her by swapping their wands, Jasmine did not dwell on it too much, simply stating the answer and indicating that it was unnecessary to pay attention to such things. The one identified as Fred was the red-haired boy, standing in Fred's position, his eyes filled with astonishment. He turned to the equally bewildered red-haired boy beside him, frowning, and said, George, she saw through our plan. George pondered for a moment and said, she must have overheard our conversation. Perhaps she didn't think much of it. Fred exclaimed as if he had come to a realization. George agreed, saying, exactly, she probably didn't think much of it. Fred and George had also heard from the newly enrolled little lions at noon about the red-haired girl shining in the Transfiguration class, yet they still harbored some doubts about her supposed phenomenal memory. Thus, after providing numerous details about their outfits, the fact that she somehow identified the two of them as if she hadn't noticed anything was indeed miraculous. It directly confirmed that her memory wasn't as terrifying as the little lions had claimed. I can see you've changed your appearance, even your wands. Jasmine interrupted the two. And I've also noticed that Fred still calls me, as before, predicting that I would think like a normal person and believe you would disguise yourselves to confuse me. Upon hearing Jasmine's words, the two boys were left speechless, mouths agape, looking at the red-haired girl in front of them with identical astonished expressions. Fred was the first to regain his senses and exclaimed, could it be that the terrifying memory rumored about her is real? Not only her memory, but also her exceptionally strong reasoning ability is real, George added. I can't believe she could deduce our scheme. Just moments ago, in the secret passage, the two had exchanged details of their clothing, but maintained their original positions and Fred's continual way of addressing the other. They thought that regardless of whether she could see the differences in details, she would subconsciously assume the two would change their names or positions to achieve a confusing effect as a double insurance. But they never expected that the little girl would almost instantly recognize the two of them and point out a series of their subtle thoughts. Facing their somewhat erratic conversation, Jasmine helplessly rubbed her forehead and said, "Your faces will have differences. Why do you insist on remembering your outfits or wands? There's no need for reasoning at all. Not the same. Not the same." The two red-haired boys were clearly startled, holding each other's faces and carefully examining them, as if looking in a mirror. Since the day they were born, no one could distinguish between the two, not even their biological mother. Jasmine's words obviously did not convince the pair of twins. Jasmine's side raised her hand and pointed at Fred's eyes, saying, "Fred, your eyes are a bit rounder." With her other hand, she awkwardly pointed at George's nose, who was half squatting in cooperation, and said, "George, your nose." George raised an eyebrow and smiled, not bothering to stand up, allowing the girl's slightly cool fingertips to rest on his nose. Upon careful comparison, his nose was indeed longer than Fred's, and the nostrils were closer together, with the tip slightly hooked like an eagle's beak. This made him look more refined overall. Upon hearing this, Fred immediately expressed his dissatisfaction with the statement, feeling aggrieved as he said, "Why is he described as pretty and not me?" "All right then, it's Fred, your eyes are prettier." Fred's eyes were indeed rounder than George, and he also had a rounder facial contour and fuller apple cheeks. These features made Fred seem softer, like a big puppy, while George resembled a big cat, elegant, yet also revealing an unintentional cuteness. Their personalities mirrored those of big cats and big dogs. Fred was always the loud one, leading the pranks, while George appeared serious, always following behind, but helping out, ensuring the success of the mischief. "Yay!" Fred exclaimed, pleased with the description. He then nudged George with his elbow, who chuckled helplessly, straightened up, and they exchanged a well-practiced and resounding high five. But just then a cat's meow echoed from a distance, accompanied by an approaching flickering light. The two red-haired boys shouted that they were doomed, instinctively pushing open the secret passage door and diving inside, then frantically gesturing for Jasmine to come in. Jasmine watched the two of them, signaling wildly, shook her head indicating that she did not intend to hide. Instead, she waved her hand. When the two boys tried to come out to carry her away, she kindly closed the secret passage door for them all, while they wore terrified expressions. Once the door was closed, Jasmine turned around and saw a cat named Filch approaching from afar, holding a lantern. As he drew closer, Filch surveyed the area, his gaze landing on Jasmine. Under the warm yellow light, his face still appeared ominously shadowed. "Good evening, Mr. Filch." Jasmine smiled politely, her voice sweet. Filch had not heard such a polite address and greeting from a young witch in a long time, causing his smile to freeze momentarily. Seeing that he did not intend to speak, Jasmine took the initiative to explain, "I just asked Professor Bin some questions after the history of magic class, which delayed me a bit." Hearing her sincere explanation and realizing that it was not yet curfew, Filch scoffed and turned to leave. Now the urgent task was to search for those two bothersome twins who had just caused trouble in the nurse's office. Jasmine watched as Filch with his lantern slowly moved about, glancing around, occasionally tapping the walls. Suddenly she felt something brush by her feet. Looking down, she saw the cat that had been nestled by Filch's feet that day. She squatted down to pick up the cat and called out to Filch, who seemed to be searching for something. "Mr. Filch, could you wait a moment?" Filch turned around with an impatient expression, but upon seeing his cat gently cradled in the girl's arms, rolling onto its back and acting cute, his expression suddenly became a bit strange. That look seemed to regard the cat as a heartless rogue. "Is this your cat? It's really adorable." Seeing him return with the lantern, Jasmine smiled down at the cat, scratched its chin, and politely asked, "It kept rubbing against my pants, probably smelling the little fish treats in my pocket. Can I feed it one?" Filch vigilantly stared at the small dried fish in that delicate white hand, remaining silent. "He can't do magic. He's a dud," Riddle's voice timely echoed in Lily's mind. Lily's eyes sparkled as she squinted and smiled, saying, "I made this myself for my cat, Vivian. So, if you don't mind." Looking at the girl with her eyes squinted and a sweet smile, and the ordinary Filch's expression softened a bit, and he nodded in agreement. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the girl's movements and the cat nestled in her arms. After finishing a small dried fish, the cat looked up and affectionately rubbed against the girl's hand, hopping out of her embrace, licking its lips in satisfaction, and then settled down by Filch's feet. After smiling gently at the cat, Lily looked up and directly asked Filch, "What is this cat's name?" "Her name is Madame Loris." It seemed that only when talking about the cat did a somewhat gentler expression appear on Filch's face. "Really, that's a lovely name," the girl said, extending her small hand and somewhat seriously introducing herself. "Mr. Filch and Madame Loris, hello. My name is Lily Potter." In her green eyes there was none of the usual malice, no disdain, no mockery. It was merely an ordinary exchange of glances and names. But this sense of normalcy and equality touched Filch and made him feel incredulous. In a hoarse voice he said, "Hello, Lily Potter. I know you and I know your brother." He instinctively wiped his hands on his clothes, realizing they were not clean either. He wanted to drop his hands, but found strength in those calm green eyes and the unmovable small hand. Their hands simply clasped for a moment before separating. The girl showed no sign of wiping her hands or discomfort, only the calming smile remained. "I noticed you seem to be looking for something. Can I help you with anything?" Lily casually asked under the dim light. Filch recalled the purpose of his visit, becoming vigilant again. He glanced at the smiling girl with squinted eyes and said, "Yes, Miss Potter. Have you seen two identical red-haired little wizards?" "I haven't seen two identical people," Lily replied after pondering for a moment. She had seen two red-haired little wizards, but they did not look alike. Filch squinted and pressed further. "What about you, Miss Potter? Why aren't you returning to the dormitory, but standing here?" Lily seemed oblivious to Filch's suspicious attitude. She squinted and smiled, slightly annoyed, saying, "Professor Snape asked me to find him in his office, but Hogwarts at night is completely different from during the day, and I got a bit lost, so." Seeing the girl lowering her head and her voice getting softer, Filch frowned and said, "Follow me this way." "Thank you." Feeling the other party's intentional or unintentional observation of her, Lily smiled and followed without casting another glance at the secret passage. She obediently followed him as they entered a path that was evidently covered in more dust. Lily quickly realized she was being led into a secret passage not marked on the map. Almost at the same moment she was led in, Lily understood that Filch was testing her. Testing whether she truly did not know the way to the potions classroom. Lily's expression showed no change, still smiling happily with her eyes squinted. It was as if she genuinely did not know the way, unaware that this path originally did not exist. This shortcut nearly halved the original journey. They soon arrived at Professor Snape's office. After thanking Filch, Lily intended to wave goodbye, only to find that he was still standing there, showing no signs of leaving. The dark green eyes flickered, and the previously raised, delicate white hand shifted direction, directly knocking on the office door. The door opened quickly, and a small shadow darted out first. "Vivian!" Lily exclaimed joyfully, then scooped the little black creature into her arms. Yesterday, Lily did not wait for Vivian, who had apparently stayed with Professor Snape. After petting the affectionate Vivian, she looked up to see a man in a black robe coming out. It was Professor Snape. He first smiled gently at the little girl, then returned to his usual expression, nodding and greeting to Filch. Filch, who had been suspiciously observing Lily, found his doubts dissipating by half when he saw the girl affectionately calling the black cat Vivian. After all, the girl claiming to have a cat named Vivian confirmed she was telling the truth. When she later claimed not to have seen the two annoying red-haired twins, her expression and tone remained consistent with when she was being truthful. Finally, when explaining that Professor Snape was looking for her, and that she got a bit lost, although she lowered her head and her voice was softer, it was hard to discern. However, seeing that Snape was clearly waiting for this girl, Filch fully believed her. After nodding and greeting the two, he led the turning back to look at Vivian, Madame Loris away. Watching Filch walk away, Snape took Lily into his office. As soon as the door closed, Snape set Vivian down on a nearby cushion and carefully lifted the sleeve of Lily's left arm. The dark red, purplish bruise did not gradually improve with time, instead it grew more horrifying. The original dark red had almost entirely turned to purplish red, and the initial purplish hue was slowly changing to a deep violet. As the color deepened, the large area of bruising stood out even more against Lily's porcelain-like skin, making it appear particularly terrifying. Lily could clearly sense the mixed emotions of tenderness and anger erupting in Professor Snape upon seeing the large bruise on her arm. After staring silently at the girl's arm for a long time, Snape slowly placed Emily's arm down, quickly turned around, and took out a bottle from the middle drawer, a translucent glass bottle shimmering with a faint green hue. He walked back to the desk, used the key around his neck to unlock the drawer, and retrieved the familiar purple potion bottle inside. A flicker of an unknown emotion flashed in Emily's eyes, but she said nothing, quietly observing her surroundings. The entire room was circular, with a square space on the left side upon entering. The walls, apart from the doors and windows, were almost entirely lined with wooden display cabinets reaching to the ceiling, adorned with various bottles filled with herbs, some soaked in liquid, while others displayed different colors due to the unique materials of the bottles extending into the left space. In the center of the office was a round wooden desk, while the center of the other square space held a slightly simpler square. Both desks were cluttered with various bottles and several cauldrons of different sizes and materials. Emily even recognized a few glass vessels identical to those in the Muggle world. Beakers, test tubes, distillation flasks. "Come sit down." Professor Snape's voice, deep and resonant like a cello, pulled Emily back from her thoughts of Muggle chemistry class. Looking over, Emily noticed that Professor Snape had walked around the round table, holding two potion bottles and a basin of hot water with a towel draped over it, sitting down on a leather armchair and gesturing for her to sit on the adjacent sofa. The armchair beside her was clearly newly arranged, as its pink and white color scheme was starkly out of place in this space, reminiscent of a plush teddy bear dressed in a lace princess dress found in her father's study. Her father. Emily walked over and sat down on the sofa that felt so out of place in this environment. As she felt the warm fabric gently wrap around her, Emily suddenly found her eyes stinging with tears. Beside her, Snape poured the faintly green potion into the steaming basin, dipped the white towel into the water, and gently stirred it with his hand. Once the potion had dissolved, Snape wrung out the towel and placed it on the little girl's arm. Emily felt a comforting warmth from the towel enveloping her injury, mingling with the cool sensation that seeped into her arm along with the steam. The pain she had endured seemed to ease in an instant, with the lingering ache fading away, leaving behind only her sore arm and a heart that felt similarly heavy. As her gaze fell upon the still red knuckles that hadn't yet been concealed by the black robe, Emily's tears finally burst forth. Seeing the girl lower her head, trembling shoulders, and large teardrops falling onto the wizard's robe, Snape's brow furrowed even deeper. Rarely one to offer comfort, Snape awkwardly raised a hand to gently stroke the girl's fluffy red hair, asking, "Does it hurt a lot?" No longer did she respond with a smile, saying it doesn't hurt really, nor did she complain or lament. Instead, she erupted into tears, a flood of emotions spilling forth. The girl's sudden breakdown left Snape flustered, unsure of how to console her. He could only listen to his heart kneeling beside the sofa, and pulled the crying girl into his embrace. This embrace felt as if it filled two empty hearts. The sound of crying in his ears seemed to disperse the darkness of that night. Gently running his fingers through her similarly red hair, he felt the warmth of life. As Snape comforted her by stroking her hair, the girl's cries gradually softened, her voice dwindling until it finally ended in a small hiccup. Snape did not immediately release the girl, continuing to soothe her gently. It was only when he felt her slight movement in his arms that he carefully placed her back on the sofa. Lifting the towel, he noticed that the bruising had faded somewhat, yet Snape's frown remained. For on that slender arm, the bright red nail marks and extensive bruises still looked terrifying. After wetting the towel again and wringing it out, Snape placed it on the girl's arm, which was still in a daze, and turned to fetch some bandages and ointment. "If I had a father, would someone help me treat my injuries every time?" Emily seemed to be asking riddle in her mind, or perhaps just daydreaming. "If I had a father, could I cry whenever I felt unhappy?" She recalled the time before coming to school, lying in bed and drinking that bitter purple potion every day. During that time, seeing that serious face and the pain hidden in his eyes, she actually felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. It was as if what she was drinking was not a bitter potion, but sweet syrup flowing from her tongue straight into her heart. Riddle did not answer the girl's question, nor did he offer any words of comfort. What could he do now? Until the cool ointment was applied to her arm and the bandage was lightly wrapped, securing a strap around her neck. Only then did Emily come back to her senses, twitching her lips, and asked Professor Snape, "Is this really necessary?" Looking at the girl as she waved her bandaged left hand, Snape's expression softened slightly as he replied, "The dislocated bone needs a recovery period. You'll need to come to me every night for a change of dressing. I will inform Filch." As he recalled how the girl had been brought over like a prisoner, Snape silently added, feeling her arm wrapped in the bandage with the cool ointment soothing the painful area and the bandage supporting her neck, it created a comfortable position for her arm. Emily couldn't help but smile. This smile was unlike any she had shown before, not polite, nor comforting, nor encouraging, and certainly not a sweet smile that concealed her emotions. It was simply a genuine smile from the heart. If Emily still had memories from her infancy, she would surely recall this kind of smile from playing in her father's embrace when she was little. A pure, uncontrolled, untainted smile. After promising, Emily was escorted back to the Slytherin. After placing Vivian down, whom he had carried all the way, Snape gestured for her not to let Emily carry her all the time, then handed Emily the bottle of purple potion, gently stroking the girl's fluffy head before turning and leaving swiftly. Watching the black robe fluttering in the wind, Emily recalled the deep dark circles under those eyes filled with. Even though she never wanted to trouble him again, she still felt a secret joy after being cared for and protected. If he were to be her father. After Emily spoke the password to enter the lounge, she saw two figures sitting in the dimly lit lounge hall. The two people who heard the noise turned their heads to look at the girl at the door. A slender figure with a left hand bandaged and hanging eyes swollen from crying. In an instant, Draco felt a surge of emotion break through his mind. No wonder the other party was holding their arm, no wonder their writing posture was so strange. After Emily entered, she greeted the two, saying, "Draco, Theodore, are you still awake?" Theodore glanced at Draco, who was bowing his head, consumed by anger, and politely replied to the slightly yawning girl, "Yes, Miss Potter, we still have some matters to discuss. It's quite late, you should go back to your room to rest." Emily smiled and nodded, glancing again at Draco, who was hanging his head, showing no emotion and offering no greeting. She waved her right hand to bid farewell and walked back to her dormitory. Silence fell over the lounge again, and Theodore spoke up, asking, "What do you plan to do?" "I want to write a letter to my father." Draco left that one sentence and angrily walked towards the dormitory. The sound of the door slamming echoed, and Theodore sat alone on the sofa, hiding his entire body in the darkness. Father. Truly enviable. Remembering the red-haired girl in class who, like him, had no support, and the hidden mockery he had sensed. It seemed he had not misjudged, there was a familiar aura. What he didn't know was what attitude the other party had towards the young master of the Malfoy family. Was it clever flattery? Or calculated exploitation? It was indeed something to look forward to. Emily. The soft call echoed in the silent lounge like a whisper between lovers. Emily returned to her dormitory, struggling to change into her pajamas, and threw herself into the soft bed. Her small head buried deep into the soft pillow, from which came a low giggle. Vivian, who had long returned to the dormitory, nestled beside the window on a silver pillow, grooming her fur. Upon hearing the sound, she lifted her head, her golden cat eyes fixed curiously on the girl in the white dress who was laughing on the bed. The next second the girl suddenly sat up from the bed, startling Vivian, who jumped up completely fur and tail standing. Emily knocked her small head in frustration, realizing that there had been too much happening that day. How could she have forgotten that the first class tomorrow morning was defense against the dark arts? Just thinking about that huge figure with a purple turban, Emily felt a wave of dizzying weakness wash over her soul. Maybe I should take a day off. Sensing the girl's unusual emotions, Riddle suggested in a low voice. Upon hearing his voice, Emily's panicked heart seemed to suddenly calm down as she slowly lay back down on the soft bed. The girl curled herself into a little ball, gently touching the bandage on her left arm, and glanced at the bottle of purple potion on her bedside hesitantly, saying, "Professor Snape will worry. Is he that important?" Riddle asked, somewhat gritting his teeth. Emily pursed her lips and replied, "Professor Snape should be very busy, but he still takes the time to care for me. Moreover, he has been regularly sending me potions since I was little. Just like a father. Why don't you think about yourself?" Upon hearing the girl's words, Riddle felt somewhat suffocated. Clearly, if she went to class, the little girl would inevitably suffer. Emily did not respond, only jumped off the bed barefoot to get the stationery. "Put on your slippers," Riddle yelled angrily, his voice filled with concern and tenderness. "Emily, why do you always have to consider others' feelings? When will you think about yourself?" "Got it." The little girl returned to the bedside with the stationery, putting on her fluffy bunny slippers, mumbling softly, "Little house." While turning on the desk lamp, Emily thought angrily, "Clearly, it's you who should be thinking about yourself. I only get dizzy, but you faint from pain. I don't know who should be thinking about themselves." Riddle, who was already irritated, couldn't help but laugh at this title, yet found himself utterly helpless against the obviously angry little girl. Vivian, who had originally planned to sleep, squinted, her cat eyes momentarily blinded by the lit desk lamp. Unhappily, she mewed to protest, flicking her tail and waiting for the light to disappear, but found that the girl did not heed her and showed no intention of turning off the lamp. Somewhat angrily, she stood up and jumped onto the table, only to discover that the girl was stuffing the letter into a small white cloth bag. Vivian shocked locked eyes with Emily, who had just finished packing the letter and was looking up. "Oh, Vivian, you're still awake. Do you want to go out and play?" As Vivian mewed in a tone of despair, Emily tied the little cloth bag for her. Vivian, indignantly eating 2 small fish treats, flicked her little tail and stormed off. Her resolute little back seemed to say, "Woman, you have forever lost a cute little cat." "Forever?" Emily pursed her lips and smiled, watching Vivian walk through the wall before lowering her head and softly saying, "I'm sorry, Riddle, I just..." "Don't apologize, you haven't done anything wrong. Don't always have sorry on your lips." Seeing the girl follow his advice, Riddle huffed and interrupted her, saying, "Get some rest early. Let's go to the library together tomorrow." "Okay," Emily replied with a smile, turned off the desk lamp, and laid down in the soft bed. Before long, the only sound left in the room was the girl's shallow breathing. That night, Emily did not rest well. Her injured arm was constantly pressed against, and the sharp pain would instantly awaken her. Early the next morning, Draco knocked on Emily's door, and what met his eyes was the girl's pale face and bloodless lips. The overly pale complexion made the dark circles beneath her eyes even more pronounced. Perhaps binding one arm indeed affected her sleep, or perhaps the pain made it impossible to sleep peacefully. Regardless of the reason, Draco felt an unnamed fire churning in his heart. Rubbing his still blurry eyes, Emily saw the 2 people outside the door, Draco and Theodore. "Good morning." Still in her sleepwear, Emily, in a white dress that had been mistaken for pajamas and bunny slippers, awkwardly stepped back behind the door. "Good morning," Theodore replied with a smile, his slender and tall body slightly bending as he performed a standard noble bow. Draco also noticed the girl who had retreated behind the door had not changed into her robes, only wearing a simple white long dress and cute bunny slippers. The previous anger seemed to have been soothed, yet it also flared up again. Draco's cheeks turned red for a moment, but he couldn't utter a single good morning. Unable to comprehend why Draco had been ignoring her since last night, Jasmine nonetheless decided to explain her absence for the first class today. "Draco, I took a leave of absence for this morning's class, so I can't join you for lunch." Draco eased his emotions and said in a muffled voice tinged with nasal sound, "Then you should take a good rest. All right, see you in Transfiguration class later." Hearing that he finally replied, Jasmine smiled and prepared to close the door to change her clothes. "The Transfiguration textbook, please hand it to me." Draco stopped the door from closing, saying, "Your hand is inconvenient." After handing over the textbooks and assignments, Jasmine sweetly thanked him, then sent off the somewhat dazed duo. Did they not see it wrong? This thick stack was truly the Transfiguration homework that she thought was excessive even after completing just a few pages. "Do you need help carrying it?" Looking at the beautiful calligraphy on the paper, Theodore seemed to see the girl who bravely revealed injustices in class. "No need." Draco dodged the slender hand that reached out and turned his head, saying, "You should go eat first, I have some matters to..." Theodore nodded and watched the figure hurrying back to the dormitory with her head held high, a glimmer of interest passing through his eyes. It seemed that the girl held considerable weight in the heart of young Master Malfoy. But why? They had only known each other for a few days. Noticing the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising at the thought of the girl, Theodore's expression slowly darkened as he turned and exited the Slytherin common room. Perhaps she truly possessed a different charm, one that made one unable to resist wanting to approach her. Returning to his dormitory, young Master Malfoy still had not received a reply from his father. Frowning as he paced back and forth in his room, Draco finally sat down at his desk and took out a sheet of paper to begin writing a letter. Unlike the previous letter, this one was addressed to the lady of the Malfoy Manor, Draco's mother, Narcissa. Perhaps this platinum-haired boy had been well protected since childhood, but the deeply rooted pure-blood ideology in the Malfoy family made him acutely aware that the letter he sent to his father in a fit of anger yesterday might not elicit the response he desired. Thus he had to send another letter to his mother. Hogwarts Library. Hello, Madam Pants. Following Riddle's instructions, Jasmine softly called out to the frail, elderly woman sitting in the librarian's position, Irma Pants. Upon hearing the commotion, the woman immediately lifted her head and fixed a sharp gaze on Jasmine. Faced with the unfriendly look, Jasmine squinted her eyes, offered a sweet smile, and then lowered her voice further to ask, Madam Pants, could you tell me which section the books on ghosts are located in? Such diligence, my dear. Irma Pants continued to glare at Jasmine and added with a hint of warning, but be careful not to accidentally damage the books with your remaining hand. Jasmine maintained her smile, nodding obediently. 18 row 4 column 5 Aoi 7th floor. After this brief reply, the woman lowered her head. Jasmine did not retract her smile, but walked briskly into the depths of the library. Due to it being morning, there were not many people in the library. The rows of wooden bookshelves were spotless, the books arranged neatly, and the air held a unique scent of ink typical of libraries. Jasmine couldn't help but take a deep breath, stopping at 18 row 4 column 5, looking up. When the little girl saw the 7th floor, which required her to tiptoe just to reach, her smile froze on her face. After scanning the area, she found 3 books about ghosts. Jasmine tiptoed, stretched her arm, barely grasping the bottom of the first book, and slowly pulled it out. Since this book was relatively small and not too thick, it was safely in her hands. After placing the book on a nearby table, Jasmine took a deep breath and made a bold attempt. She jumped up, forcefully pressed the bottom of the book and causing it to fall due to inertia, and then cast a simple non-verbal levitation spell, perfectly retrieving the book. The imagination was beautiful, but reality was not so smooth. Just as Jasmine jumped up, successfully tilting the book, a skeletal hand suddenly reached out from behind and caught the book that was about to fall. Jasmine turned around and looked up, only to see a large yellow and black striped tie followed by a prominent Adam's apple, a sharply defined jawline, and finally, she collided with a pair of light brown eyes. The other person had a slightly matured, handsome face, charmingly sculpted like a knife. However, due to his gentle demeanor, this beauty lost some of its hard-edged stunningness and gained a touch of tenderness. Perhaps it was because the book was indeed too heavy, or maybe because the other person did not stop in time when rushing over, but after grabbing the book with one hand, he had to stabilize his balance with the other hand against the bookshelf. Feeling the girl's gentle breath brushing against his collar, the boy with brown hair and brown eyes looked down and was met with a pair of emerald-like eyes. The girl raised her porcelain-white little face, her back pressed tightly against the bookshelf, her right hand gently resting on the yellow-lined wizarding robe, desperately trying to create some space for her petite frame. Like a robber forcing the girl into his embrace, he gently leaned down, wanting to take more. Realizing his dangerous thoughts, the boy suddenly took a few steps back, his face reddening as he softly said, "I'm sorry, I was just afraid the book would fall on you." Interrupted mid-spell, Jasmine was still a bit dazed, not grasping the situation. Seeing the book handed to her, she instinctively took it and said, "Thank you." The boy recovered a bit, scratching the back of his head with a smile, saying, "I'm Cedric Diggory, a third-year Hufflepuff student." Returning to her senses, Jasmine smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Jasmine Potter. You are a first-year Slytherin student, and your brother is a first-year Gryffindor student, Harry Potter." Cedric appeared somewhat excited, but considering they were in the library, he lowered his voice. Regarding her brother's fame, Jasmine felt that after witnessing Professor Flitwick nearly topple from his desk, and hearing that already sharp voice suddenly rise an octave, this Badger House senior seemed genuinely mature and composed. However, it could also be because her brother was not present at the scene. Jasmine smiled, unsure of what to say, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. "Do you need the other book on top?" Cedric asked. Jasmine nodded, turned, and tiptoed, barely pointing to the last book she needed. Before Jasmine could move away, that skeletal hand quickly reached over and easily grabbed the thinner but larger. This time the distance was a bit farther than before, but the fabric of their clothes still inevitably brushed against it. Although there was a deliberate attempt to maintain distance, every time he saw the little girl's figure, he couldn't help but want to draw closer. It was not until the sweet fragrance unique to her lingered at his nose that Cedric realized what he had done, and he hurriedly stepped back, feeling a bit unsteady. When Jasmine turned around, she met the face of Cedric, which seemed even redder. He rubbed his nose and handed her a book, saying, "I'm right here. If there's any book you can't reach, just let me know." Seeing the little girl obediently nodding, Cedric let out a low chuckle and leaned in to add, "Make sure to ask me, don't get another hand hurt by a falling book." Watching him leave, Jasmine snapped back to reality, puffing up in annoyance as she pulled out a chair to sit down. "What the heck? It's not like I'm going to get hit by a book. If I didn't want to cast a silent wandless spell, so obviously I could clear that shelf by myself." Humph. Jasmine soon adjusted her mood and began to read quickly. For a while the only sound in the corner was the rapid flipping of pages. Not knowing how long had passed, Jasmine finished the last page and closed the book. After exhaling, she softly asked Riedel in her mind, "Does the soul-splitting technique really hurt a lot?" Upon hearing the girl's question, Riedel instantly sank into negative emotions. The soul-splitting technique. He had a lingering feeling that he had experienced that pain, and not just once. If I were to become a ghost, the girl would inevitably suffer. Was there still a need for me to become a ghost? After becoming a ghost, would I really have the ability to protect her? Not receiving an answer, Jasmine could only stand up from her seat, stretch lazily, and prepare to see if she could put the book. Indeed, it didn't work. Jasmine sighed in resignation and walked towards the reading area, searching for Cedric. Not knowing what time it was, the library was still not very crowded. Most seats were empty, with only a few people scattered. Jasmine glanced around and spotted the figure with brown hair and brown eyes. He was seriously flipping through a thick book, skimming and jotting down notes. Bathed in sunlight, he was perfectly encircled by its glow. He slightly rolled up his sleeves, and the skin exposed to the sun seemed to radiate light. The brown-haired boy carried a youthful innocence unique to his age, yet his high nose and deep-set eyes already hinted at how charming he would become in the future. Jasmine stared blankly at his healthy complexion and the perpetual blush on his cheeks, then glanced at herself, her unhealthy pale skin under the sunlight revealing veins, as if she would shatter with a touch. Truly an enviable, vibrant body. Jasmine walked over with a somewhat frustrated demeanor. Hearing footsteps beside her, Cedric looked up and saw the girl standing against the light across the desk. Her fiery red hair, which should have been flamboyant, instead fell smoothly over her delicate shoulders. A few mischievous strands grazed her fair skin and slender neck, floating into view with the breeze, carrying the unique scent of the girl that was utterly captivating. Cedric awkwardly shifted his hand, which had instinctively risen, to touch his high nose, then softly inquired, "Are there any other books you want to borrow?" Jasmine shook her head, moving a bit closer, and replied softly, "I finished reading and wanted to return the book, but..." Cedric's expression showed a moment of surprise, especially since the 3 books he had just received were no light read. However, upon reflection, given that the titles of the books were all about ghosts, it was likely she had been frightened at the previous banquet and wanted to understand a bit more, treating it as casual reading. With that thought, Cedric smiled and stood up, following Jasmine back to their original spot. Watching her take joyful steps and her rounded fair ears peeking out from beneath her wind-tossed red hair, Cedric unconsciously quickened his pace to catch up with her. Almost instinctively, he leaned down, slightly whispering in her ear, "Why are you reading about ghosts? Were you scared at the banquet?" The warm breath against her ear made Jasmine instinctively shiver. Upon hearing Cedric's almost declarative question, Jasmine's mind suddenly flashed back to the banquet, where she had cowered beneath a table, trembling in fear in those damp gray eyes. Seeing her flinch and her slightly reddened ears, Cedric realized he had overstepped. He straightened up, coughed lightly into his fist to mask his embarrassment. There was a brief silence between them, but fortunately the seats were not far apart. Cedric quickly shifted his focus back to returning the books. After stuffing 2 of the books back in their original spots, he found that the 3rd book, the smallest one, just wouldn't fit. Cedric stood on his toes, probing into the gap between the books. When his fingertips brushed against the cover of a book, Cedric slowly pulled it out, only to discover that he could not understand a single word on the cover. "Cool," Cedric exclaimed, noticing that the little girl beside him was also staring at the mysterious book hidden behind others, her eyes sparkling with interest. Cedric smiled as he handed her the mysterious book, realizing that when she jumped to grab the book earlier, or when he pressed against the shelf, it must have jostled the book inside, preventing this little book from fitting back in. After taking a closer look at this much smaller book titled Chronicles of Ghosts, the Body as a Vessel for the Soul, Cedric raised an eyebrow, but had no intention of reading it. Instead, he lifted it and placed it back on the shelf. Jasmine gazed at the strange characters on the book in her hands, her mind involuntarily recalling the last book she had just seen, which was indeed Chronicles of Ghosts, the Body as a Vessel for the Soul. The covers of the 2 books slowly overlapped in Jasmine's mind, and something strange happened. Upon overlapping, the 2 titles bizarrely formed an unfamiliar term: Soul Vessel. Jasmine eagerly flipped open the book, but to an outsider the contents appeared to be a chaotic jumble that made no. However, in Jasmine's eyes, after merging with the text from that little book, she could understand everything on the pages, although the content felt somewhat obscure and unfamiliar. The book opened with a spell corresponding to the title of the last chapter in the little book, which was also the question she had asked Riedel, but received no response to: soul splitting. Cedric watched as the little girl flipped through the pages haphazardly, before suddenly slamming the book shut, her expression one of surprise. He slightly curled his lips, intrigued, and reached out to take the book from her hands. Opening it, and flipping through a few pages, he found that it still contained various strange characters that left him utterly. Could you please put this book back behind that one? After regaining her senses, Molly asked Cedric, who was frowning and flipping through the book, trying to find some familiar words. Of course, of course. Cedric raised an eyebrow in confusion, but instinctively agreed to the girl's request. Molly realized that her eagerness to hide the book again seemed somewhat out of place, as she had asked the other person to put it back while he was still reading. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, because I have a class soon and might have to leave. Mrs. Pants said that books that have been read must be returned to their original place. If you still want to read this strange book, would you mind putting it back here later? Cedric glanced at the book filled with strange, incomprehensible combinations of letters, shrugged, and said, I can't understand it either. He then closed the book and took down the small volume titled The Ghost Chronicles, pushing the strange book to the back of the shelf and returning The Ghost Chronicles to its place. Molly looked at the book that had been hidden away again, a mysterious emotion flickering in her eyes. Suddenly a wave of dizziness hit her. Molly's vision darkened, and for a moment it felt as if she would collapse. A pair of strong hands gently supported the pale girl, placing her on a chair beside her. Molly heard an anxious voice by her ear asking, "Are you okay?" The voice came and went, and her vision continued. This feeling was too familiar. After a moment, Molly slowly opened her eyes and said to the brown-haired boy who was supporting her shoulder with an anxious expression, "I'm fine, I just have a bit of low blood sugar." Cedric seemed unfamiliar with this term, still hesitant to release his grip on the girl, his brown eyes filled. Molly gave a reassuring smile and said, "Really, it's nothing. I just didn't eat breakfast this morning, and I suddenly felt dizzy. I'm fine now." Hearing her explanation, Cedric let out a small sigh of relief. He glanced around and took out a small box wrapped in red and green from his pocket. After opening it, he took out a piece of chocolate and quickly and gently fed it to Molly. Worried about being caught by the librarian for bringing food into the library, Cedric's movements were somewhat hurried, and his fingers accidentally brushed against the girl's soft lips. It felt like an electric shock spreading from his fingertips to his heart, causing the brown-haired boy's face to flush. Molly felt the chocolate melting in her mouth, transforming into a warm current that miraculously restored strength to her weak and uncontrollable body. The girl swallowed the chocolate with bright, sparkling eyes, smiling like a little fox. She looked around and noticed that no one was paying attention, especially since Mrs. Pants, who had set the rule against bringing food into the library, was not nearby. Imitating the boy's earlier gesture, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Wow, what an amazing chocolate, thank you." Watching the girl suddenly lean in with her now rosy lips, Cedric's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Flustered, he hurriedly placed the box containing the chocolate into her wizard robe pocket, stuttering, "Here for you." "That's not necessary." Just as Molly was about to take the chocolate back to Cedric, Mrs. Pants appeared around the corner, her sharp gaze fixed directly on them. "What are you two doing?" Mrs. Pants lowered her voice, but the anger was still evident. Cedric turned around as if he had found a savior, his entire face flushed, yet he composed himself and smiled gently, saying, "Hello, Mrs. Pants." Molly also stood up and quietly greeted her, "Hello, Mrs. Pants." Faced with the seemingly polite Cedric and the sweet smiling Molly, Irma Pants's tone softened, and she responded, "Hello." Seeing the change in her attitude, Cedric explained, "Miss Molly wanted to return the books she finished reading, but couldn't reach them, so she asked me for help." Her sharp gaze swept over the two, recalling the scene she had just witnessed. The boy propping himself on the back of the chair with one hand, while holding both of the girl's wrists with the other, seemingly disregarding her objections and about to do something inappropriate. However, seeing the boy's face, which was as red as an apple, and the girl's calm demeanor, it seemed completely contrary to her assumptions. Uncertain, she looked again at the humble and polite boy whose face seemed to scream justice, and Irma Pants truly doubted whether she had imagined the earlier scene. Ultimately, she nodded, but still said sternly, "If you are doing anything other than reading, you should go outside. Don't linger here and accidentally damage the books." Faced with Cedric's even redder face and Mrs. Pants's continuous gaze, Molly could only politely indicate that she had a class soon. She quickly slipped out of the library while clutching the box of red and green chocolates, escaping the awkward atmosphere. Watching the girl flee like a startled rabbit, Cedric couldn't help but think of a timid little bunny, cute but full of charm. After calming himself, Cedric let out a sigh and awkwardly smiled at Mrs. Pants before returning to his seat. Yet the girl's image kept flashing in his mind. Heaven knows what was happening to him today, causing him to act so out of character. Just as Molly stepped out of the library, she encountered what seemed to be upperclassmen wizards who had just finished their first class. It seemed the timing was just right. With that thought, Molly walked towards the Transfiguration classroom, but was suddenly grabbed by two large hands into a hidden passage around a corner. "Little kitty." A familiar teasing voice came. Molly silently released her wand. "Lumos. Lumos." With the simultaneous incantations, two somewhat dazzling lights illuminated the darkness. Molly squinted, not quite accustomed to the sudden brightness in the dark. "Can you still recognize us?" The red-haired boy who had just called her little kitty leaned in to ask. Before she could respond, the other red-haired boy pulled him back. "Fred." Looking at the boy's round dog-like eyes, Molly directly stated his name. "Oh, George," she didn't guess this time. Fred complained to George, "I said we should stick to yesterday's names." The two had spent a long time in the dormitory last night looking in the mirror, trying to figure out whose eyes were rounder and whose nose was prettier. They even asked their housemates, the younger lions, and everyone in the Gryffindor common room. Still, they could not distinguish between the two of them, so they believed that Molly's successful identifications were purely coincidence, and decided to ask each time they met, doubting whether she could guess right again. Unfortunately for them, Molly didn't guess, as she could genuinely remember the subtle differences in everyone's faces. The twins' plan might not succeed. I have a class soon, so I have to go. Molly looked helplessly at the two brothers who were discussing how to arrange their next meeting in front of her. She turned to push the door open as she spoke. Wait a moment. George grabbed Molly's right wrist as she was pushing the door and said, "We'll take you to the Transfiguration classroom." With that, he and Fred scooped the girl up, jogging through the dim passage. Molly wasn't too surprised that they knew what her next class was. After all, her brother was in Gryffindor, and their younger brothers. "I can walk by myself." Being carried, Molly thought it was actually quite effortless if no one was watching, but she still feigned a symbolic resistance. "Little Kitty's paws will get dirty," Fred teased from the right. George did not question Fred's nickname for Molly, Little Kitty, but quickly changed the subject, saying, "You missed quite a show this morning in the Great Hall." "Indeed. It was quite a performance," Fred chimed in. "What a shame you missed it." Molly blinked, instantly intrigued, and asked what kind of show. The two red-haired boys exchanged a glance, and George said it was that Parkinson. She stood up to nearly all the professors. Fred could no longer contain himself, interrupting, "You should have seen the old bat's face, it was so dark." Molly's eyes flickered with confusion as she asked, "Old bat? That's Professor Snape," George clarified. Fred laughed. "Yeah, that's what we all call him because..." Molly interrupted Fred's explanation about Professor Snape's nickname, anxiously asking, why did Parkinson stand up to the professors? There was a brief silence in the air, then George slowly said it was Professor Snape. He deducted points from Slytherin for Parkinson, so he punished her by making her clean all the girls' restrooms in Hogwarts. Molly felt something peculiar in her heart, a mix of sourness and warmth. It was for Professor Snape's sake. Seeing Molly fall silent, George continued, "Parkinson just said it wasn't her fault, it was all your fault. And then Professor Flitwick just happened to overhear angrily berating Parkinson for her nonsense, and turning the truth up." Fred's tone carried some indignation. "Pansy even said that Professor Flitwick, as the head of Ravenclaw, shouldn't arbitrarily deduct points from other houses." From Professor Flitwick's level of anger, Molly could guess that Pansy's words must have been much worse than the two had conveyed. In the end, Professor McGonagall also joined the show. "Even the timid Quirrell stood up for you," George said, his tone teasing, as if he found Quirrell's involvement astonishing. "Really?" A hint of surprise flashed in Molly's eyes. It was understandable that Professor McGonagall would stand up for her. She had sensed the professor's unique compassion towards her during Transfiguration class. But Quirrell, she felt there was no connection between them. Given his timid and fearful demeanor, Molly couldn't fathom why he would help her, prompting her to ask, "What did he say?" "He said you were injured badly and couldn't attend his class this morning," George replied. Molly's eyes were filled with complexity after hearing this. Perhaps it was her preconceived notion from their previous encounter that made her think he had to be problematic, or perhaps it was her soul's repulsion towards him. Molly felt that his words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. "Huh." Molly exhaled softly, forcing herself not to overthink, trying to view Quirrell from an objective angle, and then asked what happened next. "Parkinson said she would write a letter home," Fred continued. "In the end, it was old Dumbledore who stepped in to put an end to this farce." Molly did not expect that after losing a tooth, Parkinson would still dare to openly defy her house's head in front of everyone. She thought that Parkinson would have been subdued for a few days because of her tooth, but she underestimated her. What Molly did not foresee was that compared to her tooth, cleaning the girls' restrooms was what truly made the self-important Pansy unable to accept. "It's a pity Parkinson didn't have to face punishment and clean the girls' restrooms." Fred's voice lowered, seemingly suppressing some unpleasant emotion. George once again changed the subject, saying, "So we're planning to do something big." "Right, exactly." Fred's enthusiasm quickly returned, "a grand deed of punishing the wicked and promoting the good." "What exactly do you plan to do?" Molly found it hard to follow the brothers' conversation as they spoke in turns. For Molly, hearing two people speak the same sentence about the same thing at the same time was quite complicated. It always made it difficult for her to concentrate on analyzing the deeper meaning of their words. The two brothers guided Molly to a window where she could look down, ensuring that the little girl could watch the show in a more... George took the initiative to lift the girl gently and placed her in the area supported by Fred's arms. Fred also seemed a bit nervous as he lifted the girl with his left hand and stabilized her with his right. He realized that she was indeed quite light. At first, when the two of them were carrying the girl together, they felt like the weight was being shared, so they didn't feel such a strong sensation. If they didn't hold her tightly, she might float away like the wind. Molly felt the solid and strong arms behind her, glanced at the window that was indeed a bit too high for her, and softly said, "Thank you," then added, "If you feel tired, just put me down." "How could we get tired?" Fred blurted out, but after meeting George's gaze, he changed his mind. "The show is about to start, so sit tight and watch closely." Molly also shifted her attention to downstairs, right outside the Transfiguration classroom. The platinum-haired boy was accompanied by Theodore, who had his head tilted in indifference, and Pansy with her shoulder-length black hair. Molly gazed at the backs of the two and suddenly looked serious. For pure-blood families, what they value most is never friendship, but the interests and glory of the family. Riddle, who had been silent, spoke up. If young Malfoy no longer wishes to be your friend, then you no longer need to hide your talents. If it really came to the point of opposing Slytherin and the pure-blood families, then a Slytherin head and a so-called savior might not be enough. If this suffering is unavoidable, then I must find a way to stay by the girl's side. Molly's eyes flickered as she looked deeply at the platinum-haired boy who was walking hurriedly. Family first. Sensing the girl's emotions, Fred lightly cleared his throat and signaled to George. The show is about to begin. Suddenly, white lights burst forth from all directions surrounding Pansy, who was relentlessly questioning. While Pansy was still in a daze, several small light spheres surged towards her, creating a loud noise around her eyes, ears, and within her wizarding robes. The surrounding light exploded into even more dazzling white light, then transformed into countless tiny lights, slowly extinguishing and returning to calm. From Molly's perspective, these light spheres looked like simple fireworks, beautiful. But to the person surrounded, Pansy, these lights temporarily robbed her of her vision and hearing. Watching the awe in the little girl's eyes, George asked, "How is it? Do you like it?" "It was a spectacular performance. It reminded me of fireworks." Molly shifted her gaze to George's face and said with some joy, "If I have the chance, I'll take you to see the fireworks in the Muggle." "All right." George still smiled, gently, completely devoid of his usual teasing demeanor, appearing rather obedient. However, one could not ignore the slight arch of his brow as he glanced towards the indignant Fred. "Oh." The scream from downstairs caught everyone's attention except for the notice of Theodore in the small window above, dressed in red. Perhaps it was due to his innate keen observation skills, or maybe this young man was exceptionally sensitive to the gaze of others. This could explain why among the young wizards present he seemed to be the only one to notice the figure of Jasmine. "Oh!" Pansy screamed while wildly flailing her arms, but she could not disperse the exploding orbs of light around her. In her panic, she stepped into thin air and her body was about to tumble down the stairs. The platinum-haired young master instinctively reached out to help his childhood companion, but was stopped by Theodore, who pressed down on his hand. Following Theodore's line of sight, Draco encountered a pair of excessively calm, emerald eyes peering through a concealed small window above. In an instant, a wave of immense panic spread within him, as if something important was slowly slipping away and he was powerless to grasp it. At that moment of Draco's daze, as Pansy uncontrollably waved her arms, she scattered the thick stack of papers from the textbook in the platinum boy's hands, the topmost sheets soaring high, resembling countless butterflies fluttering amidst the exploding white light, scattering all around. Seeing Pansy about to tumble down the stairs, Jasmine furrowed her brow, silently drew her wand, traced an M in the air, and quietly murmured Arresto Momentum. As Pansy rolled down the stairs, the white orbs of light quickly dissipated. When Pansy finally stood up, feeling a sharp pain in her left arm, she yelled, "Who did this?" The twins had not expected Pansy to fall down the stairs, but after Jasmine cast her spell, she appeared to stand up, and both were somewhat shocked. The expressions of the nearby young wizards varied, but regarding Pansy, who had lost her two front teeth and spoke with a lisp, most responded with mockery and ridicule, and for a moment no one approached to care for this victim who had just rolled down the stairs. Except for that girl who had looked rather plain yesterday. She stepped forward wanting to help, but was pushed away by an enraged Pansy, nearly stumbling herself. However, that girl did not leave. Instead, she quietly stood at a distance after being pushed, lowering her head and ceasing any further actions. Seeing Pansy's empty mouth where her front teeth had been and recalling the fragmented words she had heard yesterday, Jasmine realized everything. She turned to Fred and said, "Let me down." Fred pouted reluctantly and tightened his arms. George frowned at Fred, who was acting childishly, the previous gentleness completely gone. He gritted his teeth and said, "Next time I will win." "Oh, really?" Fred still wore a teasing expression, but he slowly loosened his hold on the girl, saying, "Then let's wait and see." George took the opportunity to gently set Jasmine down from Fred's embrace and raised an eyebrow at Fred, who looked somewhat displeased, saying, "Next time, why not let the little kitty choose?" Amidst the tense atmosphere between the brothers, Jasmine tugged on Fred's tie, gently pulling it down while signaling George to bend down a little. The brothers stopped arguing and bent down to get closer to Jasmine. "I need to go to class now." Jasmine tilted her head, indicating she would be leaving through the door in front, then turned to look back at the path they had come, saying, "You two should go that way." Fred and George exchanged glances and simultaneously asked why. The orb of light just now came flying. Seeing the brothers shrug nonchalantly, Jasmine continued, "Do you still want to expose yourselves?" The two brothers exchanged a glance, catching the meaning in Jasmine's words, and recalled the moment the chamber had closed yesterday, the reassuring look in her eyes. And how in the end, when she had not spoken, they had inexplicably offered to escort her, only to be diverted by Filch. The brothers smiled and said in unison, "It is our honor, little kitty." Their voices carried warmth and tenderness. "Thank you." Jasmine nodded and continued, "I think I can handle the rest myself." The brothers frowned and exchanged glances. This prank had gone wrong because they had not chosen the right venue. Clearly it had gone quite well when they had tested it on Ron. "All right, since the little kitty wants it this way." Seeing the pleading look in the girl's eyes, the two ultimately relented, saying, "Then we wish you good luck. But if the little kitty cannot extricate herself this time and faces punishment, we will not evade responsibility." Fred placed his hand on Jor's shoulder, and the two, just like at platform 9 3/4, winked at Jasmine. While walking back along the way, they came waving and saying, "See you later, beautiful lady. We hope by then you can still tell us apart." Jasmine smiled helplessly. When would they finally believe that she could truly tell them apart? Her eyes flashed as she resolutely walked towards the exit above. The incident of falling down the stairs would not be so easily overlooked. To prevent the two brothers from being implicated due to her issues, Jasmine decided to draw Pansy's attention directly to herself. After all, they had already made an enemy. The first to be attracted by the loud noise was the sullen Filch and his cat Mrs. Norris. However, Filch's arrival did not quiet the young wizards. In fact, some Slytherin girls pretended to approach with feigned concern for Pansy's injuries. Pansy seemed to believe that this disheveled caretaker could not help her find the culprit. Moreover, her mother had told her at home that the Hogwarts caretaker was simply a mute who could not perform magic. Thus, in the face of this mute caretaker, Pansy had no intention of seeking help, instead speculating with the surrounding young witches about who the victim was. While leaning against the girl she had just pushed away, showing off her injured arm, Filch squinted his eyes and loudly questioned the young wizards around what happened. Yet no one stepped forward to answer. Only soft murmurs and ridicule filled the air. What happened? It was only when the stern Professor McGonagall and the gloomy Professor Snape arrived that the young wizards collectively fell silent and lowered their heads, ceasing all conversation. Professor Snape scanned the crowd, yet he did not see the red-haired girl he wished to meet, and his brow furrowed even deeper. He remembered how just last night that peculiar black cat had come through the wall to deliver a letter. After reading the contents of the letter, Snape even considered rushing to the single dormitory he had specifically arranged for her to ensure the girl's safety. Even though the girl had applied the potion, he brewed himself. The thought of her unique constitution always left him uneasy. Had it not been for the sight of the remarkably sentient black cat, which was also planning to stay overnight, Snape might have truly gone to check on the girl's safety personally. The fact that Vivian could sleep soundly here clearly indicated that, just as mentioned in the letter, Jasmine's condition was not as dire as feared. However, the leave request made it impossible for Snape to wait until the next evening. Before the second class of the morning, he hurriedly arrived at the Transfiguration classroom, with Professor McGonagall eager to personally confirm the girl's health. Originally surrounded by concerned classmates, Pansy stopped her speech the moment she heard Professor McGonagall's voice and eagerly looked at the two professors, both wearing rather grim expressions. It seemed she had forgotten her earlier confrontation with the two professors in the Great Hall as she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Professor, someone attacked me." The sharp tone pierced through the silence of the crowd, causing the Slytherin girls who had gathered around her to take a few steps. Except for the rather plain-looking girl Pansy was leaning against. The girl remained motionless, allowing herself to be bullied like a piece of wood. Professor McGonagall seemed quite annoyed by the aggressive girl from the morning and did not respond to her. Meanwhile, Snape, with a serious expression, shifted his gaze to the new student of his house, suppressing his anger as he asked Pansy Parkinson, "Who attacked you?" Faced with her head of house's grim face and piercing gaze, Pansy was momentarily at a loss for words, but upon seeing the girl with her left hand bandaged walking down the staircase, she felt a surge of resentment. Pansy, feeling the pain in her left arm, glared at Jasmine and shouted it was her. It must be her. Everyone followed Pansy's finger to see Jasmine with her left hand bandaged walking down the staircase from where the white light had just burst. In an instant, the gazes of all the young wizards were filled with suspicion, and they began to quietly discuss among themselves under the watchful eyes of their respective heads. Pansy, witnessing this development, felt excited. Regardless of whether Jasmine was actually responsible, as long as she insisted on it, she couldn't believe that Jasmine would be able to argue her way out. Jasmine paid no mind to the murmurs of the crowd and walked down the stairs, directly bypassing the platinum-haired boy, smiling sweetly as she greeted Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, and the scowling Filch. Watching Jasmine squinting her eyes and smiling innocently, Draco couldn't believe that the calm, almost indifferent green eyes he had just locked onto through the window belonged to this little girl. Clearly, just moments ago, those eyes were filled with concern, and the hand that pulled him out of fear was so warm. Why had her gaze been so tranquil just now, calm to the point of fear? After exchanging greetings, Jasmine turned to Pansy, whose eyes were filled with malice and a smug expression. So foolish and wicked. Pansy seemed provoked by Jasmine's attitude, or perhaps she simply did not want to see the chaos in the crowd gradually subside. She pointed her right hand directly at Jasmine's nose, about to say something, but was abruptly interrupted by a figure rushing in and knocking her hand away. Jasmine looked at the dark-haired figure that had rushed in to shield her, the familiar comforting scent filling her nostrils, and she couldn't help but call out, "Brother." Hearing the girl's gentle call, Harry, standing in front of Jasmine, disregarded Pansy's fiery glare and the surrounding murmurs, and turned to gently pat the girl's shoulder softly, saying, "It's okay, Jasmine, I'm here." The young dark-haired boy, as always, supported his not-so-broad shoulders gently and firmly, shielding the girl from all external attacks. Because he hadn't seen Jasmine in the Great Hall that morning and had just heard Professor Quirrell mention that the girl had taken a leave of absence. After class, Harry had unhesitatingly asked Jasmine why she had taken leave and about her condition when she did. Quirrell seemed to be afraid of something stuttering even more than in class, and finally managed to clarify that it was Snape who spoke to him, and that he had not seen Jasmine. Harry arrived at the Transfiguration class with Ron and Hermione, only to spot the red-haired figure he had been worried about on the staircase. Her entire arm was wrapped in bandages, her face paler than usual, resembling a fragile bubble. It seemed that if that hand painted with dark green nail polish reached out just a bit further, it would burst the beautiful, almost illusory girl. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry charged forward and with a loud clap swatted away the hand that was slowly reaching towards the girl. Feeling a sharp pain in her right hand, Pansy didn't dare to retaliate. After all, she had grown up reading about this savior, and like other children her age, she held a sense of reverence and longing for him. Draco, just a few steps away, saw that the girl was now shielded behind someone, and noticing the papers scattered at his feet, he bent down to pick them up. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances and approached to help pick them up, but the platinum-haired boy pushed them away, coolly stating, "I'll do it myself." Theodore, standing by with his arms crossed, watched this seemingly redemptive act from Draco Malfoy, and couldn't help, so well protected yet foolish. Pansy, still fuming, heard the familiar voice of Draco above, and saw him picking up the papers on the ground, instinctively squatted down to pick some up with her right hand. But upon noticing the handwriting was unfamiliar, and then seeing the signature, Jasmine Potter, a surge of intense anger welled up. Jasmine Potter, it was always Jasmine Potter. What was so good about this wretched girl that he kept breaking his own principles? Now he was actually squatting down to pick up her discarded papers. Pansy threw the paper with the flowing cursive back to the ground, screaming as she stepped on it. The sound drew everyone's attention. Draco immediately shouted for Pansy to stop, while Harry kept Jasmine protected behind him, warily watching this always deranged woman, fearing she might harm his little girl in any way. Watching footprints appear on her assignment, Jasmine's thoughts seemed to be pulled back in time. Back when her own textbooks were unreasonably tossed to the ground and carelessly trampled. Taking a deep breath and suppressing her inner emotions, Emma Lee raised her wand and softly uttered, "Accio." In an instant, the scattered papers on the ground began to float towards the girl as if moved by an unseen force. Draco felt as if the papers in his hand had been ruthlessly snatched away, or when he reached out to grab them, they had already flown far away. The paper that Pansy had been stepping on hurriedly flew away with the girl's spell, causing her to lose her balance, and it was the girl behind her who steadied her. Amidst the mocking gazes of those around, Pansy, filled with rage, pushed the girl who supported her and shouted, "What do you care? I can stand on my own." Gradually, no one paid attention to Pansy, who had nearly fallen. Countless papers swirled in the air, moving at great speed, creating a whooshing sound as they sliced through the air. Surrounding two figures, one black and one red, it resembled a tornado serving as a protective barrier, evoking a sense of both danger and safety. The girl with red hair slowly raised her wand above her head, and countless papers arranged themselves neatly into the hands of the savior Harry Potter. Until the last page settled into place, revealing several messy footprints, there was no need to guess who was responsible. Scourgify, with the girl's crisp voice and the wand tracing a graceful arc in the air. The original footprints vanished in an instant, leaving behind beautiful calligraphy, clean and tidy on the pristine. Ron and Hermione approached, and Ron awkwardly gazed at Emma Lee without intending to greet her, yet he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow," upon seeing the thickness of her assignment. "I can't believe someone wrote an assignment as thick as Hermione Granger's." Hermione shot Ron a glance, and with concern asked Emma Lee how her arm was, and whether it was serious. Emma Lee smiled, and shook her head, indicating that she was fine. The whispers in the crowd were interrupted by these two perfect spells. Apart from the little lions displaying surprise and admiration, the mockery on the faces of some little snakes gradually faded. In the face of such talent, whether the girl was pure-blooded seemed less important. Coupled with her performance in Transfiguration class and the title of the Savior's sister, some little snakes had already made up their minds. Pansy, observing the little witches seemingly enchanted by Emma Lee's spells, felt a surge of the same unexplainable anger she had during the first Transfiguration class. "She is the culprit." Her shrill voice echoed through the corridor. "She is the one who caused me to fall down the stairs." Instantly, the gazes of all the little witches became somewhat complicated. Given the powerful magical ability the girl had just displayed, it seemed that casting a few light orbs to force Pansy down the stairs would be a trivial matter. Amidst the varied gazes around her, Emma Lee remained calm. She first smiled to reassure the angry Harry and Hermione, and even caught sight of Ron, who was also clenching his fists, offering him a comforting smile. Ron seemed taken aback for a moment, not expecting her to smile at him, and he clenched his fists tighter, lowering his head. Emma Lee took a step forward, meeting Pansy's resentful gaze, and simply said 3 words, "Not me." As Emma Lee's gaze swept over the little witches, it lingered for a few seconds on the grayed platinum boy, but she found no trace of the trust she had hoped for. Perhaps Draco had already believed it was Emma Lee who did it, but that wouldn't drive him away from the girl. In his mind, the girl's actions were never wrong. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth was the principle the Malfoy family had always adhered to. However, in Emily's eyes, the unwarranted alienation, the other's distrust. And that hand so similar to her own reaching out to him while he reached for someone else. Emily originally wanted to explain something to the little witches present, just like every time she was surrounded before. Suppressing the magic within her, she wanted to explain to her classmates that she was not a monster. But when she saw those gray eyes, she suddenly no longer wanted to explain. Those who do not believe in you will find your explanations useless. Even if you present the truth before them, they may not necessarily believe it. Looking at the seemingly fiery gazes around her. They had not witnessed the process nor understood the circumstances, yet they were willing to stand by her side without hesitation. Those who believe in you need no explanation. It's you. Pansy, observing the girl who seemed to have given up on explaining, smirked and maliciously suggested a way for the girl to prove her innocence. You have no evidence to prove your innocence unless you drink the Veritaserum and accept questioning in front of everyone. Faced with the calculation written all over the other's face, Emily showed no expression, quietly inquiring within her mind to Riddle. Veritaserum, as the name implies, is a potion that compels a person to speak the truth. Riddle's voice carried a hint of anger as he explained, it induces a special state of calm, allowing one to answer questions truthfully in an unconscious state. It is primarily used for interrogating criminals. While the results are generally accurate, the side effects can be significant. Listening to Riddle's explanation, Emily's emotions remained steady as she seemed disinclined to consume such a potion and began to nitpick, asking, generally accurate. Will there be anyone who doesn't speak the truth? Yes. Strong willpower can resist it. Or individuals who are already mentally disturbed may not speak the truth even after consuming Veritaserum. Riddle hadn't expected the girl to show no intention of drinking Veritaserum to prove her innocence. Feeling slightly relieved, he continued to explain, those who are mentally disturbed may perceive illusions or their own hallucinations as reality, so what they say under Veritaserum may not necessarily be true. Just as Emily fell silent, Professor Snape could no longer hold back and spoke up, Veritaserum. Veritaserum. She really dares to mention it. Not to mention the dangers posed by the uncontrollable dosage and its side effects. Just based on her baseless accusations, she had already deemed the other party guilty without any evidence. That was rather arrogant and malicious. Miss Parkinson, what evidence do you have to make an innocent person consume the dangerous Veritaserum? Professor McGonagall's voice was filled with anger as she spoke. I say it's her, it is her. I believe our Parkinson family has the ability to make her the prime suspect drink Veritaserum. Hearing both headmasters of their respective houses speak in favor of each other, Pansy directly invoked her family's name for support. No matter whether the other party drinks it or not, she would still frame her with this accusation and let her bear the wrath of her family. Watching the other party's unyielding expression and the two professors who were furrowing their brows ready to speak in her, ignoring the voice of Riddle in her mind, urging her to stop, Jasmine boldly declared that she could drink the Veritaserum to prove her innocence, hearing someone unconditionally believe in her and resolutely speak on her behalf. Jasmine chose to follow her heart, believing that she could resist revealing the twins and that she would not disappoint those who believed in her. I will drink it. After the little girl finished speaking, she turned to the disapproving Professor McGonagall and asked, Professor McGonagall, class has already started. I believe this matter should not delay everyone's lesson. Are you afraid? Hearing that the other party did not take drinking the Veritaserum seriously, Pansy felt a moment of panic, but quickly recalled that the others seemed to be stalling for time and retorted, even if it's just for one class, you cannot forget your own misdeeds. The Veritaserum will force you to confess everything. Looking at the aggressive Pansy, Professor McGonagall felt she was about to lose her temper. She glanced at Snape and upon receiving his nod of approval announced, all young wizards present, please enter the classroom. Let us see how Miss Pansy Parkinson intends to wrongfully accuse her classmates. Upon hearing that they would not have to continue the lesson, some young wizards quickly chatted amongst themselves and rushed into the classroom to secure good viewing seats. Others looked at Pansy with some resentment, as if they thought she had wasted a delightful transfiguration class. As Jasmine walked toward the classroom with her brother, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. Turning her head, she saw Draco, his eyes filled with worry, lips moving as if he wanted to say something. In the next moment, Draco met her calm, unperturbed gaze, ultimately saying nothing, only slowly releasing his grip. Jasmine found it hard to understand his thoughts. Why was Draco's attitude toward her always so strange? He drew closer, while simultaneously pushing her away, distrusting her, yet worrying for her. Perhaps Jasmine did not fully understand his feelings, now attributing everything to Riddle's notion of family supremacy. He treats me as a friend, right? Jasmine instinctively asked Riddle when faced with incomprehensible matters. But Pansy represents her family. Riddle clearly sensed the inner turmoil of the young Malfoy, yet he did not want Jasmine to know. Perhaps he wanted Jasmine to misunderstand even more. Perhaps. Do you remember what he said in the charms class? I have never acknowledged her as my friend. Riddle slowly guided Jasmine's thoughts. Yet he still attends class with Pansy and instinctively reaches out to help her when she falls. Will we be forever friends? Jasmine interrupted Riddle, not wanting to hear any more. Of course we will be forever friends, Riddle murmured softly, his voice laced with temptation, the best of friends. In the headmaster's office. Snape, having obtained the potion, was the first to appear, looking at the white-bearded old man sitting on the sofa eating sweets, whose frown could not be eased even slightly. His expression was somewhat serious. Severus, have you thought it through? Dumbledore's expression was grave. If her identity is accidentally exposed, she will no longer be able to attend Hogwarts. Even the entire magical world cannot accommodate her. I will be here. Snape's expression was resolute. I will not let her be in any danger. Then I will go with you. Dumbledore patted Snape's shoulder and said, I must protect my children. Snape nodded, indicating that he had no objections to this. In fact, he came this time so that Dumbledore could help the young girl. Jasmine's mixed blood identity was ultimately a problem. Even if a separate dormitory was arranged and hints were given to the prefect in advance, it could not eliminate the existence of discrimination. Even if the girl performed excellently in her first transfiguration class, she was still just the sister of the savior. This identity was not enough, and the talent that had not yet fully manifested was still not enough. In the transfiguration classroom, the original lesson was delayed, yet Professor McGonagall did not remain idle. Instead, she collected the homework and began to grade it at the podium. Jasmine sat beside Professor McGonagall, while Pansy, who had not completed her homework, stood on the other side, explaining with a face full of defiance that she had fallen yesterday and went to the infirmary, which was why she had not finished her assignment. Professor McGonagall did not look up, she simply adjusted her glasses and glanced at the defiant Pansy without replying. She turned her head and looked compassionately at the obedient girl sitting in the chair waiting to prove her innocence, asking, Does your arm still hurt? Jasmine shook her head, smiling as she said, It doesn't hurt anymore. Beside her, Pansy, feeling wronged, glared at her wrist, which was almost healed and no longer swollen. She thought Professor McGonagall was biased. After all, how could a light tug on the other girl's arm leave any mark? She even schemed to take a sick leave, sneaking into the infirmary while Jasmine was absent, wrapping her arm so tightly, not knowing who she was acting for. Thinking about Malfoy's indifferent attitude toward her today, Pansy felt a surge of hatred. He must have spoken ill of her to Malfoy, and today specifically set her up to embarrass her in front of him. She absolutely would not let her succeed. Today, she would expose her ugly face in front of Malfoy, in front of her savior brother, and before all the new students of both houses. Thinking of the smile that the other had shown her behind Professor Flitwick yesterday, Pansy wished to let everyone see right now just how dark her heart was beneath that innocent, deceitful face. At that moment, the classroom door was pushed open. Professor Snape entered with somewhat heavy footsteps, followed by the equally serious-looking Headmaster Dumbledore. The small wizards who had been discussing immediately fell silent, obediently sitting up straight, waiting to see the drama. Harry could hardly sit still. He stood up, wanting to say something to the seemingly kind headmaster, but was signaled by Snape with a glance to sit back down. For the professor, who had saved himself and his sister from the Dursleys, and had continuously provided potions to help his sister, Harry always held the utmost respect and compliance. Professor McGonagall stood up, giving the podium to Headmaster Dumbledore, and pressed Jasmine, who was about to stand back into her seat, gently patting her shoulder to indicate she should remain seated. Snape took out 3 vials of potion, dripping 2 drops from the green potion into Jasmine's mouth, softly comforting her, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Jasmine nodded, only to find her consciousness somewhat scattered, as if a white light appeared before her, and she had returned to the time spent with Riddle in her childhood. The sunlight, the lawn, the big tree, and the dark-haired boy holding her in his arms. Lilith. The voice of the other party was filled with infinite tenderness and affection. This is for you. The little girl with red hair and blue eyes stretched out her small hand to take the white flower from his hand, smiling and curiously asking what it was. It's a jasmine flower. Riddle gently patted the girl's head. Little Jasmine gazed at the flawless white flower in her hand, letting out a giggle indicating that she liked it very much. Come look, the little monster is talking to herself again. A malicious voice suddenly came from behind Riddle, breaking the serene beauty of the moment. It was Padma, who often led the bullying of the lone children in the orphanage, and had long disliked the exquisite face. Because of his face, several couples who initially chose him had abandoned him. However, in the end, they were always sent back because he constantly talked to himself, seemingly not quite right in the head. Frank, pushed out by Padma, trembled and shouted, If you want to have dinner, just stay in your room today, and don't come out. This morning the headmaster had notified the children to prepare well, as several couples would come to adopt children. Riddle was quite disdainful about this. After being taken away and returned time and again being called a monster repeatedly and facing disappointment over and over, Riddle felt that only the little girl in his arms truly counted as family. He would not leave her for any reason, nor would he abandon her. And the little girl could only be with him. That was what made them. Even if only he could see her, she would only belong to him. She would not be afraid of him, nor would she think he was a monster. A Lilith who would always stay by his side was like a personal angel to him. Seeing that Riddle did not respond, Padma pushed the trembling Frank aside and angrily shouted, Did you hear that? If you dare to show up later, your fate will be like that rabbit doll hidden in your closet. Riddle finally furrowed his brows and shifted his gaze from the girl in his arms. His cold gaze shot towards Padma, causing the latter to take several steps back in fright. Padma, undeterred, pushed Frank again and shot him a warning glance. Frank was almost brought to tears by fear, trembling as he took out a piece of rag. From that green button, it was clear that this was a gift he personally sewed for Lilith specifically to commemorate her presence by his side. Little Rabbit Vivian. A surge of immense anger swept through Riddle's mind, but as the sleeve was gently tugged, Riddle looked down to meet a pair of comforting green eyes. Suppressing his anger, Riddle slowly curled his lips into a smile, nodding to indicate he understood, watching as the two little boys fled in panic. Does little Lilith want a real little rabbit? Riddle softly stroked the red hair that seemed to shimmer with a dreamlike glow in the sunlight, gently saying, "Or do you want a new plush bunny?" Watching Riddle's calm demeanor, Lilith smiled and nodded, indicating that she wanted one, and leaned over to plant a loving kiss on his cheek. "All right, I will make you the cutest bunny." Riddle's voice suddenly became ethereal. Lilith. To outsiders, Jasmine nodded after a moment, her gaze beginning to drift, and in just a few seconds it was as if her soul had been drawn out, turning her into a delicate puppet displayed in an ornate window. Snape observed Jasmine's condition and asked, "Who are you?" "Lilith." The girl's voice was soft like a whisper in a dream, causing no one to hear what she said. "Jasmine." Snape called out the girl's name. "I am Jasmine." This time the girl's words clearly reached everyone's ears, yet her voice, though the same, lacked any emotional fluctuation. Upon receiving the answer, Snape nodded towards Dumbledore, who turned to Pansy beside him and said, "Miss Parkinson, you may ask." Facing the eyes of three professors and a group of young wizards, Pansy nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva to ease her dry throat before asking, "You saw me up there before I fell down the stairs, right?" "I did." The little girl still replied in a flat tone. Pansy, somewhat smug, continued, "So you also saw me walking with Malfoy?" "I did." After Jasmine finished this sentence, Draco immediately clenched his fists, nearly standing up to explain that he had not engaged with her. It was she who had persistently approached him to talk. But he remembered that the girl had taken a truth serum, and in her current state, she likely could not hear his explanations. Pansy wore a victorious smile and continued to ask, "Is it because you were jealous of me walking with Draco that you cast that spell which caused me to fall down the stairs?" Just when everyone thought Jasmine would admit it, the girl instead said the three words she had just spoken outside. Not. Those three short words caused the platinum-haired boy to widen his eyes. He had clearly seen her looking down from that hidden window, even raising her wand. The first reaction that came to mind was to feel that this truth serum was problematic. He had never considered believing that this incident was indeed not caused by the girl. The classroom was unusually quiet. Pansy bit her lips, staring in disbelief at the girl sitting in the chair, who looked lifeless, frantically questioning her own judgment. Yet thinking back to the earlier malicious smile from the girl, as well as her own injured left arm today, and the fact that she came down from upstairs. The dormitory was below, as she hadn't attended classes this morning, clearly having set a trap. She had not at all thought that she had fallen flat yesterday, due to the girl's grudge, and now was paying the price. And today's scene was merely a malicious prank performed by two self-righteous heroes on behalf of the girl. Pansy, unwilling to back down, pressed on. "If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? What were you doing up there?" Jasmine did not speak, and the classroom fell into an eerie silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The little girl seemed to have truly become a lifeless puppet sitting in her chair, without any intention of answering. And Pansy revealed a smile again, absolutely certain that the girl was deliberately concealing something. Just saying those three words was the limit for her. As long as she asked a few more times, the girl would obediently tell the truth. "Admitted it was you." Pansy raised her proud head, waiting for the girl to speak the truth and accept the final judgment. "Otherwise, why were you up there, and what were you doing up there?" Just as Dumbledore gestured for Snape to stop, Snape picked up another vial of potion, preparing to administer it. However, Jasmine stood up, directly raised her wand, traced an M in the air, and softly uttered, "Arresto moment." A familiar sensation instantly enveloped Pansy, who stared incredulously at the girl before her, frozen in a daze, yet still exuding an irresistible beauty. "It's a protection spell," Dumbledore explained amidst the bewildered expressions of the young wizards. "It prevents collisions and can protect someone from harm when falling from a height." The young wizards widened their eyes, some unable to believe the sight of the girl still dazedly holding her wand. Pansy too stared at Jasmine in disbelief, recalling that she had indeed felt no impact when she tumbled down the stairs, and her already healed left hand seemed to have twisted as she braced herself when she finally stopped. "This is impossible." Pansy clutched her hair, shouting, "Then your arm must be fine. I only tugged on you lightly." Still in disbelief, Pansy shouted as she tried to rush forward, wanting to tear away Jasmine's disguise. "You're just trying to get Professor Snape to punish me. You have to show everyone." Pansy, in a frenzy to rush forward, was directly stopped by Snape, unable to come near the still affected girl. But no one silenced her. Her words reached Jasmine's ears. "I'm in so much pain." The girl's voice carried a hint of tears, as if the potion's effect was about to wear off. While unwrapping the bandages on her arm, she said, "I'm in so much pain." As the bandages fell away, large, horrifying bruises crawled across the girl's arm, causing everyone present to collectively gasp. Pansy was also stunned, unable to believe her trembling hands, her long nails seemingly matching the fresh red imprints left behind. But at the moment the bandages fell, the girl seemed to regain her senses. She no longer cried out in pain, but instead in a daze hid her injuries, attempting to curl up and make the gazes upon her disappear. Snape, disregarding the now calm Pansy, wrapped Jasmine in his robe and strode toward the door. As they walked out, Snape's robe was tugged and Harry's pleading voice came, "Professor, please take me with you." Hermione and Draco nearby also pleaded, but Snape merely glanced deeply at Harry, signaling him to follow, moving swiftly like a gust of wind. Dumbledore, seeing Harry jog to catch up, called out to stop Draco, Hermione, and Ron, who were eager to follow. Hermione furrowed her brow, worriedly peering outside, yet still pressed Ron back into his seat. However, the platinum-haired young master of the Malfoy family rushed out regardless. He didn't know why he had to come, only that he wanted to run with all his might to catch up to the light that once illuminated him. Theodore beside him observed with a strange emotion in his blue eyes, not rising to follow, instead pressing down on Crabbe and Goyle. Looking at the young wizards in the classroom, Dumbledore sighed, then spoke with a pained expression. That night long ago, not only was the Savior born, but also great wizards sacrificed their lives and health. His gaze passed over Longbottom. At that time, the infant Jasmine Potter also helped her brother bear that fatal blow on that very day. They are all heroes and should be remembered by us. His gaze finally settled on the trembling Pansy, and he stated the punishment that had already been firmly rejected that morning. "Miss Parkinson, I believe you should clean the girls' lavatory. You have harmed innocent classmates more than once and should take responsibility for your mistakes." Pansy no longer retorted aggressively nor acted as domineering as before. The simple few words seemed to bend her proud spine as a member of the Parkinson family. How could this be? She should hate me. Why did she save me when I treated her this way? Is it really worth it? Her soul returned to her body and her thoughts began to regain dominance. Jasmine felt the wind in her left ear and the strong heartbeat in her right, gently closing her eyes as sparkling tears slid from the corners, wetting the chest of the person before her. "Riddle, why have I been crying so much lately?" Jasmine asked softly, in her mind her voice thick with emotion. "That's not so bad, is it?" Riddle's voice replied, tinged with bitterness and a hint of hidden jealousy. "Jasmine, what do you expect me to do? How can I stand by your side?" In the potion class office, Jasmine sat on her exclusive small sofa, having had her bandages changed and wrapped. Due to the after effects of the Veritaserum, the young girl cried for a while before falling into a deep sleep. To prevent her from pressing down on her injured arm and waking in pain, Snape thoughtfully hung the girl's arm beside the original cauldron support. After tidying up the supplies, Snape did not hastily turn around. Instead, he faced the two quiet ones sitting opposite Jasmine, adhering to the saying that silence is golden. He gently pressed the subtle stain on his chest, raised his hand, and slightly pinched his fingers, feeling the dampness at his fingertips, a flicker of heartache passing through his eyes. Sitting back down on the sofa beside Jasmine, he first gazed at the sleeping girl, then raised his hand to cast a silencing spell before asking, "Tell me, Savior, how did you protect your sister?" Harry lowered his head, directly admitting his mistake. "I'm sorry, Professor Snape." "There's no need to apologize to me," Snape said, his emotions appearing somewhat agitated, as if questioning Harry, but also as if inquiring about someone beyond Harry. Faced with the emotionally charged Professor Snape, Harry momentarily found himself at a loss. Snape gazed into Harry's green eyes, ultimately saying nothing further. Instead, he looked at the platinum-haired boy who had been keeping his head down and asked, "Malfoy, why are you following me?" The boy lowered his head, even further not answering his godfather's question. Perhaps he himself didn't know why he had to follow, but he just wanted to see with his own eyes that the young girl before him was safe and sound. "All right, I think you should be aware of Jasmine's situation, Potter." Professor Snape shifted his gaze back to Harry. Harry nodded, indicating that he was aware of his sister's condition. But he quickly shook his head again, not understanding why upon entering the magical world this situation would escalate further. Meanwhile, Draco had never considered that Pansy as a peer could inflict such serious harm on Jasmine. Seeing Harry shake his head, Snape sighed, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. "That night, it was not only you who was struck by the killing curse, Harry." Snape gazed steadily into Harry's eyes, speaking slowly, his voice heavy with sorrow so profound it had settled into eerie calm. "Molly was right beside you. Her soul nearly shattered under the curse's backlash. When we found you both, her breath was faint, and you clutched her hand, weeping uncontrollably. Had it not been for the lightning-shaped scar on your forehead, the unmistakable mark left by the killing curse, we would have believed Molly was the one struck. We all thought she wouldn't survive." Snape drew a deep, shuddering breath, striving to suppress the tempest surging within him, then continued, "Yet the little one endured. Truly, a miracle. Her soul healed gradually each day and soon revealed extraordinary magical aptitude. Yet even as her inner magic swelled, her body never recovered. Forever scarred by that infantile curse, its damage irreversible. Her physique could never match that of an ordinary wizard, not even that of a robust Muggle. fragile, easily injured, and requiring far longer to heal, enduring far greater pain. Why did Voldemort strike me, but hurt Molly? Harry blurted, lifting his gaze. Because of love, Harry. Tears shimmered in Professor Snape's eyes as he uttered those words, slowly, gravely weighted with unspoken grief. He could not tell the boy before him that his own protection stemmed solely from the prophecy. The prophecy named a boy, and in her final desperate moment Lily cast the protective enchantment upon Harry. There had been no time to consider whether the vile, soul-rending backlash of that dark magic could possibly be borne by another infant. Harry lowered his head, jaw clenched against Tears' shoulders, trembling violently. Love. He loved her too. So why had he failed to protect her? Watching Harry's anguish, Professor Snape sighed softly, and went on, the immense magic coiled within her cannot be properly contained by her frail, broken body, causing volatile magical surges whenever her emotions waver. Hence she must drink a potion each month to suppress her magic. Harry recalled the delicate glass vials filled with violet liquid, and remembered how during outings or at school children their age would gather around Molly, jeering, freak, hurling pebbles, twigs, even books at her. Though he'd shielded her from nearly every blow, young Molly still required several times longer than he did to recover. After neighbors' whispers and teachers' reports reached her aunt's ears, Molly rarely left the house. At first she was locked in the attic, but later her aunt noticed the girl had become like a bird with clipped wings, no longer yearning for school or the world beyond, no longer even needing the door locked. But Harry knew that wasn't her true heart. He'd often seen her gaze longingly out the window, and yet whenever he tried to sneak her out, she always found ways to refuse. Only when Dudley invited them, or when Aunt and Uncle took Dudley along, reluctantly persuaded by his pleading, would Molly light up with rare excitement, savoring every fleeting moment outdoors. Harry understood she feared going out alone with him, feared drawing beatings upon them both, feared being branded a freak. Though later, as penance, her aunt filled the attic with stacks of secondhand books, retrieved from walk nowhere, to keep her occupied. What good were books? Every word describing the outside world only deepened her suffering. What Molly truly wanted, Harry had always known. Nothing more than an ordinary life. He'd hoped arriving here that no one would call her a freak, no one would deliberately harm her again. Yet this world too held no monopoly on peace or beauty. The entrenched power of pure-blood families, inter-house rivalries, prejudice against Muggles, all pierced Harry's heart like shards of ice. As her brother, he remained powerless to help her, even in the wizarding world, even bearing a title revered by many. Yet when a wand pressed cold against Molly's pale, luminous forehead, Harry had drawn his own in fury, only to realize he knew no spell, and still could not shield the one he cherished most. And the short distance between their houses felt like an uncrossable chasm. He couldn't even stand before her this time. Why wasn't I sorted into Slytherin? Harry's voice broke thick with choked sobs. Perhaps you should befriend Draco Malfoy. Snape finally placed a hand gently atop Harry's head, then glanced toward his godson seated nearby, watching Molly with quiet concern and tenderness, and said, I believe Draco would willingly stand guard over her. That morning, after Pansy invoked her family's name, Snape had sent a letter to Malfoy Manor. Perhaps for Molly's sake, he could make even greater concessions. The reply arrived much as expected, yet brought an unexpected gift. His godson had written not one, but 2 letters home for Molly's sake. Before receiving his father's usual reverent reply to the first letter, young Master Malfoy had already dispatched a second, urgently imploring his mother. This time the Malfoys must stand behind the girl. Snape did not believe his godson, scion of the Malfoy line, felt genuine sympathy for a classmate he'd just met, nor did he trust that a single day's friendship could forge unshakable loyalty. After all, he recalled the story of the boy's earlier entanglement with a not heir. That younger self had shown no such resolve. But the relentless letters home, and today's defiant rush past Headmaster Dumbledore himself, spoke volumes. Each act confirmed unwavering determination. Malfoy's support would offer Molly far stronger protection. And for her sake, befriending Draco Malfoy was not only acceptable, it was necessary. Under Snape's watchful gaze, the 2 children met eyes, and Draco nodded firmly, then extended his hand, just as he had on the staircase. I told you. I can help you. Draco arched a brow, smirking with practiced arrogance. Harry, still raw with unshed tears, shot him a weary, tear-dampened glare, but silently accepted the offer. Their hands clasped, firm, resolute, bound. When Emily woke up again, the fiery red sunset was just breaking through the clouds outside. The soft light spilled into the office, refracting a spectrum of colors among the various glass bottles containing magical potions. Vivian, who had returned from some crazy adventure, was sleeping with her head resting on the armrest of the nearby sofa. Emily couldn't help but curl her lips into a gentle smile. This sleep felt incredibly comfortable, devoid of pain, only the faint scent of herbs lingering at the tip of her nose, bringing a sense of peace. Severus Snape, who was concocting potions nearby, noticed that the little girl had awakened, albeit with a dazed expression, as she stared blankly at the small black cat beside her. He couldn't help but smirk and walked over. A cup of hot milk was handed to her, and as Emily looked up at the gentle Severus, she felt as if her eyes were moistened by the rising mist, with tears threatening to fall. Taking the milk, Emily softly said, "Thank you, Professor Snape." Watching the little girl struggle to blink, Snape felt a pang of tenderness and gently stroked her fluffy hair. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." With Snape's affirmation, a platinum blonde head cautiously pushed the door open, peeking in. Upon seeing that Emily was awake, the visitor hastily entered, followed by a dark-haired boy, while outside stood Ron and Hermione, glaring at each other, with Theodore watching the scene with his arms crossed. "Professor Snape," Harry greeted politely. "Professor Snape, we are here to take Emily back to the dormitory." Draco stated their purpose, glancing cautiously at the small figure of Emily sitting on the sofa. Vivian, still asleep, hissed with her fur all puffed up, clearly displeased with the two little ones who had disturbed her slumber. With a flick of her tail, she jumped onto a softer cushion further away, turning her back to everyone, adjusting her position to return to dreamland. Seeing the indignant little cat puffing up its fur at him, the platinum-haired young master raised an eyebrow, sharing a teasing expression with Harry that mirrored Ron's. To his surprise, Harry returned the playful expression with a smirk. Witnessing the slightly intimate interaction between the two boys, Emily blinked in a dazed manner, utterly confused. Until the group left the office, Emily was engulfed in an extremely uncomfortable feeling reminiscent of the stares she received in school before entering the magical realm. It felt as if all the passing little wizards were gazing at her like she was an endangered species, making her skin crawl. This situation persisted until they reached the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Even with the three little lions standing at the entrance of the Slytherin common room alongside Emily, the passing little snakes were still focused on her. Draco rushed back to the dormitory to fetch Emily's History of Magic textbook for Harry and arranged to meet in the Great Hall tomorrow morning. Emily remained in a state of extreme discomfort and confusion. What had she missed during her nap? Standing at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, with Draco watching the three little lions head off to class, Emily could no longer endure the constant penetrating gazes surrounding her. Without thinking, she rushed back to her dormitory, only to be gently restrained by a slightly cold grip on her wrist. The hold was gentle, as though handling a fragile item, yet it was firm, seemingly unwilling to release her until its purpose was fulfilled. "Let's talk." Emily turned to meet Draco's gray eyes, which bore a somewhat pitiful expression. Feeling the intensity of the gazes around her increase, Emily took a deep breath, unable to endure any longer, and ultimately chose to bring him into her dormitory. From the moment Draco stepped inside, he appeared somewhat stiff, his movements becoming awkward, even walking with a slight. Fortunately, Emily, still in her previous state, did not notice the boy's unnatural demeanor behind her. Since Emily lived alone, and there was only one chair in the dormitory, their conversation had to take place on the window. After guiding him to sit on the soft cushion by the floor-to-ceiling window, Emily gestured for him to settle in while she turned to brew some tea. Sitting on the soft mat with the girl's unique sweet fragrance enveloping him, Draco felt his heart racing. Only when Emily placed the cups of black tea down did Draco remember the crumpled brown paper bag he had been clutching. "I brought this for you." Handing the paper bag to Emily, Draco hurriedly retracted his hand, unsure of where to place it, and could only take a sip of the black tea. The black tea was sweet, just like the girl's smile. Upon realizing his thoughts, Draco's face, already flushed, felt as if it might ignite entirely. Fortunately, the green light outside the window had a somewhat calming effect, ensuring that Emily, who was already distracted, did not notice anything unusual. Opening the brown paper bag, it contained pumpkin pie. Emily took one out and handed it to Draco, who was eagerly gulping his tea with both hands, and also retrieved a piece for herself, taking a bite. She squinted her eyes in enjoyment. It was indeed delicious, even though it had cooled down completely, and the outer layer was a bit soft. It still tasted wonderful. Looking at the girl across from him, who was squinting her eyes in sheer delight, Draco collected his thoughts and said, "I didn't ignore Pansy outside the Transfiguration classroom. She insisted on talking to me, and I didn't engage with her." Emily showed little reaction, still enjoying her pumpkin pie, though her pace of eating had slowed. Seeing that the girl had no reaction, Draco anxiously continued to explain, "I didn't disbelieve you. Why I just thought any retaliation you might consider would be reasonable." "Then why did you neglect me?" Emily interrupted Draco with her question. This caught him off guard, and after a few seconds he reacted with urgency, saying, "Neglect? How could I neglect you? I want to watch you every moment, wishing I could be with you all the time. How could I neglect you?" Seeing the gray eyes filled with anxiety, as if they might cry, Emily felt the tension that had been building in her heart gradually dissipate. Perhaps she had misunderstood him. Emily thought to herself, after all, she had never made many friends, so she might have been overly sensitive in certain aspects. Noticing that the girl had fallen silent, Draco carefully reflected on whether he had ever neglected her. He truly recalled occasions where, in an attempt to suppress the anger and pain within him, he had indeed failed to respond to some of her questions. Thinking of the girl's inquiry, Draco felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. Did this mean she valued him too? He said to the still troubled Emily, "At that time I was thinking about how to write to my family, wanting to help you deal with Pansy. From now on, as long as I'm around, no one will dare to bully you." Looking at the confident expression on his face, a hint of complexity flashed in Emily's eyes. The protection of the Malfoy family. Riddle's voice carried a hint of displeasure, but more so a sense of helplessness. Just accept it. In the current situation of the girl in Slytherin, receiving the protection of the Malfoy family might be the best choice. I will not disappoint you, Emily. Draco extended his hand, promising, I will help you. Looking at the trembling hand reaching out to her, Emily squinted and smiled, taking hold of it. As their hands intertwined, Draco felt as if an electric current surged through his body, calming the panic in his heart and filling the void. He was grateful for sending a letter to his mother and for his godfather also sending a letter to his family. Draco did not know what he was thinking. Perhaps it was during their first embrace that his heart no longer belonged to him. Or perhaps he did not want to lose that smile like light dispelling the darkness for him, that warm hand pulling him out of the abyss, those green eyes that reflected his own presence and brought him joy. After sending away the seemingly overly cheerful young platinum heir and agreeing to have breakfast together in the Great Hall tomorrow, Emily turned off the light, slowly sat on the bed, and threw herself into the soft mattress. Her dark green eyes stared unblinkingly at the green canopy above her, as if murmuring a question. Riddle, why is it that even in the magical world there are still people who treat me this way? Why is it that even in the magical world I am still hurt, still criticized, still regarded as an outcast? It is simply because your existence is too dazzling, attracting their jealousy. Everyone will try their best to bring you down from your pedestal. Some will harm you while others will slander you. Riddle sighed, his voice tinged with compassion, and slowly said, in the end you get hurt, and they tear open your wounds to confirm that you are not as formidable as they imagine you to be. Then everyone begins to pity you, except you, wanting to be ordinary like you again. Emily quietly gazed out the window, asking, is my existence wrong? Must I be the one who is hurt and mediocre to be accepted by the crowd? No one's existence is a mistake, Emily. Being exceptional is not your fault. The mistake lies with them, the perpetrators, the bystanders. Riddle's tone held both sympathy and encouragement. What you need to do is not to be the fragile lamp in their hands, but to be the sun in the sky, forever out of reach, untouchable and unapproachable. You must understand that only when you are strong enough, strong to the point where they cannot catch up, will they be unable to hurt you. They will only fear you, dread you, yet also worship you, admire you. At that time no one will be able to harm you. In Riddle's soothing words, the fragile girl had already fallen into a deep sleep. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. When I regain my strength, I can possess you again. I will not let go of anyone who has hurt you or coveted you. The girl on the bed slept uneasily, her beautiful brows tightly knitted. In her dreams, Emily seemed to return to the small park beside her aunt's house. The monster is coming. Everyone come and see. Countless shadows wearing black masks surrounded a little girl in a white dress. On the bizarre black masks were twisted faces, hollow eyes glowing red, their mouths stretching to their ears, dripping black liquid. They laughed mockingly, their cacophony incessant. Countless hands reached out from the crowd, forcefully shoving the red-haired girl in the center, until she was pushed to the ground, her white dress stained with dirt and the blood from her scraped skin. Emily. A voice from outside the crowd called out a boy's name. Emily. It seemed someone pushed through the black crowd and rushed in. Emily. It sounded just like her brother. Emily felt her face being lifted. Emily. It was her brother, his expression. Around them people kept throwing stones and wooden objects. Emily felt herself tightly protected in her brother's embrace. He was trembling. It must hurt a lot. Emily. 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 The voices gradually grew closer, eventually melding with Riddle's voice in her mind, jolting Emily out of her dream. The girl opened her eyes wide, lying on the bed, afraid to close them as she recalled the scenes from her recent dream. After a long while she finally raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat forming on her forehead. Another nightmare. Riddle's voice was surprisingly calm. You haven't had nightmares for a long time. The girl seemed to lack strength, merely letting out a soft Do you remember what I said? Riddle's voice still had little emotional fluctuation. The girl's voice, a bit hoarse, gradually echoed Riddle's words. We are special. This is our power. We should not reject our own strength. Hearing her repeat the words, Riddle's tone softened as he said, do not fear your power, good child. The ones who should be afraid are never us. We are born rulers who should enjoy the highest glory in the world, standing in endless radiance, admired and looked up to. Feeling the girl's emotions slowly detach from her previous bad memories, Riddle's voice carried a gentle warmth as he said, I will always be with you, Emily. Emily lay on the bed, feeling her magical power stabilize, opened her eyes, and gazed at the faint green light outside the window flickering, making it hard for her to fall asleep. Perhaps she had slept too long during the day, or perhaps she did not want to fall back into that darkness. Emily began to recall the book she had looked through during the day, which recorded things in a magical way, and couldn't help but ask, Riddle, do you know about Horcruxes? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Riddle thought of the soul-splitting Emily had mentioned before. The familiar feeling emanating from the soul made it impossible for Riddle to ignore. Riddle remained silent for a moment, choosing to conceal, simply replying, I don't know. Hearing the response, Emily smiled, lying on the bed, swinging her little legs, saying, It's rare to find something you don't know. The girl quietly gazed at her reflection in the mirror, as if trying to see the boy who had always been by her side through her own eyes. Emily did not explain what a Horcrux was to Riddle, but continued to speak playfully. Then tell me, could I be a Horcrux meant to contain your soul? Riddle fell silent. Their long time together made him aware that the girl likely already had her own judgment. The book says that making a Horcrux requires killing. The girl's soft voice echoed in the somewhat empty room, the green light flickering on her delicate face, yet failing to illuminate the emotions lurking in her eyes. When the knocking sound echoed, Emily was already dressed neatly, sitting at her desk writing something. The greenish glow outside carried a hint of warmth from the morning, illuminating the young girl's fair face. Picking up the cauldron beside her filled with textbooks, Emily struggled to open the door. Outside stood Draco. Draco seemed quite excited as he said, "This morning is Professor Snape's potions class. Are you looking forward to it?" Today Draco appeared to have used a bit more hair gel than usual. His golden hair was meticulously styled, and his wizard robe and shirt looked as if they had been specially ironed, making him seem excessively refined. "Good morning, Miss Potter." Theodore performed a formal greeting. His light blue eyes slightly squinted, revealing a charm. For a moment, Emily felt that the boy who had buttoned his shirt all the way to the top, like herself, also smiled in a way that resembled her. However, thinking of the scar on his wrist, perhaps she was overthinking it. There was a reason for his attire, and the smile must have been a coincidence. Emily squinted her eyes and smiled quietly, replying to Draco, "I'm looking forward to it very much." Then she returned to her normal volume and greeted them. "Good morning, Draco." "Good morning, Theodore." Seeing that the girl's complexion today was not as fatigued as yesterday's, though still pale with a hint of illness, Draco couldn't help but breathe a small sigh of relief. "Let me take that." The rejuvenated Draco took the cauldron filled with textbooks from the girl's hand and said as he walked, "This morning there seems to be that dessert I tasted yesterday, and it was amazing. You must try it today." Emily followed beside the somewhat talkative platinum-haired boy, smiling and nodding to show her anticipation for the dessert he mentioned. As they passed by the common room, they met a pair of black eyes filled with ambiguous emotions. It was Pansy, still surrounded by a group of small snakes, proudly holding her head high, accepting flattery. However, when the red-haired girl appeared in the common room, Pansy's gaze instantly fixated on her, seemingly filled with guilt and other complex emotions. Everyone also noticed Emily, and the atmosphere in the common room suddenly became somewhat serious. The moment Draco saw Pansy, he took Emily's wrist and shielded her behind him. Seeing the girl protected behind the Malfoy heir, the small snakes who had initially intended to mock instantly closed their mouths and looked at Pansy. Pansy, witnessing this scene, displayed no anger as before. Her expression was complex as she turned to signal the girls to continue their previous topic, ignoring Malfoy's furious gaze. The other small snakes, seeing that Pansy showed no anger or intention to provoke, no longer focused on the girl concealed behind Malfoy and continued to surround Pansy, starting a new round of flattery. Noticing that the other party had no intention of causing trouble, Draco, with a bit of selfishness, did not release the girl's slender wrist, but shifted the topic back to the new dessert, leading Emily out of the common room. Behind them, Theodore cast a meaningful glance at Pansy, who was clearly staring dreamily at Emily's back, before turning and swiftly catching up to the chattering Malfoy. The gaze from Pansy was all too familiar to Theodore, as it was the same look she had when Malfoy held on to Emily yesterday. After which he had dashed out of the classroom to chase that flash of red, disregarding Professor Dumbledore's obstruction. Watching the harmonious atmosphere restored between the two beside him, Theodore pursed his lips and thought, "I wonder if Pansy, having done so many wrong things, can ever catch up to the light in her eyes. How exciting it would be." Along the way, many people continued to watch Emily, but the young girl maintained her. Although she still felt uncomfortable with these gazes, it was not as distressing as yesterday. It was actually quite easy to discern that there was no malice in these looks. Rather, they contained curiosity and concern. But why was it like this? Emily chose not to think further and simply let out a gentle sigh. On the first day of understanding her brother's feelings. Upon reaching the Great Hall and witnessing the exquisitely dressed Draco shake hands, bump shoulders, and embrace her casually dressed and laid-back brother, Emily was once again shocked by what she must have missed during her brief slumber. The little lions gasped in surprise, while the little snakes couldn't help but inhale sharply. Even the students from the other two houses seemed unsettled. Oh my, they couldn't be mistaken, could they? Was a little snake actively hugging a little lion? Has the magical world turned surreal? However, Ron, Hermione, and Theodore, who had witnessed similar scenes yesterday, appeared quite calm, especially after spending nearly the entire night discussing the inter-house relationships and the Malfoy family's arrogance with Harry. Ron found that all of it was in vain, and his relationship with Harry was on the brink of a cold war. "Are you prepared for Professor Snape's class later, Potter?" Draco raised the cauldron and the potions textbook inside with a hint of provocation. Harry flashed a similarly provocative smile, patted his chest, and said, "I've already reviewed the first chapter, there's no problem." It turned out that yesterday in the office, the two boys had not only become friends, but also rivals. What they were competing for was the right to exchange potions for Emily and brew that special purple potion. Professor Snape promised to choose who to teach the method of making this potion based on the talent shown during class by the two boys. Had almost started a friendly rivalry the moment they left the office yesterday. Harry had even used an entire class to study the first part of the potions lesson during History of Magic. Naturally, the neatly organized notes from the History of Magic textbook ended up in Ron's hands. Looking at the neatly written characters on the textbook and the clearly marked knowledge points, Ron felt that he could easily withstand even the History of Magic teacher's prolonged hypnotic tone. Glancing around the classroom, Ron noticed that besides himself and Hermione, who were paying attention, the others were either distracted or had already succumbed to the hypnotic sound and fallen asleep. Seeing Hermione listening intently and casting him an approving look, a sense of pride and interest in studying History of Magic suddenly surged within Ron. He truly wished he could have this textbook for every class. It would be a lifesaver. Ron thought as he glanced at the name on the title page of the textbook and unsurprisingly found the answer he had been seeking: Emily Potter. Recalling how he had accidentally set the little girl on fire during Transfiguration class, Ron felt his eyes prick and his ears buzz. Having already felt guilty, little Ron had been eager to find an opportunity to apologize after receiving education from his two older brothers. But every time he encountered her, that annoying Malfoy was present, and how could he possibly open his mouth to apologize? Now, seeing the suddenly strange relationship between Harry and Malfoy, who seemed to be getting along well, Ron felt even more frustrated. Life is tough, Ron sighed. In the potions classroom, sunlight cascaded onto the shelves against the wall, illuminating the various jars of different sizes placed upon them. The colorful light refracted onto the nearby walls and floor, exuding a dreamlike beauty. Each little wizard was busy fiddling with their cauldrons, which were set up and billowing white smoke along with some peculiar glow. Molly couldn't help but touch the Muggle chemistry apparatus with her fingertips. Draco leaned over and said, "If you need anything, just call me, and I'll help you out." On the other side, Harry, hearing this, let out a soft hum, indicating to Molly that she was fine and didn't need to ask anyone else for help. Molly, somewhat helpless, rubbed her forehead, watching the two glare at each other from across the room, their stubborn expressions making her want to laugh. It was hard to believe that just moments ago they had been hugging amicably in front of everyone. How had their friendship capsized? Because the desks in the potions classroom were arranged in long rows connected to each other, there was no separation between the two houses. However, aside from Harry and Molly sitting side by side, all the other Gryffindors and Slytherins had at least one empty seat between them. The classroom door swung open and Snape, clad in black robes, strode in swiftly, like the wind, speaking rapidly. As he walked, "This class does not require you to foolishly wave your wands, nor does it need you to recite spells aimlessly." The black robe traced a graceful arc in the air, and the little wizards instantly fell silent. As Snape stood at the podium surveying the little wizards, who obediently closed their mouths and sat still, he continued expressionlessly, "Therefore, I don't think many of you truly appreciate the profound science and intricate craftsmanship of potion making. However, for those few who are truly interested." His gaze landed on Draco, then shifted to the red-haired girl with green eyes, and Snape's eyes and tone paused slightly as he leaned against the podium, continuing, "I can teach you how to disturb the mind, how to deceive the senses. I will teach you how to gain renowned forged brilliance, and even teach you how to achieve immortality." Snape adjusted his wizard robe. His deep voice, reminiscent of a cello, became even slower. Draco admired Professor Snape, standing at the podium, sitting up straighter and signaling that he was ready. But Snape's gaze fell on Harry, and his tone grew even slower. "Speaking of which, perhaps some of you arrived at Hogwarts already possessing extraordinary abilities and ample confidence." Molly followed Snape's gaze and saw her brother seriously taking notes, writing in his notebook with a quill, "Disturb the mind, deceive the senses, gain renowned forged brilliance, and also immortality." She helplessly tapped her brother, indicating that he didn't really need to note all of this. But Harry this time didn't grasp his sister's meaning. He just smiled at the little girl before returning to meticulously writing in his notebook. "Thinking you can ignore my lecture." Snape's tone became even more grave and slow. Hermione, sitting beside Harry, also caught on, nudging Harry, who was still writing, to signal him to look at Professor Snape. Harry, somewhat confused, looked up to meet Snape's black eyes, opened his mouth as if to explain, but under Snape's somewhat disappointed expression, he chose to put down the quill and sit up straight. On the other side, Draco raised an eyebrow watching this scene, unable to help but smirk. "Mr. Potter, our new generation's celebrity." Snape stepped a few paces closer, leaning against a nearby pillar, and asked, "Tell me what happens if I add powdered daffodil root to the juice of mugwort?" Harry, somewhat uncertain, recalled yesterday's preview, while Hermione had already thought of the answer and quickly raised her hand, signaling Professor Snape that she knew the answer. This movement nearly bumped into Ron, who was sitting on the other side with a peculiar expression, earning him a roll of the eye. Unable to recall the answer, Harry glanced at Hermione's raised hand and shook his head dejectedly. "I don't know, so let me ask you again." Snape's expression remained unchanged, ignoring Hermione, who was anxiously waiting to answer, and continued, "If I wanted a piece of Dumbstone, Mr. Potter, do you know where to find it?" Hermione once again quickly raised her hand, while Harry thought carefully and answered dejectedly, "I don't know, Professor." "Then what is the difference between the aconite and the wolf's bane?" Snape continued to pose the third question. The black-haired boy lowered his head, tightly gripping his pants, vaguely recalling seeing the term aconite in the index, but that was content from later chapters that he hadn't seen. Harry replied somewhat dejectedly, "I'm sorry, Professor, I don't know." "What a pity." Snape looked at Harry, who had his head down, then glanced at Molly, who was comforting him nearby, and continued, "Clearly mere fame is not enough. Is it, Mr. Potter? Just having fame cannot protect those you care about. Professor, clearly Hermione knows the answer." Seeing Hermione still holding her hand high, desperately waiting for a chance to answer, Ron pouted and looked at Snape, saying not letting her answer is the real pity. Low chuckles spread through the classroom. Draco watched as Molly held her brother's hand softly, comforting him, frowning slightly in annoyance. He then looked at Ron, casting a mocking glance his way. He understood this was the agreement among the three of them yesterday. The current outcome was, clearly someone was about to be out. Just as Draco raised an eyebrow in mockery, Snape's gaze fell on him. Remembering the three questions just posed, of which he only knew the last, Draco stopped his laughter and silently lowered his head. Noticing that the platinum-haired boy had lowered his head and showed no intention of answering, Snape furrowed his brow, silencing the class quiet. Faced with the professor who had once anxiously rushed to treat a student, the little wizards were originally unafraid. However, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from him, now they almost instantly closed their mouths. Surveying the now silent classroom, Snape quickly descended from the podium, standing opposite Harry's desk, and quietly told Hermione, who was still holding up her hand, "Put your hand down, you silly girl." After bringing over a chair from behind him, Snape sat opposite Harry's desk, observing the boy's lowered head and trembling shoulders, and spoke, "Lift your head, Harry." Harry lifted his head, meeting Snape's dark eyes devoid of reproach or disappointment. "For your reference, Potter," Snape calmly stated the answer. "Daffodil root powder and mugwort can be used to create a powerful sleeping potion, also known as the Living Hell Potion." Upon hearing that Snape had begun to reveal the answer without asking for his opinion, the platinum-haired young master reverted to his usual expression of disdain, thinking he had escaped these questions. He had not even considered that he would score 0 in the first round of experiments. Fecal stone is a type of stone extracted from a goat's stomach, which can neutralize most poisons. Harry held back the tears in his eyes, carefully listening as Snape, frowning, announced the answer. "As for the aconite and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite." "All right." Seeing that Harry had regained his composure, Snape glanced at Ron, who had just spoken, and said, "Why don't you write these down?" Looking at Snape's stern and somewhat fierce expression, Ron instantly regretted speaking up. In a flurry of panic, he fumbled to grab his quill, struggling to turn to the right page, before finally managing to jot down the answer. Snape furrowed his brow and shook his head, then glanced at Draco, who was helping a girl open her notebook. The girl had already recorded the precise answers in her beautiful cursive script. Meanwhile, Harry meticulously recorded the correct answers. Snape relaxed his brow slightly and got up to walk towards the podium. As he walked, he waved his wand, closing the windows, leaving only the window behind the podium to faintly illuminate the classroom. "Gryffindor students, pay attention." Snape sat down beside the lectern, picked up his quill, and began writing while saying, "Due to the disrespect shown by your classmate to the teacher, 5 points will be deducted from your house." Ron slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and grievance. Poor Ron had no idea how Malfoy had privately informed Snape about the incident in Transfiguration class, when he had unjustly snapped at Jasmine. Thus Ron was filled with confusion and grievance regarding the 5 points. And the instigator of the incident, Draco Malfoy, sent a mocking smile to the red-haired Weasley, who looked utterly aggrieved as Jasmine turned her head to look at Ron. Hermione shook her head from the side, glancing at Ron, who looked like he was about to cry, and sighed, ultimately refraining from saying any words of reproach. After all, he was speaking up for himself. But those were 5 points, a full 5 points, and it was uncertain how long it would. After finishing writing, Snape got up and waved his wand to seal the window beside the lectern, plunging the classroom into darkness. With a rip, a large white screen descended. Snape tapped a device resembling a projector with his wand, illuminating the screen and also shedding light on the previously dark eyes. Staring at those familiar eyes illuminated by the light, and then looking at the object that appeared in the Muggle classroom from memory, Jasmine's eyes flashed with a complex emotion. The young wizards all gasped, clearly filled with unfamiliar curiosity towards the device used in the Muggle classroom, yet no one dared to whisper, all staring silently at the glowing object with wide eyes, captivated by its novelty. Harry, sitting beside Jasmine, also felt a complexity in his heart. Thinking about how Jasmine always appeared immediately whenever her magic went awry or she was in danger, Harry once again gripped the fabric of his pants tightly. How long had that person stayed in the Muggle world to secretly protect Jasmine, even bringing back the teaching methods from the Muggle world? First, I must clarify the precautions for potions class. Secondly, I will only say this once. I hope you can remember and follow it. Snape remained serious, surveying the young wizards as he quickly outlined the rules to be followed in potions class. First, no fooling around in the classroom. Second, as I have previously mentioned, do not wave your wands foolishly during potions class. Third, do not touch the experimental apparatus on the table at will. His gaze met Jasmine's emerald eyes, and Snape's voice softened slightly as he added, fourth, wear dragonhide gloves during experiments, and take protective measures. Girls with long hair, remember to tie it back. Alright now, let's begin class. Turn to the first chapter on page 3. Having emphasized the precautions, Snape adjusted the projector to the first chapter and started the lecture. The content of the first potions class was quite simple, seemingly designed to accommodate the Muggle-born students. However, Professor Snape taught at a rapid pace, and the young wizards had to write furiously to keep up. Fortunately, the constantly flashing slides provided images of various herbs. Using the images as a reference, the otherwise tedious and difficult descriptions of various herbs became easier for the young wizards to understand the obscure text. By the end of the lesson, Snape assigned a paper on the process and precautions for basic potion brewing that would be practiced in the next class, leaving some time to ask questions about the content covered. At first, Hermione was very eager to compete with Harry and Malfoy for the chance to answer questions, but after several rounds she realized that this questioning did not earn any points. Only then did Hermione, somewhat dejected, give up, raising her hand to answer. Meanwhile, Harry and Draco were not concerned with gaining points at all, for in their hearts this was a contest for the opportunity to create potions, a competition to make potions for the girl. Having just begun to explore potions, Harry still fell short before the pure-blooded young master. However, Harry's quick grasp of potion knowledge allowed Snape to recognize his sufficiently sharp mind. Who knows about Loris Soulflower? Professor Snape, having gauged Harry's self-study progress, no longer inquired about the textbook's content, but posed a clearly advanced question. Seeing the platinum-haired boy frown in thought, Harry clearly realized that this material might be the key ingredient for potion making, but unfortunately, he had no knowledge of it. The classroom was silent. Even Hermione, who had been well-versed in the 3 topics to be learned in the subsequent chapter. Jasmine also looked puzzled. She was certain that this Loris Soulflower had not appeared anywhere in the book, nor was there any record of it in the comprehensive list of potion materials she had purchased. Snape surveyed the room. The young wizards were all wearing puzzled expressions. Just as he was about to wrap up the class, he noticed a long pale hand slowly rising. Professor Snei Poo slowly pronounced the name of the boy with his hand raised, Shi Audwanuate. All the young wizards in the classroom instantly turned their gazes to the slender youth who had stood. The boy blinked his blue eyes. His voice carried a rare ethereal youthfulness as he said, "The Luo Li Suahua is a special potion ingredient with translucent curled blue petals and gray roots, unlike those of ordinary plants." Very good. It was the first time Professor Snei Poo had offered praise in that lesson. Xiao Dao, the one praised, showed little emotional fluctuation. He merely narrowed his eyes and gave the professor an obedient smile. As Xiao Dao narrowed his eyes and smiled sweetly, Emily, a beat earlier, read the indifference and detachment in his pale blue gaze. There was even a trace of disdain. Was it disdain for the praise or disdain for answering the question? Emily could not quite see through the boy before her. "Well done, Xiao Dao." Only when a somewhat excited Delacour murmured his compliment did Emily's emerald eyes flicker, as if she had begun to understand something. "You know its properties." Professor Snei Poo did not pose it as a question. He merely signaled for the boy, whose smile bore a faint resemblance to that of the red-haired girl, to continue. "The Luo Li Suahua possesses extremely contradictory magical properties," Xiao Dao continued. Delacour turned a little smug to glance at Holly, prepared to gloat, only to find Holly furiously taking notes. The platinum-haired young master Ma Erfu curled his lip and had no intention of writing anything down. After all, in his eyes, the knowledge Xiao Dao possessed was tantamount to his own. By daylight, the Luo Li Suahua manifests passive offensive traits. Anything that carelessly touches its petals will be struck by the blue radiance reflected from the sun. Under moonlight, the Luo Li Suahua displays magical properties entirely opposed to those it shows in daylight. Xiao Dao spoke, glancing at Emily. Beneath moonlight, the Luo Li Suahua emits a pearly white glow. Under that light, nearly all external wounds can be healed instantly. Given the young master Ma Erfu's earlier performance in class, and his current triumphant taunting look at Holly, Bote Xiao Dao found it easy to guess for whom this rare potion ingredient was intended. Combined with the injuries the girl revealed after being roughly pulled earlier, it was almost certain there was an arrangement between Professor Snei Poo and the 2 boys. Recalling Ma Erfu's near-mad possessiveness shown before, Xiao Dao shifted his gaze to Snei Poo at the lectern. It seemed that demonstrating potion talent in class had become the only way to approach the girl now. 2 points to C. Late Lin. Snei Poo did not fail to reward Xiao Dao's evident reservoir of potion knowledge and that deliberately mimetic obedient smile. After studying Xiao Dao for a long look, he announced the end of the lesson. Before leaving, Snei Poo came to Emily's desk to remind the girl not to forget to receive her treatment that evening, and he told Ma Erfu and Xiao Dao to come to his office with Emily that night. Then he briskly departed. When Ma Erfu heard that Professor Snei Poo had not called Holly, a victorious smile lifted his face. He looked smugly at Holly, pretending indifference as he took notes, utterly unaware of the thin boy behind him. Usually timid, whose suddenly revealed temperament was a cold, fevered intensity completely unlike before. Like a wolf in sheep's clothing, he lowered his body and fixed his gaze on the girl, who sat taking notes much like Holly, who had been writing with anger and unwillingness, abruptly stopped his pen. turning his eyes past the smug, provocative Ma-Er-Fu and met the blue gaze behind him. Although the boy kept an obedient smile, Holly keenly detected the desire in those eyes that had not yet been concealed and the fleeting interest in his sister. Holly returned his gaze to the still boastful Ma-Er-Fu and suddenly began to doubt whether his decision had been right. He watched the young master Ma-Er-Fu looking self-satisfied and completely unaware, and the boy behind him, Xiao Dao Nuate, who had been disguising himself so well. Could the ingenuous little master truly guard against the wolf he kept close at hand? Seeing Holly say nothing more, only cast a warning glance before resuming his notes, Xiao Dao raised an eyebrow. It seemed that aside from the naive young master Ma-Er-Fu, the boy's brother was the more perceptive one. Yet for a brother, such keenness and unabashed possessiveness directed at his own sister felt excessive. The previously smug Delacque, seeing the girl had finished her notes, immediately put on a smile, helped straighten her textbook, and took it into his own hand. He tossed his own textbook to Gao Er and deliberately a little loud asked, "Xiao Dao, what do you think Professor Cnei Poo wants us to do in his office tonight? Could it be to handle the potion ingredient you mentioned earlier?" Xiao Dao looked at the back of the other's platinum head, smiled with a touch of helplessness, and replied, "I'm not really sure." Though he asked Xiao Dao, the young master Ma-Er-Fu's face was almost directly turned toward Holly, who continued to write each stroke in his notes. When he saw the other's hand holding the pen come to an abrupt halt, the platinum head lifted higher like an arrogant little peacock, and he continued purposely loud, "Then how do you know about that potion ingredient?" Xiao Dao met the girl's equally curious gaze and smiled softly. "It was recorded in our family's archive." "Oh, so it was in your family's archives. No wonder no one else knew." Delacque stressed his family name heavily, his tone edged with sarcasm. "When we handle the potion ingredient tonight, you'll have to tell me some precautions in advance. Otherwise, such a rare potion ingredient won't be easy to find." Ron, seated over there, could hardly bear to listen and almost walked out. He truly could not understand why Holly would be friends with someone of such an unpleasant character. Holly snapped his notebook shut, looked up at the provocatively smiling Ma-Er-Fu, took Mo Lee's hand, and through clenched teeth said, "Is that so? Then I'll be entrusting you to escort my sister back to the dormitory tonight." Hearing how heavily Holly had emphasized the word "my," Xiaodao's narrowed eyes flashed with a hint of interest. What an intriguing sibling pair. "Of course. We are good friends." Delacque would not relent. Sitting to Mo Lee's left, he dared not grab the girl's arm, so he simply moved closer to the girl who had been pulled toward Holly. Mo Lee, wedged between the two, looked somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't the atmosphere between them been fine? Why had it turned out this way now? What was this heavy tension all about? In the grand hall, a small Gryffindor wizard pointed at a cup with his wand, reciting a strange incantation. Rabbit's eyes harp strings quickly turned the spring water into fine wine. He was the little boy chatting with Neville Longbottom, who had lost his pet toad during the opening ceremony. He waved his wand earnestly, his round eyes and nose making him appear quite adorable. But the water in the cup showed no change. He recited the incantation once more. Rabbit's eyes harp strings quickly turned the spring water into fine wine. Turn the clear water into wine. Harry, struggling to read the potion class textbook, felt somewhat disturbed and asked the slightly melancholic Ron beside him, "What does Seamus want to do with that cup of water?" "Turn it into wine." Ron glanced at Harry, who also seemed downcast, then looked at the incantation reciting Seamus, and finally said somewhat helplessly, "In fact, he did conjure up some weak tea yesterday, and then..." With a bang, a flash of white light erupted, startling Hermione, beside him, who looked over at Seamus, whose face was now covered in soot. The cup billowed with thick white smoke, followed by a burst of laughter around them. Fred, sitting very close to Seamus, immediately burst into laughter and glanced over at George, who was seated opposite him. The two exchanged a glance and looked towards the Slytherin table, only to find that the red-haired girl was not attracted by the noise and was still focused on writing something. Hermione waved her hand in distaste, trying to disperse the choking white smoke in front of her. Just then the sound of an owl hooting overhead caught their attention. "Mail has arrived." Ron looked up, and his previously somber expression eased a bit. Harry also glanced up and saw various owls flying in through the windows. Some held parcels in their beaks, while others clutched letters with their talons, dropping their deliveries directly in midair. Some young wizards reached out to catch them, some were hit, while others accurately landed on the tables in front of them. Logically, Jasmine would not receive any letters, as no one would write to the young girl, so she remained engrossed in her studies of the herbology encyclopedia, lost in the sea of knowledge, until a box of cookies was pushed towards her. Jasmine turned her head and met a pair of pale gray eyes. "These are specially sent to you by my mother. Give them a try." Draco proudly introduced the box of cookies, completely unaware of the fleeting emotion in Jasmine's eyes. "This is strawberry, this is blueberry, and this is chocolate. You will definitely like this one." Draco brought a cookie close to Jasmine's mouth, signaling her to try it. Under the pleading gaze he directed at her, Jasmine reluctantly took a bite out of the small piece of cookie in his hand. The crispy chocolate chip, the rich chocolate filling. Jasmine licked the chocolate sauce off her lips, squinting her eyes in enjoyment, and praised, "Draco, your mother's cookies are really delicious." Meanwhile, Draco discreetly popped the other half of the cookie into his mouth, chewing with a smile, letting out a slight. Having accepted the cookie, Jasmine planned to write a thank you letter later and briefly contemplated what she could give in return before diving back into her studies. Cedric, sitting far away at the Hufflepuff table, glanced at the small box wrapped in red and green paper he had received, and then looked towards the Slytherin table only to find the young girl deeply engrossed in her reading, flipping through the pages rapidly. He couldn't help but smile slightly. This smile caused an uproar at the opposite table, followed by a mix of surprised gasps and the low shrieks of young girls whispering excitedly. If Jasmine had seen the box Cedric caught, she would have recognized it as the magical chocolate he had previously slipped in. However, the young girl did not look up, continuing to read a thick, slightly yellowed book with great speed. On Ron's side, he also received a letter and a newspaper. Seeing Malfoy feeding Jasmine the last of the cookies and exchanging provocative glances, Harry, feeling a bit irritated, chose to look away. He picked up the newspaper that Ron had placed on the table and asked, "Can I take a look?" After receiving a nod from Ron, Harry thanked him and opened the newspaper. Sitting opposite Harry, Neville opened the box he received, frowning as he pulled out a crystal ball with a gold-edged rim. "Look, Neville received a memory ball. I've read about this in a book," Hermione chimed in, approaching with some pride. "If the smoke inside turns red, it means you've forgotten something." No sooner had she finished speaking than red smoke began to billow from the transparent crystal ball in Neville's hand. Holding the memory ball with swirling red smoke, Neville, dressed only in a sweater without his wizard robes, said somewhat helplessly to Hermione, "The only problem is, I can't remember what I've forgotten." Hearing this, Hermione also sighed helplessly, pursing her lips and returning to her book. Harry nudged Ron, who was reading his letter, and said quietly, "Look at this, someone illegally broke into Gringotts." Ron leaned in closer and Harry continued in a hushed voice, "It's said to be the work of an unknown dark wizard. The goblins at Gringotts confirmed that someone broke in, but emphasized that nothing was stolen. The incident occurred at Vault 713, which had actually been emptied earlier today." With a shocked look, Ron listened as Harry voiced his confusion. "What's strange is that vault was the one that Hagrid, Jasmine, and I visited before." Hermione, seated opposite them, clearly heard their whispered discussion and frowned. "Perhaps you should talk to Jasmine." Ron's eyes lit up as he proposed, "Maybe this is a good chance to apologize." Harry looked towards Jasmine at the Slytherin table, nodded in agreement, and walked over to the Slytherin table, pulling Jasmine away from her herbs, still lost in thought under the wary gazes of the little snakes. Draco, seeing the girl being pulled away, curled his lip in disdain. After all, she would be coming to Snape's office later in the evening, and he would definitely be the one helping her brew potions. Let the defeated Potter talk to his sister for a while. Watching Malfoy show no intention of pursuing them, Theodore's eyes flickered with a different light. He really wanted to see how the Savior brother would react upon discovering his little sister's secret thoughts, regretting not being by her side at all times. Ron, seeing Harry successfully bring the girl away from the Slytherin table, quickly followed behind. Hermione, gritting her teeth, glanced at the books on the table, and the somewhat dazed Jasmine, being led away, stomped her foot and chased after them. At the entrance of the hall in the square, by the circular flower-bed, lush trees concealed the figures of the four. Harry leaned closer to Jasmine and whispered, "An unknown dark wizard has broken into Vault 713 at Gringotts." Jasmine's eyes flickered as she looked at her brother, whose emerald green gaze was filled with anxiety, along with Ron and Hermione, who also frowned, appearing somewhat worried. It was evident that her brother had already revealed this secret. Jasmine gently rubbed her forehead and sighed, comforting him. "Hagrid has already handed that mysterious package to Professor Dumbledore, hasn't he? Hogwarts is very safe, everything will be fine. But a dark wizard wants to steal that mysterious package," Ron said, his expression slightly fearful. "And it's a wizard who could break into Gringotts. Gringotts is reputed to be the safest bank in the world. I've heard there are dragons guarding it," Hermione added. Jasmine glanced at her brother helplessly and said with a serious tone, "The best way to protect a secret is to keep it a secret forever. What we can do is to avoid mentioning this to anyone else." Looking at the three still panicking, Jasmine softened her voice to reassure them. "It'll be all right. This matter is not something we should worry about." Listening to Jasmine's calming tone, Harry immediately thought of Snape's calm black eyes. "It will be fine." After the three calmed down a bit, Jasmine looked at her brother and asked, "Have you told anyone else about this?" Harry thought for a moment and shook his head, but hesitated because he wasn't sure if anyone else had heard. Jasmine instantly read the emotions in her brother's eyes, but didn't plan to emphasize not to inquire about the mysterious package, fearing it would ignite their rebelliousness and curiosity. "Have you finished your potion homework?" Jasmine asked, changing the subject as she stood up to return to her studies, but was pulled back down by Ron. Seeing Ron's somewhat awkward expression, Jasmine curiously asked, "Is there something else?" Harry looked at Ron, who had pulled his sister back down, but remained silent, equally confused, while Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron, recognizing his intentions. The time taken for this apology was quite long. The atmosphere remained silent for a moment, and Ron took a deep breath, finally saying, "I'm sorry, Jasmine. I was in a bad mood that day, but I shouldn't have taken it out on you." After Ron finished speaking, Jasmine glanced at her brother, who had finally reacted, also looking cautiously at her. She understood the emotions in his eyes. She looked at Ron, who had his head bowed low, smiled, and said, "It's okay." Upon hearing the girl forgive him so easily, Ron looked up joyfully, asking, "Really?" Seeing the light flickering in his eyes, Jasmine suddenly understood why her brother had become friends with him. Perhaps being the first companion in the magical world made it special. But more importantly, Jasmine saw the pure and steadfast soul reflected in his eyes. Perhaps he was a bit reckless, but considering his sincere apology, Jasmine nodded in agreement and smiled. "Let me see that family heirloom wand." Upon hearing Jasmine refer to the old wand left by his brother as a family heirloom, Ron felt a bit embarrassed and blushed, yet still pulled out the wand and handed it to Jasmine, quietly explaining, "It's my brother Charlie's old wand. It's not really a family heirloom." Jasmine felt the anticipated magical response once again upon receiving the wand. The sensation of being acknowledged by the wand. "Do you know what this material is, eh?" Jasmine asked with curiosity. Ever since discovering that she could resonate with two wands simultaneously at Ollivander's wand shop, she had browsed every book about wands in the bookstore. She also learned that each wand is unique, and if a wizard uses a wand that doesn't belong to them, the magic's effectiveness is often significantly reduced. In the face of the current situation, Jasmine couldn't help but feel that any wand would resonate well with her. She vaguely sensed that even if it was the first wand that avoided her, as long as it was in her hand, she could control it well. "It seems to be made of ash." Ron thought for a moment and said, "Ashwood, which is also known as fraxinus, is the same material as my wand." Jasmine held Ron's wand, examining it as she explained the properties of this material. Wands made of ash would have a close bond with their owner, and using or gifting them to others will cause them to lose their magical power. The core of this wand should be unicorn hair. Under Ron's somewhat incredulous gaze, Jasmine noticed the tail end of the wand seemed to reveal hair similar to that of a unicorn continuing, and when paired with a unicorn hair core, the tendency is even more pronounced. Jasmine looked up at Ron, who was in shock, delivering the final blow. "So wielding this wand is not an easy task. There are reasons why some spells cannot be performed effectively." Ron, feeling somewhat dejected, took back his wand with a sense of despair, yet Jasmine's next words completely. "So you're really impressive," Jasmine said, squinting her eyes and smiling. "Being able to wield your brother's Ashwood wand means you also possess faith and are not easily swayed." Ron scratched his head in embarrassment for the first time, feeling that this old wand was not so bad, and even felt a sense of pride about it. Suddenly, a rustling sound of leaves came from the side. Two redheads popped out. "Our dear little brother is..." Fred was the first to sit beside Jasmine, ruffling his brother's hair, making Ron's already unkempt hairstyle even messier. George raised an eyebrow, smiling as he ignored Harry's wary gaze, and sat on Jasmine's other side, saying, "Even the family heirloom wand can be used." "Fred, George." Jasmine looked somewhat helplessly at her brother's now darkened face, greeted the two of them, and then asked, "How much did you hear?" To Ron's astonished gaze, Fred and George didn't refute the title, but exchanged glances before answering together, "Almost everything." "Can you tell them apart?" Ron couldn't help but widen his eyes, saying, "Even Mom can't tell them apart." "How did..." Under Ron's incredulous expression, Jasmine could only awkwardly smile, unable to voice that the two actually looked different. "Perhaps this is just the telepathy between us," she said. Fred said this while attempting to reach out to ruffle the hair of the little girl beside him. However, the girl was directly pulled away by her brother. Seeing Harry's usual attitude, Fred helplessly spoke, "We came to ask Jasmine a few questions." George, glancing into Harry's eyes, smiled and nodded, saying, "About the truth potion." Upon hearing this, Harry's expression darkened further, while Hermione, catching on, exclaimed, "It was your prank." Long before, after accidentally witnessing Ron being attacked by a white orb, Hermione had suspected that the true culprit discussed among the students was none other than these twins before her. The two brothers raised their eyebrows. George looked at Jasmine and asked uncertainly, "You didn't tell anyone, did?" Fred leaned in closer, looking somewhat pitiful as he asked, "Does that mean no one knows of our heroic deeds?" George pulled Fred back, holding him down, and looked into the girl's emerald eyes, asking, "How did you manage to not expose us?" After all, it was the truth potion. Jasmine's eyes flickered for a moment before she smiled and said, Perhaps it was simply that she didn't want to speak up, as it was her own matter and shouldn't drag those who helped her into danger, facing the wrath of the pureblood families." Harry turned his head to glance at his sister, who also turned to look back at him, squinting her eyes and smiling like a little. Indeed, from the very beginning, Harry knew Jasmine wouldn't do such things unless she was confident she could escape. No, Harry later heard about those dazzling orbs and the tremendous explosions they caused. Even if he hadn't witnessed Ron being pranked, he knew for certain that it was not the girl who did it. It was too flashy, too attention-grabbing. Hermione stared at Jasmine's arm, which was wrapped in bandages, and pursed her lips, asking, "Jasmine, why did you cast a spell to save that pansy?" As Hermione posed this question, everyone's gaze turned to Jasmine. Even the figure on the other side of the flower bed, who seemed to have just woken from a dream, rubbed their eyes and perked up to listen closely. In truth, everyone was puzzled as to why Jasmine would save someone who had repeatedly sought to provoke and even hurt her. Why? Perhaps Jasmine hadn't thought that much, as she was simply reminded of how it felt to be pushed down the stairs. Terrible. Perhaps falling down the stairs has already exceeded the boundaries of pranks. Jasmine pondered for a moment, her expression turning serious as she looked at the twins, continuing, "Pranks are inherently difficult to control, though I wouldn't want you who have acted heroically to ultimately become those who harm others under the guise of a prank. Moreover, just falling down the stairs suffering some bruises and lying in bed for a few months to recover was not the outcome Jasmine desired." Fred and George's expressions turned surprisingly serious for a brief moment, but within seconds Fred returned to his playful demeanor, nudging George with his elbow, saying, "George, did you hear that? The little kitty calls us heroes." George smiled faintly, raising his eyebrows in agreement. The name of this hero didn't really matter. Perhaps I just... Once everyone had left, the figure on the other side of the flower bed stood up, staring deeply at the red-haired girl, surrounded in the middle. Jasmine, who had finally returned to the long table, had just tapped her somewhat numb legs when she heard Draco's somewhat awkward voice beside her. "What did Potter want with you?" Jasmine turned to look at Draco, who was pouting and appeared displeased, squinting her eyes, and smiling, yet said, Draco, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he saw the girl not responding, but smiling sweetly, felt a lump in his throat, making it hard to breathe. He then recalled the red-haired Weasley who had rushed out and couldn't help but ask, "And that red-haired Weasley went out too? Did he come looking for you?" Jasmine nodded, somewhat puzzled as to why he was angry. Upon receiving her affirmation, Draco felt a release of the pent-up frustration in his heart, and asked, "What did he want with you?" "He wouldn't want to mock you again, that annoying." "Apologize," Jasmine interrupted, surprising Draco, and explained, "He came to apologize for the Transfiguration class incident." Draco, coming back to his senses, took a moment before continuing, "Stay away from those foolish lions. I'm doing this for your own good, you need to understand." "I understand," Jasmine interrupted the somewhat agitated platinum-haired boy with a smile. Draco stared incredulously at Jasmine for 2 seconds, seemingly searching for any signs of reluctance or surprise on her face. Unfortunately, he found none. The girl continued to smile sweetly, her eyes crescent-shaped. The young master of the Malfoy family, no longer troubled, resumed his proud demeanor, tilting his head slightly as he said, "You should stay by my side from now on, so that I can protect you to the best of my ability." "All right," Jasmine replied, sweetly agreeing immediately. Even the pampered young master of the Malfoy family, surrounded by sycophants, couldn't resist the girl's obedient smile, turning red in the face as he turned away, saying somewhat hesitantly, "All right, let's read." Jasmine maintained her smile, and before shifting her gaze back, caught sight of a pair of light blue eyes on the other side of the platinum-haired boy. In those eyes there were no emotions, but the next second they narrowed slightly, revealing a smile reminiscent of 3-part similarity. Jasmine smiled and nodded at him, then no longer paid much attention, turning back to swiftly flip through the book, a compendium of potions. The young master of the Malfoy family, sitting in the middle, seemed to sense something this time. He looked at Theodore, who had shifted his gaze back to him, then glanced at Jasmine, who had already begun reading rapidly, and then back at the ever-smiling Theodore. In the office of the potions class, Snape did not teach Draco the method to brew that mysterious potion as he had imagined. Instead, he assigned him another arduous task, changing the bandage for Jasmine. Pour the potion into hot water, soak the towel for 5 seconds. Wring it until it's semi-dry and not dripping, apply it to the bruise, and wait for 5 minutes. For the second hot compress, the water temperature must not be lower than Jasmine's body temperature. Snape explained in detail the precautions for changing the bandage while operating from the sofa. Jasmine obediently sat on her designated sofa, staring blankly at Snape, who was focused on changing the bandage, feeling the warmth emanating from her arm and the warmth in her heart. Draco, sitting across from her, listened intently, his pale gray eyes rarely blinking, afraid of missing any step. Both the young master of the Malfoy family and his godfather were extremely attentive to this simple bandage-changing process. Meanwhile, Theodore, sitting next to Draco, appeared rather relaxed. Due to this matter, Snape had no intention of involving him. After changing the bandage for Jasmine, Snape patted the little girl's head and reminded Malfoy to safely escort her back to the dormitory. After watching the two figures disappear around the corner, Snape turned and closed the door, looking at the child from the Knot family standing behind him. "Have a seat." Snape did not return to the previous sofa, but instead sat in the chair behind the desk. Theodore also took the seat that Snape had indicated, which was the chair he had just occupied. Furrowing his brow, Snape looked at the seemingly obedient boy before him, who was squinting and smiling, waiting for him to speak first. He eventually asked, "What do you know about the Loris flower?" Hearing that Snape had skipped any formalities and got straight to the point, Theodore put away his smile, becoming somewhat cold and indifferent. In a cool voice he replied, "Everything." Seeing the other party drop the pretense, Snape no longer restrained his imposing presence and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" A flicker of emotion finally appeared in Theodore's pale blue eyes, as if recalling a terrifying memory, or perhaps feeling excitement, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "I want him to pay the price." Snape fell silent, and the room became eerily quiet. "How can you be sure I will help you?" After a long pause, Snape spoke, his voice showing little emotional fluctuation, yet tinged with helplessness. "Because I know she is." The last few words Theodore spoke silently, but under the bright moonlight outside, Snape easily recognized those words as the secret he had worked hard to conceal for many years. "How do you know I can do it?" Snape asked again, his voice now somewhat hoarse. I only need your help. Theodore's expression remained neutral, but his blue eyes were tinged with madness as he said, no matter the outcome, I will give you that book. Snape looked at the slender boy before him, and the fierce glint in his blue eyes ultimately nodding in agreement. Having achieved his goal, Theodore restored his obedient smile, and at Snape's gesture elegantly bowed and left. Until the door was gently closed, the room fell into silence. As the moonlight slowly receded in the darkness, Snape, sitting in the chair, suddenly stood up. His black robe swirled, and his figure vanished from the office. Only the gentle breeze slipping through the slightly ajar window stirred a lily in a test tube. In the Slytherin common room, Jasmine said, Thank you, Draco, sleep early. Jasmine said to Draco, who seemed somewhat distracted at the door. Ah, okay, you too. The platinum-haired boy snapped back to reality and timely replied to Jasmine's sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. The little girl smiled sweetly and closed the door. Watching the wooden door close and feeling the unique fragrance that lingered on her face, Draco paused for a moment before walking over to sit on the sofa in the common room. However, just as he sat down, the platinum-haired boy stood up again, pacing around the sofa. After a couple of laps, he returned to the sofa, looking excessively restless. But the next moment, the door to the common room opened and Draco saw Theodore's figure. Seeing the other party's thin and frail figure, the platinum-haired boy let out a slow breath, feeling somewhat relieved. In such a short time, he surely hadn't taught him the potion he had promised. As soon as Theodore entered the common room, he noticed the striking hair color of the boy sitting on the sofa. He intended to head back to the dormitory, but changed direction and walked over to sit beside him. What did Professor Snape want you for? The platinum-haired boy asked eagerly as Theodore approached. Once seated, Theodore smiled and replied, He asked me where I knew about the Loris flower from. Did you tell him? Draco appeared somewhat anxious. After Theodore nodded in affirmation, the young master of the Malfoy family pressed on. What happened next? Nothing more, Theodore said, squinting his eyes with a smile. Then the professor just sent me back. Hearing the negative response from Theodore, the platinum-haired boy sighed in relief, thankful that it wasn't about that potion. With a sense of relief, Draco restored his previous haughty demeanor and asked, Can I see that book? If I could, I would definitely show it to you. Theodore gently shook his head and said, You know, given our relationship. But with my current situation at home, I simply can't take out my collection. A young boy who lost his mother at a young age and was growing up in such an environment. How could he casually take out the... Draco couldn't help but recall a few years ago when he encountered the bloodied boy. The boy with pale blue eyes tinged with gray lay faintly breathing in the snow. At that time he was terrified. When he finally managed to explain the situation to his parents, the house elf brought the boy back, but he had already lost consciousness. The young Malfoy had overheard that the boy was from the Knot family, and that all those injuries were caused by his father. Thinking of the boy's plight, the young master of the Malfoy family irritably ran his fingers through his meticulously arranged hair, appearing somewhat dejected. Yet he still said with pride, It will be fine, there will definitely be a way. This statement seemed to comfort the other, while also encouraging himself. After all, the other was merely a so-called savior, nothing to fear. Theodore did not reply, but leaned back into the sofa, gently nodding. There will be a way. After all, he had been thinking of ways all along. With a feeling of exhaustion, Jasmine lay her head on the table after reciting the incantation several times, without success, in separating Riddle's soul. It seemed her body had reached its limit and her vision swayed. The girl brushed aside the strands of hair stuck to her forehead, took a piece of chocolate, and shifted her attention back to the page of potential methods she had summarized at her desk. Perhaps this is the only method left. The girl lifted her head from a pile of papers on the desk. The green light from the bottom of the lake and the dim yellow desk lamp illuminated either side of the girl, the yellow and green splitting her delicate face, creating an unreal beauty that felt like a tear confession. As long as there is confession, the soul within the soul vessel can be released. Perhaps this isn't the only method, but it is indeed the only one left to try. Riddle replied, quietly asking, What should we confess? Could it be that rabbit? Jasmine pondered. Rabbit. In the memories she retained, she indeed had cruelly killed a rabbit, but it was because they had torn apart the rabbit doll she gifted to Lilith first. Riddle's voice carried a hint of anger as he said that was their own doing. They shouldn't have touched your things. My little, how would we know if we don't try? Jasmine threw herself onto the bed, yawning wearily. Seeing the little girl who had stayed up until now seemingly exhausted, Riddle softened his voice, saying, You should rest first. I will give it a try. Confession. Perhaps I shouldn't have killed that innocent rabbit, but rather should have dealt with those instigators. I want to hear. Jasmine lay on the bed, her half-closed eyes filled with the mist of drowsiness, mumbling in a slurred voice, I want to hear that story you always tell me. All right. Riddle's voice took on a touch of tenderness as he began to recount the only fairy tale he had ever read. However, the story he always told was a modified version, for the original was truly foolish, filled with dwarves, princes, and true love's kiss, all of it nonsense. Once upon a time, in a peaceful and stable kingdom, a little princess was born. The little princess was beautiful, with skin as white as snow and eyes like green emeralds. But shortly after giving birth to the little princess, the queen passed away, and the king married a new queen. The new queen disliked the angelic little princess, so she ordered a knight to throw the little princess into the lair of a fierce dragon. The knight complied. The soft water gently tapped against the window as Riddle's voice became softer. Later, the fierce dragon acquired the most precious treasure of its life, the little princess, and raised her. The dragon and the princess lived happily together. No prince dared to come to the dragon's lair to rescue the princess, and the princess forever belonged to the fierce dragon. The dormitory fell silent, leaving only the girl's shallow breathing. If I could appear by her side, then I would confess. I don't believe in Merlin, I only believe in her. I want to see her. A blinding white light flashed. When I opened my eyes again, the surroundings were no longer shrouded in darkness and swirling mist, nor were they the hazy memories of the past, but a real room right before my eyes. It was a familiar window. Outside lay the dark lake, water shimmering with green light, quietly lapping against the window. Soft cushions, a desk, and the familiar fragrance in the air. Everything felt so real. Riddle turned around in disbelief. On the dark green single bed lay a girl with long red hair, cascading over the pillow covers and her cheeks. Her pale face wore a faint smile with a delicate nose and a small mouth, and that slender neck extending into the soft covers. Riddle suddenly realized that the little girl had been away from his world for a long time. She had grown quite a bit, but in his heart she still resembled an angel, and he could still recognize her at a glance. Ever since she left his life and he discovered that his life was all a lie, a cycle of memories, Riddle had been filled with fear, worrying whether his Lilith, his angel, truly existed. Luckily, the girl was real. Too bad he was not. Riddle was no longer the only one who could see and care for Lilith. He was merely a soul parasitizing within the girl, an existence that could only be heard and sensed by her. And Lilith was no longer Lilith. She had her own name. Jasmine, her own life, her own family, and even a brother. Everyone adored this little angel who smiled like the sun, and they were all trying to take her away. Fortunately, he had discovered a way to keep her. She was special, just like him. The children here were not much different from those in the orphanage. They were just as timid, just as mediocre, filled with the same inherent flaws. As long as little Jasmine revealed even a hint of difference, they would flee in droves, escaping from the still adorable, yet special little Jasmine. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Even little Jasmine's relatives had left her. They were all so ignorant and fearful of little Jasmine's special abilities that they pushed her back into their embrace. Except for little Jasmine's brother, everything was so perfect. Except for that annoying boy who seemed unafraid and had not abandoned little Jasmine. Riddle could feel that he, like Jasmine, was a special existence. But what use was it? Little Jasmine's useless brother could only watch helplessly as the girl had her wings broken and was locked in the attic. They were fearful, they were panicked. Little Jasmine belonged to him once more. In the attic, he could monopolize all of her thoughts. Riddle stepped forward a few paces, then slowly bent down, pressing a kiss on the girl's forehead between her brows. Just like when they were young, a kiss that was pure, yet filled with possessiveness. There was no surprise the kiss fell through with no sensation on his lips, leaving only a chill for the little girl. The girl shivered slightly from the sudden chill, pulling the covers higher to cover half her face and her slender neck. Only a small head remained with slightly furrowed brows. Riddle saw the girl unconsciously fluttering her eyelids in her sleep, her eyelashes, and the shadow they cast resembling butterflies ready to take flight, suggesting she wasn't sleeping peacefully. He suppressed the urge to embrace the girl and began to ponder what he actually was, what kind of existence he was. A ghost? But it seemed not entirely so, because he had a premonition that he could not move freely like a ghost in a specific. Even in this brief moment of emerging, he could clearly feel the long-lost fatigue. Riddle quietly gazed at the girl lying on the bed, resisting the overwhelming drowsiness in his body, greedily wanting to look at her a few more times. Lilith. My Lilith, who belongs only to me. The afternoon sun shone just right, warmly illuminating the open lawn. The young wizards stood in a row facing each other according to their respective academies. Each young wizard had an old-looking broomstick placed beside them. As a woman with neat silver hair briskly walked through the middle of the line, her crisp voice followed suit. Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon, Madam Hooch. Compared to the succinct and powerful tone of this capable lady, the young wizards' voices sounded somewhat sluggish and listless. The young master of the Malfoy family, who usually appeared very aloof, now looked quite excited, his gray eyes sparkling, reminiscent of when he saw Professor Flitwick. Good afternoon, Amanda. Madam Hooch greeted the young wizard beside her warmly, remaining unaffected and responding enthusiastically, good afternoon. As Madam Hooch turned to stand still, Jasmine bumped into a pair of golden eyes resembling Vivian's. Speaking of which, Vivian hadn't returned to the dormitory for quite some time. Professor Snape had mentioned he would be busy these days, even leaving the potion matters to Draco. Hopefully Vivian would behave and not cause trouble for the professor. At that moment, Vivian, hiding in the grass and ambushing a blue butterfly, couldn't hold back a sneeze. The butterfly flew away, and the little black cat, frustrated from missing its target, meowed angrily and rolled on the ground in exasperation. In fact, Snape didn't often get to see Vivian. This mysterious little black cat always appeared just a second before Jasmine arrived at the office. It seemed to come for Jasmine, yet once the girl arrived it would put on an aloof face and pretend to sleep only to leave huffily after she departed. Now let's start our first flying lesson. Madame Hooch wore an exuberant smile, her whole being radiating enthusiasm and vitality, her voice ringing out. What are you all waiting for? Quickly stand next to the broomsticks on the left. Move faster. Under Madame Hooch's urging, the young wizards sluggishly gathered next to the old broomsticks, frowning at the worn and crooked flying brooms. Even Draco, who had just appeared excited, frowned, seemingly displeased with the flying broom, his enthusiasm significantly diminished. Place your right hand above the broom and say, rise. Following Madame Hooch's instruction, the young wizard, rise. Jasmine tried once, but the flying broom lay on the grass, not moving an inch. Out of the corner of her eye she saw her brother had effortlessly summoned his broom, holding it steadily, while Draco beside him also succeeded the latter, even casually raising an eyebrow, clearly unfazed by the outcome. Wow! Harry felt the broom in his hand, drawing a look of disbelief from Hermione beside him. Ron kept shouting, rise, repeatedly, but like Jasmine's, the broom remained stubbornly still on, rise, rise. Madame Hooch observed the young wizards before her, most of whom had already succeeded, and spoke to the remaining ones, add some emotion to it. Rise, rise, rise. Hermione even changed her pitch several times, searching for the tone that would elicit the greatest response from the broom. The young wizards' voices rose and fell, continuously calling their broomsticks. More and more succeeded, while Jasmine noticed her broom still hadn't moved at all. The little girl looked up at Draco with a hint of distress, only to find him intently staring in the direction opposite her. Following Draco's line of sight, Jasmine's gaze met Neville's, who was staring blankly at her. Just then Ron, feeling frustrated, called out, rise. Once more, and failing to catch the broom that had flown up, received a blow to the head. Ugh! Ron's head snapped back from the impact, his hands covering his face. Laughter erupted from the surrounding young wizards, drawing Neville's attention, who also began to stifle his giggles. Harry laughed more openly, showing his teeth without a hint of restraint. Ron, looking at Harry, who was laughing happily, shyly said, don't laugh, Harry. Jasmine, seeing her brother smiling joyfully, couldn't help but laugh as well, and when he looked over she stuck her tongue out. Draco finally shifted his gaze from Neville and was drawn to the little girl next to him. The red-haired girl was winking at him, playfully sticking out her pink tongue, making an adorably mischievous face. Draco felt his face heat up slightly and looked away, clearing his throat with a clenched fist by his mouth. After a moment's pause, he turned back to the little girl, unconsciously infusing his tone with a hint of indulgence as he said, try again, with some feeling. Jasmine put away her funny face, nodded earnestly at Draco, and continued to call for her flying broom. Rise, rise, rise. Rise. The little girl earnestly called for her flying broom, but the broom remained unmoving on the grass, looking as if it truly was just an ordinary broom. Jasmine, feeling a bit discouraged, puffed her cheeks and looked around, noticing that almost everyone had summoned their flying brooms, while Madame Hooch approached with a frown. Rise. Madame Hooch personally tried it, and the previously motionless broom obediently flew into her hand. Madame Hooch pondered for a moment, looking at the somewhat dejected Jasmine, and said, there is nothing wrong with this broom, so give it another try. Perhaps you need to practice more outside of class. Madame Hooch's tone carried a hint of comfort and encouragement. Then she had Jasmine pick up the broom and turned to all the young wizards, saying, now, grab the broom and then mount it. Jasmine received her brother's worried gaze and smiled back to reassure him, squatting down to pick up the broom, holding it with one hand before mounting it. I can stay after class to teach you. Draco's voice came from the side as Jasmine turned to look at the young master of the Malfoy family, who was slightly tilting his head. Seeing the little girl's crystalline eyes glimmering under the sunlight, it was as if they were precious emeralds. Draco was momentarily taken aback, quickly snapping back to reality, awkwardly changing the subject, proudly declaring, you should know my flying skills are excellent. I can even keep up with Muggle airplanes. Jasmine, gazing at Draco's silhouette against the light, squinted to discern the emotions in his eyes. Once confirmed, she smiled and nodded, then lowered her head to study the broom in her hands. Hold on tight, don't let go. Mrs. Hoki's tone turned serious and cautious as her golden eyes scanned every little wizard present, announcing the rules. When I blow the whistle, each of you must push off hard from the ground and keep yourselves airborne. Stabilize your brooms, hover for a moment, then lean slightly forward to return to the ground. Listen for my whistle. Mrs. Hoki lifted the golden whistle hanging around her neck. 3-2. The whistle blew and Jasmine pushed off the ground with her feet bouncing slightly, but predictably failing to stay in the air. After shifting his gaze back to Jasmine, Neville involuntarily followed her jump. When he regained his senses, he found himself swaying unsteadily in the air, panic flashing across his face as he seemed to lose control of the broom. Mr. Longbottom. Seeing Neville rising higher than the practice range allowed, Mrs. Hoki called out sternly. Seeing the figures around him swaying wildly, Ron asked, Neville, what are you doing? Harry also urged quietly, it's not our turn to take off yet. Come down. The little lions were in a flurry, chattering and urging Neville to come down quickly, but but Neville in the air was clearly panicking, completely forgetting the essential actions emphasized by Mrs. Hokey. Perhaps he was distracted at that moment and didn't hear it all. Watching the ridiculous sight of the boy who had been staring at Jasmine losing control of his broom, Draco mocked while glancing at Theodore. But Theodore merely looked on expressionlessly, and when he noticed Malfoy glancing at him, he revealed a coy smile. Draco found it uninteresting and signaled Crabbe and Goyle to look at Neville's blunder. This time the young master of the Malfoy family received the desired response, as the three burst into laughter. Longbottom. Mr. Longbottom. Mrs. Hokey's voice was tense, her brows furrowed as she urged Neville to come down quickly. As Neville's broom swayed more violently, Mrs. Hokey prepared to reach out to grab the broom, but it seemed to sense something and transformed into a shadow, zooming away with the screaming Neville. Oh no. Along with Neville's screams as he was lifted into the air, Jasmine, standing opposite him, was also taken along. All the little lions gasped in shock, their expressions revealing fear and anxiety. Jasmine. Harry shouted in panic, calling his sister's name, while Ron and Hermione, beside him, were so startled they covered their mouths. Hearing Harry call Jasmine's name, Draco's mocking expression froze on his face as he suddenly turned to see the girl beside him being lifted into the sky by Neville's broom. Without a second thought, Draco hopped onto his broom and pushed off the ground to chase after them. Following closely behind was Harry, who was still getting used to the broom and swayed slightly left and right. But Neville's out-of-control broom was flying too fast, and the two were obviously too far behind the red figure they wanted to catch. Mr. Malfoy, come down. Do you hear me? Mrs. Hokey yelled, and Mr. Potter, you both come down. As Neville soared into the sky, he instinctively reached out a hand to grasp the red-haired girl tightly. But with one hand released, the already uncontrollable broom swerved wildly as they flew at high speed, even spinning the two in the air as if trying to throw them off. Neville gripped the broom tightly with one hand, while the other hand protected the girl in his arms, straining to prevent them from falling. As the broom swayed left and right, slowing down their flight, Harry and Draco caught up. However, neither of them had any way to save the two flying at high speed, only watching anxiously as the girl was tightly held in Neville's embrace. The broom turned in circles towards the stone wall, forcing Harry and Draco to change direction to avoid crashing it. Jasmine only saw the rapidly passing scenery spinning backward, followed by a violent impact and Neville's cries of pain. The broom collided with the wall and bounced off, and in order to protect the girl in his arms, Neville's arm slammed. With a cry of pain, Jasmine clearly heard the sound of bones breaking, but the arm wrapped around her did not relax or weaken in the slightest, and instead tightened further. The wind howled in her ears, and her body felt an immense sense of weightlessness. Jasmine looked up into a pair of determined eyes which were gritted in effort as they lifted the broom with all their might. Finally, at the last moment, the broom leveled out, flying close to the ground. Neville could even feel his feet brushing against the grass. But the uncontrollable flight was not over. The broom charged towards the crowd. Mr. Longbottom, Mrs. Hokey, shielding the frightened little wizards behind her, raised her wand against the rapidly approaching broom, shouting, "Get out of the way." And at the last second, after the little wizards behind her all dodged, she rolled to the side and fell onto the grass, narrowly avoiding the high-speed broom. The out-of-control broom passed through the crowd, darted through a doorway, and behind them Draco and Harry also chased after it with all their might. However, the dark-haired boy seemed even more fearless, directly following through the doorway, while the blonde boy chose to break and ascend to avoid colliding with the dark-haired boy. Once through the doorway, the broom soared high into the sky again, turning around to fly close to the rooftop. As it passed over a statue holding a spear, Neville's wizard robe was pierced by the spear, leaving him hanging. At the same time, both the broom and Jasmine slipped from their grips, the red figure being carried forward by the broom. After flying a distance, the little girl fell from the sky like a butterfly, just in time to be caught by the platinum-haired boy rushing up from below. As she fell into the familiar embrace filled with the scent of green apples, Jasmine was still in a daze. Without having time to meet the worried yet joyful gray eye, she instinctively turned back to look for Neville, only to find him hanging on the spear. In that instant, those gray eyes were filled with flames of disappointment and jealousy. Confirming that Jasmine was okay, Harry quickly turned his direction, intending to rescue Neville hanging on the spear. A group of little wizards had also gathered around the statue. Just as Harry was about to grab Neville's hand, with a tearing sound, the wizard robe broke, and Neville screamed as he fell straight down. In an instant, Harry turned his flying broom and chased after him, diving almost at a 90-degree angle. Halfway through the air, Neville's torn wizard robe got snagged on the sharp end of the protruding torch. Meanwhile, Harry, who was about to catch up, missed Neville and nearly dove to the ground before stopping in time. When he got up again to chase, it was already too late. Neville's arms slipped out of his sleeves, and he fell down. A familiar voice echoed through the air, "Arresto momentum." Neville's rapidly descending figure suddenly slowed just before landing gently, lying down on the ground. Pansy's eyes flickered a few times as she looked up, seeing the red-haired girl holding her wand being tenderly embraced by the figure she always noticed first. She couldn't quite articulate her feelings. She didn't know why her gaze no longer followed that platinum figure, but had instead been fixed on that splash of red from the beginning to end. A boy beside Pansy smirked, absorbing all her emotions into his eyes, then shifted his gaze to the red silhouette being held by Malfoy. How amusing, the girl always saved by the hero, yet too bad her mother is a mudblood. Everyone stepped back. Madame Pomfrey rushed over, helped Neville up from the ground, and softly reassured him. All right, get up now. Whispers arose from the crowd. Is he all right? It looks like he's fine after the fall. It's because of that protective spell. Neville helped to his feet, let out a pain. Oh dear, your arm is broken. Madame Pomfrey noticed that Neville's arm seemed to be unnaturally twisted. At that moment, Malfoy returned to the ground with Jasmine, who, looking a bit anxious, ran over while raising her hand to cast another spell, Episky. With a crisp sound of bones, Neville couldn't help but cry out in pain again, but in the next second his arm returned to its normal shape, and his furrowed brow relaxed. Does it still hurt? Jasmine squatted beside Neville, gently asking. Neville stared at the red-haired girl, his face flushed as Madame Pomfrey helped him stand up like a marionette. As he watched Jasmine leave his embrace and run towards the boy who had been staring at her, Malfoy immediately frowned. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of a glimmering crystal ball. Now everyone stay put on the ground, it'll take Mr. Lombard to the hospital wing first. Madame Pomfrey glanced appreciatively at Jasmine, who had also stood up, then surveyed the young wizards. Understood. When her gaze swept over Malfoy and Harry standing nearby, Madame Pomfrey's tone carried. While leading Neville toward the hospital wing, she emphasized, if I see anyone flying on a broom, they won't get to experience Quidditch and will be expelled immediately. After picking up the crystal ball, Draco examined it and confirmed it was the lion's memory ball. He tossed it up and caught it repeatedly while walking towards Jasmine, who was looking at him. Stopping beside Jasmine, he deliberately spoke loudly to Crabbe, who had come over. Did you see that face? If that dimwit squeezes this ball. Draco's tone was filled with mockery and malice, drawing the attention of the surrounding young wizards. Maybe he'll remember the flying method Madame Pomfrey just emphasized. The little snakes surrounding them burst into laughter, agreeing with the mockery. However, Jasmine, standing behind Draco, frowned slightly. After retracting her gaze, she gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Draco, you shouldn't say that about Lombard. Draco's mockery faded as he turned to her, his gray eyes showing a hint of grievance. Harry stepped forward and pulled Jasmine behind him, extending his hand, saying, Give me the ball, Malfoy. No way. Malfoy's expression soured at Harry's action of placing himself between him and the girl, along with the commanding tone. He replied, I'm going to hide it and let Lombard find it. After saying that, Draco tossed the memory ball again, turned, and leaped onto the flying broom, skillfully weaving through the crowd with one hand. Once again passing in front of Harry, he waved the memory ball in front of him and said, How about up on the roof? Draco, Jasmine called out to the soaring Draco, her voice tinged with urgency. Draco's figure halted, spinning in the air on his broom, but he merely stayed in place and said, What is it, Potter? Can't reach it. Watching Draco taunt him while tossing the memory ball in the air, Harry gripped his broom. In the next moment, a small hand, cool to the touch, rested on him. So familiar was the touch that Harry knew without looking who it was. Knowing who it was, the boy realized he couldn't turn around. Perhaps afraid of meeting those green eyes, he wouldn't resist at all, just crumble under pressure. Harry, you absolutely cannot. Seeing Jasmine didn't voice any objections to Harry, Hermione anxiously said, Think about what Madame Pomfrey just said. Harry said nothing, and the little girl behind him seemed to understand her brother's intentions, withdrawing her hand. If it's something you want to do, I will definitely support you. For the first time in her life, Jasmine felt a strong desire to learn, or rather the flying broom was the only thing she hadn't mastered. Harry sensed the touch on his hand disappear, but couldn't help but look back at those bright green eyes. There was no disapproval there, the girl even smiled at him. Instantly understanding his sister's meaning, Harry cast aside his concerns and mounted his broom, flying towards Malfoy in midair. Due to the rapid acceleration, the wind whipped Ron's hair into disarray, causing him to reveal a slightly panicked expression. Seeing Harry shoot off like a bullet, Hermione said angrily, What a complete idiot. Turning back, she met a pair of familiar green eyes devoid of warmth, making Hermione feel strangely unfamiliar. Give it to me, Malfoy. Harry flew up to face Draco, saying, Or I'll make you regret it. You've got quite the attitude. Draco tossed the memory ball in his hands, his tone laced with disdain and reluctance. Do you know who you're helping? Harry looked at the mocking expression of the other party, recalling how Neville had just protected his sister and broke his arm. With a leap, he soared on his broom, aiming to snatch the memory ball from Draco's grasp. Draco performed a smooth 360-degree spin on his flying broom, effortlessly evading Harry's out. Turning back to face his opponent, he raised the memory ball and said, Then do as you please. Don't blame me for not warning you. Insisting on helping a person who has been eyeing Jolie. As soon as he finished speaking, Draco forcefully tossed the memory ball away. Harry widened his eyes in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend why the person who had just said, I will help you, was continuously opposing him. The competitive relationship in potion class was understandable due to their bet. But what was happening now, bullying someone who was fully protecting Jolie? Perhaps Harry did not know that in Malfoy's mind Neville was the one who had put Jolie in danger and deserved punishment. He believed himself to be the hero who saved the girl, so why was he not receiving any concern from the little lady? Without time to think too much, Harry furrowed his brows and dashed like lightning towards the memory ball that had been thrown away. The gust of wind he created as he passed Draco even made the usually steady Malfoy stumble slightly. Seeing Harry shoot off like an arrow, Draco felt a twinge of worry in his eyes. However, thinking of Longbottom, who had been staring at Jolie, and how the latter had been brought into danger on a broom along with the arm that tightly held her slender waist, Draco rode his broom back to where the little snakes were observing from the ground. As soon as the young master of the Malfoy family landed, Crabbe and Goyle along with a group of little snakes immediately surrounded him. Everyone wore a flattering and obsequious expression, each boasting about Draco's riding skills. Draco paid no attention to the surrounding voices, merely gazing through the crowd at the red-haired girl standing aside, while her eyes were fixed intently on the figure soaring above. Harry was focused on the swiftly gliding memory ball, exerting all his effort to control the flying broom. Meanwhile, Jolie was watching her brother closely. In the final second, just as the memory ball was about to crash into the wall, Harry executed a perfect emergency stop, caught the memory ball, and spun 360 degrees in the air to dissipate the force stabilizing his position. Harry looked at the perfectly intact memory ball in his hand with some joy, waving at the red figure among the little, completely unaware of Professor McGonagall, who had stood up from her desk and quickly walked to the window with a frown, witnessing the entire process. Professor McGonagall even took off her glasses, resting on her nose, observing Harry riding the broom with one hand, waving the shining object and landing steadily. The little lions all cheered as they ran towards Harry, who handed the memory ball to Ron the leader, and walked towards Jolie, who was also smiling. "Well done, Harry. That was amazing. Harry passed through the crowd with countless hands cheering for him, patting his shoulders and back, all filled with pride for him. Very impressive." Jolie looked at her brother's face, which wore an unprecedented radiant smile, softly praising him, and using her right hand to smooth out his slightly messy hair blown by the wind. Professor McGonagall, dressed in her familiar emerald green wizard's robe, walked briskly towards them, her head held slightly high, her expression serious, but lacking any other emotion. She stood beside the chattering little wizards and called out, "Harry Potter." Instantly the little lions fell silent, and Harry, who had been looking down with a silly grin, also ceased his laughter and turned towards the source of the voice. Jolie retracted her hand and looked at Professor McGonagall, whose expression seemed to be holding back laughter. But Jolie could not be sure if her brother would be okay. "Come with me," Professor McGonagall said, looking at the girl who was pulling her brother's hand with a pleading look, giving a slight nod to indicate that she could follow as well, then quickly walked towards the building. Jolie exchanged a glance with her brother, seeing the panic and helplessness in each other's eyes. She reassuringly squeezed his hand and led Harry to follow Professor McGonagall. Draco, who had already returned to the ground on his broom, stood beside Crabbe and Goyle, nervously watching Harry's figure soaring at high speed. When he returned to the ground, he couldn't help but reveal a relieved smile. But in the next second, the smile on young Master Malfoy's face froze, because at Theodore's gesture, Draco saw an elegant lady in a green wizard's robe approaching from a distance. It was Professor McGonagall. Just as Draco was about to approach Harry, he noticed that the latter was looking down, blissfully accepting the red-haired girl's affectionate touch. In an instant, all worries and alerts were drowned in a surge of anger. It wasn't until the two figures followed Professor McGonagall away that Draco regained his senses and attempted to chase after them. "Malfoy!" A voice with a hint of laughter came from beside him, a long hand resting on young Master Malfoy's shoulder, halting Draco's actions. "Long time no see, your riding skills have improved again." Draco turned his head to see a pair of peach blossom eyes filled with a teasing smile. The top button of the person's collar was unbuttoned, and the tie was slightly loose, exposing their delicate collarbone. The relaxed smile gave the person an air of languidness. Yet this seemingly casual hand prevented the platinum young master from taking another step. Noticing Pansy standing behind the other person, Draco did not intend to say much to them. He shook his shoulder, but did not shake off the hand on his shoulder, angrily rebuking, "Let go of me, Zabini." Blaise Zabini lifted that hand, his brows raised in arrogant amusement, smirking at Draco, who was about to chase after the red figure, and said, "You won't win against the savior like this." The platinum young master's footsteps halted, immediately turning with some anger to say, "What did you say?" Blaise shrugged with an air of helplessness, taking a few steps closer to the young master of the Malfoy family. With Draco's furious gaze on him, Blaise leaned closer to Draco's ear and whispered with a smile, "What I mean is, I can help you." Draco listened patiently to Blaise's whispered words, his expression shifting from anger to surprise. In the end, the young master of the Malfoy family raised an eyebrow and revealed a proud smile. Meanwhile, Theodore stood nearby with a neutral expression, staring intently at Blaise's thin lips, carefully discerning the shape of his words, speculating on the content of the whispered conversation. As he deciphered more and more of the content, a few dark glimmers flickered in Theodore's light blue eyes, and his brows unconsciously furrowed slightly. Professor McGonagall hurried down the corridor with the two little ones in tow. Occasionally, a few older students would pass by, their attention first drawn to Harry, who was holding a broomstick, and then entirely captivated by the red-haired girl beside him, who resembled a fallen angel. Feeling the grip on her hand tightening, Lily looked at Harry, whose pace was quickening, and softly reassured him, "It will be fine. The worst outcome would simply be leaving this place." Lily revealed a familiar, comforting smile, squeezing Harry's hand as she said, "We promise to always be together. Indeed, we promise to always be together and travel the world together once we come of age. As long as we have each other, it is enough to walk leisurely along the way, dodging all prejudices and witnessing the splendor of the world." A disjointed voice from the classroom ahead filtered through, sounding somewhat stuttered, yet familiar. "This is an important ingredient." A wave of dizziness washed over Lily, causing her steps to falter before Harry, who had just regained his composure, steadied her. Harry clearly recognized who was teaching in the classroom, so he paused with Lily to stand still. Professor McGonagall glanced back at the two little ones who had stopped, and nodded, saying, "Wait here for a moment." Harry positioned himself to shield the still recovering Lily, and nodded obediently. Professor McGonagall studied Harry's somewhat peculiar smile with a frown of confusion, but she quickly walked into the adjacent classroom. Harry's voice intertwined with the sound of Riddle's voice in Lily's mind, both of them asking simultaneously. Lily shook her head and softly replied, "I'm fine." This time the dizziness was noticeably less intense. Perhaps if she met Quirrell more often, this condition would disappear. Lily mused inwardly as she heard a peculiar noise from the classroom, and Professor McGonagall's voice saying, "Professor Quirrell, may I have a word with Wood?" Feeling less dizzy, Lily tugged on Harry's hand and looked up into the classroom, spotting Professor Quirrell, who wore a purple turban and was cradling a green creature resembling a lizard about the same length as a human arm. He stuttered, "Yes, of course." A student sitting in the back rows of the classroom stood up and followed Professor McGonagall out. As Lily pulled Harry back to their previous spot, the green lizard in Quirrell's hands let out a strange cry. Quirrell's gaze caught the fluttering red hair that danced in the air as Professor McGonagall stepped aside. Once outside the classroom, Professor McGonagall introduced Harry, saying, "Potter, this is Oliver Wood." A boy with a neat short haircut stepped forward, his droopy dog-like eyes scanning Harry and the girl behind him. Dark green tie. She was a Slytherin. Wood instantly became a bit wary, offering only a slight smile, while nodding politely to greet the two little ones. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall continued, "Would I found you a seeker?" Confronted with this unfamiliar term, Harry furrowed his brow in confusion. Wood also frowned, sensing that the little girl standing next to Potter shouldn't be privy to this information. Lily felt the vigilant gaze directed at her and returned a polite smile, narrowing her eyes. But Wood didn't seem to be swayed by the girl's charm, directly warning, "Miss, I hope you can keep this to yourself." Professor McGonagall looked at the girl somewhat puzzled, but still saw her nodding obediently, casting a disapproving glance at Wood, who bore a serious and somewhat threatening expression. However, Wood did not pick up on his head of house's gaze and continued to glare at Lily, contemplating how to make this ever-smiling little snake take Quidditch matches a bit more seriously. Professor McGonagall sighed, turning to gently pat Lily's head, nodding to indicate that she need not take this matter to heart as long as she kept it confidential. Lily returned a sweet smile to Professor McGonagall before looking up at Wood, whose fierce demeanor was ineffective. She put away her smile and solemnly assured, "Secrets are always safe with me. I promise I won't tell anyone." Only when she saw a slight relaxation and trust in Wood's expression did Lily raise her slender hand, pointing at the ghostly figure drifting by the wall, saying, "But I can't guarantee that this secret won't leak through other channels." Wood turned to look at the ghostly figure that had drifted away, predicting that Harry becoming Gryffindor's new seeker would soon be common knowledge. His face fell in despair as he looked at Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall seemed to regret her haste in discussing this matter in such a public setting with Wood. But since things had developed this way, perhaps the secret training arrangement could salvage some of the situation, even yielding a better unexpected outcome. Seeing that Professor McGonagall appeared to have a new arrangement to discuss with Wood, and that the threat of expulsion was merely a figment of her imagination, Lily interjected, "Professor McGonagall, I should head back to class now. Goodbye, Senior Wood." Professor McGonagall nodded and patted the little girl's head. Wood watched her, the girl he had threatened still reminding him of the ghost, and his fierce expression gradually crumbled. He felt an overwhelming disparity between this girl and his perception of Slytherin. The more he looked at her obedient little face, the more he felt she wasn't a true little snake, leading him to entertain the notion that this girl had been sorted into the wrong house. Wood's lips turned up slightly, revealing a charming dimple, and after politely nodding, he bid farewell to the little girl. Lily smiled at Wood, and then shifted her gaze back to her brother, who was still tightly holding her hand. Harry's eyes sparkled with a secret joy tinged with curiosity about the unknown events that would unfold next. These emotions were something he had never sensed in his brother during their time at Aunt Petunia's. Just like before, the boy surrounded by admiration and laughter, embodying the confidence and joy that belonged to children of his age. "Then I'll head back first." Molly shook Harry's hand, signaling him to let go of her. Harry came back to his senses, his eyes flickering, and he released the little girl's hand. Then, as if recalling something, he frowned and chose to whisper to Molly, please tell Malfoy that I need to talk to him after dinner?" Seeing the complex expression in her brother's eyes, Molly nodded and waved goodbye to the three, slowly walking towards the classroom. Navigating through the crowd of students, just finishing class, Molly finally returned to the lawn where the flying lessons were held, and her eyes immediately caught sight of Draco's platinum hair. Just as she was about to walk over, she noticed Pansy standing beside him, staring at her. Her footsteps hesitated for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as she continued towards the platinum youth surrounded by the crowd. Just as Draco noticed the approaching girl, Molly was hurriedly pulled away by two little lions. The young master of the Malfoy family wanted to rush over without a second thought, but was still held back by Blaze's long hand. "Don't be anxious, Malfoy." Blaze leaned closer to Draco's ear and said, "Do you remember what I just said?" Draco's gray eyes remained fixed on the red figure being pulled away. Gritting his teeth, he raised his head proudly and said, "Of course I know, Blaze. Let go of your hand." Blaze raised his hand, shrugged, and looked at the retreating figure in red. He crossed his arms and slightly curled one side of his mouth, revealing a playful smile. "Molly, how is Harry?" Ron chased after Molly, who was being carefully pulled away by Hermione, and asked, "You won't really be expelled, right? Then you?" "No, my brother is fine," Molly interrupted Ron, who looked heartbroken, saying, "Professor McGonagall didn't mention expulsion." Upon hearing this response, Ron immediately sighed in relief, and then curiously asked, "Then why did Professor McGonagall want to see Harry? Perhaps you can ask him personally later." Molly smiled and did not answer Ron's question. "Molly," Hermione quietly called out to Molly. Both Molly and Ron, who was about to speak, but hadn't turned their heads to look. This girl, who usually held her head slightly high, now had her head bowed low. Hermione took a few deep breaths before gathering the courage to say, "I didn't mean to say it like that. I was just too anxious." "It's okay." Molly smiled at Hermione, whose fingers were intertwined, softly saying, "You are just worried about." Hearing Molly's words, Hermione suddenly lifted her head, and in her emerald green eyes, she only read warmth and understanding. In a moment of excitement, Hermione directly gave Molly a big hug. "I was so scared I thought I was going to lose you." Molly gently patted Hermione's back with her right hand to offer. Hermione quickly released the little girl after just one hug, fearing that her embrace might accidentally touch Molly's injured arm. Ron stared blankly at the two girls in front of him, especially glancing a few more times at Hermione, who was quickly wiping away the tears that hadn't yet fallen, and asked in confusion, "What happened?" Hermione shot Ron a glare, unwilling to answer his question. Molly simply smiled and did not intend to provide further explanation. Not receiving an answer and feeling unjustly glared at by Hermione, Ron immediately retaliated with a glare of his own. At that moment, Molly was suddenly pulled back, and looking over her shoulder, she saw the angry platinum youth. "Did I not say to stay away from those stupid lions?" While dragging Molly, who was waving goodbye to Ron and Hermione, indicating that she was fine, Draco angrily questioned the girl with a hint of grievance. "Why did you still hug that mudblood?" Molly frowned, unsure of what the term mudblood meant, but felt it couldn't be anything good. Because when he said that word, the malice in his tone seemed to ooze out like a substance. "They were just asking about my brother's situation." After walking a distance, Molly struggled to stop, unwilling to continue. Draco, fearing that he might hurt the girl, also stopped. "Why did you do that?" Molly did not pull back her arm, but simply stared coolly at the boy standing in front of her. Concern and guilt flashed in Draco's eyes, but looking at this fragile girl who seemed like she could shatter with a touch reminded him of the dangerous scene just now when she was taken up into the air by the out-of-control broom, and the sight of her falling from such a height. All his concern and guilt turned into anger. "I want to ask Miss Potter how she feels about speaking up for someone who put you in danger." Molly was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted, saying, "I was talking about my brother's situation." Draco's eyes flickered, and he gritted his teeth. If this incident truly resulted in Harry's expulsion, the young master of the Malfoy family felt he might be overwhelmed with guilt. However, faced with the girl's cold inquiry, Draco stubbornly refused to admit that he regretted throwing the memory ball out, still firmly stating, "They'll go talk to Professor McGonagall. This isn't Potter's fault. At worst, I can find another chance to teach that Longbottom a lesson. I certainly shouldn't have made things difficult for Potter in front of Molly." Hearing his response, Molly narrowed her eyes, and then left behind a remark, "My brother is fine, and he needs to talk to you after dinner," and taking advantage of Draco's inattention, pulled her arm free and prepared to turn away. Draco, realizing what happened, hurriedly grabbed Molly's arm, and with a hint of pleading in his tone said, "Where are you going? Didn't you say you wanted to learn to fly a broom with me?" Molly took a deep breath, not turning around, but directly saying, "Next time, see you at the entrance of the Great Hall after. Also, thank you for saving me earlier." Hearing the girl's voice seemed a bit muffled, Draco instantly panicked, wanting to explain something, but unsure where to start. "I'm sorry, I just want to be alone for a while." As the girl quickly pulled her arm away while Draco was in a daze, watching the girl's robes fluttering behind her, Draco felt as if he had seen a butterfly drifting away. He wanted to rush after her, but suddenly feared seeing the calmness in her eyes again. "I told you you shouldn't have gone." Blaze casually draped his arm over Draco's shoulders, speaking harshly. "You need to be a bit patient with girls young." Draco gritted his teeth, staring at the girl's flowing red hair as it danced in the wind, then asked deliberately, "Then what do you think? Should I do now?" Blaise looked at the tightly furrowed brow of the young master of the Malfoy family, with seemingly affectionate peach blossom eyes curling his lips into a disdainful smile, and said leisurely, "She has no shortage of heroes around her. You need to start by finding her weak spot." Meanwhile, Theodore silently watched the girl's figure fade away, then shifted his gaze to Blaise, who was mumbling to himself, a glimmer of darkness flickering in his eyes. It seemed the girl's state just now was not quite normal. Once the girl's silhouette had disappeared around the corner, Draco shook off Blaise's arm, and then looked at him, who had returned to his usual smirk, nodding stiffly in agreement. Jasmine sat by the lake, hugging her knees and burying her face in them, repeatedly calling out to Riddle in her mind. There was no response. Jasmine felt an eerie silence in her mind. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the dry grass and the lake water continuously sweeping over the pebbles remained. A powerful sense of weightlessness and fear surged through the girl's heart like a tidal wave. Those suddenly twisted faces swirled in her mind, seemingly trying to pull the girl into a deeper abyss. Though she had experienced similar situations before, this time Riddle had fallen asleep right after meeting Chilo, and she had placed the potion on her bedside. Perhaps she should return to her dormitory to drink that potion. Jasmine quickened her pace, but chose to hide in the bushes as she passed by the lake. So many people on the road. I don't want to go. Why can't I be a mushroom? Sid, hurry up. 3 boys were walking from the direction of the Quidditch pitch, one urging Cedric, who was lost in thought staring at the... Another boy with keen eyes spotted a glimpse of red behind the bushes where Cedric was looking. In an instant, he covered the mouth of the boy urging Cedric and exchanged frantic glances with him towards the lakes. The group had a good relationship and often ate together and attended classes, so it was not hard to notice that during this year's freshman enrollment, Cedric was particularly attentive to a new student. During meals, he would also stare at her in a daze of privilege he had always enjoyed. They followed Cedric's gaze and instantly confirmed who this favored object of attention was. It was the angelic face of the red-haired girl frozen in the direction of his gaze. Cedric, snapping back to reality, noticed that the two had already walked far away. He teased them in a low voice while waving his hand, saying, "We're leaving now." Cedric awkwardly waved at his departing companions, took a deep breath, and slowly parted the bushes to approach the red figure. He heard the sound of leaves and branches rustling behind him, growing closer and closer until it was less than 5 steps. Jasmine confirmed that the sound was approaching her. Slowly turning around, she collided with a pair of gentle, smiling. Seeing the redness around the girl's eyes and her obviously abnormal complexion, Cedric's smile stiffened, and he felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Upon recognizing who it was, Jasmine's eyes showed a hint of panic as she turned her head in a fluster, burying her face in her knees, attempting to hide her current state. Seeing the little girl huddled up like a frightened rabbit, Cedric momentarily didn't know whether to feel heartache or... With a slight sigh, Cedric walked over and sat down beside her, quietly waiting for the girl to compose herself. "Senior Diggory." "Hello." Jasmine gathered her emotions, suppressing the tremor in her voice, and greeted Cedric, who was quietly waiting beside her. Listening to the girl's muffled voice, which lacked the strength to raise her head, Cedric noticed it sounded a bit hoarse. Cedric took out his handkerchief from the wizard robe draped over his arm, gently handed it to Jasmine, and said softly, "Hello, Miss Potter." Feeling the soft texture of the fabric in her palm, Jasmine moved her fingers, grasped the handkerchief, and quietly. Then she slowly turned to the side, ensuring he wouldn't notice the tears on her face before lifting her head to wipe away her tears with his handkerchief. The handkerchief smelled like warm sunshine, as if it had been basking in the afternoon sun until now, making her feel inexplicably reassured. When Jasmine turned back, she found that Cedric had gentlemanly looked away. "Thank you, I'll wash it and return it to you." Jasmine expressed her gratitude again, but noticed that he seemed to need the handkerchief as well. Cedric wore a black round-neck sports shirt with yellow sleeves rolled up a few times, faintly revealing some muscle lines on his forearms, while sweat trickled down his delicate jaw to his neck, sliding into the loose collar. "Aye." Jasmine reached into her pocket, but found it empty. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes as she said regretfully, "I'm sorry, I didn't bring my handkerchief with me." "It's okay, I'm going to take a shower later anyway." Cedric smiled gently again and took out a box of chocolates from his wizard robe. The packaging was still red and green, but the chocolates inside had melted a bit. "Oh no, the sun hit my clothes during training just now," Cedric said softly, still handing the slightly melted chocolates to Jasmine, saying, "They've melted a bit. But a little sweetness might lift your spirits." Jasmine smiled, took the chocolate, thanked him softly, and finished a piece of chocolate in small bites, even licking the wrapper. Seeing that the girl's mood seemed to have improved a little, Cedric quietly put the melted chocolates back in his pocket, thinking of giving her a new box next time. After finishing the chocolate, Jasmine felt some of her unease dissipate and asked, "Senior Diggory, what were you training?" "Quidditch," Cedric said, a bit shy as he scratched his nose, then mustered the courage to say, "You can just call me Ced. Can I call you by your name?" "Sure." "Ced. Senior." Jasmine hesitated for a moment and called out his name, but felt it was somewhat inappropriate, so she added Senior and asked, "What is Quidditch?" "Quidditch is a type of aerial ball game." Cedric's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but thinking that this was only their second formal meeting, he smiled gently and explained, "All players compete while riding flying broomsticks." "So, Jasmine, you must have had flying lessons, right? When she thought about the broomstick that lay still on the ground, the little girl frowned and finally managed to say, that was my first flying lesson, but I couldn't summon the flying broomstick. Looking at the little girl's slightly puffed cheeks, Cedric chuckled softly, then seriously recalled his first flying lesson. It seemed all the little wizards in the class had succeeded, though it was a matter of how many tries. He had succeeded on his first attempt. If you try a few more times, you'll succeed. I took a long time to try as well. But Cedric chose not to say that and instead encouraged her firmly, you can definitely do it. The little girl's green eyes sparkled with light, and she smiled, promising, he'll practice more from now on. MHM. If you have time, I can take you to the Quidditch pitch to practice flying. Seeing the little girl regain some of her vitality, Cedric happily extended the invitation. Jasmine thought of Wood, who seemed to be the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and his wary look towards her. A hint of complex emotions crossed her eyes. All right, Senior Cedric, Jasmine replied with a smile, but she added, however, I think I should practice summoning the flying broomstick by myself first. After all, since she couldn't even summon the flying broomstick, discussing flying practice seemed premature. Cedric looked at the obedient red-haired girl before him and said gently, after all, we are friends. Jasmine's eyes flickered with an unknown emotion, and then she nodded with a smile. Cedric noticed that the little girl's emotions seemed to have stabilized, and playfully poked her nose, saying, so don't cry over this anymore. Jasmine scrunched her little nose, feeling a bit annoyed, and recalled how he had used the same tone in the library to say her arm was injured by a book, retorting angrily, it's not because of that. Then what's bothering you? Cedric stopped his teasing expression and looked seriously and gently into Jasmine's emerald eyes. Cedric had sensed earlier that the girl wasn't crying just because she couldn't summon the broomstick, so he waited patiently for her emotions to truly stabilize before looking for a reason to ask her. The two fell into silence for a moment, and Jasmine didn't answer directly, instead asking a vague question, what exactly is a friend? Cedric clearly froze, seeming somewhat at a loss in the face of this question. Jasmine snapped back to reality, realizing she had thrown a question she usually asked riddle at him, and awkwardly stood up, trying too hard to end the conversation, saying, I have something to do, I'll go first. She wasn't sure if it was because he was always steadfast and gentle towards her that she let her guard down. Or perhaps it was that recent word friend that made her feel a bit lightheaded. I am your friend. Cedric stood up as well, placing his hands on Jasmine's shoulders, bending slightly, to earnestly look into her eyes, saying, no matter what problems you encounter, you can come to me. That is what friends are for. Looking into his determined and warm gaze, feeling the heat of his hands on her shoulders, Jasmine smiled obediently and nodded, indicating she understood. Cedric, momentarily stunned by her smile, blushed and looked away, then released the little girl's shoulders, bent down to pick up his wizard robe, brushing off the dried grass and dust, and said with a smile, then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Senior Cedric. Jasmine nodded, obediently waving to Cedric, who was still standing in place. The sunset swept across the layers of lake water, casting a dazzling shimmer, illuminating the strands of the girl's hair, enveloping her in a layer of light. Reminiscent of a princess from a fairy tale waiting for her knight to kiss her hand atop a castle, making one unable to resist the urge to submit. Cedric was momentarily mesmerized, and just as Jasmine felt she couldn't keep waving forever and prepared to let go, he made his next move. Before her delicate hand could fall, it was taken by a broad palm. The brown-haired boy slightly bent down, pressing his warm lips against the red-haired girl's somewhat chilly hand. His originally sharp and cold features were gently veiled by the boy's tender demeanor. Goodbye, Jasmine. Goodbye, my little princess. As the words fell, the blushing boy had already dashed out of the bushes, and until her figure waved goodbye, disappearing around the corner of Hogwarts Castle, a low, lingering voice echoed in Jasmine's mind, Jasmine. Riddle. Jasmine called out the name with a hint of surprise. I'm here. Riddle's voice carried a touch of weakness, sounding somewhat ethereal, resonating from deep within Jasmine's mind. It was still the same voice, but Jasmine keenly sensed a change in its tone, so she directly asked in a declarative manner, have you regained your memory? Yes. Riddle chuckled lightly, feeling a bit pleased that Jasmine understood him so well. How did you notice? The memories of the bullying from the pure-blood Slytherin wizards and the pranks from the Gryffindor wizards truly made it hard. It's in your tone. Jasmine was a bit happy that Riddle had quickly regained consciousness, walking towards the Great Hall, while replying to Riddle's question in her mind. The way you called my name sounded as if we had been apart for a long time. Riddle couldn't refute the girl's statement. Those days were indeed tough. Of course, Jasmine's situation remained the same, but fortunately Malfoy had taken the initiative to be friendly with her since starting school. Unlike himself, who had to put in a lot of effort to win over the Malfoy family. Your tone isn't quite right either. This time I was just unconscious for a while. It shouldn't carry so much unrecognized attachment as if feeling wronged. Riddle's voice regained some steadiness as he said what happened. Jasmine didn't know where to start until she reached the entrance of the Great Hall and saw that familiar figure. He seemed to be lost in thought, standing alone by the intricately carved pillar at the door. The dim candlelight illuminated half of his face, adding some warmth to his originally pale features. Jasmine replied to Riddle in her heart, her tone filled with confusion and helplessness. Riddle instantly guessed something, but said nothing. Wasn't this situation exactly what he had orchestrated? After a moment of silence, Jasmine asked again the vague question she had posed earlier: what exactly is a friend? Friends. Recalling the times when he had driven away those so-called friends around the girl to keep her by his side forever to satisfy his insane possessiveness. So only he was Jasmine's only friend. However, judging by the memories he had just regained, the little girl indeed needed some so-called friends. He no longer worried about losing the girl because he was slowly regaining his strength, and he also believed that someone who had never had friends throughout their life would definitely not easily categorize complex relationships tied to interest as friends. Riddle even had confidence that he could teach his girl how to utilize these so-called friends just like the version of himself in his memories. We are friends. If you are asking me about other friends, Riddle said softly, soothing Jasmine's somewhat fearful heart, then I can slowly teach you how to interact with other friends. Indeed, other than himself, there were friends. The next second, the platinum-haired boy seemed to feel Jasmine's gaze, or perhaps noticed the flash of crimson in his peripheral vision. His gray eyes met her calm green ones. Once again, this emotionless calmness was enticing like an abyss, drawing one in. The black-haired boy stepping out of the great hall interrupted this silent atmosphere, and Jasmine withdrew her gaze, no longer meeting those gray eyes, but instead smiled as she walked toward her brother. On a secluded path, there were hardly any people, only occasionally a pair of senior wizards could be seen. The three walked side by side, the atmosphere oddly quiet. It wasn't until they reached a small pavilion resembling a birdcage that Harry spoke up. Molly, I need to have a private talk with Malfoy. You can sit here for a while. After settling Molly on a chair beside the pavilion, Harry and Draco handed her a brown paper bag filled with desserts they had specially packed since the little girl had not come to eat. Molly obediently nodded at her brother, and then took the paper bag from Draco, smiling as she said, "Thank you." Once the two figures walked far away, disappearing into the shadows of the trees along the path, Molly withdrew her gaze and opened the paper bag. Inside were two identical brown paper bags. One contained pumpkin pie, while the other held chocolate cookies. Molly munched on the desserts while gazing at the fountain, emitting a blue glow, discussing the topic of friends with Riddle. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by a pair of watery peach blossom eyes from a secluded corner. Not seemingly entranced, the companion beside Blaze turned to look in Molly's direction. Upon catching sight of what appeared to be a red-haired girl seemingly trapped in a birdcage-like pavilion, jealousy and anger flickered in her eyes as she shook off the hand resting on her shoulder and stood up to leave. Blaze merely smiled and gently beckoned, causing the annoyed girl to fall back into the slender yet strong embrace of the boy. Under the gaze of such affectionate peach blossom eyes, the girl who had just been angry instantly blushed, her annoyance dissolving into shyness. When Molly glanced towards the corner where laughter was heard, she met a pair of similarly deep-set eyes that were also looking over. The girl in the boy's arms had already closed her eyes, waiting for something. However, the boy's eyes remained clear, merely gazing at her with a hint of amusement. The closeness and the way he stared at her stirred a strange feeling within Molly. "Don't look anymore," Riddle's voice resonated in Molly's mind, deep and tinged with annoyance. He detested any expression of arrogance, teasing, or a hint of desire in the other's gaze. Regardless of the emotion, Riddle abhorred it. Perhaps he disliked any gaze that coveted Molly. "All right," Molly replied with a smile, lowering her head to focus on her snacks, casually asking, "Did it succeed yesterday?" Recalling the familiar yet icy sensation she felt on her forehead during her dreams, combined with Professor Bin's earlier touch on her head, Molly was nearly certain that Riddle had succeeded. Whether it was from a previous attempt or the final method that worked, they had succeeded. Riddle suppressed his emotions and said, "It seems that confession truly works. If that counts as confession." Molly couldn't help but chuckle softly, clearly not believing Riddle's words, yet she refrained from offering a rebuttal. Watching as Molly lowered her head, the calm green eyes of Blaze disappeared from view, prompting him to halt his actions and even push away the girl in his embrace. The girl who had been pushed away while her eyes were closed stumbled and fell onto the ground. However, she merely cast a disbelieving glance at Blaze, who was still staring dreamily at the red-haired girl, and directed all her resentment towards Molly. Upon getting a clearer look at the slender figure of the red-haired girl, her delicate features, and the adorable way she was eating the girl who had propped herself up on the ground, couldn't help but freeze for 2 seconds. Glaring fiercely at Blaze, who was smirking, she stamped her foot and fled. Blaze did not turn around, but continued to focus on Molly, standing up to brush off the spots on his clothes that had just made contact with the girl, then walking towards the small, vibrant red bird in the cage. She was so much like his mother, always someone willing to risk everything for her, forever having people ready to sacrifice for her. Yet she could never escape her fate, that of a caged bird meant to be admired. If there were no heroes around her, then he did not have to be one either. After Harry and Draco had walked some distance, they both spoke up almost simultaneously. "Thank you for saving Molly. I'm sorry I shouldn't have thrown Longbottom's memory ball." The atmosphere fell silent again, and the two stopped in their track. They couldn't stray too far, after all. Molly was still waiting for them. "Why, This time Harry spoke first. "Why?" Draco frowned, his tone still filled with discontent as he replied, "Because he put Molly in danger." Harry fell silent again, and the atmosphere sank into silence once more. If I hadn't saved Molly, and you hadn't caught her then. It was now Draco who posed a question. Would you still have helped him retrieve the memory ball? Harry remained silent. He couldn't even bear to think about what could have happened if she had fallen from such a height, or what would have. So I apologize not for that Longbottom, it's all his own fault. Draco returned to his proud tone and said harshly, if only he had listened attentively to Professor Hooch's key points in class instead of staring at Molly the whole time. Neville. Harry interrupted Draco, but he didn't know how to ask. Yes, so I apologize, but not to him. Seeing Harry's conflicted expression, Draco awkwardly continued to explain, I apologize for not making it clear to you which put you in danger. Harry's gaze flickered with complexity, and after a few seconds of silence he said, I'm sorry my tone wasn't good. Remembering how he had seen Neville taunt his classmates while protecting his sister, his tone reminiscent of Dudley. Harry couldn't help but apologize as his tone unconsciously carried a hint of misplaced anger. It's all good. Seeing how things unfolded as Blaise had said, Draco regained his usual spirits, and once again extended his hand saying, we agreed to protect her together, didn't we? Looking at the confidence in Draco's eyes, Harry's eyes sparkled, and he smiled taking that hand saying, in the end we should actually thank you for this matter. Draco was taken aback and blurted out, didn't we just thank each other? I mean, for me becoming the Seeker. Thinking back to what Professor McGonagall had said about this news spreading among the ghosts in a few days, Harry no longer followed Wood's instructions not to spread it, and directly told Draco, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm honored to become the Seeker for the house. Off. Draco stood there in shock, his expression one of disbelief. As Harry led a still incredulous Draco back to the pavilion, they saw a boy sitting beside Molly, his hands resting on the back of the chair as he slowly leaned closer to her. The little girl sat obediently in her original position, her head lowered as she gazed at the scattered paper bag and the fallen treats on the ground, completely unaware of the hand behind her back that was about to wrap around her shoulder. The half-eaten chocolate cookie fell to the ground, and one of the two paper bags that had been resting on her lap also slipped off, rolling out a couple of pumpkin pies. Molly, Riddle called out with some urgency, but the little girl simply sat there on the chair expressionless, her eyes beginning to flicker with a red glow. Hello, Miss Potter. A clear voice sounded beside her, but Molly appeared oblivious to the delicate-looking boy. Blaise raised an eyebrow, closing the distance between himself and Molly, resting his hand on the chair behind her as he introduced himself. I am Blaise Zabini. It's a pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady. Upon noticing that the girl did not reject his proximity, Blaise prepared to place his hand on her shoulder, only to hear two voices coming from a distance. Molly. Molly. The girl who had been sitting still suddenly stood up, causing the remaining bag on her lap to slip down, scattering chocolate cookies all over the floor. But Molly seemed oblivious, simply sprinting towards the source of the voices. Blaise's hand grasped at empty air with only the hem of his wizard robe brushing against his palm, leaving a slight itch. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Blaise smirked, mistakenly thinking that she was shy and fleeing in embarrassment. But the next moment he encountered a pair of furious gray eyes. Blaise arched an eyebrow, curled his lip, and lazily stood up to follow. Harry, upon seeing the sweets on the ground, inwardly cursed. He was all too familiar with the state Molly was in. Fortunately, the boy beside her, who was equally frivolous in posture and appearance, had not touched her. After catching Molly in his arms, Harry hurriedly pulled out a bottle of purple potion from his pocket, intending to feed it to the little girl. However, as soon as Molly saw the potion, she tightly shut her mouth, burying her head into Harry's neck, nuzzling with her fluffy head, silently protesting and pleading. Draco, watching Molly like this, disregarded the slowly approaching Blaise, focusing instead on Harry, who was holding the girl, and clenched his fists. Though he had dealt with Molly's situation on the 15th of every month many times, this was the first time he had been seen holding the little girl in front of others, and Harry's face turned redder than ever. Be good, Molly. While he loved having the little girl cling to him, he didn't want others to see her in such a state, so he could only softly coax her to drink the potion. Hearing Harry's words, Molly, though very reluctant, still lifted her head, gazing pitifully into Harry's eyes, and begrudgingly drank the entire bottle of potion. As the girl tilted her head back and finished the potion, her gaze gradually became clearer. At the same time, a voice filled with Riddle's furious energy echoed in her mind. Does he always feed you like this? Since Riddle had successfully appeared beside the girl in a ghost-like form, this was the first time he had seen the usually chaotic little girl calm down. The black mist, the swirling illusions of memories all faded away, and she could vaguely glimpse the world around her, though it was not as clear as when she had broken through her confinement yesterday. Molly didn't quite understand why Riddle was angry, nor could she recall what had just happened. But seeing her brother's worried face, she instinctively looked towards the moon hanging in the sky. The crescent moon was thin, and recalling the date, it had come a full 10 days early this time. At this rate, she might have to take the potion twice a month to keep it under control. Harry also calculated the timing and frowned, exchanging a glance with Molly before looking at Draco's side, where the frivolous, yet noble-looking boy stood politely inquiring about his identity. My name is Blaise Zabini. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Savior. Blaise maintained a casual demeanor, but extended his hand in a proper manner. He was tall and slender with exquisite features, smiling charmingly at Harry, though his gaze never strayed from the radiant red-haired girl in the night. Harry shook his hand, weighing his words before speaking. "Hello, Mr. Zabini, can we keep what just happened to ourselves?" Molly felt a bit helpless as her brother so openly described the earlier incident as a secret tugging slightly on his hand. Blaise was momentarily taken aback by the straightforward request. However, after glancing at the other's tie, he understood and nodded, a hint of amusement in his eyes, as he smirked, saying, "Of course, it would be my honor to fulfill the Savior's request. I will definitely." "Blaise." Draco interjected, stopping Blaise, who appeared to be jokingly making a promise, then turned to Harry and said, "I'll make sure he doesn't say anything. It's getting late, we should head back." Harry nodded, taking Molly by the hand and motioning for Malfoy to follow before casting a lingering glance at Blaise, who was still smiling at Molly as they walked towards Hogwarts Castle. As they passed the bench, Molly tugged on her brother's hand, indicating that the scattered snacks needed to be picked up. "Perhaps you could leave those snacks for me." Blaise, who was trailing behind the three, stopped and said, "Is that all right, beautiful lady?" Molly glanced at her brother, while Harry shot a look at Draco, who nodded. After thanking him, the three left along the path, watching the figure sandwiched between the two boys, recalling the furious expression on the Platinum boy's face earlier. Blaise's smile deepened, hinting at a dimple. "How amusing." After the three disappeared into the trees, Blaise returned to the bench and picked up the sweets from the ground. Taking his time, he walked in another direction. Under the moonlight, a shadow of a figure seemingly casual, yet somewhat dejected, appeared alongside several cats, one person and several cats also disappearing into the thicket. Hogwarts, Slytherin common room. After Molly and Draco watched their brother's figure vanish up the stairs, they entered the common room, where Pansy, with her short hair, was seated on the sofa, still surrounded by a group of little witches. Noticing Pansy looking her way but quickly averting her gaze upon meeting her eyes, Molly's eyes flickered. It seemed that the rumor wasn't entirely an obstacle to her plans. Surveying the little wizards beside Pansy, who also cast glances at her, she did not find the originally low-profile girl beside her. With Pansy's leisurely demeanor, Molly pondered who the punishment was truly aimed at, as it was hard to say. Draco glanced at the situation in the lounge before pulling Molly towards her dormitory. Upon reaching the door, the platinum-haired boy hesitated and said, "It's not very convenient outside. Perhaps we should go to your dormitory to change the medicine instead." Molly nodded and opened the door to her dormitory. The moment the door swung open, a pair of golden eyes flashed by and a shadow darted in. Just a second before pouncing, it abruptly halted, circling around Molly's feet twice and rubbing against her. "Vivian is back," Molly said as she squatted down to cradle Vivian in her arms, welcoming Draco inside after entering the dormitory. Vivian looked at the stiff platinum-haired boy at the door, seemingly rolling her eyes in a human-like manner, then meowed insistently for her owner's attention, eager to draw all of Molly's gaze to herself. Seeing the little black cat capture Molly's attention, Draco took a deep breath, stepped into the dormitory, and closed. The platinum-haired boy still struggled to control his walking posture, trying to appear more normal. But he remained as stiff as ever, accompanied by some awkwardness. At that moment, the girl let out a soft chuckle, causing Draco to freeze in place, slowly turning his head to see that she hadn't noticed his awkwardness. Molly didn't look up, she only chuckled softly after touching the round little belly of the black cat in her arms. Vivian also voiced her discontent with a series of meows. After Vivian concealed her little belly, Molly petted her fluffy fur and turned to search for Draco. Upon discovering that he was facing away from her while preparing the tools he would need, she decided to single-handedly hold Vivian, who had grown noticeably larger in just a few days, and magically levitate a set of teaware to the table by the window, while sugar cubes floated into the 2 teacups. As Molly set Vivian down and arranged the cushions, she heard a sound of painful intake of breath from Draco's door. Hurrying over, she saw that his finger had turned red from the hot water. Fortunately, it hadn't blistered. Drawing out her wand, Molly pointed it at Draco's pain-trembling hand and softly incanted Episci. The area that had been burned gradually faded from red and swelling, returning to its original pale color. "Thank you." Draco whispered his thanks, feeling the coolness spreading from his fingertips to the burned area, comforting as if he had plunged his hand into ice water. "I should be the one thanking you." Molly smiled and said, "I really did trouble you to help with the medicine." Draco, holding the wooden basin, followed the girl to the bedside and quietly said, "Not a bother. I would willingly change the medicine for you, willing to do anything for you. And I find joy in it." Molly felt that Draco was acting a bit strange today. He had been so arrogant during the flying lesson, yet now he seemed suddenly submissive. His pale fingers gently unwrapped the bandage from the girl's arm. The once frightening bruise, with the help of the potion, had slowly faded from a purplish red to a hint of green. But the young master of the Malfoy family felt a heaviness in his chest and a pang of pain as he recalled sitting next to the girl, wondering why he hadn't stopped Parkinson. "Does it still hurt?" Draco's voice trembled slightly. When Molly looked over, Draco was bowing his normally high platinum head, gently touching the bruise with his cool fingertips. Seeing the complex emotions flickering in his attentive gray eyes, Molly shook her head and replied, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Professor Snape's potion works wonders." Upon hearing this, Draco turned around, tested the water temperature with his fingertips, then dripped a few drops of the pale green potion, and picked up a towel beside him to soak it. While waiting, he asked, "Did you leave this afternoon because you were angry with me?" Before Molly could answer, Draco picked up the towel, wrung it out until it was half dry, and carefully applied it to the girl's arm, while asking again, "Who were you angry with? Potter or Longbottom?" Molly felt the warmth coming from his hands on her arm, looked at his slightly reddened hands, and then gazed into his tense gray eyes, asking, "So why did you hide the memory ball?" "Because I couldn't stand him," the platinum-haired boy replied in a muffled voice, sounding somewhat awkward. "I couldn't stand him staring at you, couldn't stand him dragging you into danger. Couldn't stand him getting your attention, couldn't stand him making you angry with me, even leaving." Molly involuntarily recalled the prank she had seen from the window the first time she had watched from an observer's perspective. Although it was for herself, it was unsurprising that she did not feel happy. With the Malfoy family background, he indeed had the capital to be willful. Although she hated such seemingly harmless pranks that left unpleasant memories, Molly wouldn't get angry with him for Neville's sake. She had no reason to concern herself with this matter and no authority to restrain him. And being angry for her brother didn't seem right either, because whatever happened was her brother's own choice. Moreover, as long as she was around, she wouldn't let her brother get hurt. Seeing the increasingly somber face of the boy in front of her, Molly smiled slightly after coming to a realization and said, "I'm not angry with you for anyone's sake, nor am I angry with you. I just felt unwell and was a bit anxious to return to my dormitory for medicine." Draco thought of Molly's previous condition and that bottle of purple potion, feeling relieved, and quickly turned his attention back to the girl's health, anxiously asking, "What's really going on?" "I'm not very sure." Molly frowned and thought for a moment, then looked up and smiled sweetly. "But as long as I drink the potion brewed by Professor Snape, everything will be fine." Her tone seemed to carry a hint of pride, much like when Draco spoke about how delicious the cookies his mother made were. Draco's gaze flickered. He said nothing more, only silently soaked the towel, wrung it out until it was half dry, and reapplied it to the girl's delicate arm. The brewing of the potion was something he must achieve. Molly quietly watched the platinum-haired boy in front of her, feeling the sense of pride he exhibited once he had relaxed, which belonged to the Malfoy family. Indeed, this boy, raised in such pampering by his parents, bore some resemblance to Dudley, so she wondered why her brother would become friends with him. When the time came, Draco removed the towel from the girl's arm, took out a roll of bandage, and with a flushed face, sat down on the soft cushion right next to her. With circles upon circles, the boy wrapped the bandage around the girl's slender arm, with great seriousness, his movements slightly clumsy, yet filled with carefulness. While being gentle with his movements, Draco's breath was also light, yet due to the proximity, it still sent a shiver across the girl's skin. Until the bandage was secured, both maintained a tacit silence. Looking at the loosely wrapped bandage, which lacked any aesthetic appeal, Draco awkwardly lifted his gaze and met the girl's green eyes just inches away. "Thank you, Draco." Jasmine did not hold back her praise, and even though the result was practically unwrapped, she still appeared quite satisfied. Since the two were very close, Jasmine's voice was also very soft. Draco could only sense a unique fragrance from the girl's breath, which brushed against his skin, leaving a peculiar burning sensation that made him feel as if he were igniting. "No, it's fine," the platinum-haired boy stammered, standing up with a flushed face, sitting back on the previous cushion. He awkwardly picked up a nearby teacup and sipped the tea that was still sweetened to his liking. It was slightly cool, just enough to calm his restless heart. Meanwhile, Vivian, seeing that the platinum-haired boy had already dressed his master's wound, proudly approached Jasmine's lap and found a comfortable position to lie down. While rubbing against the hand that Jasmine gently placed on her, she looked at Draco with a hint of provocation. Draco, lost in thought while sipping tea, did not notice the provocation from the little black cat. His mind was filled with the image of Jasmine smiling at him. Reflecting back, even when he wanted to hide the memory orbs of Lombard that had once protected her, even when he put her brother in danger, she had never said a harsh word to him during their flying class. It was himself who had been overthinking. No, it was Zabinus' words that had misled him. Combined with Zabinus' recent approach towards Jasmine, Draco found it hard not to suspect that he had set his sights on her. But wasn't he only supposed to target purebloods? Draco glanced at the girl before him, who was gently brushing her snow-white fingers across the black fur. Her red hair slightly drooped over her thin shoulders, her eyes downcast, and her lips pursed. Despite her unhealthy pallor, she only evoked more protective instincts in others. The girl was so beautiful that she seemed unreal, and just a smile or a frown could send one's soul in. It seemed there was a reason for her exceptional behavior. The dormitory fell into silence as Jasmine sensed Draco's gaze upon her, shifting her attention from Vivian back to the platinum-haired boy, who was staring at her blankly while holding a teacup. Under the green glow outside the window, Draco's gray eyes seemed to reflect a faint green hue. Suddenly, without preamble, he asked Jasmine, "What do you think of the person we just met?" "It's Blaise Zabini." Draco was somewhat eager to know Jasmine's feelings, thinking of how the little girl had obediently sat in her chair, while Zabinus' arm was draped over the chair, almost encircling her shoulder that was so close. Zabini had those peach blossom eyes that seemed affectionate towards anyone along with a deceptively exquisite appearance. Every girl he had known since childhood seemed to become infatuated with him, but none of them ended well. Especially his childhood friend who, despite being hurt and humiliated, still went to study in France for a playful promise from him. Could someone truly persist to such an extent for just a few days of beautiful memories? Even those beautiful memories might have been false, set up by Blaise. Draco had never seen a girl escape the seemingly affectionate gaze of Zabini, which was laced with calculations based on emotions. The reason he chose to heed Zabini's advice was partly because he was well aware of the methods employed by him. However, it now seemed that the suggestions he had made were not very practical. The little girl actually wasn't angry with him. And those suggestions were all, quite polite. I suppose. Jasmine thought for a moment, and still politely complimented him. Even though her impression of him could be described as terrible, seeing Draco's attitude towards him seemed to suggest a familiar relationship. Jasmine felt it was better not to express her subjective opinion. That's all an illusion. Draco's voice carried a hint of urgency as he said, "Don't be fooled by his appearance. He is not a good person, has a nasty character, and is even casual with feelings. He merely possesses a pair of eyes that are as mesmerizing as his mother's." Jasmine looked at Draco's anxious expression, feeling uncertain about his attitude, and simply nodded along with. Draco gazed at the obedient girl nodding in front of him, and thought of the way Zabini had looked at her, filled with amusement. Given his temperament, he wouldn't give up so easily. Draco said with some unease, "When there are no classes tomorrow and this weekend, try not to leave my sight." At least until he clarified things with Zabini, he needed to ensure that Jasmine wouldn't fall into the trap he had set, thinking of the various suggestions Zabini had whispered to him. If he had the opportunity to use them on Jasmine, the innocent girl would find it hard not to be swayed. "But I promised Miss Granger to go to the library together," Jasmine said somewhat awkwardly. A flash of anger crossed Draco's eyes, but looking at the girl's sparkling eyes, he couldn't bring himself to explode in anger, and asked somewhat awkwardly, "Can't you skip it?" Jasmine said nothing, and made no move, only absent-mindedly stroking the little black cat on her lap. It seemed she was contemplating, yet also indicating her stance. Draco did not dwell on Jasmine's agreement with the girl, shifting the topic back to what he considered the most pressing issue. "So besides being polite, what other feelings do you have?" Jasmine appeared somewhat dazed, but without thinking too long she chose to speak the truth based on Draco's previous attitude towards Zabini. "Actually, I don't like the way he treats the girls around him. I can even say I hate it." Jasmine briefly recounted what she had seen, how he had pushed a girl sitting with her eyes closed onto the ground. This made Draco let out a sigh of relief, though a bad impression was indeed welcome. Young Master Malfoy raised his head, seemingly very satisfied with Jasmine's answer. But the next second he became somewhat uneasy, quietly asking a question, "What about me? What do you think of me?" Jasmine was momentarily taken aback, then looked at the gray eyes of the other person, narrowing her eyes with a sweet smile, and said, "Very cute." Originally thinking he was a gentle little gentleman, only after spending time together did she realize he was merely a child who wore all his thoughts on his face, spoiled by his parents, truly reminiscent of Derry. Equally enviable. Draco turned his face slightly away upon hearing this. He genuinely didn't know what emotion to face this description with. "Cute?" Draco asked softly, "Is Harry cute?" Jasmine was a bit confused by the question, not quite understanding what he meant, but she still nodded in agreement with the fact that her brother was cute. "Cute Potter is fine, then surely I can be cute too. I can let you ruffle my hair, I can hug you." Leaving Jasmine's dormitory as Draco passed by the lounge, he looked at the sofa, where only the three who had made plans earlier remained. Theodore, with a thick book on his lap, was intently reading with his eyelids drooping, looking complex, but unlike before, Pansy was not staring at him. And Blaise was leaning against the back of the sofa with arms crossed, looking at him with a smile. Draco, who originally didn't want to pay attention to them, and was directly heading towards the dormitory, was called to a halt. "Did we not agree to discuss the plan?" Blaise's tone was laden with malice, as if what they were about to discuss was of great interest. Draco turned around, raised his chin, and said, "The plan is cancelled." Thinking of what Harry had said, that Longbottom had sustained a fracture by slamming his arm against the wall to protect Jasmine, yet still tightly held the girl in his arms, the other party seemed not so irredeemable. Upon hearing this, Pansy displayed a hint of confusion on her face. They had played together before and had bullied other kids. This was the first time she had heard such words as "forget it" from this young master. Moreover, this matter concerned someone the other party valued greatly. During this time, it just didn't feel right. "What's wrong? What did Jasmine say to you?" Blaise stood up, moving closer to Draco, saying, "Let me guess. She didn't ask you to spare Longbottom, did she?" Spare his brother's good friend. Originally focused on his book, Theodore's eyes finally showed some emotion upon hearing the name, Jasmine. "She didn't say anything at all." Draco interrupted Blaise's words, calmly stating, "She wouldn't get mad at me for someone else, whether it's Longbottom or Potter." Looking at the confident appearance of the Malfoy heir, Blaise's lips curled into a wicked arc, saying, "Oh really? Is my method working? Which trick did you use? Let me guess, it's been so long it wouldn't be." A loud crash echoed in the lounge, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of the sofa scraping against the floor. Theodore raised his eyes just in time to see the furious Draco gripping Blaze's collar, who was half a head taller than him, pressing him against the back of the sofa. Blaze, pinned against the sofa, looked at Draco, whose fingers were turning white and whose eyes were reddening with anger, momentarily stunned. Theodore, unlike Pansy beside him, seemed unfazed by Draco's actions. "She was never mad at me," Draco said through gritted teeth. "I wouldn't use those methods on her either." The room fell into silence. It was Blaze who broke the deadlock with a light laugh, saying, "You wouldn't? Then how about I give it a trial? Let's bet on who wins her heart first. I advise you to stay away from her." Draco's grip tightened, pinning Blaze firmly against the sofa. "What? Do you think you can give her a definite outcome?" Blaze continued to smile, his tone laced with mockery, asking, "Will the Malfoy family let a half-blood become the mistress? If you can't provide her with a good outcome, why hinder her from experiencing multiple good processes?" A flicker of complex emotion crossed Draco's eyes as he released his grip on Blaze's collar, looking at the provocation in his peach blossom eyes, and enunciated, "Mind your own business, and stay away from her." Blaze raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly straightening his slightly wrinkled collar, smiling as he watched the platinum-haired figure walk back to the dormitory, before turning to look at the two on the sofa. Theodore closed his book, nodded with a smile, and got up to leave. Blaze shrugged indifferently, looking at Pansy, who was looking at him with a complex expression, saying, "Don't look at me like that. Am I not stating the facts?" Pansy turned her head, ignoring Blaze, and stood up to return to the dormitory. Once everyone had left, Blaze, who had still been smiling, did not wipe the smile off his face. He took a deep breath and pretended to be indifferent as he left the lounge. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Gryffindor lounge was not light either. "Harry, why on earth did you agree to be friends with that Malfoy?" Ron had asked this question countless times over the past few days, yet Harry had not given a clear answer. Meanwhile, Hermione, still studying, held her book in the lounge to avoid disturbing her roommate's sleep. Hearing Ron ask Harry this question again, she couldn't help but shake her head. Without waiting for Harry's response, Ron continued to press, "He almost got you expelled today." Upon hearing the word expelled, Harry tightened his grip on his pants and looked at Ron, saying, "But I wasn't expelled, and he saved my sister." Ron pursed his lips and said, "So what? Didn't you still befriend him before he saved your sister? His personality is so bad." "Ron." Harry interrupted Ron, who was complaining about Malfoy, with a strange expression, saying, "If your sister were sorted into Slytherin, you would do the same." "My sister would never be sorted into Slytherin," Ron blurted out, then seeing Harry's somewhat displeased expression, he muttered, "Our whole family is Gryffindor." "Hey Harry, don't go." Watching Harry walk towards the dormitory, Ron shouted as he chased after him, asking, "You still haven't told me why Professor McGonagall called you." Hermione helplessly watched their figures, shaking her head, and continued to read her history of magic, which she had already memorized by the light of the lamp and the fire. Looking at the neat handwriting that seemed to be directly printed, she felt as if she could see the angelic face of the little girl. Tightening her grip on her wizarding robe, Hermione began to read the words recorded in the book again, feeling as if this would allow her to understand more about the person who wrote these notes, to better understand the feelings buried beneath those calm green eyes. Undeniably, Hermione was a clever and sensitive girl. Even though she hadn't participated in that conversation in the potions classroom, she had sensed Jasmine's physical peculiarity and even recognized her numbness towards injury, slander, and others' harsh words. What had Jasmine been through? Hermione had actually wanted to ask Harry countless times, but held back. She still wanted to wait until the little girl trusted her enough to tell her in person. After bidding farewell to Draco, Vivian, who was already exhausted, finally retracted her vigilant gaze and fell into a deep slumber on her designated soft cushion by the window. Jasmine waved her hand, causing the teapot and cups on the table to soar into the air, spinning into place before being tidied up and flying onto a nearby shelf. After stretching her not-so-well-bound arm, Jasmine removed her tie and undid the first button of her shirt, revealing a delicate collarbone beneath her slender neck. But just as she was about to unbutton the second button, a cough echoed in her mind, reminding her. Jasmine paused, turning her head to look at the mirror beside her, and asked in confusion, "So now you can see things without my eyes?" A brief silence indicated the answer. "Oh, why is it still not working?" Feeling somewhat dejected, Jasmine leaned on a pile of papers filled with elegant script and asked weakly, were there any special conditions last night? Perhaps due to the purple potion she had consumed, Jasmine sensed that the magic within her was suppressed. Even though her magical energy felt drained, she still couldn't complete the spell they had practiced yesterday. After a moment of silence, Jasmine stood up from her chair, waved her hand, and the blanket on the bed soared into the air. The little girl walked over with unsteady steps and dove into the soft single bed as the blanket floated down. "Aren't you going to change clothes?" Riddle asked. The little girl, who was a light sleeper, spoke as she buried her face in the pillow, mumbling, "Then you close your eyes." "Okay." Riddle's voice was lowered like a small hook that made Jasmine feel a tingling sensation in her heart. Even having received the other's affirmation, the little girl did not get out of bed, but began changing her clothes under the covers. As each piece of clothing was tossed out, they froze neatly in midair. Jasmine poked her little head out with some effort, waved her hand, and the wrinkled clothes were transformed anew. She then folded them neatly and placed them on the bedside table. It seems I must find a solution even earlier, Jasmine muttered softly, while lying on the bed her eyes squinted, as if she were about to fall asleep. There will be a way, Riddle whispered. Jasmine seemed to have already fallen asleep, only unconsciously letting out a soft hum in response. The dormitory returned to silence with only the long, gentle breaths of Jasmine and Vivian intertwining. Riddle felt a familiar sensation followed by a blinding white light. Once again able to clearly see the little girl, Riddle felt his breath quiver. The silhouette of a youth slowly approached the bedside, reminiscent of a beast approaching its comatose prey, his eyes filled with a frenzied possessiveness and a flickering emotion that could be called love. Outside the window the green light flickered, and the only chill inside the tent came from a lingering kiss on the brow. Hogwarts corridor. Did you hear? Harry Potter is the new seeker for Gryffindor. Two ghosts floated by, one of whom was nearly headless Nick, who was loudly proclaiming to the nearby ghost his knowledge and opinions. I always knew he would excel. The passing young wizards more or less caught wind of this, not to mention those who were standing in small circles chatting. Everyone seemed unfazed by the latest news from Hogwarts that had come from the ghost's mouth. Ron and Harry emerged from the classroom holding books, and as they walked, Ron incredulously said, "A seeker. The school team has never taken a first-year student." Ron's expression carried a sense of admiration as he said, "You must be the youngest player in Quidditch in 100 years, according to Professor McGonagall," Harry added proudly. "Hey Harry, good job." The twins sprang out from the crowd, sandwiching Harry and Ron in between them. One of the twins, standing next to Harry, spoke. "First, Wood told us." However, his thoughts seemed not to be on this matter, but rather scanning the crowd to see if he could spot that hint of red. Fred and George are also on the team. Ron, clearly unaware of his brother's thoughts, smiled and explained to Harry, "They are beaters. Our job is to make sure you don't get hit too badly." Before Ron could finish, the other twin beside him, having confirmed that there were no familiar faces around, bent down slightly over Ron, speaking to Harry, who was about the same height as Ron but shorter than him. "But I can't promise anything. Quidditch can be brutal. Very cruel," one of the twins on Harry's side confirmed after ensuring there were no young girls in sight, continuing, "But no one has died in many years. Occasionally someone goes missing after a match, but they usually show up again in a month or two." As they turned the corner, the twins paused and called out playfully to Harry and Ron as they walked towards the small garden, then laughed and followed the crowd into the classroom. "Next time I see the little kitty, I have to ask her for a reward. After all, her brother's safety on the Quidditch field is in our hands." Hearing their words, Harry frowned, and Ron, noticing Harry's expression, looked a bit anxious and pleaded, "Oh, come on, Harry, Quidditch is amazing. It's the most thrilling game." Since last night, when it was revealed that Harry had been uncharacteristically accepted as the seeker for Quidditch by Professor McGonagall, Ron had hardly slept a wink, excitedly recounting to Harry how thrilling Quidditch matches were and how impressive the players' flying skills were. But the more he said, the deeper Harry's frown became. "You will perform excellently too." Ron seemed to sense Harry's anxiety and encouraged him with a different approach. Sitting on a bench reading a book while waiting to ask the assistant professor of defense against the dark arts some questions, Hermione spotted the two. She patted Jasmine, who was still immersed in discussing dark magic defense with Riddle, and pulled the still-dazed girl to chase after the two who hadn't gone far. "But I've never played Quidditch before," Harry said worriedly. "What if I make a fool of myself? Especially in front of those twins. Particularly after they mentioned their task was to ensure he wouldn't get hit too badly. You won't make a fool of yourself." Hermione, who was pulling Jasmine along, said, "You have inherited your family's talent." Harry looked at Hermione and then at Jasmine, who was beside her. He only received a confirming look from Hermione and a smile of assurance from Jasmine. Still not understanding the meaning behind Hermione's words, Harry turned his face towards Ron, who responded with a similarly puzzled pout. A massive glass display case stood against the wall, its glass and body polished to a pristine shine, filled with gleaming trophies and various medals. Hermione held on to Lily, pointing towards Harry and Ron, who were trailing behind. Following Hermione's gesture, Ron exclaimed, "Harry, you never mentioned your dad was also a seeker." I didn't know." Harry gazed absent-mindedly at his father's name in the display case, a slight smile curling his lips, revealing a complex mixture of affection and estrangement. Completely oblivious to the name of Professor McGonagall on the medal beside his father's, as well as the shadow of concern flashing in Lily's eyes beside him. However, Hermione felt the slight chill in the small girl's hand and seemed to tremble slightly. When she turned her gaze, Hermione met a pair of green eyes that seemed like an abyss unfathomable. "To be honest, I find this quite terrifying." Ron caught up with Harry, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, and whispered in his ear, "She knows more about you than you do." Lily looked at Hermione, noticing that she was not paying attention to what Ron was saying, but rather staring at the suddenly retracted staircase railing behind them. "Everyone who knows more than I do." Harry seemed reluctant to discuss the matter further, as after the moment of joy, he keenly sensed that his sister's mood was not quite right. Ron appeared to want to say something more, but the staircase suddenly began to move. Lily immediately cast a small area immobilization spell on her feet and held on to Hermione. Her gaze was fixed on Harry, who was walking ahead, though she also kept an eye on Ron. Fortunately, the staircase only shook violently at the moment it started moving. Harry steadied himself on the railing, and Ron grabbed onto a few steps above before standing up again. No one fell or was injured, and the staircase slowly began to shift. Lily, are you all right? Harry asked, glancing back at the little girl after securing his footing. Lily calmly shook her head, indicating she was fine. However, Ron, standing next to Harry, looked panicked and asked, "What's going on?" Hermione, holding Lily with one hand, while steadying the railing with the other, surveyed the surroundings with a frown, a little flustered as she glanced around, while Ron, who was not holding onto the railing, explained, "These staircases change, remember?" The staircase turned 90 degrees in midair and then stopped, connecting to a platform with a closed door. As the staircase stopped, it shook briefly, startling Ron, who was looking back, and nearly causing him to fall. Hermione reached out to steady him. Looking at the platform ahead and the seemingly ancient wooden door, a glimmer of interest crossed Lily's eyes. Once the staircase came to a halt, Harry, seeing that everyone was fine, pointed to the wooden door on the platform and said, "Let's go this way, or the staircases will change again." Lily did not contradict her brother, nor did she clarify where this door led. She silently let Hermione lead her up the steps. Harry and Ron pushed open the unlocked wooden door, which emitted the characteristic creak of old wood. The sound echoed in the dark space behind the door, bouncing off strange sculptures covered in cobwebs, creating a series of echoes. Looking at the eerie, vast darkness around them, and the only sliver of light coming from the wooden door behind them, Ron swallowed hard, his expression growing more terrified as he trembled and asked, "Doesn't anyone think we shouldn't be here? We definitely shouldn't be here." Hermione, clearly realizing where they were, grabbed Lily, who was looking around, and pulled Harry, who was still wanting to go further, and saying, "This is the 3rd floor. It's a forbidden area." No sooner had she spoken than the flames on a nearby stone pillar flared up unexpectedly, causing everyone to turn towards the sudden firelight behind them, while they overlooked a long-haired cat striding gracefully into the room. "Let's go," Hermione urged, pulling Lily along and dragging Harry with her, while signaling to Ron to return through the small wooden door as a hoarse meow echoed behind them. Except for Lily, the others were clearly startled. The long-haired cat, Mrs. Norris, stared at Lily and meowed again, prompting Hermione to be the first to react, saying, "That's Filch's cat." "Run," Harry urged quietly, pulling Lily away from Hermione and darting into the depths of darkness, with Hermione stamping her foot and following suit. Seeing everyone rush into the darkness, Ron hesitated, his face reflecting two kinds of fear, before following them. As they ran, Lily glanced back slightly, raising her finger, which was not wrapped in bandages, to her lips, signaling Mrs. Norris. After receiving the cat's human-like nod, Lily squinted and smiled, then turned her gaze back to the front, leaving with her brother. As they ran, the flames on the stone pillars around them ignited one by one. "Hurry!" Harry pulled Lily along, falling behind Ron and Hermione, and quietly urged the two in front, "Quick, hide behind the door up ahead. The door is locked." Originally running at the back, Ron was now at the front, tugging at the door handle, but finding it impossible to open, he turned back and shouted, "We're doomed. This is it for us." Lily, being led by Harry with his right hand, was about to wave her less convenient left hand when she saw Hermione charge forward. "Get out of my way," Hermione shouted as she ran up, pushing Ron aside, pulling out her wand from her robe, and declaring, "Alohomora." With a sound of click, the latch behind the door was easily opened by Hermione. A glimmer of admiration crossed Lily's eyes, as she had indeed not misjudged Hermione. She was someone with the wisdom to enter Ravenclaw and the courage that could undoubtedly be called Gryffindor. "Come in," Hermione said, opening the door to let in Harry and Lily, followed by Ron, who closed the door behind them and turned to question, "Alohomora." Hermione, noticing the admiration in Lily's eyes, raised her chin slightly and explained to Ron with a touch of pride, "It's in Chapter 7 of Standard Spells." At that moment, the flames that had flared up outside due to someone passing by extinguished one by one. A figure holding a lantern entered through the dilapidated wooden door. It was Filch, dressed in a tattered coat. "Has anyone been here, dear?" Filch asked in a hoarse voice, looking down. However, Mrs. Norris at his feet did not respond with her usual meow, instead curling up obediently, gazing into the depths of darkness alongside him. Hermione and Ron quietly leaned against the door, pulling it open just a crack to check whether Filch had heard anything or discovered something. Molly was pulled by her brother, turning her head to glance around the room. In the faint moonlight streaming in from outside, she saw a massive shadow in the center of the room that seemed to be breathing. She tugged at Harry, who was also gazing outside, signaling him to look back. "Let's go." Seeing nothing unusual, Filch furrowed his brow and called out to Mrs. Norris, and together man and cat left the dilapidated wooden door. Outside, a silence and darkness descended. "Filch is gone," Hermione said to Ron. Ron slowly closed the door and muttered, "Maybe he thinks this door is locked." "It is locked," Hermione corrected Ron. As they turned to walk back to Harry's side, Harry stiffly added to Hermione's comment, "There's a reason it's locked." The wind seemed to stir the clouds, and brighter, softer moonlight poured in, gradually revealing the shadow on the ground. Two black claws resembling small mountains intertwined, and looking up, one could see the massive head of a black creature, eyes closed in sleep. The enormous black head resembled a dog, or one could say it looked like an oversized version of a dog. It seemed startled awake by a noise, or perhaps by the moonlight streaming in from outside. Those originally closed eyes slowly opened. As the moonlight gradually crept into the room, a second beast yawned widely, followed by a third, which was now alert and looking towards the four of them. As the moonlight illuminated the room, Molly realized that this was not three monsters, but a giant creature with three. As the monster slowly stood up, Molly had to tilt her head back just to barely see its eyes. Up. As Hermione, Ron, and her brother screamed, Molly's gaze shifted away from the looming beast baring its teeth, and instead waved her left hand, shouting to the three, "Run." Molly was the first to pull Harry out, followed closely by Ron, while Hermione lagged behind. Just after Molly shouted, the giant creature halted, seemingly hitting an invisible barrier, freezing in place for a few seconds. But as the four of them ran outside, the enormous creature chased after them. Its longest head opened wide, ready to snap at the last Hermione. Molly quickly drew her wand with her left hand and shouted loudly, "Petrificus totalis." The roaring sound behind Hermione ceased, and Ron, who had already turned and exited, took the opportunity to pull Hermione out. But another head of the monster quickly roared and smashed through the petrified head that was frozen in place, trying to attack the four outside. Harry let go of Molly's hand and rushed over to shut the wooden door, but there was still a gap. The impact and roars from beyond the door were simply too much for Harry to withstand. Ron and Hermione rushed over to help close the door. Inside was the incessant gnawing of the giant beast's head, and outside were the terrified screams of the three small ones. Molly silently waved her wand, and the door finally slammed shut with a bang. Hermione, quick on her feet, pulled the bolt, locking the door. In the hallways of Hogwarts. What were they thinking? Ron, looking terrified, walked ahead and said, filled with lingering fear, "They actually locked such a huge monster in the school." Hearing Ron's words, Molly paused, comforting Hermione, who was still immersed in the echoing roars and the smell of blood from moments ago. She shook her head at Ron, signaling him not to bring up the topic. But Hermione seemed unfazed by the fear. Instead, she shot Ron a glare and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Did you not see? What was it standing on?" Ron retorted, a mix of anger and grievance in his tone, "I was too busy looking at it." "Well, maybe you didn't notice. It has 3 heads. Ron felt increasingly wronged as he spoke, but he stubbornly shot Hermione a glare back. "A trapdoor," Molly soothed, patting Hermione's back, interrupting Ron's continued recounting of their terrifying experience, and provided the answer to Hermione's question. That monster was standing on a trapdoor. It certainly wasn't just standing there by chance. Hermione nodded in affirmation to Molly's answer, then raised her head to Ron and said, "It's guarding something." Hearing this, Harry, who had been walking behind, couldn't help but ask, "Guarding something?" Molly held Hermione in place, observing her condition. It seemed that after bickering with Ron, she was almost back to normal. She turned back to her brother and Ron, not answering her brother's question, but instead changing the topic, saying to the three, "Thank you for walking me back. You guys should head back too. You should get some rest early too," Harry said, looking at the obedient little girl before him, reaching out to ruffle her fluffy hair. Ron, feeling shy, scratched his head and added, "Get some rest. See you in the Great Hall tomorrow morning," Hermione said, holding Molly's hand with some reluctance. "Okay." Molly smiled and agreed, watching the three of them disappear around the corner of the staircase. In the distance, the sounds of Hermione and Ron bickering could still be heard, with faint words like "worse" and "expelled." Molly turned around, helplessly preparing to call out, when suddenly a figure emerged from around the corner. The person was backlit by the moonlight, their face shrouded in shadow, but Molly recognized the lazy gait of the figure, Blaise Zabini. As the figure stepped into the moonlight, Molly noticed that the collar seemed a bit wrinkled and had a few unknown leaves stuck to it. Blaise's beautiful peach blossom eyes were full of laughter, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing charming dimples, as he said in an elegant voice, "Good evening, beautiful lady." If one overlooked his appearance from yesterday and his seemingly unserious demeanor and attire, they might truly think he was a gentleman of grace just from his voice. "Good evening, Mr. Zabini," Molly politely greeted, then pointed to the leaves on his collar, saying, "You have a few." Blaise didn't pull his hands out from his pockets. Instead, he leaned closer to Molly, teasingly saying, "Beautiful lady, could you help me with this?" Feeling his warm breath nearly brushing against her face, Molly took a step back, but still raised her right hand to remove the leaves, displaying them in front of him. At that moment, the door to the common room suddenly swung open. When Emily looked over, she met a pair of gray eyes filled with shock and anger. The girl, whose gaze had just shifted, felt her small hand grasped firmly by Blaise. By the time Emily turned back, the other party had already placed a gentle kiss on her palm. The cool lips were no longer as heated as she had felt before. "Blaise, what are you doing?" Standing inside the door was Draco, who rushed out like a madman, shoving Blaise hard, causing him to stagger back 2 or 3 steps before regaining his balance. "I told you, stay away from her." Unsure of the situation, Emily felt her unwithdrawn hand firmly taken by the platinum-haired boy, leading her into the lounge and pressing her onto the sofa. Emily looked somewhat at a loss as she watched Draco dampen a towel, repeatedly wiping her down. The towel felt slightly cold, and glancing at the water basin on the table with no steam rising from it, it seemed the other party had been waiting for her for quite some time. Meanwhile, on the sofa sat a tall boy flipping through a thick book. His posture was elegant, and even the way he turned the pages seemed meticulously trained. However, after Draco brought Emily and Theodore's page-turning speed dropped dramatically, and he barely turned page. Blaise swaggered in through the door looking at the three people on the sofa, still wearing an arrogant smile. He walked straight to the sofa opposite. Emily leaned back, stretched out his long legs, and rested them on the table. Draco put down the towel and said to Emily, "Wait for me, I'll go get a basin of water." Emily nodded, watching the platinum-haired boy's silhouette disappear around the corner. When she shifted her gaze back, she found herself staring into a deep blue sea. It was Theodore, who had lifted his head at some point and was calmly looking at her sitting obediently on the sofa. Emily returned a polite smile to Theodore, who was squinting his eyes and smiling at her. His complexion was not as pale as before, and his smile was no longer stiff. Even his gaunt cheeks seemed to have gained a bit of flesh. Meanwhile, Blaise, seated opposite Emily, noticed that she did not inquire about his recent actions, nor did she even glance in his direction, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. He placed his feet on the ground, stood up, and walked towards the direction Draco had just left. Aside from the friendly smile she had just shared with Theodore, Emily lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought, but in reality, she was communicating with Riddle in her mind. The Zabini family seems not to be one of the sacred 28 families. Emily asked, a hint of confusion. Riddle also quietly assessed the casual figure and said, "The magical world is not entirely controlled by pure-blood families." A shadow of understanding crossed Emily's eyes. It seemed that the knowledge she needed to acquire went beyond what was contained in the library. She could roughly infer the motives behind Nate's actions, but as for this Zabini, recalling the malice in his eyes, Emily couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Having gazed long at the Malfoy heir's eyes, she almost forgot her current predicament. "You saw it too. She doesn't dislike my closeness." Just then Draco, who had just filled the water, heard Blaise's voice behind him. "She is no different from other girls. They all enjoy beautiful moments." "Enough." Draco, filled with suppressed anger, interrupted Blaise's words. "Perhaps you should consider the girl you went to Beauxbatons with." Blaise's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly shifted to a low chuckle. Taking 2 steps closer, he crossed his arms and said, "Her departure has nothing to do with me. It was merely a result of family interests." "Are you really willing to just be her friend when you cannot give her a future?" Without receiving a response, Blaise continued, "Then do not stop me from giving her beautiful memories." Draco paused, holding the towel, as he thought of the fiery red hair under the sunset, the girl's delicate features, the hand that reached out, and the gentle green eyes. He thought of her every smile and frown, and of the calm way she looked at him alongside that falling figure. The platinum-haired boy pressed his hand against his chest. He poured out the water and refilled the basin with water at a suitable temperature. Draco did not answer Blaise's question, but repeated his earlier words, "Stay away from her." Just as he was about to leave around the corner, Draco turned back, his gray eyes calmly meeting Blaise's still smiling face, leaving behind a sentence, "She is not like those girls." As soon as the platinum-haired boy's figure vanished, the smile Blaise had been wearing slowly faded, then transformed into a malicious curve. "Not like them. I want to see what makes her different." The weight seemed to stretch on, and the surroundings had fallen silent without the sound of pages turning. Emily lifted her head to look at Theodore, who also lifted his head at the same moment, and looked back. A flicker of realization crossed Emily's eyes as she instinctively squinted and smiled, asking, "Do you know what potion that flower can be brewed into?" Theodore seemed to have anticipated her question, but had not expected it to be so direct. After a moment of silence, he simply replied with 2 words, "I know." Emily slightly nodded, not pursuing the matter further, and Draco appeared around the corner. With no one following him, the lounge fell into silence. After the potion was prepared, Emily stood up, greeted the two, and then headed toward her dormitory. Theodore looked up, smiled in response, and then continued reading while the platinum-haired boy followed the girl. Emily felt the presence of the green apple following behind her. She did not stop or ask anything, maintaining her pace as she continued walking. Halfway down the corridor, Draco lowered his voice to ask the first question. "Why are you back so late? Didn't you say you were just going to the library to read?" Emily's eyes flashed as she replied, "Miss Hermione Granger took me and my brother to see the Quidditch medals my father won." It took some time. Hearing Emily mention her father and the Quidditch medal reminded Draco of what Harry had told him earlier about. Draco clenched and then relaxed his fist, feeling a bit dejected as he said, "My flying skills are also excellent. I will definitely become the Seeker for Slytherin next year." "Okay, I believe you." Emily turned around at the entrance to the dormitory, smiling at the platinum-haired boy, who looked somewhat unhappy. "You can definitely do it." "All right, see you tomorrow afternoon." "You can definitely learn it as well." "Okay, see you tomorrow afternoon." After Emily finished speaking with a smile, she turned to open the dormitory door. Just as she was about to close it, a pale hand stopped the door. Fearing to pinch the other, Emily opened the door again and asked, "Is there anything else?" "If it were me." The platinum-haired boy slightly lowered his head, his light, gray eyes reflecting the somewhat bewildered girl. Under the gentle moonlight, the platinum-haired boy slightly bent down, pressing his lips against Emily's palm. Hermione held hands with Molly as they exited the Great Hall, excitedly discussing the interesting anecdotes of Hogwarts recorded in the book she hadn't finished reading yesterday. Molly smiled and nodded in response, but was bumped on the shoulder by someone passing by who was laughing and playing. Feeling the slight pain in her shoulder, Molly was certain that the bump was intentional, as the person seemed to have deliberately restrained their strength, perhaps fearing they might hurt her. Molly shifted her gaze from the happily smiling Hermione and met the eyes of 3 Gryffindor girls who looked at her with a mix of admiration and malice. This malice wasn't directed at her, so. Returning her gaze to Hermione, the girl who had just been beaming with joy now bore a look of anger mixed with some embarrassment. "I'm sorry I bumped into you. Are you okay?" She felt the kindness radiating from the other person along with the ongoing malice directed at the girl behind her. Molly merely smiled and shook her head to indicate she was fine, as if completely oblivious to the fact that the other person had something to say, pulling the now slightly cold hand of Hermione away. As they left, Hermione glanced back at the 3 little witches with a hint of pride in her smile. But after turning back looking at the hand being held by Molly, all the pride in her eyes faded, replaced by worry and fear. Hermione remembered a conversation she had accidentally overheard one night at the dormitory entrance. What right does that arrogant bookworm have to be so close with the Savior's sister? I heard her parents are both Muggles. She shouldn't even be at school. No wonder Professor McGonagall had to pick her up. It's no surprise she got that chance to go to the library together. If you ask me, Anna, you're the one more deserving of being Molly's friend. Yes, she was born into a Muggle family. Did she really have the right to be friends with someone as dazzling as her? Hermione, who had been talking all along, fell into a rather excessive silence. Molly sensed the unease from Hermione's glance toward those 3 little lions. And now the atmosphere between the two was somewhat silent, but Molly did not intend to say much. Some truths cannot be understood just by speaking them out loud. Molly believed in what she saw in Hermione's eyes and trusted that Hermione could figure this out on her own. For her, this was not a bad thing. As for those 3 little witches, Molly did not care about the kindness they were projecting, though she vaguely guessed where the recent glances of admiration or pity were coming from. Molly had no intention of seeking anyone's confirmation. Although this delayed her original plans a bit, it wasn't a bad thing. So sometimes playing dumb is also good. Looking at the overcast sky outside the hallway with thick clouds pressing low, completely obscuring the sun, it seemed like it was about to rain. Molly couldn't help but worry whether the afternoon flying training would proceed as planned. Perhaps she could borrow a broomstick and practice alone back at the dormitory. The library. With the sound of flipping pages stopping, Molly exhaled, closed the book in her hands, and placed it on top of a stack of books on the table. Looking up, she saw Hermione's slightly frightened expression and her mouth agape, revealing 2 adorable rabbit teeth. Molly couldn't help but chuckle, leaning closer to Hermione's ear and whispering, "What's wrong?" Hermione closed her surprised mouth, her ears slightly reddening. After a moment of conflicted expression, she leaned closer to Molly's ear. But just as she opened her mouth, a commotion of falling books came from behind the bookshelf, followed by the lowered, angry voice of Madame Pants. "What is going on?" Molly and Hermione exchanged glances and joined the other little witches to check the situation. Scattered books all over the floor, a wobbly bookshelf that had just stabilized, and a familiar figure sitting on the ground. It was her, the girl following Pansy. "Everyone be quiet," Madame Pants shouted, causing the surrounding little witches to hush. Then, softening her tone, she asked the trembling black-haired girl on the ground, "What happened here?" The black-haired girl kept her head down, shaking uncontrollably, even covering her head with her hands curling up as the falling books hit her. Molly looked at the familiar bookshelf in front of her, 18 rows and 4 columns, 5A. Her eyes flickered as she stepped forward and asked, "Madame Pants, may I take a look?" Madame Pants shifted her gaze to the obediently smiling girl in front of her, whose robes and tie matched those of the trembling little witch on the ground, and nodded. Just as she was about to remind her to be careful not to step on the books on the floor, she saw Molly take out her wand, wave it a few times, and softly mutter a spell. The books on the ground slowly floated up and flew back onto the shelves. Madame Pants couldn't help but admire the red-haired girl's back a few glances, not noticing that the books were all arranged in their original order. If she had noticed then, for someone who seemed to have only visited this bookshelf once, and had only stayed for a short time, Madame Pants would definitely have requested Professor Dumbledore's assistance in organizing the shelves. Just thinking about it was delightful. After returning the books to the shelves, Molly didn't pay much attention to the book that was hidden among them. Instead, she slowly approached the curled-up black-haired girl, squatted down, gently patted her shoulder, and asked softly, "Are you okay?" The girl, who had been trembling all over, suddenly stopped shaking as Molly's small hand touched her shoulder. The black-haired girl slowly lifted her head, looking at Molly with frightened black eyes gradually calming down. Yet in that silence there seemed to be a different light shining. Seeing her shake her head, seemingly unwilling to answer the question, and trying to stand up while supporting herself on the ground, Molly didn't press further and simply pulled her up. "What happened?" Madame Pants, following Molly, bent down slightly, as if trying to see the face of the black-haired girl who had been keeping her head down. But the black-haired girl buried her head, even lower, her thick bangs covering almost half her face along with those beautiful eyes. The little witches surrounding the bookshelf looked shocked, discussing Molly's spell, even ignoring Madame Pance's words, and beginning to whisper among themselves. "I say, be quiet." Madame Pance once again restored order to the surroundings, then turned back to look at the now trembling girl, switching to a gentler tone to inquire about the situation again. The black-haired girl said nothing, merely shook her head, deeply bowed, and then ran out of the crowd. Madame Pance reached out to stop her, wanting to ask a few more questions, but the girl seemed to have sensed it beforehand, and dodged. As for the little witches surrounding her, seeing that the girl's robes were somewhat unkempt, they automatically opened a path. Jasmine watched the figure disappear into the crowd, silently recalling the expression on their face. It was as if a person in darkness had seen the light, a person in the cold wind had seen the fire, a person in the desert had seen water. A long-suffering soul had glimpsed redemption. She had done nothing but gently pat the person's shoulder and politely inquire about their situation. How could it come to this? In the moment their gazes crossed, Jasmine noticed a pair of blue eyes that were completely different from the emotions of the surrounding young wizards. Theodore nodded. The other party noticed her gaze and nodded slightly, indicating a direction, before turning to walk inside. The meaning was clear, he was calling her over. "Follow him," Riddle's voice echoed in her mind. "The not child should be able to answer our questions." Recalling the deep sea-like gaze of the other, which held none of the shock or admiration that other young wizards displayed. It was simply calm, as if any extraordinary ability or talent she revealed would be expected. The other party knew far more than she had anticipated. Jasmine politely nodded to Mrs. Plimsoll, then approached a somewhat shocked and excited Hermione, whispering for her to return to her seat and wait for her. Receiving a reluctant nod of agreement from Hermione, Jasmine smiled reassuringly at her and walked through pairs of eyes filled with admiration or recognition toward the direction indicated by Theodore. As Jasmine ventured deeper into the library, the shadows of people beside the bookshelves grew fewer. Although the windows were the same, there was an ever-present feeling that the further she walked, the darker it became. Until she reached the end, a voice unique to youth rang out beside her, like a clear spring in the mountains, pure and ethereal. "This way." Jasmine followed the slender figure of the boy and sat down at a small round table nearby. For a moment neither spoke, simply gazing at each other quietly. Jasmine did not display her usual gentle smile, nor did Theodore. Finally, the pale blue eyes could not help but look away first, while the girl simultaneously spoke up, posing her question. "Do you know what kind of potion can heal? Or suppress what?" Jasmine smiled slightly, momentarily shedding her disguise under the gaze of his blue eyes. She did not wish to pretend before someone who had already seen through her malicious smile toward Pansy. Moreover, now that she needed something from him, it seemed she had to show some sincerity to obtain the information she sought. Her smile was no longer innocent and harmless. Instead, it made Theodore, who normally wore a cold or forced smile, feel a bit flushed. But thinking of the oath he had made, Theodore chose to simply respond with those two words, "I know." "All right then." Jasmine understood his attitude and returned to her usual obedient demeanor, directly asking, "So why did you call me here?" Theodore quickly suppressed his emotions, regaining his usual expression. Though still not quite accustomed to the girl's directness, the boy paused for a moment before saying, "Zabini plans to go to the infirmary this afternoon to cause trouble for Longbottom." Jasmine recalled the sound of bones cracking in her ear earlier and those determined eyes. Sighing, she still asked, "Does Malfoy know?" Hearing him not refer to the other by his name, Draco, but rather by the family name, Malfoy, Theodore understood very well what she was inquiring about. "He isn't very clear," Theodore provided a knowing look appeared on Jasmine's face. That was Zabini's own intention. But why did the other have the audacity to bully Longbottom, showing neither respect nor fear towards Malfoy? "Zabini. He doesn't seem to belong to the sacred 28 families." Jasmine spoke with some confusion, not inquiring how Theodore knew this, nor asking why Zabini would do such a thing. Perhaps she had already thought through the intentions behind his actions, so she directly asked the question that had been troubling her. What was the reason for his boldness? "No." Theodore, facing the girl's puzzled expression, hesitated before explaining, "But his family's economic power is comparable to the Malfoys. Because of his mother." Looking at him, struggling to find the right words, Jasmine put away her curious expression and said, "If it's too inconvenient, you don't have to say it." "Zabini. Not among the sacred 28 families, yet possessing such astonishing wealth. The reason behind it is hard to articulate." Jasmine seemed to understand, so if it was difficult for him, there was no need for her to insist on a clear answer. "Why not tell Draco?" Jasmine squinted her eyes with a sweet smile. After all, she was not here to learn about an unrelated person's plan, so she directly asked, "Why tell me instead?" Theodore looked at the girl, who smiled like a little angel, and a strange emotion flickered in his eyes as he spoke. "Because you would find a way to help him. Wouldn't you? Just as you helped me back then. Perhaps this would allow me to see that you are not only kind to me, but to everyone who has extended goodwill toward you. When taking advantage of you, I could feel more at ease." Jasmine fell silent, still smiling obediently, neither nodding in agreement nor shaking her head in denial. Theodore was eager to know the answer, and could only shift the topic to a question he thought would interest her, one about the dark-haired girl from earlier. Were you curious about why she looked at you like that? This time Jasmine expressed her stance, gently shaking her head. Compared to learning about the other's story from Nott, it seemed she would have to pay a cost she had not yet clarified. Hearing the dark-haired girl tell her own story would be much more captivating. After all, something must be given, so why not listen to what the dark-haired girl has to say? Perhaps what we should discuss now is our own matters. Jasmine smiled as she turned the conversation back to the two of them. Theodore fell silent, and the once calm blue eyes began to stir with tumultuous waves upon hearing the word, we. Jasmine quietly observed the struggle in his eyes, which eventually transformed into a plea, still unable to tell her the truth. In fact, Jasmine had sensed the purposeful approach of the other during the charms class. Whether it was the original seating arrangement or him suddenly standing up to speak for her, this should have brought him negative consequences. Yet he had gained Malfoy's recognition and indirect protection along with many benefits she could only vaguely guess. He was trying to use her to gain leverage from Professor Snape that would be advantageous to him. This was nothing in itself, but given his current refusal to mention her, there was truly no need to continue this conversation. He did not have enough courage to tell her the truth, and she did not want to force him to reveal anything. Jasmine politely nodded her farewell and stood up, leaving behind the boy with his complex emotions reflected in his blue eyes. Perhaps you could ask him about the story of that dark-haired girl. Riddle's voice came, seemingly interested in the earlier dark-haired girl. She has a very special pair of eyes. Indeed, those are very special eyes. Jasmine squinted, not replying to Riddle's words, even casually picking up a few books about Quidditch from the shelf. Under the increasing number of gazes, she sat back in her seat. Are you very interested in her? Jasmine asked Riddle in her mind after settling down. Why? Sensing that the girl's mood seemed less than pleasant, Riddle fell silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled, saying, I just think her hidden special abilities might help you. Wouldn't it be better for her to come to me herself? Jasmine interrupted Riddle's words, recalling those unique eyes. However, compared to the unknown price she would have to pay to learn about her through others, Jasmine chose to trust the emotions in those eyes, believing that the other party would inevitably approach her, just like Theodore. Indeed, it's better for the other party to take the initiative rather than exhaust herself in pulling them in. After all, that kind of gaze just now could not deceive anyone. Riddle smiled, not saying anything more. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be more anxious than the girl. Because he had experienced it himself, he didn't want the girl to endure even a hint of similar darkness. But he forgot that due to his presence, the malice the girl had felt and the hardships she had endured were actually no less than his own. Hermione, flipping through a book absent-mindedly, heard the faint sound of a chair being dragged beside her. She eagerly turned her head and leaned closer to Jasmine, whispering, What spell was that? It was so cool. Jasmine smiled somewhat shyly and replied, It's the levitation charm. We should learn it in the next charms class. Hermione's mouth dropped open in disbelief, and she exclaimed, unable to control her volume, No way. At that moment, Madame Pants, who was passing by, cast a sharp glare, and Hermione immediately shut her mouth. Jasmine glanced at the time, smiled apologetically at Madame Pants, quietly recited the spell, tapped the book on the table with her wand, picked up the few Quidditch-related books she had just taken, gestured for Hermione to follow her outside, and walked towards Madame Pants, who was still watching them. Madame Pants looked at the little girl in front of her who was registering to borrow books, and at the books behind her that seemed to return to their places automatically, unable to believe her eyes. Hermione, following Jasmine, was once again astonished. Was this really just a simple levitation charm? It seemed so magical. After signing to agree to the borrowing, Madame Pants watched the two little ones leave the library before turning back to her position at row 18th column, 45A. As she looked along the shelf, she noticed that every book was arranged in the order she usually reorganized them into at night. A spark of fervor flashed in Madame Pants's eyes as if she had discovered a treasure, and she smiled as she returned to her. She no longer vigilantly watched for any small wizards making noise or damaging books. Instead, she continuously kept an eye on the time, displaying an anxiousness she had never exhibited before, as if she were eager to meet someone as soon as the time arrived. Until Jasmine and Hermione exited the library and stepped outside, Hermione excitedly asked Jasmine about the spell. But with so many books, how could just one levitation charm be enough? Jasmine looked at the little girl in front of her whose eyes sparkled like stars and smiled. Of course, it wasn't just a simple levitation charm. A simple levitation charm couldn't attract that much attention. In fact, when she had come to the library earlier, Jasmine had noticed that Madame Pants seemed to possess a special ability to immediately locate and punish students who damaged books, yet she seemed to struggle with organizing them. Although the magic on the books could ensure they returned to their places automatically, over short distances the magic would fail if they exceeded a certain range. How could she not want a little helper when she was the only one organizing such a large library? So showing off a little in front of her should give Jasmine a chance to get what she wanted. Just as Jasmine was pondering how to explain this, she suddenly felt something and waved her empty left hand slightly towards the direction of the strange sound. She saw a ball that emitted a sound similar to an animal's roar, nearly brushing against Hermione's somewhat curly and fluffy hair, stopping behind the other girl's head. Hermione barely felt a gust of wind before turning around to see a rogue bludger dropping vertically to the ground, and the roaring sound disappeared. In surprise, Hermione picked up the now silent bludger, which seemed to have turned into an ordinary ball with no offensive power, and with a dazed expression, she turned her head back to look at Jasmine, who was standing obediently behind her, asking hesitantly, "Jasmine, how did you do that?" Hermione was sure she had seen Jasmine wave her left hand, which had just been wrapped, and that she had definitely cast some spell to stop the bludger, preventing herself from getting hurt. Jasmine met Hermione's questioning gaze with a smile, saying nothing, and turned her attention towards the direction from which the bludger had flown. "Why do you always expose to her that you can perform wandless magic?" Riddle's voice echoed in Jasmine's mind, carrying an indescribable emotion. Jasmine maintained her usual nonchalant attitude, replying in her mind to Riddle, "She won't tell anyone." "Do you trust her that much?" Riddle seemed a bit angry. Jasmine smiled lightly, saying with a hint of revenge, "She's very special, isn't she?" Riddle fell into a mysterious emotion, seeming to be angry at Jasmine for trusting the little girl time and again, even finding excuses to convince himself. Yet it also seemed to be a hidden happiness, pleased that the other party was retaliating against him in this way. Did this not indicate that she shared the same feelings for him as well? Riddle suppressed the surging, indescribable emotions within him, regaining his usual tone, and asked, "So do you want to be friends with her?" "Not just friends." Jasmine did not intend to treat Hermione the way Riddle had described his friendship experiences in Slytherin, but instead replied with an ambiguous statement, "I want to be her new bond with the magical world." For Hermione, Jasmine saw not only the diligent and hard-working girl often labeled as a bookworm, nor the seemingly knowledgeable person well-versed in the history and interesting stories of the magical world, nor the proud figure who always held her head high, looking down on others, yet still helping them. What Jasmine saw was a little girl without any ties to the magical world, coming from a Muggle family. She was scared, she was fragile, and she was quietly studying, trying to deepen her bond with the magical world by learning as much as possible about everything. What Jasmine wanted to do was to become that bond for her in the magical world. Riddle fell into silence, understanding why Jasmine insisted on getting too close to this ordinary girl with no power in the magical world, even at the risk of angering Malfoy. Perhaps the girl understood better than he imagined how to have a friend. And when it came to human emotions, Jasmine seemed to perceive things more deeply than he did. Hermione, who had not received an answer, quietly stared at Jasmine's profile, watching the little girl intently gaze in the direction the bludger had flown. Hermione suggested, "How about we go take a look? This is a bludger which usually flies back. She might be waiting too." Jasmine shifted her gaze back to blushing-cheeked Hermione and smiled, nodding her head. On the vast expanse of grass, the field beside the castle lay deserted, shrouded in the gloom of the overcast. From the castle emerged two figures, one tall and one short, carrying a long rectangular box together. The taller figure held the box with one hand while the other hand gripped a shorter stick. It was Senior Wood, with his refreshing short hair. Dressed in a black turtleneck sweater and black sweatpants, the all-black ensemble made him appear even taller, completely at odds with the fact that he was the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Quidditch is actually quite easy to understand. As Wood and Harry lifted the box together, the weight of it caused him to speak with slight pauses and breaths, explaining the basics of Quidditch. Each team has 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper, and a seeker, which is you Potter. Harry, wearing a slightly loose blue sweater and gray sweatpants, nodded in response to Senior Wood while placing the box down on the grass. Wood glanced at Harry with some approval. Harry, who had carried the box alongside him, showed no signs of fatigue or breathlessness. Raising an eyebrow, he smiled and squatted down to open the box. Inside were 3 balls. Wood took out the red-brown ball, stood up, and tossed it into Harry's hands, explaining there are 3 types of balls. This one is called the bludger, which the chasers are responsible for hitting into any of the 3 hoops. Harry looked at the bludger in his hand, noticing its rule-imprinted circular indent, and then followed Wood's finger to the 3 hoops raised high on the side of the Quidditch pitch. The keeper, which is me, is responsible for guarding the hoops. Wood returned his gaze to the serious-looking Harry, tilting his head and smiling as he asked, "Are you following so far?" "I understand," Harry replied, tossing the ball back to Wood, while looking at the 2 remaining balls in the box, which were bound yet shouting incessantly. He asked, "But what are those?" Wood placed the bludger back into the box's recess, picked up the stick he had set on the ground, and handed it to Harry with a serious reminder, "Hold on to this." Facing this shorter version of a Muggle baseball bat, Harry nervously grasped the handle and watched as Senior Wood, with a serious demeanor, squatted down to press a mechanism beneath the right ball. The moment the iron chain fell, the ball that had been screeching loudly shot straight up into the sky. Harry looked up to see the ball fly to a certain height before zooming back down, and Senior Wood, standing beside him, reminded him, "Be careful, it's coming back." Harry made no unnecessary movements. He simply swung his arm and hit the ball. The noisy ball traced a beautiful parabolic arc in the air, flying past the sculpture of a figure holding 2 swords atop the roof before disappearing from sight. Not bad, Potter, Wood said, lowering his hand that had been shielding his eyes and offering generous praise. Your hitting is quite impressive. In response to the compliment, Harry shyly smiled. The atmosphere turned a bit awkward as the two exchanged silence. Finally breaking the silence, Harry asked, should we go retrieve it? Wood looked in the direction the ball had flown, seemingly waiting for something, and replied uncertainly, that was a bludger, an annoying little thing. It should come back by itself. Unless someone is over there. Wood's initially cheerful expression turned serious as he instructed Harry, wait here for me, and jogged off in the direction the bludger had flown. As Harry watched him run away, he turned the corner of the castle and collided with a familiar figure with red hair, immediately dashing after him. Are you all right? After Harry arrived, he found Wood being pulled to his feet by another red-haired boy. The figure that had collided with Wood initially attempted to stand up alone, but found that the person beside him was helping the captain, instead leading to a tantrum where he insisted on sitting on the ground until someone helped him up. The standing red-haired boy crossed his arms and shrugged at Harry, indicating that he wasn't going to help. Harry then shifted his gaze back to the slightly dazed Wood, finally resignedly reaching out to help the red-haired boy on the ground. Only for the boy to stand up on his own, just as Harry exerted effort, causing Harry to tumble over. Wood watched as the two identical twin boys laughed together, while helping Harry up, recalling how they could cause more chaos on the pitch than a bludger. Wait, the bludger. As Harry was pulled up and shared a silly laugh with the twins, he saw Wood rush out again, running even faster than before, making him worry about another collision. The red-haired boy draped his arm over Harry's shoulder and asked, why is the captain in such a hurry? Is it because his girlfriend ran away? The other one joked, also throwing an arm around. Harry blinked and said, one of the bludgers I hit didn't come back. The smiles on the twins' faces slowly faded as they turned and chased after Harry. The bludger. That was no laughing matter. Harry actually wanted the two to put him down, but felt that he was running much faster like this, so he silently lowered his presence, hoping not to be seen by more people. Fortunately, Wood had chosen a training ground that was quite secluded, usually devoid of people, and today was a weekend with bad weather, so it was rarely visited. Just around the next corner, they finally saw Wood, who was expected had collided with someone again. After putting Harry down, the twins rushed over to help their captain, asking, Captain, are you okay? But in the next moment, they saw the red-haired girl who was crushed beneath Wood, serving as a cushion. The two boys instantly hurled Wood backward and went to help the girl named Jasmine. Wood, momentarily dazed by the books that had flown at him, nearly lost his balance, but fortunately fell onto Harry, who caught him. However, due to the height difference, Harry's head ended up buried in Wood's chest. Hermione watched as the still-dazed Lily was led away, glancing at the books that had fallen to the ground and the stray ball in her hand that seemed to be gradually awakening, wanting to dart around. She stamped her foot, unable to follow them. Recalling the collision and the familiar green eyes that had been so close at that moment, Wood felt a momentary lapse. For some reason, this collision felt entirely different from the one that had just occurred with one of the twins a few seconds earlier. After pinning that delicate body beneath him, a series of shimmering lights appeared before his eyes, and a magical sensation enveloped his mind. A feeling he had only experienced during his first Quidditch match, wrapped in excitement and tension, leaving him a bit dazed. Perhaps it was also due to the book that had been hurled into the air, hitting him hard on the back of his head, making him feel as if stars were dancing before his eyes. Hermione stood to the side, observing Wood, who was referred to as the captain, and surmised that he was a senior from her own house. After watching him retrieve the stray ball, Hermione clutched the book she had just picked up from the ground, eager to visit the infirmary and check on Lily's condition. The spot where the girl had fallen wasn't on the lawn, but rather on the hard brick ground. It was uneven and could easily lead to injuries. Harry and Senior, I'm leaving now. With a quick farewell, Hermione hurried off. Wood snapped back to reality, watching her nearly sprinting figure, feeling an increase in his worry. However, he was still determined to finish explaining about the last and most important ball before heading to the infirmary to check on the girl he had knocked down. Harry watched Hermione's puffy hair swaying behind her as she rushed away, starting to wonder who the girl was that could cause Hermione, usually so solitary and distant from her roommates and fellow students, to be in such a hurry. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. It couldn't be who he thought it was, could it? That person couldn't be. Find the seeker. Attention. Wood crouched beside the box, bringing Harry back to reality, and slowly opened the top of the box marked with the Hogwarts crest, carefully retrieving a small golden ball with both hands. He stood up and said, what you need to focus on is this, the golden snitch. Harry, having regained his focus, looked at the exquisite golden ball adorned with engravings, astonished as he said, I really like this ball. It's truly beautiful. Oh, Lily will surely love it. Oh, you like it now? Wood chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Just wait and see, it flies so fast. So fast that you won't be able to see it clearly. What should I do? Harry asked curiously, his eyes never leaving the small ball in his hand. Catch it. Before the opposing seeker does, Wood replied after a moment of thought. As long as either side catches it, the game ends. As long as you catch it, Potter. We win. Wood patted Harry's shoulder, signaling him to remember this, the most important point for him. Harry spread his hand, quietly gazing at the golden snitch in his palm. Suddenly the golden snitch emitted a faint chirp, and then its delicate golden wings unfurled, flapping, as if it were about to fly away. Oh no, not now. Wood swiftly grabbed the escaping golden snitch from Harry's hand, saying, "Let's wait for the afternoon training, then I will show you just how fast it can fly." Wood placed the golden snitch back in the box, closed it, and gestured for Harry to follow him. Harry, a bit confused, followed Wood, asking, "Aren't we training this morning? We need to check on your sister." Wood gritted his teeth, realizing that this was the first time he had postponed Quidditch training for something else. But thinking of Lily's appearance, the image of her eyes, lost like a deer caught in a hunter's trap, made Wood feel a tightness in his chest, leaving him anxiously unsettled, unable to continue with the Quidditch practice he usually would never postpone. Upon hearing that the girl knocked down was his sister, Harry's heart skipped, and he turned and dashed away. Wood snapped back to reality and began to run after him, but found himself struggling to keep up with the boy ahead. He was truly running as if his life depended on it. He couldn't help but recall a rumor he had heard earlier that the little girl had a particularly frail constitution, and even a slight bump could cause serious injuries. The two figures darted through the castle. If it weren't for the weekend, there might have already been numerous collisions. In the infirmary. "I'm really fine." After being caught sneaking out again, Lily protested softly, but was still guided back to the bed. "You must stay here and wait for Madame Pomfrey to arrive." Fred pressed down on Lily's shoulder, ensuring the little girl lay obediently in bed, saying, "Wait for her to give you a full checkup." George stood on the other side of the bed and also pressed down on Lily's other shoulder, smiling as he said, "Be good." Lily lay on the bed and resignedly nodded, but the two hands showed no signs of loosening, determined to wait for Madame Pomfrey to arrive before letting her go. It seemed that the method of letting one lower their guard would be even harder to succeed with the second time. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Lily recalled the boy who had pressed down on her, whose eyes had been unable to focus even after being struck, and whose drooping eyelids were slightly reddened, almost spilling tears, once again inexplicably associating him with a puppy. Unlike the cuteness he exuded while pretending to be fierce when on guard, he seemed even cuter. "Lily." Hermione rushed into the infirmary, placing the book on the small table beside the bed and peering at the girl lying there, softly asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lily repeated the words that left the mouths of the three people present, which they clearly did not believe. After all, they had all seen how the little girl could get hurt just from being tugged. Seeing the synchronized disbelief on their faces, Lily had no choice but to reveal the truth. "I was accidentally bumped on the shoulder while walking, so I cast the armored charm on myself. So when I fell, I really wasn't injured." Hearing about the protective spell she was familiar with, Hermione was already half convinced of Lily's claim of being fine. Upon observing Lily's complexion more closely, although it was paler and weaker than most, it was indeed no different from her usual appearance. Perhaps she really was fine. The twins exchanged a glance, and Fred released his grip on Molly's shoulder, rubbing his own shoulder and arm where he had collided with, saying, "That won't do. That wooden post is quite hard and painful to bump into." George nodded in agreement, still gently holding Molly to ensure she wouldn't sneak away, saying, "Don't worry about lunchtime. We can take you to a place soon. There are many delicacies there that you'll absolutely love." Fred took over the conversation, winking at Molly. Just then a lady wearing a white hat and a black long dress overlaid with a white apron walked in. Following her was Neville Longbottom, who like Molly had one arm in a sling, carrying a tray with some medical supplies like medicine bottles and bandages. Noticing Molly, she gently inquired, "What happened?" Meanwhile, Neville froze upon seeing Molly pressed against the bed, his face turning red. "Mrs. Pomfrey, where have you been?" Fred brightened up and rushed to bring her to Molly's bedside, saying, "Please check on Miss Potter right away." George also released his hold on Molly's shoulder and stepped forward, taking the tray from Mrs. Pomfrey's hands to give her space to examine the girl. Hermione quietly greeted Neville, who was somewhat clumsily following along, and then returned her gaze to the girl. Mrs. Pomfrey, unaware of the situation, looked at the pale girl on the bed with her arm in a sling and instinctively assumed she was badly injured, urging everyone to leave. All right, I understand. You all go out. I will help Miss Potter now." The twins and Hermione were pushed outside by Mrs. Pomfrey just as Harry and Wood arrived. "What's going on?" After rushing over, Harry anxiously grabbed Hermione's arm, asking, "Is Molly okay?" Hermione broke free from Harry's grip, glanced at Mrs. Pomfrey, and shook her head, frowning to indicate that everything was fine. However, Harry misunderstood and almost cried out to rush inside, but fortunately, he saw Molly standing at the door and managed to hold back. Following the gaze of the crowd, Mrs. Pomfrey turned around to see Molly at the door, her expression a bit displeased, yet her tone remained gentle. "All right, Miss Potter, I think you should rest in bed and wait for me." Molly obediently nodded, looked at her brother, gave him a reassuring look, and turned back into the infirmary. Mrs. Pomfrey followed her inside, casually pulling Neville, who had just come with Molly, and was still dazed to see everyone at the door, back into the infirmary, saying, "Oh, Longbottom, you still need to change your bandages. Come in quickly." Once the infirmary door closed, the atmosphere in the corridor became somewhat awkward. Wood glanced at the twins and Harry, who were peering through the window, then turned to Hermione and asked, "Is Miss Potter serious?" Hermione retracted her gaze from the window and shook her head, saying, She cast a protective charm on herself at that time, so she should be fine. Wood let out a sigh of relief, feeling a bit more assured, clenched his fist, and opted not to crowd around the window with the... However, he still straightened his back and leaned forward to try to see the specific situation. On the nearby stairs stood a figure who seemed to have been following Molly since she left the library. Upon seeing Molly enter the infirmary, the figure hurriedly turned and ran away. In the Slytherin common room, Malfoy was sitting on the sofa flipping through a book on potion ingredients, occasionally looking up to ask a senior student beside him. Meanwhile, a group of girls centered around Pansy remained quiet, sipping tea, while maintaining their most elegant demeanor, constantly glancing over at the small group surrounding Malfoy. Only Pansy, sitting in the middle, seemed distracted, staring at a glass illuminated with a green glow, observing the strange fish appearing inside. Suddenly, the common room door swung open, and a figure rushed in, breaking the momentary peace. All eyes turned towards the girl, who was dirty all over, her thick bangs covering most of her face. After scanning the room, she rushed to Malfoy's side and whispered something in his ear. At the sound, Malfoy, who had originally turned his head in disdain, immediately stood up and dashed out of the common room. Just as the girl with dark hair was about to chase after him, she was surrounded by the group of little witches. Seeing Malfoy leave, the boys also got up and returned to their dormitory, seemingly uninterested in the scene before them and not wanting to be in the same space as the dark-haired girl. "What did you say to young Master Malfoy? Who do you think you are to whisper in his ear? What are you? Mudblood?" As the boys left the common room, the previously quiet insults became shrill, with countless delicate hands pushing and shoving the girl in the center until she was knocked to the ground. "Isn't the lesson from the library enough? Young Master not only gave you the book out of pity, you little wild child with no parents." Beautiful skirts were elegantly lifted, revealing shiny little shoes underneath. The girl, curled up on the ground, was mercilessly stepped on and chased by those little shoes, letting out painful whimpers. "Enough." Pansy, sitting on the sofa, spoke up to stop them. "Whoever scuffs her shoes will clean the girl's restroom." The little witches all ceased their actions, parting to allow Pansy, who stood up from the sofa, to see the girl on the floor. "What did you say to Malfoy?" Pansy asked as she approached, looking down at her. The girl on the ground trembled as she raised her head slightly, looking through her thick bangs into Pansy's eyes, and then tremblingly said, "Miss Potter has entered the infirmary." Pansy frowned, wanting to ask more, but she noticed Zabini leaning against the doorframe at the entrance of the common room, raising an eyebrow at her. After glancing back at the dark-haired girl who had just managed to stand up, she left with a parting remark, "Clean yourself up," before returning to the dormitory. The little snakes, seeing Pansy and Zabini leave together, ceased their harassment of the dark-haired girl and scattered. However, the expressions on everyone's faces were quite telling. Some rolled their eyes, others pouted in jealousy, and a few even shot glares at Pansy's back. After Madame Pomfrey had re-wrapped the arms of both Molly and Neville, she opened the medical room door and let in a group of young wizards. "You all need to be quiet," Madame Pomfrey gently reminded as she held the tray. "Don't stay too long, you'll let the patients..." After receiving enthusiastic nods from the young wizards, Madame Pomfrey left the medical room, pushed by the twins glancing back every few steps. "Molly, are you all right?" After Madame Pomfrey left, Harry rushed to his sister's bedside, looking at the girl who was lying obediently in bed, unable to hold back his tears. It seemed that such situations always appeared in his memories, so seeing the little girl lying in the hospital bed stirred a bittersweet emotion in his heart. Hermione glanced at Harry's slightly trembling shoulders, feeling awkward, and shifting her gaze to Neville, who lay on the adjacent bed. He was staring blankly at Molly, so Hermione awkwardly returned her attention to Molly. "I'm really fine." Molly grasped her brother's tightly clenched hand, softly assuring him, "I just cast a protection spell on myself, so I really didn't get hurt at all." Harry replied, holding Molly's hand, slowly warming her cold fingers, his voice sounding somewhat muffled. Molly felt the warmth radiating from his fingertips and sweetly smiled, saying, "I will learn even more powerful protection spells in the future. Then I'll protect you." Hermione watched Molly gazing at her brother with eyes full of tenderness, and recalled how her own green eyes had held that same softness when she waved to save her earlier. Wood approached and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, offering a comforting pat, before quickly averting his gaze from Molly's emerald eyes, and saying, "Sorry, I bumped into you earlier. I wasn't hurt at all, so there's no need for you to worry, Senior." Molly smiled with narrowed eyes, just as Wood's gaze returned. This time Wood's gaze shifted away even faster, as if staying any longer would burn him, given that the girl was smiling like a little sun. Fred returned to see his captain fidgeting, making a face he would never usually make, resembling a shy expression, and playfully elbowed George, who was standing beside him. But George frowned and did not respond. Instead, he stepped forward, squeezed past Wood, and leaned over to ask Harry about Molly's condition. "I'm really fine, George," Molly said, helplessly repeating that she was okay, feeling as if she had said, "I'm fine" more times today than in the past few years combined. Fred approached with a smile, saying, "I'm George, little kitty." Molly gave a somewhat helpless smile, just as the door to the medical room was forcefully opened. Everyone turned to see a panting, platinum-haired boy entering. He wore a simple shirt layered with a dark gray knitted sweater and matching casual slacks. Though the outfit was quite casual, the embroidery at the collar and the cufflinks subtly hinted at its considerable price. His face, which was unnaturally pale now, bore an unusual flush from intense exercise, and he leaned against the door as if he might collapse at any moment, making everyone feel that he was the one who truly needed to be in bed. Malfoy. Harry approached the newcomer, supporting him as he gestured with his small hand. Where's Molly? Draco's voice was slightly hoarse, his gaze fixated on the red-haired girl sitting up in bed, struggling to move. Finally, Molly stood up, and along with Harry helped Draco lie down on the bed she had just occupied. After feeding him a piece of chocolate wrapped in red and green paper, his complexion finally began to return to normal. Once Wood confirmed that the little girl was indeed fine, he turned to Harry, who was beside Draco feeding him water, and the twins, who were watching the scene with smirks, saying, "All right, we should go now." "But it's already past meal time," Fred complained loudly. George chimed in, "Captain, how can we leave without eating? We promised to take the little kitty to see the Hogwarts kitchen." Harry, who was feeding water, also looked up at Wood, seeming to ask where they were going. Molly put away the candy wrapper and reached for the cup of water in Harry's hand, signaling her brother to listen to Senior. Facing the already approaching Harry and the twins, who were still complaining softly, Wood clenched his fist and cleared his throat, resuming his usual stern demeanor, and said, "Now, immediately, right away." The twins understood their captain's strictness, and after seeing the little girl nodding her head in agreement to follow her captain's orders, could only nod and agree to leave. Wood nodded to the young wizards present and led Harry out of the medical room. Under George urging, Fred quickly ruffled Molly's hair before running out. The medical room fell silent. Malfoy, who had been lying in bed, sat up. When he saw one of the twins ruffling the little girl's hair, his gaze somewhat unfriendly, but he did not say anything. After the two identical figures left the medical room and vanished from sight through the glass window, the Platinum Boy still did not lie down, but turned his gaze toward Neville, who was lying on the adjacent bed staring intently at Molly. At that moment, a few polite knocks were heard at the door that had not been closed, attracting the attention of several people in the room. Senior Selwyn. Molly looked over and was surprised to see the head girl, Shaitan Selwyn. The petite figure standing at the door showed no intention of entering. She still wore a perfect smile and nodded before saying, "Molly, Professor Snape is looking for you. Come with me." "Okay, thank you, Senior." Molly politely replied to her, looking at Draco, who was holding her sleeve, and smilingly asked, "Why don't you lie here for a while? When I come back, we can practice together." The young master of the Malfoy family snorted lightly, lay back down on the bed that carried a hint of the girl's unique fragrance, nodded in agreement with Molly's words, and quietly blushed. Molly waved goodbye to Hermione, and Neville then trotted out of the medical room, obediently following behind the head girl. Finally, she would meet Professor Snape. He had been so busy lately. The three people in the medical room watched the little girl disappear cheerfully from view, and the atmosphere fell into silence. The silence was only broken when a magnificently dressed man and woman appeared at the entrance. Molly originally walked with a cheerful step, but as the prefect led her around the first intersection, she gradually returned to a state of calm. This was not the route to the potions classroom. Moreover, if she were indeed heading to the potions office, Professor Snape wouldn't need to trouble the prefect to lead her there. Silently recalling the map in her mind, if her speculations were correct, the most likely destination of this path was the headmaster's office. A glint of darkness flickered in her emerald eyes. Her attitude towards the headmaster had always been extremely wavering. On one hand, she was in awe of his fame and illustrious deeds, yet on the other she was influenced by the occasional attitude Riddle displayed toward him. Perhaps it wasn't entirely Riddle's fault. After all, having exchanged glances with the headmaster from afar several times, Molly could sense the complex emotions that occasionally surfaced from him. It seemed to be regret, or perhaps nostalgia, but deeper still was distrust and vigilance. This vague malice was all too familiar to Molly, so even if he hid it well and acted subtly, she could still clearly perceive it. Similar to how she felt in the past, it was an unfounded small malice that made her always question whether she had misread something. Finally able to approach him closely, a flicker of anticipation crossed Molly's eyes. Perhaps she would soon uncover the source of this malice. On the surface, it appeared to be protecting her rumor spreader, Headmaster Dumbledore. How much of this message was genuinely meant to protect her was truly intriguing. After all, sometimes being the sympathetic hero isn't the best identity for building relationships. Molly preferred to be the unnoticed sister of the savior rather than be labeled as a sympathetic and revered hero, because that meant an unbreakable barrier and sense of distance. So what is the significance of making those around her distant? Is it because of her her identity? Suddenly Selwyn, who was walking in front, turned his head and asked softly, "Why is Malfoy in the infirmary? Did something happen to him?" Molly still wore a polite smile on her face, paused for a few seconds, and replied, "Madame Pomfrey helped me change my potion. Malfoy came to visit me." "It's nothing." The petite girl in front nodded, glancing again at Molly's arm wrapped in bandages, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Is your arm feeling better?" Molly nodded, smiling as she said, "It's already fine, thank you for your concern, Senior Selwyn." Selwyn's eyes flickered with reluctance, but she merely nodded, asked no further questions, and continued to lead the way. After hearing about the incident between Molly and Parkinson, Selwyn had suppressed countless impulses to intervene. As the Slytherin prefect, she had candidates for her position lurking behind her, and numerous malicious eyes watching her every move, waiting for her to make even the slightest misstep. In facing the conflict between purebloods and half-bloods, her neutrality and inaction were actually the best help she could provide to the young girl. The two remained silent along the way until Molly spotted a familiar black figure standing in the distance and quickened her pace slightly. Yet she still remained half a step behind Selwyn, not overstepping her bounds. "Professor Snape." Selwyn performed a standard greeting as Snape turned around, and beside her Molly perfectly mirrored the gesture, calling out cheerfully in a sweet voice, "Professor Snape." Snape's previously furrowed brow eased somewhat, revealing a faint smile as he nodded at the two. Selwyn was a bit surprised, but maintained her perfect smile. At Snape's gesture, she gracefully excused herself. Molly watched as the petite Selwyn, who seemed to walk as if carried by the wind, disappeared around the corner, before quietly shifting her gaze back to Professor Snape. Looking up, she found him also watching her, and realizing she had been caught, the young girl no longer sneaked glances, but raised her head, smiling obediently, as she openly met his silent black eyes. Snape had been staring at Molly, and when she turned to sneak a glance, her cunning little appearance, like that of a small fox, caused him to momentarily lose focus. Even though her later smile resembled that of the pure and innocent girl from years ago, all that kept replaying in Snape's mind was the touch of cunning in her obedience. Something in his memory seemed to be fading slowly, only to be vividly colored again. "Are you hurt again?" Snape quickly regained his composure, asking in his deep, pleasant voice. "No, Professor Snape." Molly shook her head, smiling sweetly. Snape watched as the young girl made some odd yet adorable gestures to prove she was unhurt, feeling somewhat relieved, and then asked, "I've also heard about the incident in flying class." When it came to the flying broomstick, Molly appeared somewhat, pouting her little lips, forming a dissatisfied humph to express her discontent. "It's all right, I can teach you a flying spell." A rare smile appeared on Snape's face, his voice carrying an unusual, "You are the best to me, Professor Snape," Molly said sweetly, taking the opportunity to hug his arm and sway it back. Looking up with watery eyes at the somewhat awkward Snape, she then flashed him a radiant smile. Snape awkwardly reached out with his other hand to pat Molly's fluffy head, feeling her gently nuzzle against his palm. Reluctant to let go, he patted her again. "Professor Snape." "Miss Potter." Just as a cold voice came from behind, Molly turned around to meet familiar. Snape nodded, withdrawing his arm, and gave a gentle pat to the slightly disappointed young girl's head before walking to a large bird-shaped bronze statue that was twice their height, announcing, "Chilled lemonade." As the large bird statue slowly rotated upward, steps began to appear on the ground, and Snape gestured for the two to follow before stepping onto a step. Molly glanced at Theodore beside her, who smiled with his eyes narrowed and slightly bent forward, making a gesture of invitation, whispering, "Miss Potter, please." "Thank you." Molly didn't express any unnecessary politeness, softly thanking him before following Professor. Meanwhile, Riddle within Molly's body clearly saw the hidden joy flickering in her ocean-like blue eyes as she walked past. As the automatically rotating staircase came to a stop, Jasmine followed Professor Snape, watching as he rhythmically knocked on the wooden door a few times before pushing it open and stepping inside. What greeted her was a series of magical paintings where the figures depicted were mostly elderly men dozing peacefully. To one side was a long row of wooden display cabinets filled with shiny glass jars containing all sorts of candies. As she walked up a few steps behind Professor Snape, Jasmine saw a brightly lit platform on the second floor surrounded by walls lined with books and an old familiar hat placed on a shelf. Suddenly a cry rang out from the other side, and as Jasmine looked over, she spotted a strange bright red bird. The peculiar bird let out a short call as it met the gaze of the red-haired girl. It seemed to be calling out to Jasmine, attempting to draw her closer. Jasmine looked at Professor Snape with bright eyes, and with a slight nod from him, she curiously stepped closer to the strange bird. Theodore, who had followed along, stood beside Professor Snape, watching the red-haired girl, captivated by the bird, his expression devoid of any emotion. Yet within his ocean-like blue eyes, complex emotions were clearly swirling. The strange bird, covered in fiery red feathers, gazed intently at the girl with similarly red hair, slowly lowering its once proud head. Gingerly extending her hand, Jasmine carefully stroked the bird's feathers, feeling the intense warmth radiating from her palm, seemingly dispelling the coldness that had lingered at her fingertips for years. The headmaster's office was enveloped in silence, everyone watching this unexpectedly harmonious scene of two red figures, including the white-bearded elder descending the stairs from the second floor, Dumbledore. His gaze never left Jasmine as he silently observed the red-haired girl, who raised her hand, gently nuzzled by her phoenix fox. A flicker of nostalgia and regret passed through his eyes, and even his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "It seems Fox really likes you." Finally, Dumbledore broke the tranquil atmosphere with his voice. Jasmine looked up, meeting the elder's calm and kind gaze, smiled sweetly, and then returned her attention to the bright red bird, saying, "Is its name Fox? What a lovely name." Dumbledore, now standing beside Jasmine, chuckled a few times before playfully asking, "Aren't you curious what kind of creature?" "I know." Jasmine's eyes sparkled as she lowered her hand, looked at Dumbledore, and said, "It's a phoenix, the immortal bird." Fawkes, who stood nearby, seemed a bit displeased that the girl had put her hand down, yet it seemed to understand that she was recounting its lineage, lifting its head to let out a melodious and resonant call in response. Dumbledore clearly did not expect the little girl to know, but after hearing her correct answer, he maintained a calm tone and generously praised her, saying, "That's right. So, good child, where did you learn about it?" "I read about it in Arabian mythology, the immortal bird, reborn in the flames." "Right, Professor Dumbledore," Jasmine replied obediently, quietly observing the emotions in the elder's eyes. Dumbledore nodded, not shying away from the girl's inquisitive gaze, his eyes calm as water, reflecting no ripples as he gazed back into her eyes. Clean, pure, devoid of any hidden meanings, his azure eyes seemed to reveal everything at a glance. Yet upon reaching the end, there was only void. "Professor, did you call her for something?" Snape's voice broke the silence between the two, and Jasmine emerged from her strange sensation. In the brief seconds of their gaze, Jasmine saw no emotion in his eyes, no regret, no attachment, no guardedness. No emotion at all, neither good nor bad, except for a hint of confusion. The elder did not hasten to answer, but reached out to stroke Fawkes beside him. The fiery red feathers instantly lit up, shining like real flames. With another high-pitched call, Fawkes spread its wings, lowering its head to peck at Jasmine's arm, which was wrapped in bandages. Jasmine did not react, but the man in the black robe stepped forward first, shielding the young girl at his side. "Severus, it just wants to help Jasmine heal with its tears." Dumbledore observed the wary Snape, quickening his pace as he spoke for his phoenix. Fawkes also anxiously flapped its wings, eagerly indicating to Jasmine to accept its tears. Finally, with Snape's nod of agreement, the freshly wrapped bandages on Jasmine's arm were slowly removed. Fawkes once again lowered its head, droplets of the phoenix's tears falling onto the bruise on Jasmine's left arm. The bruise gradually dissipated, rising into a wisp of white smoke on the young girl's fair arm. Despite the intense burning sensation, Jasmine remained unchanged in expression. Once the white smoke cleared, her left arm felt completely at ease. "Thank you, Fawkes." Jasmine looked at the phoenix standing on the shelf, gently wiping away the tear stains from its eyes, smiling as she said, "You are so kind to me." Fawkes seemed to understand, responding with a short and joyful call, nudging Jasmine's palm with its head. "Ha!" Dumbledore watched the intimate interaction between the girl and the phoenix with amusement, laughing heartily, and then said again, "It seems Fawkes truly likes you." Jasmine smiled at the playful expression of the white-beard headmaster beside her sweetly, saying, "I like it very much too." "Good child." Dumbledore's face was full of joyful smiles, but Jasmine felt a glint of sharpness flash in his eyes behind the glasses. As expected, he soon posed a question. "Jasmine, do you know why I called you here?" Jasmine withdrew her hand, standing obediently before him, and after a moment of thought, she provided an answer, "Because of the unruly magic within me." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes flickered, stopping Snape, who seemed about to speak, and slowly said, "Not quite, Jasmine, you have already managed to control it well, haven't you? Just like that time in the spell class." "That time? Was it when I controlled the chaotic magic within me, or was it that silent spell without a wand?" Looking at the elder's gently curved lips and the kindly gaze behind his eyes, Jasmine seemed to have made a decision and directly countered this compliment. "But I'm not sure I can really control the magic within me well. Because in such situations I don't always remain conscious. And the days of taking the potion have been advanced by about 10 days. I might need to increase it to twice a month for a month to regain my sanity." Theodore, upon hearing Dumbledore mention the previous curse class, felt a subtle crack appear on his previously calm face. The image of the girl with her straightened spine and unyielding strength reappeared before him. The other person clearly had a pair of eyes, just like his own. The first time he saw her, the moment he gazed into her eyes, he knew she was of the same kind as him. He had once endured torment from those closest to him, not just physically, but also mentally and spiritually, constantly suppressed, torn apart, and reshaped into what the other desired. Living without a sense of self, filled with self-loathing. Yet the girl's eyes could not deceive him. She must have had her wings broken. She must have deeply detested herself. However, after that curse class, Theodore realized clearly that he and she were not of the same kind. When he lost his beloved mother, he had no ability to resist. When he lost his once dearest companion, he chose not to resist. Ultimately, he lost his own life, lost his own soul. He had nothing left, and had long since surrendered. In contrast, even if the girl despised herself, she never thought of bowing to the malice of life. Beneath her seemingly fragile body lay an indomitable spirit, gritting her teeth, persisting, never giving up on cherishing life, holding onto even the slightest warmth offered by those around her. She was of the same kind as him, but he was not of the same kind as her. She reignited his soul. Yet he could only use her to qualify himself to stand by her side. He had become the very image of what he once despised, yet he relished it. For only in this manner could he stand beside her. Dumbledore gazed at the red-haired girl before him, whose eyes looked sincerely at him, a flicker of regret passing through his gaze, as he gently stroked her soft red hair, saying little. The girl's past and current situation were both a consequence of his past decisions, and he had to atone for those choices. Though everything was for the greater good, he ultimately felt sorry for this child. Thus he would conceal her identity for as long as possible. Dumbledore cast a deep glance at Theodore, standing behind him, gesturing for him to come closer. He then produced 2 star-shaped yellow candies coated in white frosting. As Theodore stepped forward, Jasmine had already unhesitatingly popped the candy into her mouth, smiling sweetly to express her gratitude. The boy did not decline, either thanking her before taking the other candy for himself. The frosting was sweet, very sweet, but the hard candy inside was sour, very sour. And under the coating of frosting it presented an unbearable sourness. Theodore squinted his eyes at the sourness, quickly biting down a couple of times before swallowing it whole. He instinctively glanced at the little girl beside him, still savoring her candy, noticing the enjoyment and surprise in her emerald eyes. The sweetness of the frosting made the sourness of the candy unbearable, yet the sourness did not last long. The sweetness that followed was even more unforgettable. Watching the little girl's eyes shine brightly, as if she had already tasted the candy's sweetness, Dumbledore smiled with affection and gently patted Jasmine's red hair, introducing to the 2 children lemon drops of candy from the Muggle world. Quite delicious, isn't it? Very delicious, Jasmine replied with a sweet voice, while Theodore nodded in agreement. Severus, would you like? Dumbledore magically produced 2 more lemon drops, but Severus Snape, standing beside them, showed no intention of taking them, merely gazing at Dumbledore with a complex expression. Dumbledore smiled and said nothing, handing one to Theodore, and then popped the remaining candy into his own mouth. This time Theodore did not hastily bite into the candy, but instead squinted his eyes along with Professor Dumbledore at the sourness, then felt a different kind of sweetness. After enjoying his favorite candy, Dumbledore looked at the obedient Jasmine and asked about serious matters. Actually, the reason I called you here is that Mrs. Pants wanted me to ask if you would be interested in helping her organize the library shelves. Of course, the school will compensate you accordingly. Jasmine looked a bit surprised, but more so was the realization she had expected. She did not anticipate a response to this matter so soon. However, the compensation was not what she desired. Oh, of course. Dumbledore did not focus on Jasmine's attitude, as if he had just remembered. He naturally mentioned another form of compensation. You will also be provided with a key to the library. Upon hearing this, Jasmine's eyes lit up. She did not even have the chance to show her prepared conflicted expression, smiling sweetly as she replied, I would love to, Professor Dumbledore. Clearly this was what Jasmine wanted. A chance to freely enter and exit the library. Great, remember to find Mrs. Pants in the library after dinner. She will explain the specific tasks to you. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, then took out the prepared key, handing it to Jasmine, signaling that she could leave. Jasmine hesitated as she took the key, glanced at Professor Snape beside her, and still voiced her concern, but Professor Dumbledore, my condition is worsening. Jasmine, you must understand. This is not an illness. Dumbledore interrupted Jasmine, winking at Snape, and said, moreover, Professor Snape is already looking for solutions. You must trust him. Looking at the elderly man before her who had winked at her, Jasmine, somewhat bewildered, held the key, feeling its cold touch, and once again gazed at Professor Snape beside her. After receiving his nod of encouragement, Jasmine sweetly smiled and bid farewell to everyone present, leaving the headmaster's office without any worries. Watching the little girl who instinctively sought Snape's opinion when faced with matters, and her figure leaving without any hesitation or pause after receiving Snape's signal. Dumbledore looked at Snape, who had no expression, but was filled with tenderness as he watched the little girl leave, playfully winking at Theodore, who also noticed. The red-haired girl stood quietly under the pillar beside the statue of a great bird, her head lowered, as if waiting. Her pale face flickered in the light of the nearby flames, devoid of expression, yet still appearing weak and harmless, always stirring a deep-seated urge to protect within others. Who are you waiting for? Riddle's voice echoed in her mind, tinged with displeasure. Jasmine lifted her head, glancing at the exquisite feathers on the statue, and replied, I am waiting for the flying spell. You seem to be overly close to him. After receiving an answer, Riddle spoke in a rather unfriendly tone. You clearly sensed him looking at you. But he was just looking at me, Jasmine interrupted Riddle. Her mind fell into silence again, and suddenly the stone steps began to rotate, revealing a figure slowly appearing before Jasmine. It was Theodore. The youth's face bore a faint smile different from his usual demeanor. This smile carried a hint of relief and mixed with a touch of gratitude. Upon seeing Jasmine, the smile on his face faltered for a moment, yet he maintained a courteous grin as he approached. He slightly bowed, performing a standard noble greeting, and called out, Miss Potter. Mr. Not, Jasmine replied with an equally standard greeting. Theodore felt a fleeting sense of disappointment and confusion when he noticed that Jasmine did not call him by name as she did in front of Malfoy, nor did she appear to have any questions for him. Remembering the resolute figure of the girl leaving the library and her calm gaze, and thinking of the promise he received in the headmaster's office, a trace of bitterness crossed Theodore's eyes. What more could he possibly do? Unable to harden his heart, yet lacking the courage. He was indeed as weak and incapable as that man had said, just like his mother. Looking at the struggle in her blue eyes, and the way she seemed to want to apologize for merely looking at him, Jasmine spoke softly, Don't be too kind. Theodore. The boy stood frozen, gazing at the calmness in her eyes, seemingly searching for a hint of disdain or disappointment, but found nothing. Theodore did not respond, unsure how to reply to her words. Don't be too kind. Is it really appropriate to say such things to someone who used her to achieve his goals? Perhaps I don't mind. The girl's tone held no excess emotion, but carried a powerful, uplifting strength. At least I don't need to feel guilty because of this. The boy stood seemingly calm. Yet his tightly clenched, trembling hands betrayed his feelings at that moment. The air seemed to still for a few seconds until Theodore's somewhat frail figure disappeared around the corner and Riddle's voice came back to her mind. You clearly care. Yes. Jasmine said, looking at the wall as if answering or speaking to herself. If I don't give him a chance, how can I have a chance? The next moment the stone staircase began to rotate again. The girl seemed to be calculating something, and suddenly reached out her hand to catch a shadow that had darted out from the wall. With golden cat-like eyes still somewhat dazed, a letter in the creature's mouth was swiftly snatched away by the girl. Before Vivian could react, she was pressed back against the wall. Jasmine. A low voice came from behind. Snape. Jasmine's right hand still pressed against the wall while her left hand held the letter close to her chest, hiding it from the person behind her. Until the footsteps stopped, the girl, seemingly in a moment of reflection, turned around with a sweet smile and called out, Professor Snape. What are you still doing here? Snape asked, his tone unconsciously tinged with seriousness. Hearing the somewhat questioning tone, the girl's hidden hand under her wizard robe trembled slightly. After a pause of a few seconds, as Snape realized he had inadvertently projected his bad mood onto the girl, Jasmine had already wiped the smile from her face, slightly lowered her head, looking somewhat at a loss, and said in a trembling voice, I was waiting for you, Professor. Snape felt a pang of sympathy furrowed his brow, crouched down to hold her shoulder, forcing her misty eyes to meet his, and spoke gently, All right, I understand. But right now, did I interrupt you, Professor? Jasmine looked into his dark eyes, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance as she said, But I haven't seen you recently. Jasmine. A flicker of conflict crossed Snape's expression, but he ultimately did not tell the girl that he had been busy gathering Loris thorn flowers. Because Snape could not guarantee that the potion would succeed. He did not want to tell the girl in advance, lest she be disappointed. I really miss you. The girl's voice trembled as she spoke, and crystalline tears rolled down from the corners of her slightly reddened eyes. Snape clearly could not withstand such a direct expression of longing and the tears falling from the girl, but he restrained himself from saying much, merely softly apologizing and awkwardly wiping away her tears. I should be the one saying sorry, Professor. If you have urgent matters, you can go ahead and take care of them. Jasmine sniffed her slightly reddened nose, forcing a bright smile as she said, I'll go practice flying on the broom, now goodbye, Professor. Only after she mentioned the broom did Snape finally remember the promise he had made to the girl. He had actually forgotten the promise regarding the flying spell, and had even snapped at the eagerly waiting girl. He truly was a complete jerk. A hand on his shoulder pressed down, slightly stopping Jasmine from leaving. Snape continued to wipe away the tears rolling down her face, and said softly, The flying spell is a very dangerous incantation. How about we practice when I am by your side later? Thinking of the sea of Loris flowers that would soon bloom, Snape frowned, and reluctantly chose to teach the flying spell to Jasmine first. Snape watched the little girl with a hint of disappointment in her eyes, feeling a pang in his heart, but still earnestly reminded her, Do not practice when you are alone. Wasn't your brother chosen as the seeker? Let him go with you. And Malfoy. All right, Professor Snape. The little girl replied sullenly, seemingly trying hard to hide her feelings of disappointment. Good girl, Jasmine. Snape felt the little girl's affection and reluctance, gently stroked her head and promised, In a few days when I return you can come to my office. Anytime you want. Snape gazed into her bright green eyes, which shimmered with a hint of moisture. Only when her entire gaze sparkled did he see only his own reflection. It's a promise. Jasmine extended her hand, signaling for a pinky swear, and softly added, Those who lie are like little dogs. All right. Seeing the little girl no longer forcing a smile like before, looking obediently heart-wrenching, a faint smile appeared on Snape's face as he linked his pinky with hers and solemnly promised, Those who lie are like little dogs. After ensuring Jasmine's mood had returned, Snape, though reluctant, had to leave in a hurry. Watching his black robe fluttering in the air, Jasmine lowered her hand that had been waving goodbye. Her face still wore a gentle smile, but her narrowed eyes were filled with obscure emotions. Why must I learn this spell? Riddle's voice echoed in Jasmine's mind, carrying a tone different from usual. Is it still for that so-called savior with empty fame? Why must I go to such lengths for someone else? The flying spell is cool, isn't it? The imagined answer did not appear. Instead, the little girl did not even mention that person, simply responding cheerfully in her mind. And I've always wanted to fly freely through the sky like a bird. That feeling must be wonderful. Listening to the little girl's response and her tone of longing, Riddle felt as if he suddenly remembered something. He recalled how the little girl had often asked him if people like her with special abilities could fly in the sky like birds. Jasmine had seen someone fly before, and that person was Snape. So you already knew about the flying spell? Riddle's voice carried a hint of amusement as he asked, even going so far as to feign ignorance about the flying broomstick. MHM. Jasmine let out a small proud hum and turned to head towards the infirmary. Her dazzling red hair swayed with her light steps, a faint smile adorning her bright face, exuding a unique youthful vibrance, making one feel joy just by looking at her. Jasmine gradually quickened her pace, nearly skipping through the corridors of Hogwarts. Perhaps realizing that the little girl's scheme was not meant for others, or perhaps simply being infected by her good mood, Riddle's voice carried a hint of joy as he said, "Well done." Jasmine did not respond to Riddle again, but the unknown tune she hummed along the way revealed her current mood, without a doubt. Perhaps the original intention of learning this spell was not for her brother, but she had to learn it today. Even if it meant playing the victim, feigning pity, shedding tears, and forcing Professor Snape to reveal that spell, ultimately, it was still for her brother. And it would be better if Riddle did not find out about this. A shadowy glimmer flashed through her green eyes. She had suppressed her desire to learn this spell for too long. She had the same blood flowing through her veins as her brother, and shared the same talent for flying. The quickening heartbeat and the surging blood upon seeing the flying broomstick could not deceive anyone. And suppressing the soul's desire for flight, as well as the danger of letting her brother, who was touching the flying broomstick for the first time, fly in the air. Jasmine really did not want to feel that again. Thus this spell must be learned as soon as possible. It must be learned now. If I have ever touched the clouds and felt the free wind slip through my fingers, then keeping me locked in a room with even the windows barred is worse than killing me. At least my soul can embrace freedom once more. In the infirmary. Jasmine returned to the infirmary only to see a strange scene that resembled a mirrored image. Longbottom and Malfoy lay on two adjacent beds, while on the two beds next to them sat a boy and a girl, the four of them silently looking at each other across the aisle. The little Malfoy, who had been engrossed in the book, Quidditch, a study of chasers and keepers, borrowed from Jasmine, seemed to sense something, and instinctively looked up to meet a pair of green eyes, filled with joy, slightly reddened. Apart from Neville, who was staring blankly at the ceiling, and Hermione, and Ron, who had their backs turned to Jasmine, the two individuals sitting on Draco's side also noticed the red-haired girl's figure at the door. Blaise watched without hesitation as he put down the book in his hand, picked up a box from the cabinet beside him, and jumped off the bed, striding towards the red-haired girl with a smile. Meanwhile, Pansy was staring at the red-haired girl, whose arm was no longer wrapped in bandages in a daze. "Let's go practice," Draco said, grabbing the little girl's slender wrist, intending to take her away directly. The platinum-haired boy harbored selfish thoughts of not wanting Jasmine to speak to anyone in the infirmary, especially that ill-intentioned Blaise. "Draco, wait a moment." Jasmine looked at the pitiful, pleading gray eyes before her, and ultimately did not pull her arm back, only glancing into the infirmary, where she met a pair of affectionate, slightly smiling eyes that had just arrived. "Is the beautiful lady looking for me?" Blaise shifted his gaze from Jasmine and looked at the pair of gray eyes filled with anger, yet concealed helplessness, saying, "Be a gentleman, Malfoy, don't force others." His tone remained casual, seeming to joke leisurely. Yet it was precisely these simple words, with the intervals skillfully measured, that left Jasmine with no chance to respond. Blaise, with a smirk, stared directly into Malfoy's eyes and softly said, "You should let go, Malfoy." Listening to the taunting tone in his voice, Jasmine felt a flash of displeasure in her eyes, and she then felt the grip on her wrist gradually loosen. Holding that somewhat cold hand, Jasmine smiled comfortingly at Draco before lowering her gaze and softly saying, "Excuse me, may I pass by?" In the next moment, Jasmine, holding the still astonished and excited Draco, sidestepped into the medical room, not giving a glance to the teasing Blaise nearby. Watching the girl lead the platinum-haired boy into the medical room, Pansy, who had been sitting on the hospital bed, instinctively stood up, her tightly clasped hands trembling slightly at her sides. Opposite Pansy, Hermione also stood up, watching Pansy with a hint of caution. Finally coming to his senses, Draco, held by Jasmine, lifted his proud platinum head, glancing back at Blaise, who was lazily leaning against the door, and gave him a mocking expression. As he turned back, he happened to meet Pansy's gaze, and the young Malfoy shot her a warning glare without a second thought. Releasing Draco, Jasmine walked to the vacant aisle beside Neville's bed, leaning against the side of her former bed, looking at the boy lying on the bed, who was staring blankly at her, as she took out a delicate little box from her wizard robe's pocket. "Thank you for saving me when the disobedient flying broom crashed into the castle, Mr. Longbottom." The little girl's face was serious, yet her eyes sparkled with joy as she earnestly looked at Neville's somewhat dazed eyes, saying this. "I hope you accept it. It's a magical potion prepared for your pet toad." Looking at the increasingly blushing cute boy, Jasmine smiled and said, "I've clearly written down the specific operations and effects in the box." Neville did not ask anything further, nor did he respond, merely staring at Jasmine, as if he were in a daze, making one worry whether he truly heard the answer to the question he had just asked. "Jasmine." Draco stepped up, standing between Jasmine and Neville, blocking Neville's unwavering gaze, and asked, "Can we leave now?" Facing the suddenly pitiful gray eyes appearing before her, Jasmine subtly stepped back, clutching the books on the bed and those on the nearby cabinet to her chest, nodded, and then looked at Hermione, who was still on alert, saying, "They'll go practice first. See you in the library tomorrow." Hermione withdrew her gaze, her expression somewhat complex, but still nodded. Jasmine then bid farewell to Ron and the still dazed Neville, who was blocked by Draco before saying to the platinum-haired boy with the curled lip, "Let's go." After Draco took the books from Jasmine's arms, he finally reacted, asking with some surprise, "Jasmine, your arm." "It's already healed," Jasmine interrupted Draco, noticing how he struggled to carry a pink box in one hand while holding the books in the other. She reached out to take the flat square box from him, smiling and repeating, "Then let's go." "All right." Looking at the girl's sweet smile, Draco didn't ask any more questions and held his head high, leading Jasmine out of the medical room. As they passed the doorway, he shot a glance at Blaise, who was lazily leaning against the door frame. In response, Blaise still wore a wicked smile, but as he watched the red-haired girl walk away, without giving him a single glance, he chuckled softly twice, and then called for Pansy to leave. Not knowing if it was a coincidence, but the plan had indeed been obstructed. After walking a distance, Blaise stopped and looked out the window. Pansy, who was walking beside him, was still pondering over what had just happened. After taking a few steps out, she turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Not receiving a response, Pansy followed his gaze and looked out the window. A beam of sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the previously gloomy air. In the distance, two figures, one gold and one red, stood on a patch of grass right under a beam of light, appearing particularly striking. "What are you planning to do next?" Blaise suddenly asked the future Mrs. Malfoy. "My mother wrote to me. I just need to do what I'm supposed to do," Pansy said, clenching her luxurious silk princess dress, diverting her gaze from the two seemingly perfect figures while suppressing her emotions. "Oh." The boy's voice carried a mix of youthfulness and maturity, the raised tones seeming to carry a little. Blaise also withdrew his gaze, catching up with Pansy, who had taken a few steps forward, and asked, "Do you just listen to your mother?" Pansy did not respond, merely stopping in her tracks and looking at the boy, who had also stopped, with a teasing expression. Lifting her dainty shoe, she stomped on his foot fiercely. Blaise's charming smile twisted slightly, the pain causing him to double over, yet he still called after Pansy's retreating figure, "Perhaps we can cooperate for a while. Miss Parkinson." The short-haired girl did not look back or respond, disappearing around the corner. Blaise, once again pursing his lips and revealing a charming smile, slowly straightened up and murmured, "You've changed too, Parkinson." Just like Malfoy, everything changed after coming into contact with that girl. The medical room. After Pansy left the medical room, Hermione felt that Neville should be safe now, so she bid farewell and headed to the library. Ron, who had been forced to stay to deliver the memory ball, watched Hermione leave and also bid farewell to Neville before jogging out of the medical room. The room fell silent once more as Neville lay on the hospital bed, placing the small white box on his chest, staring blankly at the ceiling. In the next second, Neville sat up, picked up the memory ball from the cabinet beside him, and gazed at the thick red mist inside, revealing a look of confusion. "What on earth is this?" Neville murmured softly as he opened the box in his hands. Inside was a folded piece of paper and a small glass vial labeled on both sides. Neville unfolded the paper, which was beautifully written, introducing a magical potion that perceives the location of pets. Cool. Neville set the instruction manual down, his eyes sparkling with wonder, looking at the potion bottle in his hand. The label on the bottle simply described the potion's uses on one side, while the other side briefly summarized the usage method. Feeling the girl's thoughtfulness, Neville smiled joyfully, even rolling around on the bed. "Ah." The boy, while rolling back and forth, accidentally pressed against his bandaged arm, letting out a cry and being forced to calm down. Eventually lying flat on the bed, Neville held the glass bottle up to his eyes, seemingly able to see the girl's watery eyes through the emerald green potion. "This is a gift from my mother. Give it a try." Once they reached a deserted grassy area, Draco set the book aside and gestured for Emily to taste the sweets inside the pink box. After the little girl was called away by Professor Snape, Draco specifically had Crabbe and Goyle deliver the dessert his mother had sent to the girl that morning. Holding the box, Emily looked at Draco as he untied the bow on top, mentioning how his mother had specifically noted in this letter that Emily's previous creation of the chocolate flavor was wonderful. When the box was opened, 8 donuts covered in different chocolate sauces were neatly arranged in 2 rows. One donut was topped with dark chocolate and adorned with raspberry jam, another with white chocolate sprinkled with colorful candy bits, and others with various colored toppings accompanied by corresponding fruit pieces. "Please thank your mother for me." Emily looked at the dark chocolate donut handed to her, swallowing a mouthful of excess saliva. Her stomach, already empty from skipping lunch, suddenly felt an intense hunger. The donuts were somewhat large, and as Emily struggled to take a bite, she distinctly felt chocolate and jam smearing across her nose and cheeks. Seeing Emily suddenly turn into a little calico cat, Draco couldn't help but chuckle softly. This laughter provoked Emily's retaliation as she fed a strawberry donut toward his mouth. Draco instinctively took a bite, and the result was evident. They turned into 2 little cats, teasing each other. Looking at the bright smile on the little girl's face and her gem-like, clear eyes, Draco felt the panic that had been lingering in his heart dissipate, completely soothed by her reassurances and that firm choice just made. Emily was different from the other girls he had encountered. She didn't rush to establish a connection just because he was Malfoy, nor did she resent him for any harm caused by him demanding compensation. even after she maintained a calm demeanor regarding the protection of the Malfoy family. It seemed to her there was no Malfoy, only Draco. So even if his family would certainly oppose, as long as he didn't give up, he would always find a way. Taking out his handkerchief to wipe the chocolate and jam off the little girl's face, Draco then handed it to her, raising an eyebrow to indicate she should help clean him as well. Emily set down the donut in her hand, took the silver silk handkerchief, and marveled at the intricate dark green scroll patterns beneath the noticeable black stains. While helping him clean the pink stains off his face, she said, "I'll wash it and return it to you, my handkerchief. It was accidentally ruined by the house elf." Draco interrupted her, speaking quickly, "You keep this handkerchief. Consider it compensation." This. Before Emily could say anything further, Draco turned and ran off, leaving behind a remark, "I'm going to get the broomstick, wait for me here." Watching his retreating figure and his slightly reddened ears, it seemed he regretted ruining his handkerchief. Emily said nothing more, simply feeling the smooth silk texture in her hand, her gaze returning to the handkerchief, admiring the beautifully crafted dragon embroidery, far more exquisite than her own embroidered lily pattern, and sighed lightly, smiling helplessly. Draco, after rounding a corner, slowed his pace, gently pressing on his chest, feeling the handkerchief quietly resting in his inner pocket, and a smile crept onto his lips. "Since it has been used by me, it belongs to me now." Sitting on the grass munching on a strawberry donut, while quickly flipping through Quidditch-related books, Emily heard Riddle's voice, "Since you know the flying spell, why practice on a broomstick?" Emily paused her flipping of the pages, feeling her heart race slightly at the mention of the broomstick. She didn't answer Riddle's question, but rather with these conflicting thoughts asked, "How many times should I shout up before I succeed?" Riddle was momentarily at a loss for words, simply listening to Emily continue her self-questioning in her mind. Actually succeeding before dinner would be the best choice. Then it doesn't matter how many times. Heaven knows once I call the broomstick, can I resist the urge to fly? Thinking back to the flying class, soaring through the sky, feeling the wind rush past her ears, the intense sensation of weightlessness, and the slight dizziness from spinning in the air, it was truly hard not to feel exhilarated. Emily. Just as she was lost in her flight memories, the platinum-haired boy returned holding 2 broomsticks. Emily set down her book and stood up, hearing Draco, who was jogging towards her, muttering something. "Broken broomstick. Broken school rules. Wait until next year when I bring the new model broomstick home for you to ride." The platinum-haired boy, now standing still, looked at the broomstick in his hand with some disdain, resolutely promising. Seeing his slightly raised platinum head and his proud expression seeking praise, Emily smiled and replied, "All right, I'll wait for you." Until the clouds were dyed red by the sunset, the plans were smoothly unfolding. Facing the broomstick on the ground that he felt a deep connection with, Emily exerted great effort to keep it still, while Emily was distracted explaining the importance of defense in a Quidditch match to Draco, who was circling her low in the air on his broomstick. She inadvertently called out up. The broomstick, which had been lying quietly on the ground, took off straight up at the sound of the little girl's completely emotionless voice, landing steadily in Emily's hands. "I did it." Draco, who had been spinning in the air, quickly hopped off the broomstick, excitedly lifting the stunned red-haired girl, exclaiming, "Emily, you did it." Being held aloft by the platinum-haired boy, Emily, aside from feeling dazed, was already experiencing a hint. Not knowing what to do, Emily pressed her hands against the seemingly delicate, yet strong arms that were holding her up, attempting to maintain her balance. "Malfoy!" Just then a familiar angry shout interrupted this scene, filled with pink bubbles. A black-haired boy filled with anger came rushing over. None other than Harry, just finishing his training. After Harry rushed forward, he restrainedly threw the flying broom onto the grass, using both hands to take Emily from Draco's grasp, and placed her behind him. "Brother." Once again pulled away from another boy by her brother, Emily hesitated and gently traced the tips of her fingers, which seemed slightly warm from the recent training. "Oh, it's the Gryffindor Seeker." Facing Harry, whose face was dark enough to drip ink, Draco still held his platinum head high, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "So finished with training. Do you have time to look after your sister now?" Facing the provocative platinum youth, Harry took a deep breath, feeling the chill on his fingertips, and gently told the little girl, "Wait for me here." Then he bent down to pick up his own broom, the one Emily had just used, and said through clenched teeth to Draco, "Come with me," to return the broom. Looking at the other's emerald eyes similar to the little girl's, Draco snorted lightly, picked up the remaining flying broom from the ground, and walked with Harry towards the room where the brooms were stored at Hogwarts. Emily watched the 2 figures, one dark and one golden, walking side by side under the setting sun, slightly in a daze. Another day of not understanding the dynamics between the two. What a strange atmosphere. After walking a distance, Harry gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this what you call helping?" Still immersed in the soft and delicate waist he had just held, Draco snapped back to reality, glanced at Harry, who looked quite displeased, cleared his throat, and stubbornly said, "I was just trying to make Emily happy. Last time at home, when I first summoned the broom, my father held me like that, and spun me around to celebrate." Harry momentarily lost his words, but adhering to the elder brother's responsibility, quickly regained his voice, and said, "There are boundaries between boys and girls. I don't want you to always do something inappropriate to her." Hearing Harry's somewhat serious tone, Draco recalled the impulsive act of lifting the little girl, noticing that she didn't seem very happy and displayed some resistant body language. I will be more careful in the future. The Platinum Youth's voice was a bit low, and along with it his usually high platinum head also lowered. Where did his gentlemanly demeanor go? Why did he always behave in such an irrational manner whenever he was near? Thinking of the little girl's pure smile reminiscent of a baby's and her eyes devoid of impurities, Draco couldn't help but want to paint his own colors onto the blank canvas that was the little girl, longing to see emotions sparked in her pure and calm eyes because of himself. Be it good or bad, it was all for the sake of his own lack of calm. The Platinum Youth shook his head, forcibly interrupting his increasingly excessive thoughts, and once again promised Harry, who still looked displeased beside him, "Potter, I will definitely be careful in the future." Looking at the determined gray eyes beside him, Harry's expression finally softened a bit as he said, "She is still a child." The Platinum Youth nodded in agreement and said nothing more. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the two young boys beneath their feet, yet could not conceal the fact that they too were still children. Perhaps in front of the fragile and delicate girl, people forget their ages and identities, subconsciously taking on the role of protectors. In the library, after finally persuading Draco back to the dormitory, Emily began to fulfill her new task she had just agreed to today: organizing the library. Miss Potter, looking at the red-haired girl standing obediently in front of her, Madame Pants displayed an unusually gentle smile and said, "Let's get familiar with the place together today." Emily looked at Madame Pants, who appeared particularly kind and warm when she smiled, and returned a sweet smile, nodding obediently in agreement. "You just need to collect the randomly placed books into the cart. The spells on the books will activate when you approach the corresponding bookshelf. The books will fly back to their original places by themselves." Pushing the cart and following Madame Pants, Emily nodded while using the summoning charm to gather the remaining books on the table into the cart. "Very good, Miss Potter." Madame Pants, who had originally slowed down to give Emily time to collect books, saw her skillfully using the summoning charm and couldn't help but praise. "I knew you would excel at this job when you used magic to return the books to their places before. Thank you, Madame Pants, for giving me this opportunity. I really like it here. I love reading," Emily said, pushing the cart to keep up with Madame Pants, whose every move radiated elegance. "If possible, I wish I could stay here forever." Hearing Emily say this, Madame Pants turned to look at the now stopped Emily and said, "Oh, what a good child who loves reading. If you wish, you can come here to read anytime." Emily's face lit up with surprise, and she smiled and nodded in agreement. "I believe the headmaster gave you the key for this reason. You can even stay here to read for a while before leaving, as long as you don't mind the silence and chill here after closing." Madame Pants turned and continued to walk, occasionally waving her wand to gather incorrectly placed books from the shelves into the cart, while reminding, "But be mindful of the time, don't miss the curfew. If Mr. Filch catches you, you will lose your current wages." "Okay, Madame Pants." Emily smiled sweetly, her hands not slacking at all, rushing to make the most of the remaining reading time. Until Madame Pants had stopped, Emily finally focused her gaze on the shelves and tables on either side. Only then did she realize they had reached the deepest part of the library, in front of which stood a row of ornate wooden doors with glass windows. Looking up, she saw the sign on top of the door read, "Restricted Section. This area doesn't need organizing, as students generally do not enter the restricted section." Madame Pants turned to Emily and walked towards another row of bookshelves, adding with a warning tone, "Of course, Miss Potter, you cannot enter the restricted section either." Emily did not linger, directly pushing the cart to follow. Madame Pants expressed her satisfaction with this and explained further, "The books inside are too dangerous for you right now. If you wish to read the books stored inside, you can wait a few years and get approval from a professor to enter." "I understand, Madame Pants." Facing her patiently explained reasons, Emily smiled and nodded, assuring she wouldn't enter the restricted section casually. Madame Pants nodded in satisfaction, not only because of the little girl's obedience, but also due to her surprisingly quick efficiency. Almost seamlessly weaving through the bookshelves, the sweet sound of the little girl reciting spells echoed behind, making Madame Pants feel that her proficiency in the spells was even better than that of older students who came here for punishment, almost on par with her, who had been organizing books here for years. What a frightening talent.